Yeah, I'm using my data for everything.
Oh yeah, that should be fine. I'll just leave it there.
I'm looking at time. Really good capture of you doing a voice, like it's recapture, I'm gonna tag that in on the. Retain sack.
Ooh. Are you about to Irish up your coffee? That's very funny. You still have another minute? James, thanks for that.
Bring this back.
Feeling pretty good. I reckon we've got this in the bag. Feeling pretty good. Please, only positivity in the comments. And try and share this link so that the people who were just on the last one know where to come. This particular road march course has a reputation of being brutal. There was one hill that I was going up, I could almost reach out in front of me and touch the ground. It was that steep. At this point, there was only one guy in front of me, and I saw footprints that were twice as long as my stride length. I was in awe. My exact thought was, this is the craziest shit I have ever seen. That dude ran up this hill. Throughout the next couple of hours, I was expecting to come around a corner and find him laid up on the side of the road, but that never happened. Once finished, I was out laying out my gear, and I saw David hanging out. He had been done for quite a while. Though selection is an individual effort, he was the first to give a high five and say, "Nice work." That performance left an impression beyond the guys of my selection class. I heard recently from Hawk, another SEAL, that some Army guys he worked with on deployment were still talking about that ruck. I almost like it is an urban legend. From there, I continued to smash through Delta selection at or near the top of my class. My land navigation skills were better than they'd ever been, but that doesn't mean it was easy. Roads are off limits. There was no flat ground, and for days we bushwhacked up and down steep slopes in below freezing temperatures, taking the waypoints, reading maps, and the countless peaks, ridges, and draws that all looked the same. We moved through thick brush and deep snowbanks, splashed through icy creeks, and slalomed the winter skeletons of towering trees. It was painful, challenging, and beautiful, and I was smoking it, smashing every test they could conjure. On the second to last day of Delta selection, I hit my first 4 points as fast as usual. Most days, there were 5 waypoints to hit in total. So when I got my 5th, I was beyond confident. In my mind, I was the Black Daniel Boone. I plotted at my point and moseyed down another steep grade. One way to navigate foreign terrain is to track power lines. I could see that one of those lines in the distance led directly to my 5th and final point. I hustled down country, tracked the line, turned my conscious mind off, and started dreaming ahead. I knew I was going to rock the final exam. That 40-mile land navigation I didn't even get to attempt last time because I busted my ankle 2 days before I considered my graduation a foregone conclusion. And after that, I'd be running and gunning in an elite unit again. As I visualized it, it became all the more real, and my imagination took me far away from the Appalachian Mountains. The thing about following the power supply is you better make sure you're on the right line. According to my training, I was supposed to be constantly checking my map, so if I made a misstep, I could readjust and head in the right direction without losing too much time. But I was overconfident. I forgot to do that. I didn't chart backstops either. By the time I woke up from Fantasyland, I was way off course and almost out of bounds. I went into panic mode, found my location on the map, humped it to the right power line, sprinted to the top of the mountain, and kept running all the way to my 5th point. I still had 90 minutes until drop dead time, but when I got close to the next Humvee, I saw another guy heading back toward me. "Where are you headed?" I asked as I dropped over. "I'm off to my 6th point," he said. "Shit, there's not 5 points today?" "Nah, there's 6 today, brother." I checked my watch. I had a little over 40 minutes before they called time. I reached the Humvee, took down the coordinates for checkpoint 6 and started the map. Thanks to my stuff up, I had 2 clear options. I could play by the rules and miss drop dead time, or I could break the rules and use the roads at my disposal and give myself a chance. The one thing on my side was that in special operations, they prize a thinking shooter, a soldier, willing to do what it takes to meet an objective. All I could do was hope they'd have mercy on me. I plotted the best possible route and then took the hell off. I skirted the woods, used the roads, and whenever I heard a truck rumbling in the near distance, I took cover. A half hour later, at the crest of yet another mountain, I could see the 6th point, a finish line. According to my watch, I had 5 minutes left. I flew downhill, sprinting all out, and made it drop dead by 1 minute. As I caught my breath, our crew was divided and loaded into the covered beds of 2 separate Humvees. At first glance, my group of guys looked pretty squared away, but given when and where I received my 6th point, every caterer in the place had to know I skirted protocol. I didn't know what to think. Was I still in or asked out? At Delta selection, one way to be sure if you're out is if you feel speed bumps after a day's work. Speed bumps means you're back at the base and you're heading home early. That day, when we felt the first one jar us out of our hopes and dreams, some guys started cursing, others had tears in their eyes. I just shook my head. "Goggins, what the hell are you doing here?" one asked. He was shocked to see me sitting alongside him, but I was resigned to my reality because I'd been daydreaming about graduating Delta training and being part of the force when I hadn't even finished selection. I didn't do what they told me to do. I said, "I deserve to go home." "Bullshit. You're one of the best guys out here. They're making a huge mistake." I appreciated his outrage. I expected to make it too, but I couldn't be upset by their decision. Delta brass weren't looking for men who could pass a class with a C or B plus, or even an A- effort. They only accepted A+ students, and if you stuffed up and delivered a performance that was below your capability, they sent you packing. Shit, if you had a daydream for a split second on the battlefield, that could mean your life and the life of one of your brothers. I understood that. No, it was my mistake. I said I got this far by staying focused and delivering my best, and I'm going home because I lost focus. It was time to go back to being a SEAL, and for the next 2 years, I based in Honolulu, a part of a clandestine transport unit called SDV for SEAL delivery vehicles. Operation Red Wings is the best known SDV mission, and you only heard about it because it was such big news. Most SDV work happens in the shadows and well out of sight. I fit in well over there, and it was great to be back operating again. I lived on Ford Island with a view of Pearl Harbor right out of my living room window. Kate and I had split up, so now I was really living that Spartan life and still waking up at 5 a.m. to run into work. I had 2 routes, an 8-miler and a 10-miler, but no matter which I took, my body didn't react too well. After only a few miles, I'd feel intense neck pain and dizzy spells. There were several times during my runs that I would have to sit down due to vertigo. For years, I'd harbored a suspicion that we all had a limit on the miles we could run before a full body breakdown, and I wondered if I was closing in on mine. My body had never felt so tight. I had a knot on the base of my skull that I first noticed after graduating buds. A decade later, it had doubled in size. I had knots above my hip flexors too. I went to the doctor to get everything checked out, but they weren't even tumors, much less malignant. When the doctors cleared me of mortal danger, I realized I'd have to live with them and try to forget about long-distance running for a while. When an activity or exercise that you've always relied on gets taken away from you, like running was for me, it's easy to get stuck in a mental rut and stop doing any exercise at all. But I didn't have a quitter's mentality. I gravitated towards a pull-up bar and replicated the workouts I used to do with sledge. It was an exercise that allowed me to push myself. It didn't make me dizzy because I could take a break between sets. After a while, I Googled around to see if there was a pull-up record within reach. That's when I read about Stephen Hyland's many pull-up records, including the 24-hour record of 4,020. At the time, I was known as an ultra runner and didn't want to be known for just one thing. Who does? Nobody thought of me as an all-around athlete, and this record could change that dynamic. How many people are capable of running 100 to 150 to even 200 miles and also knocking out over 4,000 pull-ups in a day? If I called the Special Operations Warrior Foundation and asked if they could help raise a bit more money, they were thrilled. And next thing I knew, contacts of mine used their networking skills to book me on the damn Today Show. To prepare for the attempt, I did 400 pull-ups a day during the week, which took me about 70 minutes. On Saturday, I did 1,500 pull-ups in sets of 5 to 10 reps over 3 hours. On Sunday, I dialed it back to 750. All that work strengthened my lats, triceps, biceps, and back, prepared my shoulder and elbow joints to take extreme punishment, and helped me develop a powerful gorilla-type grip, and built up my lactic acid tolerance so my muscles could still function long after they were overworked. As game day approached, I shortened recovery and started doing 5 pull-ups every 30 seconds for 2 hours. Afterwards, my arms fell to my side, limp as overstretched rubber bands. On the eve of my record attempt, my mum and uncle had flown into New York City to help crew me, and we were all systems go until the SEALs nearly killed my Today Show appearance at the last minute. No easy day. A first-hand account of the Osama bin Laden raid had just come out. It was written by one of the operators in the dev crew unit that got it done, and Naval Special Warfare brass were not happy. Special operators are not supposed to share the details of the work we do in the field with the general public, and lots of people in the teams resented that book. I was given a direct order to pull out of the appearance, which didn't make any sense. I wasn't going on camera to talk about operations, and I wasn't on a mission to self-promote. I wanted to raise $1 million for the families of the fallen, and the Today Show was the biggest show on morning television. I'd served in the military for nearly 20 years by that point, without a single infraction on my record, and for the previous 4 years of the Navy had used me as their poster boy. They put me on billboards. I was interviewed on CNN. I jumped out of an airplane on NBC. They placed me in dozens of magazines and newspaper stories, which helped their recruitment mission. Now they were trying to stifle me for no good reason. Hell, if anybody knew the regulations of what I could and could not say, it was me. In the nick of time, the Navy's legal department cleared me to proceed. My interview was brief. I told a Cliff's Notes version of my life story and mentioned it. I'd be on a liquid diet, drinking carbohydrated loaded sports drink as my only nutrition until the record was broken. What should we cook for you tomorrow once it's all over? Savannah Guthrie replied. I laughed and played along, agreeable as hell, but don't get it twisted. I was way out of my comfort zone. I was about to go to war with myself, although I didn't look like it or act like it. As the clock wound down, I took my shirt off and was wearing only a pair of lightweight black running shoes. Wow, it's like looking at myself in a mirror, Lawyer joked, gesturing towards me. The segment just got even more interesting, said Savannah. All right, David, best of luck to you. We will be watching. Someone hit play on Going the Distance, the Rocky theme song, and I stepped to the pull-up bar. It was painted matte black, wrapped with white tape and stenciled with the phrase, Show no weakness, in white lettering. I got the last word in as I strapped on my grey gloves. Please donate to Special Ops Org, I said. We're trying to raise $1 million. All right, are you ready, Lawyer asked. 3, 2, 1, David, go. With that, the clock started, and I rocked a set of 8 pull-ups. The rules laid down by the Guinness Book of World Records were clear. I had to start each pull-up from a dead hang with arms fully extended, and my chin had to exceed the bar. So it begins, Savannah said. I smiled for the camera and looked relaxed, but even those first pull-ups didn't feel right. Part of it was situational. I was alone, fish in a glass box aquarium that attracted sunshine, reflected a bank of hot show lights. The other half was technical. From the very first pull-up, I noticed that the bar had a lot more give than I was used to. I didn't have my usual power, anticipated a long day. At first, I blocked that out, had to. A looser bar just meant a stronger effort and gave me an opportunity to be uncommon. Throughout the day, people passed by on the street below and waved and cheered. I waved back, kept to my plan, and rocked 6 pull-ups on the minute, every day a minute. But it wasn't easy because of that rickety bar. My force was getting dissipated, and after hundreds of pull-ups, dissipation took its toll. Each subsequent pull-up required a monumental effort, a stronger grip at the 1500 mark. My forearms hurt like hell. My massage therapist rubbed them down between sets, but they bulged with lactic acid, which seeped into every muscle in my upper body. After more than 6 long hours, and with 2,000 pull-ups in the bank, I took my first 10-minute break. I was well ahead of my 24-hour pace, and the sun angled lower on the horizon, which reduced the mercury in the room to manageable. It was late enough that the whole studio was shut down. It was just me, a few friends, a massage therapist, and my mother. Today's show cameras were set up and rolling to cock me and make sure I kept to regulations. I had more than 2,000 pull-ups still to go, and for the first time that day, doubt carved out a home in my brain. I didn't vocalize my negativity. I tried to reset my mind for the second half push. But the truth was, my whole plan had gone to hell. My carbohydrate drink wasn't giving me the power I needed. I didn't have a plan B, so I ordered a downed cheeseburger. It felt good to have some real food. Meanwhile, my team tried to stabilize the bar by tying it to the pipes and the rafters. But instead of recharging my system like I'd hoped, the long break had an adverse effect. My body was shutting down, while my mind swelled with panic, because I had made a pledge and staked my name on a quest to raise money and break a record, and I already knew that there was no way on this earth that I was going to be able to get it done. It took me 5 hours to do another 500 pull-ups. That's an average of under 2 pull-ups per minute. I was verging on total muscle failure after doing only 1,000 more pull-ups than I would rock in 3 hours at the gym on a typical Saturday with no ill effects. How was that possible? I tried to pull my way through, but tension and lactic acid had overwhelmed my system, and my upper body was a lump of dough. I had never hit muscle failure before in my life. If I'd run on broken legs and buds, run nearly 100 miles on broken feet, accomplished dozens of physical feats with a hole in my heart, but late at night, on the second floor of the NBC Tower, I pulled the plug. After my 2,500th pull-up, I could barely lift my hands high enough to grip the bar, let alone clear it with my chin, and just like that, it was over. There would be no celebratory breakfast with Savannah and Matt. There would be no celebration at all. I failed, and had failed in front of millions of people. So did I hang my head in shame and misery? Stuff, no. To me, a failure is just a stepping stone to future success. The next morning, my phone was blowing up, so I left in my hotel room and went for a run in Central Park. I needed 0 distractions and time enough to go back through what I'd done well and where I'd fallen short. In the military, After every real-world mission or field exercise, we fill out after action reports, which serve as live autopsies. We do them no matter the outcome, and if you're analysing a failure like I was, the AAR is absolutely crucial, because when you're headed into uncharted territory, there are no books to study, no YouTube instructional videos to watch. All I had to read were my mistakes, and I had considered all variables. First of all, I should have never gone on that show. My motivation was solid. It was a good idea to try to increase awareness and raise money for the foundation, and I required exposure to raise the amount I'd hoped by thinking of money first. Always a bad idea. I wasn't focused on the task at hand. To break this record, I needed an optimal environment, and that reaction blasted me like a surprise attack. I didn't respect the record enough going in. I thought I could have broken it on a rusty bar bolted to the back of a pickup truck with loose shocks. So even though I tested the bar twice before game day, it never bothered me enough to make a change, and my lack of focus and attention to detail cost me a shot at immortality. There were also way too many bubbly-looking loos buzzing in and out of the room, asking for pictures between sets. This was the beginning of the selfie era, and that sickness most definitely invaded my mother effing space. Obviously, my break was too long. I figured massage would counteract the swelling and lactic acid buildup, but I was wrong about that too, and I should have taken more salt tablets to prevent cramping before my attempt. Haters found me online and predicted my failure, but I ignored them and didn't fully absorb the hard truths couched in the negativity. I thought, as long as I trained hard, the record would be mine as a result. I wasn't as well prepared as I should have been. You can't prepare for unknown factors. But if you have a better pre-game focus, you will likely only have to deal with 1 or 2 rather than 10. In New York, too many bubbled up, and unknown factors usually blaze a wake of doubt. Afterward, I was eye to eye with my haters and acknowledged that my margin for error was small. I weighed 210 pounds, much heavier than anyone else who had ever tried to break the record, and my probability of failure was high. I didn't touch a pull-up bar for 2 weeks. But once back in Honolulu, I hammered sets at home gym and noticed the difference in the bar right away. Still, I had to resist the temptation to blame everything on that loose bar, because odds were that a firmer one wouldn't translate into an extra 1,521 pull-ups. I researched gymnast chalks, glove, taping system. I sampled and experimented. This time I wanted a fan set below the bar to cool me down between sets. And I switched up my nutrition. Instead of running off pure carbs, I added in some protein and bananas to prevent cramping. When it came time to choose a location attempt to the record, I knew I needed to get back to who I am at my core. That meant losing the glitz and setting up shop in a dungeon. And on a trip to Nashville, I found just the place, a CrossFit gym a mile from my mother's house, owned by a former Marine named Ned Brockman. After emailing him a couple times, I ran over to a CrossFit Brentwood Hills to meet him. It was set in a strip mall, a few doors down from a Target, and there was nothing fancy about the place. It had black flat floors, buckets of chalk, racks of iron, and lots of hard mother liquors doing work. When I walked in, the first thing I did was grab the pull-up bar and shake it. It was bolted into the ground just like I'd hoped. Even a little sway in the bar would require me to adjust my grip mid-set. And when your goal is 4,021 pull-ups, all minuscule movements accumulate into a reservoir of wasted energy, which takes a toll. This is exactly what I need, I said, gripping the bar. Yeah, Nandor said. They have to be sturdy to double on squat racks. In addition to its strength and stability, it was the right height. I didn't want a short bar because bending your legs can cause cramping in the hamstrings. I needed it high enough that I could grab it when standing on my toes. You would tell right away that Nandor was a perfect co-conspirator for this mission. He had been an enlisted man, got into CrossFit, and moved to Nashville from Atlanta with his wife and family to open his first gym. Not many people are willing to open their doors and let a stranger take over their gym, but Nandor was down with the Warrior Foundation cause. My second attempt was scheduled for November, and for 5 straight weeks I did 500 to 1,300 pull-ups a day at my home gym in Hawaii. During my last island session, I did 2,000 pull-ups in 5 hours, then caught a flight to Nashville, arriving 6 days before my attempt. Nandor rallied members of his gym to act as witness and my support crew. He took care of the playlist, sourced the chalk, and set up a break room in the back in case I needed it. He also put out a press release. I trained at his gym in the run-up to game day, and the local news channel came to file a report. The local newspaper did a story too. It was small scale, but Nashville was growing curious, especially the CrossFit junkies. Several showed up to absorb the scene. I spoke with Nandor recently, and I liked how he put it. People have been running for decades, running long distances, but 4,000 pull-ups, the human body isn't designed to do that. So get a chance to witness something like that was pretty neat. I rested the full day before the attempt, and when I showed up to the gym, I felt strong and prepared for the minefield ahead. Nandor and my mum collaborated to have everything dialed in. There was a sleek digital timer on the wall, which also tracked my counts. Plus, I had 2 battery-powered wall clocks running as backups. There was a Guinness Book of World Records banner hanging over the bar and a video crew because every rep had to be recorded for a potential review. My tape was right, my gloves perfect, the bar was bolted solid, and when I started out, my performance was explosive. The numbers remained the same. I was gunning for 6 pull-ups every minute on the minute, and during the first 10 sets, I rose up chest high. Then I remembered my game plan to minimize needless movement and wasted energy. On my initial attempt, I felt pressure to get my chin well over the bar. While all that extra space made for a good show, it did not and would not help me get to the damned record. This time I told myself to barely clear the bar with my chin and not to use my arms and hands for anything other than pull-ups. Instead of reaching down for my water bottle, like I had in New York, I had set on a stack of wooden boxes, the kind used for box jumps. So all I had to do was turn and suck my nutrition to a straw. The first sip triggered me to dial back my pull-up motion, and from then on, I remained disciplined as I piled up numbers. I was on my game and confident as hell. I wasn't thinking of just 4,020 pull-ups. I wanted to go the full 24 hours. If I did that, 5,000 was possible, or even 6,000. I remained hyper-vigilant, scanning for any physical issues that could crop up and derail the attempt. All was smooth until almost after 4 hours and 1,300 pull-ups, my hands started to blister. In between sets, my mum hit me with a second skin so I could stay on top of the cuts. This was a new problem for me, and I remembered all the doubting comments I'd read on social media prior to my attempt. My arms were too long, they said. I weighed too much. My form wasn't ideal. I put too much pressure on my hands. I disregarded that last comment because during my first attempt, I didn't have palm issues. But in the midst of my second, I realized it was because the first bar had so much give. This time I had more stability and power, but over time, that hard-ass bar did damage. Still, I labored on, and after 1,700 pull-ups, my forearms started aching. And when I bent my arms, my biceps pinched too. I remember those sensations from first go-round. It was the beginning of cramps. So between sets, I downed salt tablets, ate 2 bananas, and took care of my muscular discomfort. My palms just kept getting worse. 150 pull-ups later, I could feel them spitting down the middle beneath my gloves. I knew I should stop and try to fix the problem, but I also knew that might trigger my body to stiffen up and shut down. I was fighting 2 fires at once and didn't know where to strike first. I opted to stay on the minute-by-minute pace, and in between experimented with different solutions. I wore 2 pairs of gloves, then 3. I resorted to my old friend duct tape. Didn't help. I couldn't wrap the bar in pads because that was against Guinness rules. All I could do was try anything and everything to stay in the fight. 10 hours into the attempt, I hit a wall. I was down to 3 pull-ups on the minute. The pain was excruciating, and I needed some relief. I took my right gloves off. A layer of skin came with it. My palm looked like a raw hamburger. My mum called a doctor friend Regina who lived nearby, and the 2 of us went into the back room to wait for her to try and salvage my record attempt. When Regina showed up, she evaluated the situation, pulled out a syringe, loaded it with a local anesthetic, and dipped the needle toward the open wound in my right hand. She looked over. My heart pounded. Sweat saturated every inch of my skin. I could feel my muscles cooling down and stiffening up, but I nodded, turned away, and she sunk that needle in deep. It hurt so bloody bad, but I held my primal scream inside. Show no weakness remained my motto, but that didn't mean I felt strong. My mum pulled off my left glove, anticipating the second shot. But Regina was busy examining the swelling in my biceps and the bulging spasms in my forearms. "You look like you're in rhabdo, David," she said. "You shouldn't continue. It's dangerous." I had no idea what the hell she was talking about, so she broke it down. "There's a phenomenon that happens when one muscle group is worked way too hard for way too long. The muscles become starved of glucose and break down, leaking myoglobin, a fibrous protein that stores oxygen in the muscle, into the bloodstream. When that happens, it's up to the kidneys to filter all those proteins out, and if they become overwhelmed, they shut down. People can die from rhabdo," she said. My hands throbbed with agony. My muscles were locking up, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Any rational person would have thrown in the towel, but I could hear, going the distance, bearing from the speakers, and knew that this was my 14th round. Cut me, mid-moment. Screw rationality. I held up my left palm and had Regina sink a needle in. Waves of pain washed through me as a bumper crop of doubt flowered in my mind. She wrapped both palms in layers of gauze and medical tape and fitted me with a fresh pair of gloves, and I stalked back out onto the gym floor and got back to work. I was at 2900, and as long as I remained in the fight, I still believed anything was possible. I did 2 sets of 2s and 3s on the minute for 2 hours, but it felt like I was gripping a red-hot melting rod, which meant I was used down to using my fingertips to grip the bar. First I used 4 fingers and then 3. I was able to gut out 100 more pull-ups and then 100 more. So hours ticked by. I crept closer, but with my body in rhabdo, breakdown was imminent. I did several sets of pull-ups with my wrist dangling over the bar. It sounds impossible, but I managed until the numbing agent stopped working. Then even bending fingers felt like I was stabbing myself in the hand with a sharp knife. After eclipsing 3,200 pull-ups, I worked out the math and realized if I could do 800 sets of one, it would take 13 hours and change to break the record, and I would just beat the clock. It lasted 45 minutes. The pain was too much. The vibe in the room went from optimistic to somber. I was still trying to show as little weakness as I could, but the volunteers could see me messing with my gloves and grip and knew something was drastically wrong. When I went into back to regroup a second time, I heard a collective sigh that sounded like doom. Regina and my mother unwrapped the tape on my hands, and I could feel my flesh peeling like a banana. Both palms were filleted, open down to the dermis, which were where our nerves lie, and Achilles had his heel. And when it came to pull-ups, my gift and my undoing were my hands. The doubters were right. I wasn't one of those lightweight, graceful pull-up guys. I was powerful, and the power came from my grip. But now my hand better resembled a physiology mannequin than something human. Emotionally, I was wasted, not just because of my sheer physical exhaustion or because I couldn't get the record for myself. My mother and I slipped out the back door like we were escaping a crime scene, and as she drove to the hospital, I couldn't stop thinking, I'm better than this. While Nandor and his team broke down the clocks, untied the banners, swept up chalk, and peeled bloody tape off their pull-up bar, my mum and I slumped into chairs in the ER waiting room. I was holding what was left of my glove. It looked like it was lifted from the O.J. Simpson crime scene, like it had been marinated in blood. She eyeballed me and shook her head. Well, she said, I know one thing. After a long pause, I turned to face her. What's that? You're going to do this again. She read my damned mind. I was already doing my live autopsy and would run through a complete layout on paper as soon as my bloody hands would allow. I knew there was treasure in this record, but leverage to be gained somewhere. I just had to piece it together like a puzzle. And the fact she realized that without my saying so fired me up. A lot of us surround ourselves with people who speak to our desire for comfort, people who would rather treat the pain of our wounds and prevent further injury and help us callous over them and try again. And surround ourselves with people who will tell us what we need to hear, not what we want to hear, but at the same time, not make us feel we're up against the impossible. My mother was my biggest fan. Whenever I failed in life, she was always asking me when and where I would go after it again. She never said, well, maybe it isn't meant to be. Most wars are won and lost in our own heads, and we're in a foxhole. We usually aren't alone. We need to be confident in the quality of the heart, mind, dialogue of the person hunkered down with us, because at some point we will need some empowering words to keep us focused and deadly. In that hospital, in my own personal foxhole, I was swimming in doubt. I fell 800 pull-ups short, and I knew what 800 pull-ups felt like. That's a long bloody day, but there was nobody else I'd rather have been in that foxhole with. Don't worry, she said. I'll start calling those witnesses up as soon as we get home. Roger that, I said. Tell them I'll be back on the bar in 2 months. In life, there is no gift as overlooked or inevitable as failure. I've had quite a few and have learned to relish them, because if you do the forensics, you'll find clues about where to make adjustments and how to eventually accomplish a task. I'm not talking about a mental list either. After the second attempt, I wrote everything out longhand, but didn't start with the obvious issue, my gripper. Initially, I brainstormed everything. That went well, because in every failure, a lot of good things will have happened, and we must acknowledge him. The best takeaway from the Nashville attempt was Nandor's place. His dungeon of a gym was the perfect environment for me. Yeah, I'm on social media and in the spotlight from time to time, but I'm not a Hollywood person. I get my strength from a very dark place, and Nandor's gym wasn't a phony-ass happy factory. It was dark, sweaty, painful, and real. I called him the very next day and asked if I could come back to train and make another run at the record. I'd taken a lot of his time and energy and left behind a mess, so I had no idea how he'd respond. Yeah, man, he said, let's go. It meant a lot to have his support again. Another positive was how I handled my second meltdown. I was off the mat and on the comeback trail before I even saw the ER doc. That's where you want to be. You can't let a simple failure derail your mission or let it worm so far up your butt it takes over your brain and sabotages your relationships with people who are close to you. Everyone fails sometimes, and life isn't supposed to be fair, much less bend to your every win. Luck is a capricious bitch. It won't always go your way, so you can't get trapped in this idea that just because you've imagined a possibility for yourself, that you somehow deserve it. Your entitled mind is dead weight. Cut it loose. Don't focus on what you think you deserve. Take aim on what you are willing to earn. I never blamed anyone for my failures, and I didn't hang my head in Nashville. I stayed humble. I sidestepped my entitled mind because I knew damn well I hadn't earned that record. The scoreboard does not lie. I didn't delude myself otherwise. Believe it or not, most people prefer delusion. They blame others, or bad luck, or chaotic circumstances. I didn't, which was positive. I listed most of the equipment we used on the positive side of the AAR as well. Tape and chalk worked, and even though the bar tore me the hell up, it got me 700 additional pull-ups, so I was headed in the right direction. Another positive was the support of Nandor CrossFit community. It felt great to be surrounded by such intense, respectful people, but this time I need to cut the number of volunteers in half, and I wanted as little buzz in that room as possible. After listing out all the pluses, it was time to kick the tires on my mindset. If you're doing your post-faceplant due diligence, you should do that too. That means checking yourself on how and what you were thinking during the preparation and execution phases of your failure. My commitment to preparation and determination in the fight are always there. They didn't waver, but my belief was shakier than I cared to admit, and I prepared for my third go round. It was imperative to move beyond doubt. That wasn't easy because after my second failure and as many attempts, the doubters were everywhere online. The record holder, Stephen Hayland, was light and spidery, strong with thick muscular palms. He was the perfect build for the pull-up record, and everyone was telling me I was just too big, my form was too brutal, and that I should stop trying to go for it before I hurt myself. Even worse, they pointed to the scoreboard that does not lie. I was still over 800 pull-ups away from the record. That's more than I gained between my first and second attempts, but from the beginning, some of them had predicted my hands would give out. When that truth revealed itself in Nashville, it presented a big mental hurdle. Part of me wondered if those mother lickers were right, if I was trying to achieve the impossible. Then I thought of an English middle distance runner back in the day named Roger Bannister. When Bannister was trying to break the 4-minute mile in the 1950s, experts told him it could not be done. But that didn't stop him. He failed again and again, but he persevered. And when he ran his historic mile in 3:59.4 on May 6, 1954, he didn't just break a record. He broke open the floodgates simply by proving it was possible. Just 6 weeks later, his record was eclipsed. By now, over 1,000 runners have done what once thought to be beyond human capability. We are all guilty of allowing so-called experts, or just people who have more experience in a given field than we do, to cap our potential. One of the reasons we love sports is because we also love watching glass ceilings get shattered. If I was going to be the next athlete to smash popular perception, I need to stop listening to doubt, whether it's framed in front of me or bubbled from within. And the best way to do that pull-up record was already mine. I didn't know when it would officially become mine. It might be in 2 months or 20 years. But once I decided it belonged to me and decoupled it from the calendar, I was filled with confidence and relieved of any and all pressure, because my task morphed from trying to achieve the impossible into working towards an inevitability. But to get there, I'd have to find the tactical advantage I'd been missing. A tactical review is the final and most vital piece of any live autopsy or AAR. And while I had improved tactically from the first attempt, working on a more stable bar and minimizing wasted energy, I still fell 800 reps short, so we needed to delve deeper into the numbers. 6 pull-ups per minute on the minute had failed me twice. Yes, it placed me on a fast track to 420, but I never got there. This time, I decided to start slower and go further. I also knew from experience that I would hit some sort of wall after 10 hours, and that my response couldn't be a longer break. The 10 hours mark smacked me in my face twice, and both times I stopped for 5 minutes or longer, which led to ultimate failure pretty quickly. I needed to stay true to my strategy and limit any long breaks to 4 minutes max. Now about that pull-up bar, yeah, it would probably tear me up again, so I needed to find a workaround. According to the rules, I wouldn't be allowed to switch up the distance between my hands mid-attempt. The width would have to remain the same from the first pull-up. The only thing I could change would be how I was going to protect my hands. In the run-up to my third attempt, I experimented with all different types of gloves. I also got clearance to use custom foam pads to protect my palms. I remembered seeing a couple of SEAL buddies use slices of foam mattresses to protect their hands when they were lifting heavy weights, and called on a mattress company to custom design form-fitting pads for my hands. Guinness approved the equipment, and at 10 a.m. on January 19, 2013, 2 months after failing for the second time, I was back on the bar at CrossFit Brentwood Hills. I started slow and easy, with 5 pull-ups on the minute. I didn't strap my foam pads with tape, I just held them in place around the bar, and they seemed to work well. Within an hour, the foam had formed around my hands, insulating them from molten iron hell, or so I hoped. And around the 2-hour, 600 rep mark, I asked Nandor to play the going distance on the loop. I felt something click inside and went full cyborg. I found a rhythm on the bar. In between sets, I sat on a weight bench and stared at the chalk dusted floor. My point of view narrowed into tunnel vision as I prepared my mind for the hell that I knew was to come. When the first blister opened on my palm, I knew shit was about to get real, but this time, thanks to my failures in forensics, I was ready. That doesn't mean I was having any fun. I wasn't. I was over it. I didn't want to do pull-ups anymore. But achieving goals, overcoming obstacles, doesn't have to be fun. Seeds burst from the inside out in a self-destructive ritual of a new life. Does that sound like bloody fun? Like it feels good? It wasn't in that gym. To get happy or do what I wanted to be doing, I was there to turn myself inside out, if that's what it took to blast through any and all mental, emotional, and physical barriers. After 12 hours, I finally hit 3,000 pull-ups, a major checkpoint for me, and felt like I'd run headfirst into a wall. I was exasperated, in agony, and my hands were starting to come apart again. I was still a long way from the record. I felt all the eyeballs in the room upon me. With them came the crushing weight of failure and humiliation. Suddenly, I was back in the cage during my third Hell Week, taping my shins and ankles before mustering up with a new buds class who'd heard it was my last chance. It takes great strength to be vulnerable enough to put your ass on the line in public and work towards a dream that feels like it's slipping away. We all have eyeballs on us. Our family and friends are watching, and even if you're surrounded by positive people, they will have ideas about who you are, what you're good at, and how you should focus your energy. That shit is just human nature. And if you try to break out of their box, you'll get some unsolicited advice that has a way of smothering your aspirations if you let it. Often, our people don't mean any harm. Nobody who cares about us actually wants us to get hurt. They want us to be safe, comfortable, and happy, and not have to stare at the floor in a dungeon sifting through shards of our broken dreams. Too bad. There's a lot of potential in those moments of pain, and if you figure out how to piece that picture back together, you'll find a hell of a lot of power there too. I kept my break to just 4 minutes as planned, long enough to stuff my hands, and there's foam pads into a pair of padded gloves. But when I got back on the bar, I felt slow and weak. Nandor, his wife, and the other volunteers saw my struggle, but they left me the hell alone to put in my earbuds, channel Rocky Balboa, and keep grinding 1 rep at a time. I went from 4 pull-ups on the minute to 3 and found my cyborg trance again. I went ugly, I got dark. I imagined my pain was the creation of a mad scientist named Stephen Hyland, the evil genius who was temporary possession of my record and my soul. It was him. That mother liquor was torturing me from across the globe, and it was up to me, and only me, to keep piling up numbers and steamroll towards him. I wanted to take his mother-licking soul. To be clear, I wasn't angry with Hyland. I don't even know him. I went there to find the edge. I needed to keep going. I got personal with him in my head, not out of overconfidence or envy, but to drown out my own doubt. Life is a head game. This was just the latest angle I used to win a game within the game. I had to find an edge somewhere, and if you find it in the person standing in your way, that's potent. As the hours ticked past midnight, I started closing the distance between us, but the pull-ups weren't coming fast, and they weren't coming easy. I was tired mentally and physically. Deep into rhabdo, I was felt down to 3 pull-ups a minute. When I hit 3,800 pull-ups, I felt like I could see the mountaintop. I also knew it was possible to go from being able to do 3 pull-ups to no pull-ups in a flash. There are stories of people at Badwater who reached mile 129 and couldn't finish a 135-mile race. You never know when you'll reach your 100% and hit the point of total muscle fatigue. I kept waiting for that moment to come when I couldn't pick up my arms anymore. Doubt stalked me like a shadow. I tried my best to control it or silence it, yet it kept reappearing, following me, pushing me. After 17 hours of pain, around 3 a.m. on January 20, 2013, I did my 4,020th and my 4,021st pull-up, and the record was mine. Everyone in the gym cheered, but I stayed composed. After 2 more sets and 4,030 total pull-ups, I took my headphones out, stared at the camera and said, "I tracked you down, Stephen Hyland." In one day, I'd lifted the equivalent of 846,030 pounds, nearly 3 times the weight of the space shuttle. Cheers spread to laughter as I pulled off my gloves and disappeared into the back room. But much to everyone's surprise, I was not in the mood to celebrate. Does that shock you too? You know that my refrigerator is never full, and it never will be, because I live a mission-driven life, always on the hunt for the next challenge. That mindset is the real reason I broke that record. Finished Badwater, became a SEAL, rocked Ranger School, and I'm down on the list. In my mind, I'm that racehorse, always chasing a carrot I'll never catch, forever trying to prove myself to myself. And when you live that way and attain a goal, success feels anticlimactic. Like my initial shot at the record, my success barely made a ripple in the news cycle, which was just fine. I wasn't doing it for adulation. I raised the money and I learned all I could from that pull-up bar. After logging more than 67,000 pull-ups in 9 months, it was time to put them in my cookie jar and move on. Because life is one mother-lacking imaginary game that has no scoreboard, no referee. It isn't over until we are dead. And all I'd ever wanted from it was to become successful in my own eyes. That didn't mean wealth or celebrity, a garage full of hot cars, or a harem of beautiful women trailing after me. It meant becoming the hardest mother licker who ever lived. Sure, I stacked up some values along the way, but in my mind, the record proved that I was close. Only the game wasn't over, and being hard came with the requirement to drain every drop of ability from my mind, body and soul before the whistle blew. I would remain in constant pursuit. I wouldn't leave anything on the table. I wanted to earn my final resting place. That's how I thought back then anyway, because I had no clue how close the end really was. Challenge 10. Think about your most recent and your most heart-wrenching failures, Break out that journal one last time, lock off the digital version and write them out longhand. I want you to feel this process because you're about to file your own belated after action reports. Write out all the good things, everything that went well from your failures. Be detailed and generous with yourself. A lot of good things will have happened. It's rarely all bad. Then note how you handled your failure. Did it affect your life, your relationships? How so? How did you think throughout the preparation for and during the execution stage of your failure? You have to know how you were thinking at each step because it's all about mindset, and that's where most people fall short. Now go back through and make a list of things you can fix. This isn't going to be soft or generous. Be brutally honest. Write them all out, study them, and look at your calendar and schedule another attempt as soon as possible. If the failure happened in childhood and you can't recreate the Little League All-Star game you choked in, I still want you to write that report because you'll likely be able to use that information to achieve any goal going forward. As you prepare, keep that AR handy, consult your accountability mirror, and make all necessary adjustments. When it comes time to execute, keep everything we've learned about the power of a callous mind, the cookie jar, the 40% rule, in the forefront of your mind. Control your mindset. Dominate your thought process. This life is all a bloody mind game. Realize that and own it. And if you fail again, so the hell be it. Take the pain, repeat these steps, and keep fighting. That's what it's all about. Share your stories from preparation, training, and execution on social media with the hashtags Can't Hurt Me, hashtag Empowerment of Failure. Chapter 11, What If? Before the race even kicked off, I knew I was buggered. In 2014, the National Park Service couldn't approve the traditional Badwater course, so Chris Kosman redrew the map. Instead of starting in Death Valley National Park and running 42 miles through the hottest desert on the planet, it would launch further up country at the base of a 22-mile climb. That wasn't my problem. It was the fact that I toed the line 11 pounds over my usual race weight, and I'd gained 10 of these pounds in the previous 7 days. I wasn't a fat ass. To the average eye, I looked fit. But Badwater wasn't an average race. To run and finish strong, my condition needed to be tip-top, and I was far from it. Whatever was happening to me came as a shock, because after 2 years of substandard running, I thought I'd gotten my powers back. In previous January, I'd won a 100-kilometer glacial trail race called Frozen Otter. It wasn't as hard as the Hurt 100, but it was close. Set in Wisconsin, just outside Milwaukee, the course laid out like a lopsided figure eight, with a start finish at the center. We pass in between two loops, which enables us to stock up on our food and other necessary supplies from our cars and stuff them into our packs with our emergency supplies. The weather can turn evil out there, and race organizers compiled the list of necessities we were required to have on us at all times, so we wouldn't die of dehydration, hypothermia, or exposure. My first lap was a larger loop of the two, and when we set off, the temperature was sitting at 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Those trails were never plowed. In some places, snow piled into drift. In other trails, seemed purposely glazed with slick ice, which presented a problem because I wasn't wearing boots or trail shoes. Like most of my competitors, I laced up my standard running shoes and tucked them into some cheap-ass crampons, which theoretically were supposed to grip the ice and keep me upright. But the ice won that war, and my crampons snapped off in the first hour. Nevertheless, I was leading the race and breaking trail in an average of 6 to 12 inches of snow. In some places, the drifts were piled much higher. My feet were cold and wet from the starter gun. Within 2 hours, they felt frozen through, and especially my toes. My top half wasn't faring much better. When you sweat in below freezing temperatures, salt on your body chokes. The skin, my underarms and chest were cracking raspberry red. I was covered in rashes. My toes hurt with every step. But none of that registered too high on my pain scale because I was running free. For the first time since my second heart surgery, my body was beginning to put itself back together. I was getting 100% of my oxygen supply, like everyone else. My endurance and strength were next level, and although the trail was a slippery mess, my technique was dialed in too. I was way out of front and stopped at my car for a sandwich before the last 22-mile loop. My toes throbbed with evil pain. I suspected they were frostbitten, which meant I was in danger of losing some of them, but I didn't want to take off my shoes and look. Once again, doubt and fear were popping in my brain, reminding me that only a handful of people had ever finished the Frozen River, and that no lad was safe in that kind of cold. Weather more than any other variable can break a mother liquor down quickly, but I didn't listen to any of that. I created a new dialogue and told myself to finish the race, strong and worry about amputated toes at the hospital after I was crowned champion. I ran back onto the course. A blast of sun had melted some of the snow earlier in the day, but the cold wind iced up the trail nicely. As I ran, I flashed my first year at Herd 100 in the Great Carl Meltzer. Back then, I was a plotter. I hit the turf with my heels first, and the peeling of the muddy trail with its entire surface area of my foot in grease mounds, flipping and falling. Carl didn't run like that. He moved like a goat, bouncing on his toes and running along the edges of the trail. As soon as his toes hit the ground, he'd fired his legs in the air. That's why he looked like he was floating. By design, he barely touched the ground, while his head and core remained stable and engaged. From that moment onward, his movements were permanently etched in my brain like a cave painting. I visualized them all the time and put his techniques into practice during training runs. They say it takes 66 days to build a habit. For me, it takes a hell of a lot longer than that, but I eventually get there. And during all those years of ultra training and competition, I was working on my craft. A true runner analyzes their form. We didn't learn how to do that in the SEALs, but being around so many ultra runners for years, I was able to absorb and practice skills that seemed unnatural at first. At Frozen Auto, my main focus was to hit the ground soft, to touch it just enough to explode. During my third buds class and then my first return, and I was considered one of the better runners, my head bounced all over the place. My weight wasn't balanced, and when my foot hit the ground, all my weight would be supported by that leg, which led to some awkward falls on slippery terrain. Through trial and error and thousands of hours of training, I learned to maintain balance. At Frozen Auto, it all came together. With speed and grace, I navigated steep, slippery trails, kept my head flat and still, my motion quiet as possible, and when my steps followed by running on the front of my feet. When I picked up speed, it was as if I disappeared into a white wind, elevated into the meditative state. I became Carl Meltzer. Now it was me who looked to be levitating over an impossible trail, and I finished the race in 16 hours, smashing the course record and winning the Frozen Auto title without losing any toes. 2 years earlier, I was stricken with dizzy spells during easy 6-mile runs. In 2013, I was forced to walk over 100 miles of bad water and finished in 17th place. I'd been on a downslide and thought my days of contention for titles were long past over. After Frozen Auto, I was tempted to believe I'd made it all the way back and then some, and that my best ultra years were actually ahead of me. I took the energy into my preparations for Badwater 2014. I was living in Chicago at the time, working as an instructor in the BUDS prep, a school that prepared candidates to deal with the harsh reality they would face in BUDS. After more than 20 years, it was my final year of military service, and by being placed in a position to drop wisdom on the world, would-bes and wannabes, it felt like I'd come full circle. As usual, I would run 10 miles to work and back and squeeze in another 8 miles during lunch when I could. Other weekends I'd do at least 35 to 40-mile run. It all added up to a succession of 130-mile weeks, and I was feeling strong. As spring bloomed, I added a heat training component by slipping on 4 or 5 layers of sweats, a beanie, and a Gore-Tex jacket before hitting the streets. When I showed up at work, my fellow SEAL instructors would watch, amazed, as I peeled off my wet clothes and stuffed them into black trash bags that together weighed nearly 15 pounds. I started my taper 4 weeks out and went from 130-mile weeks to an 80-mile week and down to a 60, 40, and 20. Tapering is supposed to generate an abundance of energy as you eat and rest, enabling the body to repair all the damage done and get you primed for competition. Instead, I never felt worse. I wasn't hungry, couldn't sleep at all. Some people said my body was starved for calories. Others suggested I might be low on sodium. My doctor measured my thyroid, and it was a little off, but the readings weren't so bad to explain how shitty I felt. Perhaps the explanation was simple, that I was overtrained. 2 weeks before the race, I considered pulling out. I worried it was my heart again, because on easy runs, I felt a surge of adrenaline that I couldn't even vent. Even a mellow pace sent my pulse racing into arrhythmia. 10 days before the race, I landed in Vegas. I had scheduled 5 runs, but couldn't get past the 3-mile mark on any of them. I wasn't eating that much, but the weight kept piling on. It was all water. I sought out another doctor who confirmed there was nothing physically wrong with me, and when I heard that, I was not about to be a pussy. During the opening miles and initial climb of Badwater 2014, my heart rate ran high, but part of that was the altitude, and 22 miles later I made it to the top in 6th or 7th place. Surprised and proud, I thought, let's see if I can go downhill. I've never enjoyed the brutality of running down a steep incline because it shreds the quads, but I also thought it would allow me to reset and calm my breath, but my body refused. I couldn't catch my breath at all. I hit the flat section at the bottom, slowed my pace, and began to walk. My competitors passed me by as my thighs twitched uncontrollably. My muscle spasms were so bad, my quads looked like there was an alien rattling around inside of them, and still I didn't stop. I walked for 4 miles before seeking shelter in a Lone Pine motel room where the Badwater medical team had set up shop. They checked me out and saw that my blood pressure was a bit low but easily corrected. I couldn't find a single metric that I could explain how stuffed I felt. I ate some solid food, rested, and decided to try one more time. There was a flat section leaving Lone Pine, and I thought if I could knock that out, perhaps I'd catch a second wind. But 6 or 7 miles later, my sails were empty, and I'd given all that I had. My muscles trembled and twitched. My heart jumped up and down at the chart. I looked over at my pacer and said, "That's it, man. I'm done." My support vehicle pulled up behind us, and I climbed inside. A few minutes later, I was laying on that same motel bed with my tail between my legs. It had just lasted just 50 miles, but any humiliation that came with quitting, not something I was used to, was drowned out by an instinct that something was way the hell off. It wasn't my fear talking or my desire for comfort. This time I was certain that if I didn't stop trying to break through this barrier, I wouldn't make it out of the Sierras alive. We left Lone Pine for Las Vegas the next night, and for 2 days I did my best to rest and recover, hoping my body would settle somewhere close to equilibrium. We were staying at the Wynn, and on that third morning I went for a jog to see if I had anything in the tank. 1 mile later, my heart was in my throat and shut it down. I walked back to the hotel, knowing that despite what the doctor said, I was sick, and suspecting that whatever I had was serious. Later that night, after seeing a movie in the Vegas suburbs, I felt weak. As we strolled to a nearby restaurant, the Elephant Bar, my mum was a few paces ahead, and I saw her in triplicate. I clenched my eyes shut, released them, and there were still 3 of her. She held the door open for me, and when I stepped into the cool confines, I felt a bit better. We slid into a booth opposite one another. I was too unsteady to read the menu and asked her to order for me. From there it got worse. When the runner showed up with our food, my vision blurred again. I strained to open my eyes wide and felt woozy as my mother looked to be floating above the table. "You're going to have to call an ambulance," I said, "because I'm going down." Desperate for some stability, I laid my head on the table, but my mum didn't dial 911. She crossed to my side, and I leaned on her as we made our way to the hostess stand and then back to the car. On the way, I shared much of my medical history as I could recall in short bursts in case I lost consciousness and she did have to call for help. Luckily, my vision and energy improved enough for her to drive me to the emergency room herself. My thyroid had been flagged in the past, so that's the thing the doctors explored. Many Navy SEALs have thyroid issues when they reach their 30s, because when you put mother lickers in extreme environments like Hellwick and the war, their hormone levels go haywire. When the thyroid gland is suboptimal, fatigue, muscle aches, and weakness are among more than a dozen major side effects. But my thyroid levels were close to normal. My heart checked out too. The ER docs in Vegas told me all I needed was rest. I went back to Chicago and saw my own doctor, who ordered a battery of blood tests. His office tested my endocrine and screened me for Lyme, hepatitis, rheumatoid arthritis, and a handful of other autoimmune diseases. Everything came back clean except for my thyroid, which is slightly suboptimal. But that didn't explain how I'd morphed so fast from an elite athlete capable of running hundreds of miles into a pretender who could barely muster the energy to tie his shoes, let alone run a mile without verging on collapse. I was in medical no man's land. I left his office with more questions than answered and had a prescription for thyroid medication. Each day that went by, I felt worse. Everything was crashing on me. I had trouble getting out of bed. I was constipated and achy. They took more blood and decided I had Addison's disease, an autoimmune illness that occurs when your adrenals are drained and your body doesn't produce enough cortisol, which was common in SEALs because we were primed to run on adrenaline. My doctor prescribed the steroid hydrocortisone, DHEA, and Armidex, among other meds. But taking his pills only accelerated my decline, and after that, he and the other doctors saw I was tapped out. They looked in their eyes, said it all. In their minds, I was either a crazy hypochondriac or I was dying. They didn't know what was killing me or how to heal me. I fought through it the best I could. My co-workers didn't know anything about my decline because I continued to show no weakness. My whole life, I'd been hiding all my insecurities and trauma. I kept all my vulnerabilities locked down beneath an iron veneer, but eventually the pain became so bad I couldn't even get out of bed. I called in sick and lay there, staring at the ceiling and wondering, could this be the end? Peering into the abyss sent my mind reeling back through the days, weeks, years, like fingers flipping through old files. I found all the best parts and tracked them together into a highlight loop, streamed on repeat. I grew up beat down and abused, filtered, uneducated through a system that rejected me at every turn until I took ownership and started to change. Since then, I'd been obese, I was married, I was divorced. I had 2 heart surgeries, taught myself to swim, and learned to run on broken legs. I was terrified of heights and took up high altitude skydiving. Water scared the living shit out of me, yet I became a technical diver and underwater navigator, which is several degrees of difficulty beyond scuba diving. I competed in more than 60 ultra-distance races, winning several, and just set a pull-up record. I shuddered through my early years in primary school and grew up to become the Navy SEAL's most trusted public speaker. I'd served my country on the battlefields. Along the way, I became driven to make sure that I could not be defined by the abuse I was born into or the bullying that I grew up with. I wouldn't be defined by talent either. I didn't have much or my own fears or weaknesses, which was the sum total of the obstacles that I'd overcome. And even though I told my story to students all over the country, I never stopped long enough to appreciate the tale I told or the life that I had built. In my mind, I didn't have the time to waste. I never hit snooze on my life clock because there was always something to do. If I worked a 20-hour day, I'd work out for an hour and sleep for 3, but I made sure to get that bottle of liquor in. My brain wasn't wired to appreciate. It was programmed to do work, scan the horizon and ask what's next and get it done. That's why I piled up so many rare feats. I was always on the hunt for the next big thing, but as I lay there in my bed, my body taut with tension and throbbing pain, I had a clear idea of what was next for me, the cemetery. After years of abuse, I'd finally shredded my physical body beyond repair. I was dying. For weeks and months, I searched for a cure to my medical mystery, but in that moment of catharsis, I didn't feel sad, I didn't feel cheated. I was only 38 years old, but I'd lived 10 lives and experienced a hell of a lot more than most 80-year-olds. I wasn't feeling sorry for myself. It made sense that at some point the toll would come due. I spent hours reflecting back on my journey. This time, I wasn't sifting through the jar or the heat of battle, hoping to find a ticket to victory. I was leveraging my life assets towards some new end. No, I was done fighting, and all I felt was gratitude. It wasn't meant to be this person. I had to fight myself at every turn, and my destroyed body was my biggest trophy. In that moment, I knew it didn't matter if I ever ran again, if I couldn't operate anymore, or if I lived or died. And with the acceptance of that came my deep appreciation. My eyes welled with tears, not because I was afraid, because at my lowest point, I found clarity. The kid I always judged so harshly didn't lie and cheat to hurt anyone's feelings. He did it for acceptance. He broke the rules because he didn't have the tools to compete and was ashamed for being dumb. He did it because he needed friends. I was afraid to tell the teachers I couldn't read. I was terrified of the stigma associated with special education. And instead of coming down on that kid for one more second, instead of chastising my younger self, I understood him for the first time. It was a lonely journey from there to here. I missed out on so much. I didn't have a lot of fun. Happiness wasn't my cocktail of choice. My brain had me on constant blast. I lived in fear and doubt, terrified of being a nobody and contributed to nothing. I judged myself constantly, and I judged everyone else around me too. Rage is a powerful thing. For years I'd raged at the world, channeled all my pain from my pain in the past and used it as fuel to propel me into the stratosphere. But I couldn't always control the blast radius. Sometimes my rage scorched people who weren't as strong as I'd become, who didn't work as hard, and I didn't swallow my tongue or hide my judgment. I let them know, and that hurt some of the people around me. And it allowed people who didn't like me to affect my military career. But lying in bed on that Chicago morning in the fall of 2014, I let all of that judgment go. I released myself and everyone I ever knew from all of the guilt of bitterness, the long list of haters, doubters, racist abusers, and that populated the past. I just couldn't hate them anymore. I appreciated them because they helped create me. And as that feeling stretched out, my mind quietened down. I'd been fighting a war for 38 years, and now at what felt like the very end, I had found peace. In this life, there are countless trails to self-realization, though most demand intense discipline. So very few take them. In southern Africa, the Sand people dance for 30 hours straight as a way to commune with the divine. In Tibet, pilgrims rise, kneel, and stretch out, face down on the ground before rising again in a ritual of prostration for weeks and months as they cover thousands of miles before arriving at a sacred temple and folding into deep meditation. In Japan, there's a secret sect of Zen monks that run 1,000 marathons, 1,000 days in a quest to find enlightenment through pain and suffering. I don't know if you could call what I felt on that bed enlightenment, but I do know that pain unlocks a secret doorway in the mind, one that leads to both peak performance and beautiful silence. At first, when you push beyond your perceived capability, your mind won't shut the hell up about it. It wants you to stop, so it sends you into a spin cycle of panic and doubt, which only amplifies your self-torture. But when you persist past that to the point that pain fully saturates the mind, you become single-pointed. The external world zeroes out, boundaries dissolve, and you feel connected to yourself and to all things in the depth of your soul. That's what I was after. Those moments of total connection and power, which came through me again in even deeper ways. I reflected on where I'd come from and all I put myself through. For hours, I floated in that tranquil space, surrounded by light feeling, as much gratitude as pain, as much appreciation as there was discomfort. At some point, the revelry broke like a fever. I smiled, placed my palms over my watery eyes, and rubbed the top and then the back of my head. At the base of my neck, I felt a familiar knot. It bulged bigger than ever. I threw off the covers and examined the knots above my hip flexors next. Those had grown too. Could it be that basic? Could my suffering be linked to those knots? I flashed back to a session with an expert in stretching and advanced physical and mental training methods the SEALs brought to our base in Coronado in 2010, named Joe Hippensteel. Joe was an undersized decathlete in college, driven to make the Olympic team. But when you're a 5'8" guy going up against world-class decathletes who average 6'3", that isn't easy. He decided to build up his lower body so he could override his genetics to jump higher and run faster than his bigger, stronger opponents. At one point, he was squatting twice his own body weight for 10 sets of 10 reps in one session. But with that increase in muscle came a lot of tension. Intention invited injury. The harder therapist he visited, when he was told he tore his hamstring before the trials, his Olympic dream died, and he realized he needed to change the way he trained his body. He began balancing his stroke work with extensive stretching, and noticed whenever he stretched a certain range of motion in a given muscle group or joint, whatever pain lingered vanished. He became his own guinea pig and developed optimal ranges of motion for every muscle and joint in the human body. He never went to the doctor or physical therapist again because he found his own methodologies much more effective. If an injury cropped up, he treated himself with a stretching regimen. Over the years, he built up a reputation among elite athletes in the area. In 2010, was introduced to some Navy SEALs. Word spread at the Naval Special Warfare Command, and he was eventually invited to introduce his range of motion routine to about 24 SEALs. I was one of them. As he lectured, he examined and stretched us out. The problem with most guys, he said, was our overuse of muscles without the appropriate balance of flexibility, and those issues trace back to Hell Week, when we were asked to do thousands of flutter kicks and lie back in the cold water with waves washing over us. He estimated it would take 20 hours of intensive stretching using his protocol to get us most back to normal range of motion in the hips, which can then be maintained. He said with just 20 minutes of stretching every day, optimal range of motion is required, a larger commitment. When he got to me, he took a good look and shook his head. As you know, I tasted Hell Week 3 times. He started to stretch me out and said I was so locked up, it was like trying to stretch steel cables. You're going to need hundreds of hours, he said. At the time, I didn't pay him any mind because I had no plans to take up stretching. I was obsessed with strength and power. Everything I had read suggested that an increase in flexibility meant an equal and opposite decrease in speed and force. The view from my deathbed altered my perspective. I pulled myself up, staggered to the bathroom mirror, turned and examined the knot on my head. I stood as tall as I could. It looked like I had lost not 1, but nearly 2 inches in height. My range of motion had never been worse. What if Joe was right? What if? One of my mottos these days is peaceful, but never satisfied. It was one thing to enjoy the peace of self-acceptance, and my acceptance of the effed up world as it is, but that didn't mean I was going to lie down and wait to die without at least trying to save myself. It didn't mean then, doesn't mean now, that I will accept the imperfect or just plain wrong without fighting to change things for the better. I tried accessing the mainstream mind to find healing, but the doctors and the drugs didn't do shit, except make me feel a whole lot worse. I had no other cards to play. All I could do was try to stretch myself back to health. The first posture was simple. I sat on the ground and tried to cross my legs, Indian style, but my hips were so tight, my knees were up around my ears. I lost my balance, rolled onto my back. It took all my strength to right myself and try again. I stayed in position for 10 seconds, maybe 15, before straightening my legs because it was too damn painful. Cramps squeezed and pinched every muscle in my lower body. Sweat oozed from my pores, but after a short rest, I folded up my legs and took more pain. I cycled through that same stretch on and off for an hour, and slowly my body started to open. I did a simple quad stretch next, the one we all learned to do in middle school. Standing on my left leg, I bent my right and grabbed my foot with my right hand. Joe was right. My quads were so bulky and tight, it was like stretching steel cables. Again, I stayed in the posture until the pain was 7 out of 10. Then I took a short break and hit the other side. The standing posture helped to release my quad and stretch out my psoas. The psoas is the only muscle connecting our spine to our lower legs. It wraps around the back of the pelvis, governs the hips, and is known as the fight or flight muscle. As you know, my whole life was fight or flight. As a young kid, drowning in toxic stress, I worked that muscle overtime. Judo during my 3 hell weeks, Ranger School, and Delta Selection, not to mention war, but I never did anything to loosen it up. And as an athlete, I continued to tap my sympathetic nervous system and had been grinding so hard my psoas continued to stiffen, especially on long runs. Where sleep deprivation and cold weather came into play, now it was trying to choke me from the inside out. I learned later that it had tilted my pelvis, compressed my spine, and wrapped my connective tissue tight. It shaved 2 inches off my height. I spoke to Joe about it recently. What was happening to you is a extreme case of what happens to 90% of the population, he said. Your muscles were so locked up that your blood wasn't circulating very well. They were like a frozen steak. You can't inject blood into a frozen steak, and that's why you were shutting down. And I wouldn't let go without a fight. Each stretch plunged me into the fire. I had so much inflammation and internal stiffness that the slightest movement hurt. Say nothing of long hold poses meant to isolate my quads and psoas. When I sat down and did the butterfly stretch next, the torture intensified. I stretched for 2 hours that day, woke up sore as hell, and got back after it. On day 2, I stretched for 6 full hours. I did the same 3 poses over and over, then tried to sit on my heels in a double quad stretch that was pure agony. I worked a calf stretch in 2. Each session started off rough, but after an hour or 2, my body released enough for the pain to ease up. Before long, I was folded into stretches for upwards of 12 hours a day. I woke up at 6 a.m., stretched until 9 a.m., and then stretched on and off while at the desk at work, especially while I was on the phone. I'd stretch out during my lunch hour, and then after I got home at 5 p.m., I'd stretch until I hit the sack. I came up with a routine, started at my neck and shoulders before moving into the hips, psoas, glutes, quads, hamstrings, and calf. Stretching became my new obsession. I bought a massage ball to tenderize my psoas. I propped a board up against a closed door at 70-degree angle and used it to stretch my calf. I've been suffering for the better part of 2 years, and after several months of continual stretching, I noticed the bump at the base of my skull had started to shrink, along with the knots around my hip flexors, and my overall health and energy levels improved. I wasn't anywhere close to flexible yet, and I wasn't completely back to myself, but I was off all but my thyroid medication, and the more I stretched, the more my condition improved. I kept it for at least 6 hours a day for weeks, then months, and years later, I'm still doing it. I retired from the military as a chief in the Navy in November 2015. The only military man ever to be part of Air Force TAC P, 3 Navy SEAL Hell Weeks in 1 year, completing 2 of them, and graduate buds at Army Ranger School. It was a bittersweet moment because the military was a big part of my identity. It helped shape me and make me a better man, and I gave it everything I had. By then, Bill Brown had moved on too. He grew up marginalized like me, wasn't supposed to amount to much, and even got bounced from his first buds class by instructors who questioned his intelligence. Today, he is a lawyer at a major firm in Philadelphia. Freak Brown proved and continues to prove himself. Sledge is still in the SEAL teams. When I met him, he was a big-time boozer, but after our workouts, his mentality changed. He went from never running at all to running marathons, from riding a bicycle to becoming one of the fastest cyclists in San Diego. He's finished multiple Ironman triathlons. They say iron sharpens iron. We proved that. Sean Dobbs never became a SEAL, but he did become an officer. He's a lieutenant commander these days, and he's still a hell of an athlete. He's an Ironman, an accomplished cyclist, was honor man in the Navy's Advanced High School, and later earned a graduate degree. One reason for all his success is because he comes to his failures in Hell Week, which means it no longer owns him. SBG is still in the Navy too, but he's not messing with buds candidates anymore. He analyzes data to make sure naval special warfare continues to become smarter, stronger, and more effective than ever. He's an egghead now, an egghead with an edge, but I was with him when he was at his physical peak, and he was a stud. Since our dark days in Buffalo and Brazil, my mother has also completely transformed her life. She earned her master's degree in education and serves as a volunteer in a domestic violence task force when she's not working as a senior associate vice president at a national medical school. As for me, stretching helped me to get my powers back. As my time in the military wound down, while still in rehab zone, I studied to recertify as an EMT. Once again, I utilized my longhand memorization skills I'd been honing since high school to finish at the top of my class. I also attended TEEX Fire Training Academy, where I graduated top honor man in my class. Eventually, I started running again, this time with 0 side effects, and when I got back into it in decent enough shape, I entered a few ultras and returned to the top spot in several, including the Strolling Jim 40 miler in Tennessee and Infinitus 88K in Vermont, both in 2016. But that wasn't enough, so I became a wildland firefighter in Montana. After wrapping up my first season on the fire lines of the summer of 2015, I stopped by my mother's place in Nashville for a visit. At midnight, her phone rang. My mother is like me in that sense. She doesn't have a wide circle of friends and doesn't get many phone calls during decent hours. So this was either wrong number or an emergency. I could hear Tunis Jr. on the other end of the line. I hadn't seen or spoken to him in over 15 years. Our relationship broke down the moment he chose to stay with our father rather than tough it out with us. For most of my life, I found his decision impossible to forgive or accept. But like I said, I changed through the years. My mother kept me updated on the basics. He'd eventually stepped away from her father and his shady businesses, earned a PhD, and became a college administrator. He is also a great father to his kids. I could tell by Mum's voice that something was all wrong. All I remembered hearing was my mum asking, "Are you sure it's Kayla?" When she hung up, she explained that Kayla, his 18-year-old daughter, had been hanging out with friends in Indianapolis. At some point, loser acquaintances rolled up, bad blood boiled, a gun was pulled, shots rang out, and a stray bullet found one of the teenagers. When his ex-wife called him in panic mode, he drove to the crime scene, but when he arrived, he was held outside the yellow tank and kept in the dark. He could see Kayla's car and her body under a tarp, but nobody would tell him if his daughter was alive or dead. My mother and I hit the road immediately. I drove 80 miles per hour through slanted rain for 5 hours straight to Indianapolis. We pulled into his driveway shortly after he returned from the crime scene, where while standing outside the yellow tape, he was asked to identify his daughter from a picture of her body taken on the detective's cell phone. He wasn't offered the dignity of privacy or time to pay respects. He had to do all that later. He opened the door, took a few steps towards us, and broke down crying. My mother got there first, and I pulled my brother in for a hug, and all of our bullshit issues no longer mattered. The Buddha famously said that life is suffering. I'm not a Buddhist, but I know what he meant, and so do you. To exist in this world, we must contend with humiliation, broken dreams, sadness, and loss. That's just nature. Each specific life comes with its own personalized portion of pain. It's coming for you. You can't stop it, and you know it. In response, most of us are programmed to seek comfort as a way to numb it all out and cushion the blows. We carve out safe spaces. We consume media that confirms our beliefs. We take up hobbies aligned with our talents. We try to spend as little as time as possible doing the tasks that we absolutely loathe, and that makes us soft. We live a life defined by the limits we imagine and desire for ourselves because it's comfortable as hell in that box, not just for us, but for our closest family and friends. The limits we create and accept become the lens through which they see us, through which they love and appreciate us. But for some, those limits start to feel like bondage, and when we least expect it, our imagination jumps those walls and hunts down dreams that in the immediate aftermath feel attainable. Because most dreams are, we are inspired to make changes, little by little, and it hurts. Breaking the shackles and stretching beyond our perceived limits takes hard effing work, oftentimes physical work. When you put yourself on the line, self-doubt and pain will greet you with a stinging combination that will buckle your knees. Most people who are merely inspired and motivated will quit at that point, and upon their return, their cells will feel that much smaller, their shackles even tighter. The few who remain outside their walls will encounter even more pain and much more doubt, courtesy of those who we thought we were our biggest fans. When it was time for me to lose 106 pounds in less than 3 months, everyone I talked to told me there was no way I could do it. Don't expect too much, they all said. Their weak-ass dialogue only fed my own self-doubt. But it's not the external voice that will break you down. It's what you tell yourself that matters. The most important conversations you'll ever have are the ones you'll have with yourself. You wake up with them. You walk around with them. You go to bed with them. And eventually, you act on them. Whether they be good or bad, we are all our own worst haters and doubters because of self-doubt. It's a natural reaction to any bold attempt to change your life for the better. You can't stop it from blooming in your brain, but you can neutralize it and all the other external chatter by asking, what if? What if is an exquisite fuck you to anyone who has ever doubted your greatness or stood in your way. It silences negativity. It's a reminder that you don't really know what you're capable of until you put everything you've got on the line. It makes the impossible feel at least a little more possible. What if it's the power and permission to face down your darkest demons, your worst memory, and accept them as part of your history? If and when you do that, you will be able to use them as fuel to envision the most audacious, outrageous achievement and just go get it. We live in a world with a lot of insecure, jealous people. Some of them are our best friends. They are blood relatives. Failure terrifies them. So does our success. Because when we transcend what we once thought possible, push our limits, and become more, our light reflects off all the walls they've built up around them. Your light enables them to see the contours of their prison, their own self-limitations. But if they are truly the great people you always believe them to be, their jealousy will evolve, and soon their imagination might hop its feet, and it will be their turn to change for the better. I hope that's what this book has done for you. I hope that right now you are nose to concrete with your own bullshit limits you didn't even know were there. I hope you are willing to do the work to break them down. I hope you're willing to change. You'll feel pain, but if you accept it, endure it, and callous your mind, you'll reach a point where not even pain can hurt you. There is a catch, however. When you live this way, there is no end to it. Thanks to all that stretching, I'm in better shape at 43 than I was in my 20s. Back then I was always sick, wound tight, stressed out. I never analysed why I kept getting stress fractures. I just taped that shit up. No matter what ailed my body, not my mind, I had the same solution. Tape it up and move the F on. Now I'm smarter than I've ever been, and I'm still getting after it. In 2018, I went back to the mountains to become a wildland firefighter again. I hadn't been in the field for 3 years, and since then I got used to training in nice gyms and living in comfort. Some might call it luxury. I was in a plush hotel room in Vegas when the 416 fire sparked and I got the call. What started as a 2,000-acre grass fire in the San Juan range of Colorado's Rocky Mountains was growing into a record-breaking 55,000-acre monster. I hung up a quarter-pot lane to Grand Junction, loaded up in a U.S. Forest Service truck, and drove 3 hours to the outskirts of Durango, Colorado, where I suited up in my green Nemex pants, yellow long-sleeve button-down, my hard hat, field glasses and gloves, grabbed my Super Pulaski, wildland firefighter's most trusted weapon. I can dig for hours with that thing, and that's what we do. We don't spray water, we specialize in containment. And that means digging lines and clearing brush so there's no fuel in the path of an inferno. We dig and run and dig until every muscle is spent, and we do it all over again. On our first day and night, we dug fire lines around vulnerable homes as walls of flames marched forward from less than a mile away. We glimpsed the burn through the trees and felt the heat in the drought-stricken forest. From there, we were deployed to 10,000 feet and worked on a 45-degree slope, digging as deep as possible, trying to get to the mineral soil that won't burn. At one point, a tree fell and risked hitting one of my teammates by 8 inches. It would have killed him. We could smell smoke in the air. Our sawyers, the chainsaw experts, kept cutting dead and dying trees. We hauled that brush out beyond the creek bed piles. It was scattered every 50 feet over 3 miles. Each one measured roughly 7 to 8 feet tall. We worked like that for a week of 18-hour shifts at $12 an hour before taxes. It was 80 degrees during the day, 36 degrees at night. When the shift was over, we laid out our mats and slept in the open wherever we were, then woke up and got back after it. I didn't change my clothes for 6 days. Most of the people on my crew were at least 15 younger than me. All of them were hard as nails, and among the very hardest working people I'd ever met, including and especially the women. None of them ever complained when we were done. We'd cleared a line 3.2 miles long, wide enough to stop a monster from burning down a mountain. At 43, my wildland firefighting career is just getting started. I love being a part of a team of hard mother effers like them, and my ultra career is about to be born again too. I'm just young enough to bring hell on and still get out there and get after it. I'm running faster now than I ever have, and I don't need any tape or props on my feet. When I was 33, I ran at an 8:35 per mile pace. Now I'm running at 7:15 per mile very comfortably. I'm still getting used to this new, flexible, fully functioning body and getting accustomed to my new self. My passion still burns, but to be honest, it takes a bit longer to channel my rage. It's not camped out on my home screen anymore. A single unconscious twitch from an overwhelming my heart and head. Now I have to access it consciously. But when I do, I can still feel all the challenges and obstacles, the heartbreak and hard work like it happened yesterday. That's why you can feel my passion on podcasts and videos. That shit is still there. See it into my brain like scar tissue, telling me like a shadow that's trying to chase me down and swallow me whole, but always drives me forward. Whatever failures and accomplishments pile up in the years to come, and there will be plenty of both, I'm sure, I'll know I'll continue to give it my all and set goals that seem impossible to most. And when those mother lickers say so, I'll look them dead in the eye and respond with one simple question. What if? Acknowledgements. This book was 7 years in the making, with 6 failed attempts along the way, before being introduced to the first and only writer who truly understood my passion and captured my voice. I want to thank Adam Skolnick for the countless hours spent learning everything about me and my effed up life to pull together all the pieces and bring my story to life in print. Words can't express how proud I am of the truthfulness, vulnerability, and raw candor of this book. Jennifer Kish, I do not have the words. A lot of people say that, but it is the truth. Only you truly know how hard this process was for me to pull off. And without you by my side, there would be no book at all. It is because of you I was able to take the time off writing to go fight fighters while you took care of the business. behind the book, knowing I had Kish in my corner enabled me to make the very ballsy decision to self-publish. Because of your work ethic, that I had the confidence to turn down a substantial book advance, knowing that you alone can shoulder what an entire publishing house can do. All I can say is thank you and I love you. My mum, Jackie Gardner, we have had a hard, effed up life, one that we can both be proud of because there are many times we have both been knocked flat on our asses with no one around to pick us up. Somehow you always found a way to get the F up. I know there were many times when you were concerned for me and wanted me to stop. Thank you for never acting upon your feelings, as it allowed me to find more of me. For most people, this is not how you would talk to your mother as a thank you, but only you know how powerful this message truly is. Stay is, love you, Mum. My brother Trunis, our lives on the way we grew up at times made us enemies, but when the shit hit the fan, we were both there for one another. At the end of the day, that is true brotherhood to me. Much appreciation and thanks to the following people followed Adam and I to interview them for this book. Your recollection of the events helped me create an accurate and true depiction of my life and how these particular events unfolded. My cousin Damien, while you were always a favourite growing up, I had some of my better times in life hanging out with you, just doing stupid shit. Johnny Nichols, our friendship while growing up in Brazil, was the only positive thing I had at times. Many people know the darkness that I'd experienced as a kid like you do. Thanks for being there when I truly needed you most. Kirk Freeman, I want to thank you for your honesty. You were one of the few who were willing to tell the painful truth about some of my challenges in Brazil, and for that I will be forever grateful. Scott Guerin, to this day you will know how much your story and you just being you helped at a time in my life where darkness was all that I could see. You have no idea the impact that on a 14-year-old kid. It's a true saying, you never know who is watching you, and I happen to be watching you that day at P-Doc School. Grateful for your friendship after all these years. Victor Pina, I have many stories to tell, but the one thing I will say is that you were always there, thick and thin, and I will give everything you had. For that, mad respect, brother. Stephen Shaljo, if it weren't for you, there might not even be a book. You were the best recruiter in the Navy. Thanks again for believing in me. Kenny Bigby, thanks for being the other black guy at Buds. Your sense of humor was always right at the time. To the white David Goggins, Bill Brown, your willingness to go the distance in the longest of times made me better in the hardest of times. Last time I saw you, you were on a mission in Iraq. I was manning a 50 cal and you were manning an M60. Hope to see you stateside in the near future. Drew Sheets, thank you for having the courage to be in front of the boat with me in my third hell week. Very few know how heavy that shit is. Who would ever think that a redneck and black guy would become so tight? It's true what they say, opposites attract. Short and dogs, it takes a lot of courage to do what you did in this book. I put myself out there to the reader, but you didn't have to. All I can say is thank you for allowing me to share part of your story. It will definitely change lives. Brent Gleason, one of the few guys I know where the first time, every time, truly applies. Very few will even know what this means. Stay hard, Brent. SBG, you were one of the first SEALs I ever met, and you set the bar high. Thank you for pushing me in all 3 BUDS classes, and for the quick heart rate monitoring training class. Donna DaCosta, to the best swim buddy a guy could ever have. Your leadership during my first platooning was second to none. Sledge, all I can say is that iron definitely sharpens iron. Thank you for being one of the few guys that got after it with me every day and was willing to go against the grain and be misunderstood in your quest to get better. Morgan Luttrell, we will always be connected from our moment in humor. Chris Kosman, you unknowingly forced me to find a whole other level of myself. John Metz, thank you for following an inexperienced man into your race. You changed my life forever. Chris Roman, your professionalism and attention to details have always amazed me. You're a big reason why I was able to get third in one of the hard foot races on the planet. Eddie Rosenthal, thank you for all your support and the amazing work you do for the Special Operations Warrior Foundation. Admiral Ed Winters, humbled to have worked with you for so many years. Working for an admiral definitely puts pressure on me to bring my very best at all times. Thank you for your continued support. Steve Wazowski, justice was done and I thank you for that. Hawk, when you sent me that email about the 13%, I knew we were kindred spirits. You're one of the few people in this world to understand me and my mentality without explanation. Doc Schreckengast, thank you for putting me in that echo. That shit might have saved my life. T, thanks for pushing me on that rock, brother. Continue charging. Ronald Goebbels, continue leading by example and stay hard. Class 0304 RLTW. Joe Hippensteel, thanks for showing me the proper ways to stretch. It's truly changed my life. Ryan Dexter, thanks for walking with me for 75 miles and helping me get to 205 miles. Keith Kirby, thanks for your continued support throughout the years. Nanda Tamaska, thank you for opening your gym to me and my team for the pull-up record. Your hospitality, kindness, and support will never be forgotten. Dan Cottrell, to give without expecting anything in return is a rare find. Thank you for allowing one of my dreams to be a jumper in my 40s come true. Fred Thompson, thank you for allowing me to work with your amazing team this year. I learned so much from you and your crew. Mad respect. Mark Edelman, thank you for being part of the team from day one and for your counsel at every step along the way. To push past your perceived limitations this year, I'm proud of all of your accomplishments. Brand Fire, thank you for your creative genius and the creation of DavidGoggins.com. Finally, my sincere gratitude and appreciation for the amazing team at Scribe Media. From the first contact with Tucker Max to the last and every touch point in between, you and every member of your team over-delivered, just as you said you would. Special thanks to the consummate professional Ellie Cole, my publishing manager Zach O'Brien, for helping me create an amazing marketing plan, Hal Clifford, my editor, and Aaron Taylor, the most talented book cover designer I could ever imagine, who helped me create the sickest book cover of all times. Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. The Lint Cafe Siege by Officer Ray. The incredible inside story of 2 days that traumatized the nation and one man's journey of resilience and hope. The suppression of Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. Readers will notice that some details in this book have been deliberately blanked out. These banned words, phrases, and minor descriptions are currently the subject of legal suppression over the course of the coronial inquest into the Lint Cafe siege. The New South Wales State Coroner made a substantial number of non-publication orders. Many were related to the Tactical Operations Unit and granted at the request of the New South Wales Police Force through public interest immunity. Orders relevant to Tiger, Tiger, Tiger cover police methodology and the deployment of specialized equipment, as well as the suppression of an operator's full name and identity. With their approval, my TOU mates have only been identified by an alias. One such order still in force is specific to the non-publication of my identity. This includes photographs and drawings. For the purpose of the inquest, I was simply referred to as Officer A. Right now, if I were to publish my full name, I would be in breach of this order. However, despite numerous well-intentioned requests to both the coroner and the police hierarchy, I was not provided with the relevant requirements, but rather referred to an extensive list of limited detail, public domain, non-publication orders. Importantly, these orders only relate to the Lint Cafe siege and subsequent inquiry. Unlike the restrictions placed on me by the New South Wales coroner, I have been informed that the Police Regulation 2015 specifically bans me from disclosing privileged information that derives from my capacity as a member of the New South Wales Police Force, despite no longer serving. For these reasons, from the beginning, I have been very carefully in how I wrote about certain details, especially those that could potentially compromise an officer's safety or operational effectiveness. Many of my best mates still serve in the TOU, and I would never increase the risk to them or any other serving police officer. I believed that I had successfully achieved this. My good intentions were clearly shown by my briefing of all parties prior to publication. Surprisingly and disappointingly, I was met with official silence, stonewalling, and then with what could be interpreted as veiled threats of imprisonment and crippling fines if I were to publish my book in an unredacted form. The truth is, there is nothing in Tiger, Tiger, Tiger that a Google search and countless YouTube clips wouldn't reveal within minutes. These open access sources yield far more detail than anything I've written. Even movies or popular television shows about special weapons and tactics or special forces expose detailed methodology and the use of specialized equipment. And then there are countless online computer games such as Call of Duty that rely on the input of ex-special forces soldiers to create authenticity and realism. I put this argument to the decision makers. They refuse to acknowledge common sense. And so, in this first edition, I have temporarily masked some details and pushed forward with publication. Importantly, there are pending applications to remove both current restrictions and general suppression. Notwithstanding, I've chosen to leave my story intact. This is because included in the suppression list are details that have been widely broadcast on Channel 9, A Current Affair, ABC, the national broadcaster, Four Corners, and even an episode of the Sevens network, The Force, together with countless other news stories and press articles. Significantly, several books written by ex-New South Wales police officers, including one by a former TOU operator, were not opposed, according to my understanding. Were these programs broadcast and books published with the knowledge of the police hierarchy? Because, at the very least, they set a precedent for the free publication of my story in its entirety. An example is the demand to remove all reference to methods of entry into strongholds. This was despite the police hierarchy inviting A Current Affair to film and report on a comprehensive TOU capability display that included every one of the tactical methods of entry written about in this book. Rest assured, however, that despite a concerted effort to suppress Tiger, especially a first-hand account of the bravery of my TOU mates, this story will be told. Acknowledgements to my publisher, Teresa McComb, The End of Publishing Limited. I say thank you for recognizing the importance of my story. Special recognition is also extended to my editors, Dr. Rob Goodfellow and Mr. Peter O'Neill of Cultural Consulting, to my family and friends, as well as my good mates and colleagues, without whose unfailing encouragement and supporting this book would not have been possible. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the following people for their timely endorsements: Tony Abbott AC, Prime Minister of Australia; Mike Baird AO, Premier of New South Wales; Ray Hadley OAM, 9 radio broadcaster; Louise Hope, Lind Cafe siege hostage survivor; and Dawn O'Neill AM, former CEO of Lifeline and Beyond Blue. This is a remarkable book that I couldn't put down and finish reading through a haze of tears. If you want to know about life as a cop, from general duties to tactical operations, you must read it. It's all there. The adrenaline, the exhilaration, the terror, the nature, as well as boredom and the frustration with the bureaucracy, judiciary, and the higher-ups. Finally, there's coming to terms with post-traumatic stress disorder, and never again was being able to do what was loved and lived. For Officer A has done much, suffered much, and overcome much. Reading Tiger is like listening to a mate by your side, taking you through the things that most of us wonder about but never experience. May others be inspired to take on life in the same way. Tony Abbott AC, Prime Minister of Australia. Against what standard does one judge a man demanded to stare down death to savage strangers? Who will dare say that they could have done better? New South Wales State Coroner Michael Barnes. Forward. Do you remember what you were doing the day of the Lind Cafe terrorist attack? For those of us held captive and those poised to rescue us, there remains a shared bond, a moment in times of common grief and unique terror. For this reason, the New South Wales Police Tactical Operation Unit, the TOU, will always hold a special place in my heart. After the siege, I spent 3 months in hospital and many more in rehabilitation. My mother, Robin, who was also wounded, spent the years until her passing in 2018, trying to get over what happened to her. Some wounds are not visible. Trauma can take its own sweet time before it grabs your heart and shakes your innards out. And there you are, imagining that for all you've experienced and all you've seen and all the hits you've taken, somehow you're special enough to get away with it. Officer A's story explains that no matter how tough, trained, skilled, and brilliant you might be, post-traumatic stress disorder can still get you in the end. I am so grateful for this honest account of what happened to Officer A and his TOU mates. Even after all these years, I find many questions remain unanswered. This extraordinary book has helped fill those gaps, and in doing so, has brought me great comfort. Preface. I first got the idea of Tiger after my psychologist encouraged me to record past traumas as part of PTSD therapy. However, my writing this book is that a frontline unfiltered encounter of the courageous actions of the Tactical Operations Unit in response to the Lind Cafe terrorist attack needs to be told, and in doing so, my hope is that it might also provide closure for everyone involved. Tiger is my all-in story about an Aussie SWAT cop and his mates, the boys in black, who risked everything to save the Lind Cafe hostages. It will challenge what you thought you knew about the siege, but more than that, it shares significant moments in my life and policing career that led to Lind, the reality of everyday policing, our selection and training, my role as a TOU operator and sniper, as well as the TOU's involvement in countless high-risk, life-threatening operations protecting the community and arresting the worst in society, always faced as a team of professionals with loyalty and mateship. Writing Tiger, Tiger, Tiger has been personally confronting. I'm not the sort of person who is normally comfortable with talking about how I feel, but as I began to recall operational details about the Lint Cafe siege and I write them down, I surprised myself at how emotionally honest my descriptions were. In doing this, I've revealed far more than I ever imagined or intended. This is because I have another story to tell. Like other emergency service officers, I paid a high price for my service. I know firsthand the heartache and hurt this can cause and the terrible tolls it takes on the lives of our families and loved ones. So my other purpose in telling this story of a frontline TOU officer is to explain my personal resilience. This is because if I can find a way of living with the psychological damage done to me in the line of duty, then there is another message in this book, one of hope. Officer A, Ben, October 2022, Prologue. Alpha Team, prepare to initiate the emergency action, our sergeant yelled. The lives of the hostages were now in the hands of the TOU alone. Ready yourselves, boys. We're about to go in. Boom. Another shotgun blast went off inside the cafe. What the fuck is happening in there? I said out loud. Is he executing hostages? I took every ounce of my strength and discipline not to break rank and run in. I was like an overword. Watch string. Just give us the order for Christ's sake, one of the younger boys said in the stack as he rolled out. Hold, our sergeant roared. Boom! A third shot went off inside the cafe. I felt the blood pulsing in my ears. Over the sergeant's radio, I could hear, hostage down, white window 2. Repeat, hostage down, white window 2. I checked my laser pointer and light source one final time. With a single sharp slap on my left palm, I confirmed that the magazine of my M4 was firmly seated. I was completely focused. I slowed my breathing and stared at the cafe entrance door, just waiting for the code word. Around the campfire. When I meet someone for the first time and get asked to tell them a bit about myself, I usually say, I got 3 daughters and I live in X. But what they really want to know is, what do you do for a job? So I usually answer, nothing special. What about you? This is because experience has taught me that some people have preconceived ideas about police officers, and this can make them feel uncomfortable. I've always been proud of being a cop, but I never offer it up straight away. If I do, it often leads to a list of all too familiar questions like, there was this speeding fine I got a few years ago. I think the cop's name was Peter Smith. You must know him. I usually just let that one go. If they press me, I say, we're actually the 3rd largest police force in the world. I work in the TOU. The TOU, not the Highway Patrol. Is the TOU like SWAT? Yeah, pretty similar, eh? I continue. And then they usually ask, so you're in the riot squad? Then, nope, definitely not. I add, shaking my head and smiling. Another question I often get is, have you ever shot anyone? Nah, I just don't want to talk about that. Then the conversation awkwardly moves on to, so what sort of jobs do you actually do then? And I answer, basically the TOU and New South Wales response to all high-risk operation, like sieges and hostages situation. Armed robberies? Yeah, that too. Basically any job where someone has a weapon and is willing to use it on the cops. Then you see them thinking, because this always provokes a reaction. Terrorism incidents? Are you the ones that did the Lint Cafe job? Inevitably, the next question is, were you involved? And then they offer their opinion on how that operation should have been conducted. When we're asked to describe ourselves, most people think about what they do for a job, because that's such a big part of who we are, especially for a police officer. When cops clock off for the day, they still have the same powers and responsibilities to intervene if they witness a crime or a person that needs assistance. But I'm much more than that. Who I am, my story of resilience, and how this played out during and after the Lint Cafe siege started long before I became a police officer. And so, to get a true understanding of my journey and adrenaline-charged career in police tactical operations, constantly exposed to confrontation, violence, and death, I want to take a few pages to describe where that is coming from. I was a happy kid living in a world of my own imagination. I built miniature motocross tracks in the sandpit and made the noises of a two-stroke motorbike at full throttle while I won the fantasy AMA 250cc Supercross Championship, overtaking the great Jeremy Regras on the final burn across the finish line unopposed. But there was no podium celebration in my imaginary world, no lifting the trophy above my head to the roar and approval of the crowd, because even at that age, it was never about recognition. When I did occasionally snap out of my pretend world, it was to watch the Bush Tucker Man on ABC television, because Major Leslie James Hiddens was my hero. We were rural, and the antenna would only pick up the ABC, so that was that. I grew up on 5 acres in the Hawkesbury, 1.5 hours northwest of Sydney, and was free to have all sorts of adventures with my younger brother Luke and baby sister Leah. I was surrounded by animals: chickens, cows, dogs and ducks, goats, guinea pigs, horses and rabbits. I'd often capture lizards and mice in the grain shed and keep them as safe pets until my mother convinced me to release them. My mum was always caring for injured wildlife. One day, I walked into her ensuite bathroom and found a flying fox hanging from the shower head. He looked at me and squawked. I looked at him and shrieked. We cared for Batty the fruit bat until he regained his strength and released him back to his mates. He returned every night to eat nectarines in the tree outside my bedroom window. My father was a country boy who grew up on a 3,000-acre sheep farm. He believed in hard work and the outback. So much of my childhood was spent in the bush. My mother was from the North Shore of Sydney. She was a city girl. She introduced me to culture and people through art galleries, museums, and trips to the Big Smoke. But her true passion was nature conservation and the works of Sir David Attenborough. Soon enough, it became my passion too. I spent a lot of time with my grandfather, around a fire, brewing a billy tea and baking damper, smothered with Cocky's Joy, golden syrup, which has always been popular at outback stations, and listening to bushranger stories. My grandfather was a great source of family history, and just about everything else for that matter. I learned from him that my surname comes from the Middle English and an occupational name for someone who traded in gold coins. He also told me that I was related to the universal human rights advocate and writer Annie Besant, and to the prolific 19th century novelist and historian Sir Walter Besant, his brother William Henry Besant, an accomplished mathematician, and Cecil Rhodes, the founding Prime Minister of what was once called the Cape Colony. I was also a descendant of English free settlers and Irish convicts, together with Aboriginals and Afro-Caribbean ancestors from the very first years of Botany Bay, New South Wales. Was Ned Kelly a hero? I asked my grandpa one night, as the two of us quietly sat around a campfire. Well, Benny boy, you have both English and Irish ancestors, and other. Besides, the English and the Irish are very different versions of the Ned Kelly legend. The Irish see it as a story of someone who fought against English mistreatment of Irish settlers. To them, Ned was a hero. Your English ancestors have always sided up with the police who say he was a criminal. Let me tell you the story from both sides, and you can decide for yourself. From that moment, I admired people who could present a balanced argument and then leave it up to you to judge the evidence for yourself. I mistrusted those who clearly had their own agendas. There were many campfire stories about my family. My grandfather had been a soldier in the famed 4th Australian Light Horse Regiment during the First World War and was in the Battle of Beersheba, one of the last massed cavalry charges in history. Actually, the Light Horse were mounted infantry. He also served as a radio operator in the battles of Megiddo and Gaza and what was then the Ottoman Empire and later British Palestine. Like many of my fellow Generation X's, I was raised in the Anzac tradition of loyalty, mateship, sacrifice, and service, which made my generation self-sufficient, resourceful, and individualistic. My grandfather had been a flight engineer in the Royal Australian Air Force during the Second World War. Sometimes, if I pestered him, he would tell me a story. Grandpa, please tell me about the bombers, I'd ask. Well, Benny boy, a lot of our fellas didn't make it back, you know. What do you mean, Grandpa? Killed? Our chances of surviving over Germany were very low, he replied, looking past me to somewhere long ago and far away, incredibly low. Apparently, his best mate had flown so many missions that according to Bomber Command, he was supposed to have died 2.5 times over. My grandpa told me about one bombing mission that his friend was on, where a German fighter shot their plane up so badly, one engine was knocked out, there was smoke trailing from another, and the pilot was hit by shrapnel in the leg. My friend was next to him in the cabin. He forced his thumb into the jagged wound to stop the blood flow from an artery. I grimaced. It might seem like too much detail for a kid, but now my grandfather was on autopilot, not telling me a story anymore, but talking out loud to himself. Imagine just a few years older than you, Benny, fighting the freezing cold, cramping for hours, saturated in blood. Did they make it, Grandpa? I whispered, hoping for a happy ending. Yes, my boy, they did. The pilot flew the bomber back to safety in England, and they all survived. My grandfather's war story had a lasting impact on me. Every time these men strapped on a flying suit, they did so in the knowledge that their chances of survival were poor, and that eventually most of them would pay for their service with their lives. And yet, they turned up for duty, day after day, year after year. My grandparents were a big part of my childhood, and my grandfather's stories were the raw stuff of my imagination. They lived on our property in a caravan while they were building a house. The daily routine for my younger brother and sister and I was to wake up early and run over in our slippers and dressing gowns. My parents assured me that they weren't Star Wars fans and that it was pure coincidence that I was named Ben, aka Ben Kenobi, and that my brother was called Luke, and that my sister's name was Leah. My grandmother would make us sweet Bix with hot milk and honey for breakfast, while my grandfather told us stories about the American Wild West. He never seemed to tell the same tale twice. Then, hour upon hour, I acted out my own Western movie adventures with homemade stagecoaches, fashioned from bed sheets and cardboard boxes, always ending in a big OK, curl like a gunfight. My grandmother, bless her, made me a cowboy outfit with a little weather waistcoat, embroidered chaps, and a gun belt bandolier, complete with hip holster that held my trusty cap at the ready. And to top it off, I sported a well-worn Aussie-made Akubra hat. My liberal-minded mother tried to take my toy guns away, but when she found me with sticks, shaped like rifles, playing the same game, she realized that there probably wasn't any point. My mum had a great love of horse riding. She had a quarter horse of her own named Jolyon. We three kids had a pony that we all shared. His name was Turago. One of my favourite movies was the Australian classic The Man from the Snowy River, based on Banjo Paterson's famous poem of the same name. The climax of the film was when the rugged mountain man chased a mob of wild brumbies, wild horses off a steep mountain ridge that no other rider would dare to take on. I reenacted the scene over and over, dressed in full Western attire. I rode out our eager pony down to the bank dam, leaning right back in the saddle, cracking my homemade stock whip above my head. But all creatures have their limits. One day, I was chasing imaginary outlaws on horseback, as you do, and I drew my cap gun to fire and discovered that Turaga had hit his limits too. He was a sturdy animal with a good temperament, but the sudden and unexpected shocks, bang, 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 was more than he was bred to bear. From an early age, it was clear that I had a fascination with guns. Pretend ones, of course, especially my cap gun, but also spud guns, water pistols, and a John Wayne-inspired lever-action toy Winchester rifle. The barrel and working parts were made from hard grey plastic, simulating the steel components with a faux wood grain plastic stock. When I was a kid, toys were still made in Australia. I was born to be competitive, from soccer, both indoor and outdoor, to racing skiffs at the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, to schoolboy rugby league and rugby union, to swimming and baseball. But my real passion was motocross dirt bike racing. My mother preferred us to ride horses. The compromise was that my brother and I rode our push bikes around a little figure of 8-track, making motorbike noises, before one day she couldn't say no any longer. My father bought my brother and me a Kawasaki KX60. I loved it. The problem was my brother did too. Dad eventually bought me another bike, a Suzuki RM80, and so began my motocross journey. We quickly got bored of riding around the paddocks. We needed jumps, so we made our own. Dad worked in excavation, and occasionally he'd drop off a load of soil. It was like all our Christmases had come up once. My jump building obsession involved a sunrise to sunset commitment. Every chance I got. Often my mother had to come out in the dark and drag me home for dinner. My determination far outweighed almost every other consideration, including food. The exception was, as the eldest child, I was always looking out for my younger siblings, a concern for the vulnerable, and later a protective attitude towards my colleagues, including being elected TOU Police Associated branchman. Chairman was a trait I carried with me into my policing career and into the firefight at the Lint Cafe. There was no greater adrenaline rush than motocross lined up with 30 other bikes, revving to the max, completely focusing on the start gate, just waiting for it to drop. Then, boom, the war of bikes as I accelerated to get the whole shot. 30 finely tuned machines racing flat chat into the small first corner rarely allowed everyone to make it around. There were often crashes, with me being involved in my fair share. The rest of the race was pushing to pass your opponents, riding hard as both your bike and your body would allow. Focus, attack, position, airtime, brake slide. Motocross was loud and raw, with every possible sequence a combination of decision-making under pressure. I learned that mistakes have consequences. This focused my mind, and I thrived. Motocross was a family affair, and most Sundays saw us driving all over the state to compete. The only break that my full family seemed to get was when I was physically injured in hospital, recovering at home, concussion, fractured limbs, and torn ligaments, but I always got better. General duties. Serving as a general duty police officer exposed me to the worst of society, and sometimes the very best. It made me both a cynic and an optimist at the same time. It showed me that the distance between my natural optimism and the reality of having to deal with so many damaged people. I was disappointed by those who look for excuses to hurt themselves and others. But on the other hand, I was impressed by individuals who overcame adversity. 6 years as a street cop confirmed my darkest belief about human nature, but also challenged my many stereotypes. These experiences were like steps on a journey to those fateful few seconds between life and death in Martin Place in Sydney 12 years later. The graduation ceremony was held at the Police Academy in Goulburn, one of the 3 classes to finish in 2002. My family were there to celebrate the occasion. I stood on the parade ground in full dress uniform, lined up with all the other new recruits. The New South Wales Premier Bob Carr and the New South Wales Police Commissioner Ken Moroney both gave inspirational speeches, and the crowd applauded. We all removed our hats and threw them into the air with a loud cheer. We were now sworn New South Wales police officers. My first appointment was Bankstown Local Area Command. At the time, the area was known for its gang violence, especially drive-by shootings. One of my lecturers at the academy, who had once been stationed there, described the LAC as a confronting place to work, with the highest level of crime in the state. I put Bankstown as my number one choice, and of course I got it. I was 21 years old. I walked into the police station in uniform, full of pride, and still on a high from the graduation ceremony earlier that day. The waiting room was crowded. At the front counter was an overworked female constable. She glanced up from calming an angry red-headed man who was telling her how disgusted he was with the police. He was swearing in her face, but she didn't seem troubled in the slightest. You one of the new blokes? She questioned me without looking up again. I smiled and replied, Yes, hello, my name is Ben. Ben X. She turned her head slightly and yelled, Sarge! I heard a male voice call back, Yeah, another new bloke. A big man appeared from a side entrance next to the counter. He must have been 7 foot tall, because he had to duck to get through the doorway. He looked me up and down, motioned to follow him down a corridor before he turned into an office and sat down. The sergeant then pulled out a set of keys and a padlock, which he slid across the desk. The gun safe is over there, and this is the key for your brief drawer. You'll find out more on Monday. Be here at 7 a.m., he said. I paused before simply replying, Yes, Sergeant, but really thinking, Is that it? Good, he replied. His expression said it all. That's it, you can bugger off now. On Monday morning, I joined a group of young men and women from very diverse backgrounds. It was an election year, and the government had upped the intake of recruits. We were summoned to a briefing room where we waited for further instructions. Fortunately, there was at least one familiar face, Apps, and I shared a rental in Goulburn during our training, and we'd become good friends. He was born in the Philippines, migrated to Australia as a teenager, and grew up in Cabramatta. He was short and stocky, with a shaved head and tattoos. There always seemed to be a cigarette resting in the corner of his mouth. He called me brother, and his large extended family embraced me like a son. When I first met Ups, I was living in a motel. To pay for it on the weekends, I drove home and worked in my mate Big Nick's tree lipping business. It was hard work, and on Monday mornings I kept falling asleep in lectures. Abs came to my rescue and offered me a room in his unit. He couldn't cook to save himself, but his mother sure could. Her signature dish was adobo, one of the most popular dishes in the Philippines. No more peanut butter sandwiches and 2-minute noodles for me. In Bankstown, our group was soon greeted by 2 female education duty officers. They formally introduced us to the station superintendent, detectives and highway patrol officers, and members of the plainclothes proactive team who specialize in drug and gang-related crime. We were also introduced to our field of training, officers who show us the ropes. I was assigned to Constable Hardy. She was of average build and wore reading glasses. Her dark hair was pulled up high in a ponytail and tied off with a rubber band. I had expected a big man like the sergeant with the oversight of Charles Sturt University. The academy had redesigned the policing curriculum to be more academic and less hands-on. However, after the station briefing, I was quickly told by Hardy, whatever you think you've learned at the academy is a load of bullshit. She must have noticed a shocked look on my face. Well, some of it is anyway. What I mean is that your real training to be a cop starts now. Within minutes of the induction ending, I was on the road with Hardy, patrolling the streets of Bankstown. I was assigned observer status. The other officer in the car was a fellow probationer who had already been in the job for 6 months. His name was Gus. He was just under 6 feet tall and about my age, with the Ken doll meets Astro Boy gel dark hair and Zoolander perpetual 5 o'clock shadow. He always seemed to be lost in his own mind, as if he didn't have a care in the world. But he had a sense of humour and a good nature, and I liked him immediately, and so did everyone else. But more than that, I trusted him. Bankstown LAC is culturally diverse. It is so large that it includes 23 suburbs, 12 postcodes, an airport, and the Villawood Immigration Detention Centre. There's a sizable Vietnamese and Pacific Islander community, as well as an older Anglo population. However, it is now predominantly the home of migrants from the Middle East, especially Lebanon. The first time I overheard 2 men speaking in Arabic, I was convinced that they were about to punch on. Hardy assured me they were just having a chat. I was also lucky to work with an Australian-born Lebanese cop. He educated me about how brutal life had been in Lebanon during the Civil War and how complex the Bankstown migrant community was. He also introduced me to Middle Eastern food, especially my favorites, kibbeh kusa, kafta, and the shisha water pipe. After my initial 6-week probation, I was trusted to patrol 2 up in the police vehicle. I enjoyed working with my mentor and hearing her street cop war stories. My attitude towards women in policing had already changed from expecting to work only with men to thinking that working in teams with women was a good thing to not thinking about it anymore. The 2 of us were patrolling the streets of Greenacre, a neighbouring suburb of Bankstown. The area was known for the horrendous systemic gang rapes coordinated by the Scaff brothers, scumbags Bilal and Mohammed. When investigating crime in one housing commission block on Greenacre Road, we expected always to call for backup. Police cars had been targeted with bricks and rocks, and officers surrounded and attacked by large groups of locals with baseball bats, iron bars, and even fireworks. I caught a glimpse of a young man, about my age, riding a high-performance road bike. He was new black Yamaha R1. Bloody hell, he's only in his undies and no helmet, Hardy said in disbelief. The man stopped and stared in our direction. He then aggressively revved the accelerator, clearly considering his options. Hardy pulled our car up just short of him, blocking the potential exit. Suddenly he dropped the bike, smashing it onto the concrete before running down the road towards a housing complex. I gave chase. "Ben, wait!" Hardy yelled out, but too late. I was a young fella, full of adrenaline and completely focused on chasing this guy down. He had a head start on me, but I was determined. I sprinted after him with the public housing apartment blocks to my left and right. It was then I noticed the rows of scowling, unfriendly faces watching me from the windows and balcony. Groups of angry people started to gather at the front of their units, just like in the 2001 movie Training Day. The person of interest, or POI, ran into a cul-de-sac before he veered into an open garage and disappeared through an internal door. He momentarily glanced back at me before slamming it shut. I kicked the door as hard as I could. It burst open inside. An old Lebanese man with a walking stick wearing a brown fedora took one look at me, held his right hand to his heart, collapsed onto his couch. I looked down, trying to take it all in. I saw the POI at the far end of the unit. He threw another door, slamming it shut as well. A woman then appeared in a burqa. She started screaming something in Arabic before she too held her chest and collapsed onto the floor. What the hell's going on here? I thought. Looking past her, the door was locked. I took a step back and kicked it open as well, and was immediately confronted by the man who was now facing me, with nowhere left to run. We stared at each other before he lifted his hands in a fighting stance. I struck first, taking him by surprise. With the tackle my junior rugby league coach would have been proud of, he hit me with an elbow in the side of my face. I wrestled his arms behind his back and handcuffed him. My heart was racing. It took a few minutes to compose myself. I could hear sirens in the distance. As my breathing slowed, I waited for a break in the voices on the police radio before managing to get on. Bankstown 15 urgent. I require backup, POI in custody. Bankstown 15, what's your location? Responded the operator. I immediately thought, how can I explain where I was? I'd been warned that location was dangerous, and that backup was always required. The operation again called over the air. Bankstown 15, what's your location? I paused, trying to figure out the best way to describe exactly where I was, and then answer the more difficult question of why I was on my own. The guy then tried to headbutt me while screaming for help from his mates. If I couldn't get assistance in quickly, I was in real danger. I positioned myself facing the bedroom door. If anyone answered the man's call to attack me, I now see them coming. He continued to struggle violently. Radio, I'm in the rear bedroom of, at the exact moment, Hardy burst in like the cavalry of the Wild West boyhood adventures. You owe me, she said out of breath, pointing a finger in my direction and smiling before transmitting our location. We'll need to have a chat about this later, she added, in a more serious tone. This was the first of many times Hardy saved me from a dangerous situation, and from myself. More police arrived as I walked the offender out of the room. I noticed our backup talking to the elderly man in the fedora and the woman in the burqa. Both had made a complete recovery. They'd been playing dead. It was my first big arrest. One of the other cops patted me on the shoulder as much and said, good work. I was reflecting on this when a large group of agitated, angry, and very annoyed men began surrounding us, yelling and screaming in Arabic. Hardy added, you know that bike was stolen. I presumed it was, I replied, and that this lot aren't very happy with you. Are they? She continued with an approving look that said, today we won. A fellow officer was speaking with the crowd in Arabic, attempting to calm them down. It wasn't working. The sergeant cautioned us. We'd better clear out before the locals go burko, and we have to lock up half the neighborhood. Ben, let's go, Hardy added with a sense of urgency. You don't want to get a reputation as a shit magnet, but I didn't see it like that. For me, the job had everything. New challenges every day, camaraderie, teamwork, service, and on this day, running down a crime and making an arrest, securing the crook in the back of the paddy wagon, slamming the door and locking it shut. We arrived at the van dock at Bankstown Police Station. A custody sergeant was sitting behind his desk, launched over a keyboard like a question mark. I gave himself a brief rundown of events. I was so happy with myself. He took one look at me without showing an ounce of interest and said, here's the form, fill it out. You sure you want to do this charge? It's a lot of work for someone so inexperienced, Hardy said. Of course I do, if that's okay. I replied in what must have been an annoyingly enthusiastic voice. Come on then, or we'll be here forever, she continued, resigned to her fate. The rest of our shift was taken up with searching the POI, completing the charge in the police computer system, taking offender photographs from the front and side, then fingerprinting, before having everything verified by the custody sergeant. My lack of experience made it an even longer ordeal. Hardy was extremely patient. The inspector, less so police buttons, are always tight in relation to overtime. But this was just the beginning of the paperwork, a tsunami that inescapable process of preparing a brief of evidence for court, my statement, the victim's record of events, witness subpoenas, producing interviewing transcript, collating other police documentation, forensic testing, and organising court dates. The theft of a motorcycle wasn't a hard brief to compile, but as a probationary officer, what it showed me was how much paperwork was involved in modern policing. It wasn't what I expected. The sheer volume of administration in such a busy command means that you must complete it all at work and usually in your own time. Meanwhile, there's an expectation that you engage in proactive policing, including knife and drug searches, licensed premise inspections, patrols of public places and schools, and the surveillance of critical infrastructure that could be possible terrorism target. I struggled with time management. The paperwork threatened to overwhelm me. Hardy again came to my rescue, and in her own unpaid hours, got me up to speed. There are many times in a general duty police officer's career where you feel more like a record keeper than a trained law enforcement officer, and that real policing is almost an afterthought. And on top of this, there is the stress of constant scrutiny, especially monitoring and oversight. Minor complaints, most of which are retaliatory or vindictive, are dealt with internally by an inspector or above. For more serious complaints, there's the Professional Standards Command, Internal Affairs, and the Police Integrity Commission, with the Ombudsman overseeing everything. The PIC was disbanded and reinvented as the New South Wales Law Enforcement Conduct Commission. This means that New South Wales police officers are the most paperwork burdened, oversighted, regulated, and complained about profession in the state. But despite all that, I loved almost every minute of my 4 years in GDs and 2 years in the plainclothes unit command. My first deceased job in Bankstown was a suicide on the train tracks. The man's dismembered body was spread over at least 100 metres. After removing shocked commuters from the scene, and once the forensic investigators had finished, our work began. I was directed to assist another probationary officer. By now, my good mate Gus to gather up the body parts and place them into plastic evidence bags. It was gruesome beyond words. We were especially careful to follow blood exposure protocols. Watch out, mate. Pull your gloves up. He might have AIDS or something, Gus said, placing several hands onto a bag. Hey, Ben, have a look at this, Gus continued excitedly, picking up a leg. The impact has stripped his shoes and socks off. Yeah, awesome, I replied, fighting back waves of nausea. Another job involved managing the body of an intravenous drug user who had overdosed on a couch in her unit in the full sun. It was summer, and the curtains were wide open. She'd been there for days before the neighbours noticed the smell. My partner and I rolled her over at the request of the crime scene investigators. The young woman was lime green on the exposed side and completely black on the underside. The stench was almost unbearable. I'd known the smell of decomposing animals when I was a kid, a dead kangaroo or a wombat on my pop's farm, but this was different. It is something that you can never get used to or forget. It's a spell so penetrating that your uniform must be bagged, binned, and replaced. A senior officer saw me wincing. Here, try some of this, he said, handing me an almost empty jar of Vicks Vapor Rub. Put a smear on your top lip, just below your nostrils. It was only slightly better than nothing. Then, just to complete the trifecta, my partner and I were called to remove someone who had died in the bathtub. This time, the body had been undisturbed for weeks rather than days. The person's human form had turned into a sort of thick soup. We needed a bucket to scoop the remains out, and my partner must have been the understatement of the century. This is so gross, I replied. I don't think I'll ever be able to unsee this, but that was just one of many confronting GD experiences that could never be unseen. What's for dinner? My offsider teased me, attempting to lighten the mood. Mum's making a salad, I replied. Thank God for that. I quickly discovered that police and paramedics work closely together. A close bond exists, based on trust and a mutual respect of each other's skill sets, and the awareness of how testing and gruesome each other's job can be. From horrific car accidents, to drug overdoses, to preventing the mentally ill from hurting themselves or others, to having to deal with deceased persons. We attend jobs together. Paramedics have assisted me countless times over the years. In turn, if an Amber had requested backup, I'd make it my priority. I had one such job where a heroin user had overdosed, and the Ambos requested assistance before giving intravenous Narcan. Narcan is administered to reverse the life-threatening effects of a narcotic overdose, heroin and morphine, but increasingly street fentanyl and OxyContin. When I arrived on the scene, one paramedic was giving first aid to a 30-something man on the ground, and her offsider was trying to calm down his irate friend. This one's going to go off when we knock him. Last time he went apeshit. A young paramedic in the late 20s said, "Let's get it done then. Thanks for coming so quickly." She continued with an appreciative smile. "Too easy," I continued. The Narcan was administered, and the man immediately lived up to his reputation. His eyes opened wide like a switch which had been turned on, spinning to his feet in one motion, like an overstretched rubber band. With pure rage in his eyes, attention quickly turned to the female paramedic who was holding the now empty Narcan mini-jet syringe. "You wasted my effing hit, you effing bitch," he squealed as he threw a punch straight towards her face. I grabbed hold of his arm midair, just before impact, and pushed him to the ground. He fell hard, but immediately jumped back up. This time, growling and snarling like a wild animal, I was now clearly the focus of his rage. He then drew his head back, sucked air violently through both nostrils, and spat right at my face. Through his methadone-ravaged blackened dolphin teeth, I ducked to one side, just in time, but not before a gooey blob of blood-streaked loogie hit me just above the shirt pocket. Now, I was the one who wasn't happy. I grabbed hold of his hoodie, and again threw him to the ground before handcuffing him. Later in the back of the paddy wagon, he tried to engage me. "Sorry, Chief, didn't mean it. I just can't help myself. I get effing aggro when I waste a hit." Chief is a common term used to address an authority figure by people who have spent time in jail. There's a friendly rivalry between each emergency service. Cops and paramedics always enjoy stirring up fire and rescue. "Sorry we had to wake you guys from your beauty sleep, but we just couldn't put this stolen car doused with petrol out with our little fire extinguisher," I said with a smile as the crew was still rubbing their eyes. "You're not looking happy about the late night call out. But when faced with a life-threatening situation involving fire, you wanted them around. Although not generally superstitious, emergency service officers all know not to ever say the unspeakable Q word for quiet. If someone did carelessly say it, it always seemed to result in an immediate surge in the number of jobs. Then there are the emergency department nurses and doctors. They always seem to be overworked with full waiting rooms and ambulance stretchers lined up the corridor into the parking bay and down the road. Every time I had to attend the ED, either Bankstown or Liverpool, hospitals there'd be at least one mentally ill patient going ballistic, while another family were yelling and crying, demanding attention, or else there was someone acting out and collapsing onto the ground in a well-practiced fit, attempting to jump the queue. For some reason, there was often a patient running around completely naked. There was one time where a middle-aged woman was scraping lumps of feces from her bare backside and then throwing the larger chunks at the horrified clerical staff. Her distraught but well-presented daughter was trying to calm her down, but it was the admission clerks who were the most disturbed by it all. They had the unmistakable look on their faces of, "I didn't sign up for this shit." To the untrained eye, it was chaos. But as my experience grew, I realized that it was in fact organized chaos. Later, I was involved in a foot pursuit where I was directly exposed to contaminated blood. The police radio operator's description was Bankstown, 17, POI, Caucasian, heavy build, approximately 190 centimeters, wearing a black hoodie, dark, long pants, bum bag, white runners. The man had just committed a home invasion and assaulted the occupants with a baseball bat before running off with cash. I spotted him jogging along the side of the railway tracks. I pulled myself over a high cyclone fence, cutting my hand on some wire in the process. I sprinted somehow, keeping my footing on the loose blue metal, ballast ironbark sleepers as I cornered the offender in a backyard. I recognized his face. "Billy, I know it's you. You've got nowhere to go," I said, struggling to catch my breath. Billy was a local drug dealer, standover man, an all-round ratbag. It ended in a violent exchange of blows. He struck me first, splitting my lip. My boxing coach would have yelled at me, "Never forget to block the first punch." I got Billy's blood all over me, including the open wound on my hand. He was both HIV and hepatitis C positive, which meant I had to endure 6 months of testing, not knowing if I'd contracted anything before I was cleared. My good friend sustained a needle stick injury from an intentionally placed syringe in the boot handle of the police vehicle. However, the everyday work of a GD's police officer isn't always so dramatic. Rather, it is ordinary human tragedy that tends to define the job. This is often emotionally traumatic, but at the same time, it can be surprisingly life-affirming. The baby was a 6-month-old boy. His parents were a hard-working, Western Sydney blue-collar Aussie battler couple, factory worker and a cleaner. I had to explain that an autopsy was required for expected cot death. The little boy was dressed in a pale blue onesie, with his blonde hair perfectly combed to the side. His face was as pale as a sheet. The sergeant had chosen my female partner and me because at the time neither of us had children. We watched as an older ED nurse adjusted the baby's bedding to ensure that he was comfortable, which is something I've noticed nurses do with deceased adults as well. The nurse's hands were trembling and her eyes were swollen with tears. She came back several times to do this, and we had to ask her to stop. Her emotional cup was clearly overflowing. The parents pulled a small blanket up to their son's chin and then sat quietly next to the cot, holding hands and looking down as we waited for the doctor to complete the paperwork. I often thought about the couple and their little boy, especially years later after I met my wife and we had children. The constant exposure to physical danger is one thing, but it is other people's trauma that seems to take the greater toll on a police officer's mental health. And all frontline responders for that matter. That is especially true of murders, suicides, serious road accidents, and sexual abuse cases, gunshot wounds, and knife attacks. Young children, women, and the vulnerable elderly were always the hardest for me to cope with. It was a Wednesday around midnight. There had been a lull in the number of jobs, which in Bankstown was rare. My junior partner Tommy and I had taken the opportunity to catch up on a mountain of outstanding paperwork. "Isn't it time for a break?" Tommy said, looking up at the clock from behind his ancient computer monitor. "I could really do with a proper coffee," he added, yawning. "Ben, what do you say we head over to Krispy Kreme and get a latte?" "I might top deck my donut with a scoop of mango ice cream," I replied enthusiastically. "Now you're talking, man," said Tommy, obviously starting to feel more awake. "I thought you were on a diet," I added, with a cheeky grin. "I'm starting as soon as these night shifts are over." While we bantered, I was typing away and listening to the police radio at the same time. This is a skill that police officers developed. I heard a priority job come over the station intercom. 2 high-pitched beeps in cop speak. It was a double beeper. An emergency 000 call had come in from a lady reporting that she'd been stabbed and that the man was still in her house. I looked at Tommy, we nodded to each other and said, "Let's go." The address was only a couple of streets away. I drove with lights and sirens, deliberately off and pulled up at the front as quietly as we could. We ran to the front door. It was slightly ajar. I drew my firearm and Tommy passed me a torch. GD's Glock handguns don't have a light source. I held it with my left hand, positioning it under my right, which was holding my weapon, and activated my torch. My heart was pounding. There was no backup. I took a deep breath. We nodded to each other and stepped inside. The house was in darkness. I shone my torch down the hallway with my finger on the receiver of my pistol. Using hand signals, we went from room to room, clearing the ground level. I pointed to the stairs, and we moved quickly and quietly towards them. I signaled to Tommy with my index finger, pressed to my lips in the universal sign to hush. He went left, and I went right. I cleared an upstairs bathroom before noticing the last door on the left. The end of the hallway was open. I could see a faint light coming from inside. I gently pushed the door open, revealing the entirety of the dimly lit room in a scene of horror. A woman in a nightdress was lying on her side, curled up in the fetal position, on a double bed facing away from me. I eased my way in before standing at the base of the mattress. She was saturated in blood, with a large red circle surrounding her, soaked into the white linen. I glanced up at the walls and ceiling that was splattered in blood. I paused momentarily in a state of near shock, trying to take it all in, grappling with the realization that I'd been too late to save her. Suddenly, and unexpectedly, the woman rolled her head slightly, moaned and looked straight at me. She was still alive and holding a cordless telephone to her ear against a mess of blood-soaked hair. Tommy came in beside me. "We need paramedics here now." I stood by the woman's bedside, looking into her eyes, which were filled with war terror. "The ambulance is coming. You're safe now," I said in a strained but reassuring voice. I held her trembling hand as she attempted to pain-wrecked smile. I made a gesture that I wanted to assess her wounds, but she just tightened her grip on my fingers. The terror now left her eyes, and I knew I was at last comforting her, but I needed help to save her life, and I needed it now. The ambos arrived quickly and worked methodically. She still wouldn't release her grip, so I stood by her, doing my best to keep out of the way. They checked her vital signs before removing her nightdress. It was then that I could see the full extent of her injuries. There were too many deep puncture wounds to count. The woman was placed on a stretcher with 2 intravenous strips running into her arms and rushed to hospital. I took a deep breath and sat on the bed with my head back in my hands, trying to process it all, when Tommy burst back into the room. "You okay, man?" I immediately replied. "Yeah, let's go." The backup crew had located a shirtless man in a nearby park with a bloody knife in his hand. He matched the description the woman had given: Caucasian, heavy set, with scruffy brown hair. The detectives told me that the suspects had an extensive history of mental illness and was well known to them for randomly stabbing a teenage girl in the face in some streets earlier. He told detectives that the reason he attacked the elderly woman was because she pruned some shrubs on her property without asking him. It was so disordered, and he wasn't even a neighbor. He'd waited until dark, climbed up the guttering of the 2-story house and onto an upstairs balcony, entering through an unlocked window before casually walking into the woman's bedroom. She was reading by light of a bedside lamp at the time and didn't notice him until it was too late. The widow, who was aged in her late 60s, lived alone. She had a close and caring extended family, Lebanese Maronite Catholics who later in Liverpool Hospital told me about her life in war-torn suburban Beirut before she fled to Australia as a refugee. In one word, they described her as tough. Later, the lady told me that the only way she could get the man to stop stabbing her was to play dead. When her attacker finally left, she mustered all her strength and rang emergency 000. I was impressed by her courage. Even as he was killing her, she had the inner strength to do what needed to be done. After an extensive stay in hospital and then rehabilitation, which included retraining for her brain damage sustained through a stab wound to her skull. In a show of character, she refused her family's pleas to move in with them, but the truth was, she was never the same again, always obsessively checking that her doors and windows were locked, forever battling the effects of her emotional and physical trauma. The lady's daughter was very sweet. She said, "You cops see the worst in society, don't you?" I replied, "Yes, but we also get to meet the good people too, like you and your mum." The case affected me. I had nightmares about it for weeks. But, like a lot of terrible experiences in general duties, I just locked it away. Most cops do. Tommy experienced other ordeals beside, especially working in the New South Wales Child Sex Crimes Unit. Years later, when I was working in the TAU, Tommy was one of the 2 undercover cops involved in a buy-bust operation of drugs and firearms. We made the arrest at night in a public swimming pool car park in Sydney's West. One of the offenders had a semi-automatic pistol down the front of his pants. As he fumbled for the weapon, I deployed my taser. The probes flew right past Tommy's head, striking the offender in the chest, instantly incapacitating him. We arrested everyone to make sure Tommy's cover wasn't blown. He was wrestled to the ground and handcuffed as well. I was worried I might have been too rough with him. "Sorry about that, mate. You all good?" I said back at the stations. "No problems," he replied, shaking my hand. "Just another day at the office," he added with a forgiving smile. It was a routine break and enter investigation. I knocked on the door and heard a female voice say, "Just hold on," and then, "Please come in, officer." The woman unlocked the security screen whilst adjusting her colourful hijab. Her home was very tidy, with large white-polished floor tiles and Persian carpets, enormous silver picture frame scenes from Mecca, and the Hajj, a clean marble bench top. The woman called for someone in another room. A man entered. "Sorry, Constable, is it?" she asked, looking up at my name badge. "This is my husband, Mohammed." The man warmly cupped my hand and said, "Please, Habibi, take a seat, I insist," gesturing with a welcoming sweep of his arm. Habibi is an Arabic expression meaning my friend, my brother, or my love. I often heard it said in people's homes. Mohammed sat on a white leather couch facing me across a glass-topped stainless steel framed coffee table. He was dressed in smart, dark charcoal grey trousers and a black long-sleeved Mandalay collar-style cotton shirt. His perfectly polished black slip-on leather shoes were left at the door. He had his kind face and a close, cropped haircut and a large, full black beard. He called out something in Arabic, and 3 children appeared. The 2 boys politely shook my hand, and the little girl stared at me from behind her mother. "Hello there. What's your name?" I asked. "My name is Fatima. Are you a little shy?" "Yes." "Are you a policeman?" "I am a policeman, and I'm here to help your daddy." "Have you started school yet?" "No, next year." The little girl smiled, clearly now more relaxed with me. "That's exciting, Fatima. Your children are very polite," I commented to her father. Yes, thank you. I teach them to respect the police. Good man." My hubby showed me a smashed side window. We went through a list of what was stolen. I walked back into the lounge room where a plate of homemade baklava, a small blue porcelain cup of strong Turkish-style coffee, and a glass of cold water were waiting for me. That was one of the good experiences that I had in Bankstown, but then there were others. We pulled up to the front of a run-down fibro public housing residence with no gardens or trees. It might have been home of any petty thug anywhere, but it wasn't Bankstown. There were 2 cars parked on the overgrown front lawn. One was the brand new Subaru WRX with extensive illegal modifications, complete with a Lebanese flag displayed in the back window and a small gold Quran pendant hanging from the rear-view mirror. The other was a black Range Rover with the dark window tints and a personalized license plate that started with the letters Lebo. There was also an expensive fishing boat resting on a trailer parked on the median strip, and a jet ski in an open carport. I knocked on the door. A dog barked and snarled. From inside I heard someone say, "Wait, bro, till I lock my pity away, huh?" The man then yelled, "Shut the F up," and I heard a dull thud. The dog yelped and whined, and the barking stopped. "Come in, Chief," he continued, looking me up and down. "You know pit bulls are illegal, don't you?" I said, checking to see that the dog was okay. "Nah, bro, he's an American Staffy." The air was stale with cooking oil and tobacco smoke. There were McDonald's hamburger packaging, doner kebab wrappers, and empty takeaway Coke cups with lids and straws thrown across the floor amongst dirty clothes, and an overflowing bowl of cigarette butts. The sink was full of unwashed dishes and a saucepan of what looked like last night's leftovers. There was a woman in a black hijab sitting on the tiles with a group of children watching an Arabic language movie on a massive flat-screen television. She didn't look up or acknowledge me. The man was stocky, even muscular, with a long beard and a freshly shaven mustache. He was wearing an ill-fitting baseball cap with oversized sunglasses and dressed in white Everlast pants and a blue Canterbury Bulldog singlet that revealed his sleeve-tattooed arm. He was draped in jewelry, a thick, chunky silver necklace, an enormous silver wristwatch, and silver diamond-studded earrings. Strung across his neck was what looked like a Louis Vuitton man bag. "So, bro, listen. Some dog tried stealing my boat last night. Lucky we pity chased them effing junkies off." It sounded like he wasn't up on the politically correct terminology, like substance-dependent person, habitual user, or addiction sufferer. "Did you say pity?" I continued. "No, bro, Staffy." "Did you get a good look at them?" I asked, notepad and pen in hand. "Nah, bro, that's your job." "So how do you know someone was trying to steal it?" I continued patiently. "Look, bro, I'm not effing stupid. Seriously, you just saying I'm an idiot. Them pricks were sussing me out and my boat." "Alright, did you get a license plate number?" "Nah, bro, listen, seriously." I continued before pausing with a pained look on his face while he was trying to explain something to a 2-year-old. "It was you. I seen them. The dog's looking at me boat. You got it, bro?" His intentions, however, was to have the boat disappear for insurance purposes. I'd seen it in GDs many times, especially with motor vehicles. The reported attempted theft was almost certainly a ruse to support his false claim. In one operation of the Rubble Road boat ramp on the Georges River, together with police divers and large crane, Gus and I were part of a task force that pulled 27 cars out of the water in one day. Most of them reported stolen and the subject of insurance claims, and there were plenty more where that came from. We just ran out of places to park them all. To add to this, criminals driving tow trucks were picking up cars off the street to order by phone and then scrapping them the same night to destroy evidence. I went through the motions. "Okay, let's start with your name. What the hell does that have to do with anything, bro? Seriously, listen, you coppers are just going to find them dead shits. Gus started to say something but stopped himself. If you'd like me to make a police report, I will need your full name. My name is Abdul. That's all you're getting. Swear to God, bro. Now you find them pricks before I call my cousins and it gets full hectic. I didn't appear to be getting anywhere, and I hadn't been offered any real information. A young boy got up from watching television. He would only have been 5 years old. He had a rough-cut, mullet-style haircut with a long, braided rat tail running down the middle of his bare back. He walked straight up to me, and before I could say hello, he spat out the words, "You effing pig." Gus just rolled his eyes and said, "Bloody hell, let's get out of here, man." And that was Bankstown. As my Australian Lebanese mate said, the community is complex. Who would be a cop? After 4 years in GDs, I was ready for something different. I completed the riot squad course, allowing me to work part-time shifts in the full-time unit didn't interest me. I'd rotated through the highway patrol and the detectives, but they weren't for me either. I also did the mountain bike course, which I loved, and who wouldn't? It was the best way to get around the CBD and surprise drug dealers. My partner and I even had competitions to see who'd ride down the steepest stairs on the railway station concourses. Once I got onto a bicycle pursuit with a well-known local shitbag, I activated the ridiculous-sounding siren on the bike as I chased him through a scrum of startled pedestrians in a Bankstown Chinatown before knocking him off his bike. Not long after that, I was accepted into the proactive team, mostly working undercover, specializing in drug and gang-related crime. The best part was that I was no longer a slave to the endless jobs broadcast over police radio. It was a small, close-knit group of both men and women, and to top it off, Gus had been selected too. Gus and I became inseparable. We had very different upbringings, but we effortlessly bounced off each other. He was a lovable larrikin, a man who people just wanted to be around. I can't recall him ever offending an eye on anyone, although he constantly took the piss out of everyone, especially through the most random and peculiar nicknames. But if he finished off with his trademark cheeky grin, then all was forgiven. Gus always took the time to have a chat, even if he didn't particularly feel like a person. This isn't something I'm particularly good at. You do love that shit chat, don't you? I said. Look, isn't it just easy to be nice to everyone? He replied, yeah, true, but to be honest, I don't need to. I'm not to everyone vicariously through you, man, I said with a smile. One mid-afternoon, we were patrolling an outdoor pedestrian mall searching for a local gang. Two of their known members had outstanding arrest warrants. I stopped and turned to look at Gus. Bloody hell, you do realize the reason we wear plain clothes is to be undercover, don't you? You stick out like dog's balls. You're not heading to Northeast at Cronulla, I said, shaking my head. He laughed. Come on, man. Seriously, I wouldn't be seen dead wearing black over the last year and a white hat with a man bag, would I? And Jane would never speak to me again. Besides, you've got the homeless man look down pat, he continued, with his usual cheeky grin. Says Antonio Banderas over here, I shot back. Look, I told you, I'm half Welsh, half Scottish. I've got the Celtic dark hair like Colin Farrell. You can say it all you want, but I'm not Mexican, and I'm not Spanish either. So what's it going to be for lunch then, amigo? Burritos or paella? Gus's wife shared his love for fashionable clothes. She was a Shire girl from Sutherland, south of Sydney. Their personalities were the male and female equivalent of each other, two sides of the same coin. She had styled light brown hair with porcelain doll skin and a perfect smile. Her claim to fame was that she'd once been a Qantas poster girl. One word defined her: bubbly. The two of them, Gus and Jade, were in love, to the point of being nauseating. Dear God, Jade, you're obviously not looking at the same bloke I am. You can't keep your hands off him, I said, with a look on my face like I had a piece of lemon in my mouth. Benny, he's a gorgeous specimen, isn't he? Just ask him, he'll tell you, she smiled. Gus was laid back about everything, but when shit got real, he switched on. He was the man I wanted next to me in an operation. On one job, a woman high on drugs was involved in a long police pursuit from a neighbouring command before eventually crashing her car. What made the job different was that we found the woman's partner, dead, underneath her on the driver's seat. He'd earlier overdosed and died. She then climbed on top of his dead body and continued to drive around like that for hours. I'd like to think that JD would at least pull me out of the seat before she kept my car, Gus said with a smile. I'd help her out with that one, hombre, for sure, don't you worry about that. I replied in our usual harmless bantering way. I drove our unmarked Holden Commodore at Mach 1 under lights and sirens before screeching to a halt outside a local pub known for regular weekend brawls. A fight between two groups of men had spilled out onto the street. A scrum of Pacific Islanders was punching on with a larger pack of Middle Eastern wannabe gangsters. Although outnumbered and wearing plain clothes, Gus and I glanced at each other and nodded and ran in. As backup police arrived, the Lebanese men made a quick exit. The huge Islander guys were fired up on the drink and now turned their attention to us. After more than a few haymakers, punches were thrown, with the two of us ducking and weaving. I pulled my OC pepper spray and emptied the contents, concentrating on the two biggest and most aggressive of the group. Both men hollered in what sounded like a war cry as they rubbed their faces, but instead of slowing them down, it just seemed to make them wilder, throwing more mad punches, now into the abyss. Gus and I picked our timing and crash-tackled the both to the ground as we fought through the secondary contamination of pepper spray. We soon led the two away in handcuffs. I looked down at my hand and someone from the Lebanese gang had stabbed one of the islanders in the back during the brawl. The big man hadn't even noticed. Tough bloody fella, I said, shaking my head in disbelief as I watched the ambos do their work. Yeah, that guy's head's even bigger than yours, Gus, said as he rubbed the pepper spray out of his eyes. Yeah, righto, dickhead, I replied with a smile. Tougher than those so-called gangsters stabbing islanders in the back, I continued, shaking my head. Most people join the police force with good intentions. Part of my motivations was to help people. Early in my GD's career, I went out of my way to help intravenous drug users. Their stories were so tragic, but they always seemed to let me down. Later, during my time in plainclothes proactive unit, one of our targets was the most active youth gang in Bankstown. It was made up of Middle Eastern men, mostly aged between 16 and 22, who were robbing commuters as they got on and off the trains, sometimes at knife point. Operational intelligence was that they were also dealing in drugs and stealing cars. Our methods were to observe and arrest key individuals, but also to interrupt and interfere with general gang activities. They always treated us with contempt and hostility. One of them was a 16-year-old Syrian refugee. The boy was short and weedy compared to the others, and easily recognizable, even from distance, by his longer than usual modified mullet hair, cut straight across at the front, shaved at the sides above the ears, and a very long at the back. It's called a skullet. I managed to separate him from the others early on. When I did, he didn't carry on with the same mouthy bravado. We had many chats and developed a rapport. He had a sad story. His father and most of his extended family had been killed in the Syrian civil war. He escaped with his mother and two younger sisters. I just got in with the wrong crowd, bro. I'm going to sort my shit out. Seriously, swear to God, bro, he said, using exaggerated hand gestures to convince me. Good, I replied. I'll show yous, he added. I made it my mission to get him away from the gang and support whatever good decisions he promised to make. One night, weeks later, a priority job came over the police radio. There was a brawl at Bankstown Railway Station. Gus activated the sirens and put the blue flashing light on the roof of our unmarked car, a silver Ford Falcon. As we pulled up, a crowd of young men scattered in different directions. I noticed a familiar face. It was the Syrian boy. I yelled out, "Hey bro, get over here." He had ripped shirt and was breathing heavily. So tell me, man, seriously, what happened? In the Bankstown LAC, it was often necessary for plainclothes officers to use street language for basic communication, but never while in uniform. The reason was that it lured our target to a false sense of security, which we then used to our advantage. He replied, "Those effing fobs jumped us, bro." Fobs was a street name in the area for Pacific Islanders, who strangely used the same term to describe themselves. It is slang for fresh off the boat. There was a long history of violent conflict between the gang and the local Samoan bloods. To complicate things, Samoans hate Tongans and vice versa, and they both hate New Zealand Maoris, and all the Pacific Islander gangs hate the Lebanese. I took the boys detailed and told them that I'd be in touch. No one was saying anything, and the gang dispersed. The area was clear. We headed to the station's master office and viewed the CCTV footage. The camera showed 3 Pacific Islander teens walking onto the concourse. They were then approached by the gang. There were 7 of them. Words were clearly exchanged before a fistfight broke out. Our team were on a high level of operational readiness due to a recent brawl resulting in a gang member having his skull fractured from being repeatedly struck with a cricket bat. A couple of days later, we were patrolling the outdoor mall when I again recognized the Middle Eastern gang. A loud-mouthed, all-round grub named Ahmed stepped forward. "Why you dogs always hassling us, bro?" I said, "You know why." He sneered. "Nothing effing else better to do, you effing dog." I calmly replied, "You're always up to something, and if you swear at me again, I'll write you a ticket." Ahmed spat on the ground and muttered something under his breath. We searched the 3 of them for knives and drugs. All had previous weapon charges. "See, officer? Nothing, huh?" he said in a gnarly mock tone. He managed to get the Syrian boy away from the group. I said to him, "You been avoiding me, bro?" "Nah, bro. I've been around, just chilling." The CCTV footage from the other night showed a very different story to what you told me, man. "Nah, bro. Those fobs are trying to staunch us," he insisted. I said, "That's not true, man. You guys started it by getting in their face." "Nah, bro. Seriously, those effing fobs are trying to move in." "Look, man, I've been reasonable with you, haven't I?" He just nodded. I continued. "I'm telling you, you're on a slippery slope. You understand me? Keep hanging out with those ronks, and you're going to end up in jail." He just grunted and said, "Yeah." "Where are you living?" I continued. "My mum's," he replied, looking down at the ground. "You sure?" "I was there the other day, and she said you haven't been there in weeks." "All right, bro. I'm staying at Ahmed's crib." I shook my head. "Really, bro? You don't seem to learn. Look, I can sort you out, but you're going to have to listen to me." His face was expressionless. "This won't end well. 100%. Here's my card. Bring me. You're going to think about it." He took it, put it in his top pocket, and nodded passively. A week later, he was arrested and charged for robbery with a knife. I bumped into him after he got out of the juvenile correction center. He didn't want to talk. I said, "The offer still stands, bro. Look after yourself." He just walked away. The gang was broken up. Our unit had other targets and priorities, and some of the members were in jail, and others had moved on to more serious crimes as they do. My female partner and I were acting on a tip-off that there were 2 underage girls being prostituted from a garage in one of the local housing commission blocks. They were aged 13 and 15. The girls were initially hostile to us, but after a bit of kindness and a lot of patience, they began to cooperate. They were both heroin addicted and homeless. Fortunately, my partner was able to find them some crisis accommodation. I pleaded with the girls to provide the names of the 2 guys who were pimping them in exchange for drugs. My heart sank. One of them was the Syrian boy. The detectives took over the case. I was disappointed, but worse than that, I felt a sense of utter futility. All I was left with was the harsh life lesson: you can't help people who don't want to be helped. My partner from the proactive unit and I were at court for a case involving a 17-year-old charged with weapon possession offences. New South Wales Children Court dictates that cops must attend in plain clothes, as a uniform is considered intimidating to young offenders. Most, however, are far from bothered. We had watched some live CCTV footage of a group of young men in a car park at night. They were moving a baseball bat and what looked like knives from one car boot to another. We pulled over a carload of them in our unmarked vehicle. As I approached the gang, I noticed a familiar face. It was the same young guy that we had given evidence against the week before. We searched the car and found the baseball bat, but there was also a cricket bat, a 1 meter long sword and scabbard, a butcher's knife, a metal bar, and a sickle, which is a long crescented shaped metal blade with a wooden handle. One of the young men admitted that the gang were on their way to fight the Parramatta boys. We arrested all 4 and interviewed them at the station with their respected support persons present. The boy refused to speak to us. As we sat outside the courtroom, I noticed the young offender driving with his entourage. His name was Ali. He glanced towards us with a big idiot grin and said to his mates, "Look at these useless dickheads. Swear to God, bro." Then he turned to us and said, "I don't know why you dogs bothered charging me. My barrister says I won't get nothing. Nothing. Why is he even here?" I replied, "I'm getting paid to be here, that's why." He then turned his attention to what we were wearing. Obviously not enough money, hey bro. Losers. Dressing in those shit clothes. Where'd you get 'em? Bloody Kmart? The effing op shop? He was really enjoying himself. He'd spoken to me on the street like that, it would have been a different story, and he knew it. Then he continued with, don't forget you dogs. You work for me. I pay you bloody monkey wages, bro. If you say so, I replied. The truth was that Ali hadn't finished school, never worked a day in his life, and so never paid a cent in tax. Together with his extended family, he lived in subsidized public housing, with most of them on long-term sickness benefits. Ali had no prospects in life beyond the immediate flashy rewards of drug dealing, and his heart, and he knew it. He was later convicted of being a key player in a large-scale illicit drug syndicate. I wouldn't get out of bed for the pocket change they pay you, bro, he said, forcing out a humorless cackle. Of course you wouldn't, I replied. Finally, it was my turn to give evidence, and I received the usual grilling by his defense solicitor, who repeatedly called me a liar, which was their usual practice. I sat down and watched the rest of the proceedings. I was convinced we would get a conviction. The CCTV footage, the number and types of weapons found in the car, and the criminal records of all involved was seemingly indisputable. Ali went into the witness box for questioning with a cocky look on his face, dressed in a schmick new jacket which he wore like a suit of armor. He admitted straight up to putting the items in the car. That should have been the end of it. His taxpayer-funded legal aid solicitor then began to question him. First it was about the baseball and cricket bats. Apparently the young guy had recently taken up both sports. He must have forgotten to bring the balls with him. He then went on to explain that he'd also started mowing lawns, which he said required the use of wheat harvesting sickle, not to mention a metal bar and a butcher's knife. God knows what for. The edges? The magistrate seemed genuinely transfixed by this story. The defense lawyer then requested that a video be shown to the court. My offsider whispered to me, this ought to be good. The court was then treated to a poorly made home movie of a shit religious ceremony. The defense solicitor proceeded to tell the magistrate with a straight face, mind you, that the young person was a devout Shiite Muslim and required a knife and a sword for strictly ceremonial purposes. Now I had seen it all. The court was adjourned, and while the magistrate considered the evidence, the police prosecutor came over and had a chat with us. No one sound of mind could possibly believe that story, could they? She said. After a brief intermission, we returned to court. All rise. We stood and bowed as the magistrate entered the chamber. As she began to read out her findings, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. All charges were dismissed. The police prosecutor didn't look surprised. I don't know why I was. As we were walking out, a car drove by and we were bombarded with the gang's jeers and obscenities. Effing loser cops and eat shit off is ha. All to the previously banned soundtrack of NWA's rap, F the Police. A local favourite radio Triple J and ABC staff went on strike, playing it continuously for 24 hours to make their point until it was put back on air. Police are the most scrutinised of all professionals. Judges, it seems, may be the least. As young Ali was flipping me the bird and yelling, F you pig, I recalled another case in the same court with a different magistrate. She arrived late, carrying a large handbag. Peeping out the front zipper was the fluffy brown face of her rat-sized pet Pomeranian. I could imagine that the magistrate was an ex-defense solicitor who lived in a leafy, wealthy harborside suburb like Double Bay, Potts Point, or Vaucluse, a mere 45-minute drive from the crime-ridden alternative universe of Bankstown, Greenacre, and Telepa Street Punch Bowl. Whilst everyone was standing, the magistrate sat the dog down on the courtroom floor. The little mutt was clearly at home. I found it hard to pay attention to the proceedings. The dog was just so distracting. The police prosecutor and the defense solicitor didn't appear fazed in the least by the dog. The dog then cocked its hind leg and urinated twice, and then, as I anticipated, it did a curly little turd in the corner. I sort of expected someone from Australia's Funniest Home Videos to leap out with a microphone and tell me that I was being secretly filmed for my reaction. Outside, a court officer about what I'd witnessed, he said, yeah, she's been doing that for ages. Did it do a crap in there? I said, yeah, and it peed twice. Bloody great, he said in an exasperated tone. She makes us clean it up too. They're a law unto themselves, says magistrate. They are, but what can we do? I said with a shrug of the shoulders. In another court, I observed the elderly magistrate shuffle in and sit down. He reminded me of Montgomery Burns from The Simpsons. No sooner had the prosecutor begun reading the charges than I saw the magistrate's head nodding forward. He then fell asleep at the bench. The prosecutor glanced up, took a deep breath, and continued, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. When it came time for me to give evidence, I saw the magistrate momentarily wake, look in my direction, reposition himself in his chair, and then nod off again. I finished answering questions and turned to the magistrate, who was still asleep or dead. It was hard to say. All right, guys, we're going to have a 5-minute break there. Thanks so much for sticking by. Thanks so much for all the support as well. Make sure you like, share, and support, and subscribe to the page. Thanks, guys. I'll be back in a second. 20 seconds. No sooner had the prosecutor begun reading the charges than I saw the magistrate's head nodding forward, and then he fell asleep. At the bench, the prosecutor glanced up, took a deep breath, and continued as if nothing was out of the ordinary. When it came time for me to give evidence, I saw the magistrate momentarily wake, look in my direction, and reposition himself in his chair, and then nod off again. I finished answering questions and turned to the magistrate, who was still asleep or dead. It was hard to say. The prosecutor waved me down from the witness box and finished presenting his brief. Then the defense solicitor gave his final submission and looked at the police prosecutor, who said, "You may as well just continue." There was silence across the courtroom. Everyone just sat there, waiting to see what would happen next. I expected someone to call an ambulance. After what seemed an eternity, the court officer gave the magistrate a gentle shake before having a brief chat in his ear. The magistrate made a note, shuffled the papers in front of him, and began to read the verdict. After considering all the evidence here today, I find the offender not guilty. I laughed out loud. I just couldn't help myself. It was such a circus. The magistrate gave me a death stare. I spent days in the office compiling the brief of evidence, and all for nothing. I've observed that the longer a magistrate is on the bench, the less likely it seems that he or she will send someone to prison. It is the sheer futility of it all. The same faces, the same crimes, the same punishment, and then the same revolving door. Cops call it the legal system and not the justice system for a reason. In GDs, I came across one good magistrate. I still remember his name. His intention was to clean up the area. All defense solicitors went out of their way to have their cases moved to other courts. When the magistrate did issue what police prosecutors saw a more appropriate sentence, he was complained about until he was removed. Is it any wonder that cops develop an us and them mentality? Hardy said on the way back to the station. I just replied, it doesn't help when they're dishing out harsher fines for speeding than what they'd get if they punched one of us in the face. The words of my non-police friends ran through my mind like a mantra. Who would be a cop? An animal complaint was broadcast over police radio. 2 aggressive dogs were on the street chasing people. One was a large white bull mastiff, cross pit bull. The other was a brindle Staffordshire bull terrier. They were in a driveway carport next to a rundown fibro house with cast iron security gratings on all windows. As my partner and I got out of our police paddy wagon, a middle-aged Vietnamese woman ran over to us and shouting in short, panicked, breathless bursts. Please try and slow down a little, I said, finding it difficult to understand her. To buy, do try, buy me, buy danger. I'll speak to the owner and get them locked away, I reassured her. You go, day key me. I'll come back and see you after we've got the dog secured. Do you understand? I added. Good you do. The bigger of the 2 dogs immediately locked his eyes on me, without so much as a bark, started to run in my direction. My partner was standing to my left. He yelled and swung his baton, but the dog wasn't having any of it. It had its target me, and nothing was going to stop it. I backed away, but as I did, I felt the heel of my boot on the edge of my concrete curb and gutter. If the dog hit me now, I'd be knocked backwards onto the road, and my throat would be exposed. I reached down in one motion, grabbed the hand grip of my Glock, releasing the retaining strap, pulling the weapons upwards out of the holster, and putting it towards the dog, which was now only meters from me. There were mere seconds between me drawing my gun and taking aim. In that flash of time, I thought about how much I loved childhood dogs, Banjo, Bess, Ned, and Spot. I hoped that dog charging towards me would change its mind. Then everything slowed down. As the dog began to leap, our eyes met. I wanted one clean shot. I pointed my gun deliberately, angling my aim safely downwards, and then squeezed the trigger. Bang! The animal dropped, motionless, dead on the ground, right at my feet. The other dog immediately disappeared into the carport. The Vietnamese lady ran off down the street, waving her arms in the air, screaming hysterically. My partner walked over to me. Bloody hell, mate, that was insane. Tell me about it, man. I've never seen a dog do that before. That's a serious killer. It wanted you. My partner continued, shaking his head in disbelief. It was a serious killer, I replied, correcting him. Looked down at the dog's lifeless body, securing my weapon. We really are becoming a shit magnet, mate, he added. Investigations later revealed that the dogs were guarding the drug house. The sergeant soon arrived and separated us. Protocol requires that if a police officer discharges his or her firearm on duty, there must be separate interviews. I provided my version, as did my partner. Come on, is that really how it happened? The sergeant questioned me with a wry, disbelieving look. Yes, Sarge, it is exactly why. Have you seen where you shot the dog? He replied, pointing to an entry wound on the enormous forehead. You got him right between the eyes. To be honest, Sarge, it happened so fast. You really controlled yourself under pressure. You should seriously consider trying out for the Tactical Operations Unit. Selection. It was a large-scale search warrant operation targeting the homes of outlaw motorcycle gang members. I was involved as a part-time riot squad officer and looked around the sides of their imposing V8 Toyota Land Cruiser, jumping into position even before the vehicle stopped. Dressed in black with M4 assault rifles hanging off their chests, they looked tough, the real deal. I decided then and there that's what I wanted to do. I was fit and strong, or so I thought. I went to the gym and played team sports, and of course raced motocross. But from that moment on, I trained even harder, with the goal of earning my place in one of the toughest, most highly trained tactical operation units in the world. There was an information day for an upcoming TOU selection course. A prerequisite was that you had to complete 3 years of policing. As selection was only held every 2 years, the auditorium was packed with eager prospects. The program began with an impressive promotional video, followed by introductions and displays of weapons, assault rifles, submachine guns, shotgun sniper rifles, and grenade launchers. An operator who had recently completed his training outlined how difficult the process was and gave a rundown on what would be required of us physically. I said, I hope you're not here for the money, because you'll be paid stuff all more than GD cops, and you'll always be on call, day and night, deployed all over the state at a moment's notice, and this will be hell on your family life. The TOU chief inspector then walked to the podium. He explained that the psychologically rigorous nature of selection had a clear purpose. The TOU are looking for someone who will not be rattled or overwhelmed in any situation. He outlined the spellbound audience. The TOU wants individuals who will overcome extreme adversity with the highest level of skill and resilience. Selection may be brutal, but I can tell you that it's tame compared to what's expected of a trained operator in the field. Thank you. A mate of mine from Bankstown was also going for selection. Smithy was a natural athlete who played rugby league at a semi-professional level. He had a cheeky, boyish face and a laid-back surfer sort of guy, tall and tanned, with shaved, light brown hair and green eyes. He was one of those blokes you could sit next to for an hour, and he wouldn't say a word. What would have been an uncomfortable silence for most people didn't bother him in the slightest. He loved to punt on the horses. When he ate, his left eye twitched. He now works with troubled kids as a teacher's aide. We teamed up and trained together once a week for the next 12 months. My daily routine consisted of running 10 kilometers to the gym, then a workout, normally a bodyweight or strongman circuit, and into the pool for a 2-kilometer swim before pack marching 10 kilometers home. I also rode my mountain bike an hour and a half at full tilt to work and then home again at night, all the while hoping not to bump into someone I'd arrested during my shift. I took 6 weeks of annual leave leading up to selection to intensify my regime. It was a family outing in the city. Everyone was interested to know how my training was going. We all know you're stubborn enough to get through it, don't we? My younger sibling Leah said, with a little sister smile on her face. I'll show you stubborn, I replied. I reckon I can carry you across the entire harbour bridge on my shoulders. As if, my 23-year-old sister shot back, clearly issuing a not-so-valid challenge. Well, come on over here then, I said, hoisting her up on my shoulders and charging in the direction of the famous Kootengas-linked flight of stairs. Benny, put yourself down. You'll hurt yourself, darling, my mother called after me, obviously concerned. Dad and my brother just shook their heads and smiled at each other. I made it to the top without a break and pushed on along the pedestrian walk for the considerable length of the world-famous landmark. It was taxing, no question about it, and my sister wasn't exactly light. My shoulders and legs were hurting, but I refused to give up. I was on the home stretch and confident I'd proven her wrong when we were suddenly confronted by a security guard demanding that I put it down. Told you so, giggled my sister. Not funny. You know I would have finished, I replied. Okay, fair enough. You always finish whenever you start. Right, the security guard is gone, I said. Let's get back to it. You're a classic, my sister said, laughing out loud. I completed my TOU selection application that included both a physical and a psychological evaluation, and it qualified for barrier testing. This involved a range of assessments to determine whether I was physically fit enough to even undertake the selection course. There was a set of minimum standard for each mandatory activity. As there were so many prospective recruits, the instructors devised a system of accruing points for repetition over the minimum required to begin the process of culling. After a briefing at TOU headquarters, we jumped on a bus to the naval base to commence our activities. This started with chin-ups and heaves, push-ups, and a parallel bar dips, an upper body strength exercise. Before we started the sit-up trial, again, we had to complete a minimum number within 60 seconds. The instructor looked at me and snarled, "Nah, they're doing dog shit again. Start again." I knew I was doing them correctly. The instructor was just assessing how I'd respond to authority and to criticism. And to pressure, the thing that concerned me, however, was that I'd only completed the minimum repetitions, and failure at any set task meant that the dream was over. I put doubt out of my mind, gathered myself, focused, and powered on. We then had to complete a beep test or a shuttle run. I was a good runner despite my size and managed to get above the minimum standard required to progress. Smithy and I observed the second group as we regained our breath, checking on our competition. "That albino fella looks pretty fit, hey mate," I said to Smithy as I wiped the sweat off my brow. "That Z, I know him from the police footy," Smithy replied. Z's physical appearance was distinctive. Close-cropped, electric white hair, piercing Latvian Baltic sea blue eyes, with heavily Central Coast surfer tan-skinned. He was once a brickies labourer from up the coast before he joined the cops. After that, we were taken on an agility run that covered several kilometres, including obstacles and workstations. Our second last test was to fireman lift and carry a life-size dummy up and down a four-story flight of stairs 3 times, getting within a set period. I realized that I was getting fatigued. All my tests had been run back to back. Then I noticed that our group had become smaller. In fact, from 200 who had registered their interest, only 100 attended barrier testing. The final test was a swimming assessment, where we were driven to the New South Wales Water Police Wharf, where we had to jump in a bull shark-infested Sydney Harbour with our police overalls and boots on. Despite being a strong swimmer, I found this taxing. I finished the day and completed everything, hoping to find out if I could at least be allowed to attend the selection course. There wasn't even so much as a thanks for coming. So began the nervous wait. But at last, success. I was to report to my alma mater, the Goulburn Police Academy, with selection conducted over 7 days, or Hell Week as it's known in the TOU. The program was based on the Australian Army's Elite Special Forces, or SAS, selection course, and designed by an ex-SASR trooper and serving TOU member. More than half of the applicants who completed for barrier testing had been culled. Luckily, Smithy was selected as well. The two of us trained even harder. Finally, the day came. We all stood to attention on the parade ground in our finest dress uniforms, waiting for the head instructor to arrive. There were 44 of us, including one loudmouth who previously kept telling everyone, "The only way I'm leaving selection is if they carry me out on a stretcher." I offered him a piece of free advice. "You should be careful what you wish for, mate." I noticed another guy in a worn-out, unkept uniform and scruffy boots. I thought to myself, "You're really going to cop it, you poor bastard." Then, as a team of instructors walked towards us, a white dude pulled up, and one final recruit jumped out and jogged towards the formation, casually slinging his backpack over his shoulders. 2 instructors nodded, smirked at each other. Both recruits were now well and truly on their radar of pain. I made a point of standing next to the guy with the sloppy uniform, hoping he might deflect the attention, and I wasn't disappointed. The drill sergeant was ex-army. His uniform was pressed to perfection, and the shine from his polished back boots and silver buttons was blinding. He was a tall man of average muscular, sinewy build, with a tanned, hard-faced, deep brown lines and piercing blue eyes, nesting like sparrows' eggs in their respective crow's feet wrinkles. He worked his way methodically down the line before clasping his gaze on the poorly presented recruit. "What in the flying F word do you call this? Sorry, staff. Sorry? Sorry? You should be effing sorry. I'm down here, away from my family on this bullshit course, on the off chance that we might select a couple of you low-life maggots, and you turn up looking like this. Good God Almighty, I am not here to F spiders. Sorry, staff. You're not sorry, otherwise you wouldn't be here." Then he paused, looked him up and down and said, "Your shirt looks like a billy goat pissed on it. When a uniform gets old, the blue starts to yellow." The unfortunate recruit must have reacted because the instructor stopped, turned abruptly, and snarled, "What in the F's name was that? Did you just eyeball me, recruit? No, staff. What the hell does that mean? You piss-soaked farm reject? Are you calling me a liar? No, staff. So which one is it? Are you listening to me? Are your ears painted on?" The instructor continued relentlessly with one rapid-fire insult after another. The recruit paused and then wisely settled on the path of least resistance. "Sorry, staff. No bullshit. I'm the one who's sorry. Bloody sorry. I'm burning my precious time with a flange of useless no-hoper effing subnormal baboons." It was like the famous drill sergeant scenes from the movie Full Metal Jacket and Forrest Gump. It didn't matter how well prepared you were yelled at. Physical appearance was especially a target. I was Shrek until one of the instructors thought he saw a fleeting resemblance to a Hollywood actor known for his distinctive appearance. One of the recruits had a red head, which is a social burden at the best of times. The guy seemed to constantly grimace against clenched teeth in a sort of tortured smirk. I kept thinking, man, don't do that, but too late. You'd have to be one of the ugliest effing flamehead blue-ass strangers I've ever seen in my life, the instructor bellowed. Yes, staff. Are you smiling, Ginger Nut? Sorry, staff. And I'm sorry too. Deeply, sincerely sorry that you were born, you knuckle-dragged, half-winning orangutan. I'm going to need sunglasses just to look at you. Sorry, staff. Do you want to know what I really want, recruit? No, staff. I want you to keep your mouth shut when you talk to me. Each recruit was allocated a number of expected, always to have it displayed. Removing it and handing it back to an instructor was the symbolic way recruits admitted to defeat. U.S. Navy SEALs must ring a bell. We all piled onto a bus, and we were driven into the bush. This was the calm before the storm. I sat next to Smithy, and for the first time, it wasn't awkward that he didn't say a thing. Then, from the moment we pulled up, it was on. I was screamed at, screeched at, shouted at from every angle, sometimes by all the instructors at the same time. Our group lined up for equipment: a bullet-resistant vest, a black ballistic helmet, combat webbing containing 2 water bottles, a replica M4 rifle, a respirator or gas mask in its pouch and belt, and an army camouflage backpack with a 20 kilogram sandbag in it. Each of us was expected to carry everything at once, which was intentionally impossible. Fumbling, falling, and failing were just opportunities to be belittled, demeaned, and berated. Are you the most uncoordinated subhuman chimp-faced missing link to walk the face of God's green earth? An instructor screamed into my face, showering me with a spray of spittle. No, staff, I answered cautiously, trying not to show a negative expression while blinking from the effects of the human sprinkler. How about I be the judge of that? What's your recruit? Ben, staff. What sort of effed up Neanderthal name is that? He paused deep in thought before looking to another instructor for guidance. What's that effer's name, Sergeant O? The actor? John C. Riley, he advised with some authority. That's it. You're the poor effer's retarded twin brother. Yes, staff. No, he said, correcting himself. That's still a grievous insult to my wife's favourite actor. You're a paid-up, centrified, entry-level mongoloid. Yes, staff. Now get out of my face. Our first activity was a timed 10-kilometre pack march. Failure meant being sent home immediately. Smithy and I had trained for this. We stuck together. It was hard going, but we all wanted to make a good impression. Being the first day, it was sensible not to push myself too hard, but I wouldn't slow down. Smithy and I crossed the finish line together in the lead, followed by a colleague of mine from my days in the Australian Army Reserve. Many years later, he was my sergeant at Lint. 4 recruits didn't make the time and we were sent packing. One was the guy with the unkempt uniform. There was no time to reflect, and we weren't going to hear anything encouraging from the selection staff. A group were taken to a field where we had to endure a horrendously strong man circuit, including tractor tire flips, long hauls, and heavy rope lifts above our heads, conducted in teams, followed by long sprints and extreme bar and weight work. We continued like this well into the night. I was already exhausted, and this was just day 1. But the instructors kept pushing to see who would crack first. When most of the group began to collapse, they threw us on the bus, and we headed back out into the bush. Individually, each of us had to demonstrate our ability to perform, regardless of extreme adversity or fatigue. It was dark and freezing cold. It was Gorman, and it was winter. I could barely see a thing. Regardless, we were expected to erect an enormous white rectangular military hospital-style tent. It took all night. Each recruit was allocated a cam stretcher, a simple aluminium frame stretched with khaki canvas, with each placed in the designated tent, space that ran along both sides in neat rows. I just laid down when an instructor stormed in. What are you lazy, useless, no hope of pussies doing laying around? It's a lovely morning, rise and shine. Outside with your helmets, vests, and rifles. Get your sorry asses out of here. 30 seconds. It was another unrealistic time frame. A couple of rows of camp beds down, I noticed someone was still in their sleeping bag. It was the guy who kept saying, the only way they'd get me to leave is on a stretcher. I watched as another recruit tried to get him up. Come on, mate, we're all hurting. Just stand up and I'll get your stuff and I'll help you get your stuff sorted. He just turned over, pulled a sleeping bag over his head, and that was the end of him. The rest of us ran from the tent and lined up for inspection. The instructor screamed until he was red in the face. Simple instruction for simple effing half-wits. What did I tell you to bring out? A recruit in front of me stammered nervously. Our helmets, our vests, and our guns. Oh shit is right, you dumbass. Well, are you going to get it then? The instructor replied, mocking the man's speech impediment. The stammering recruit ran back into the tent, re-emerged with his replica in full. We were then directed into the push-up position and made to continue repetitions past the point of exhaustion. One by one, everyone collapsed. The instructor then individually assessed us for our reaction to a failure, but also how we regathered and powered on. You wannabes actually think you can be in the TOU? You can't even do push-ups, the instructor bellowed, standing over us. Then, as ordered, we did burpees and squats, just to mix it up until our entire bodies shook. The sergeant turned up and everyone stood to attention. You guys look like a bag of wet shit. Did any of you have a shave this morning? There was silence. Well, no staff, replied a couple of low voices. Do you expect me to work with anyone who looks like a ward? No staff. Our group were forced back into the push-up position. As one by one, we peeled away to rapid shave with only half a cold cup of water. Meanwhile, our colleagues kept doing push-ups. We then ran to another station where breakfast with basic army-style hot boxes was provided. No one said a thing. I glanced around the group, who now looked a far cry from the confident, well-dressed and determined recruits that first gathered on the parade ground just a day earlier. Each face told a different exhausted story. Some were desperately gathering themselves for the next wave of torture. Others just wanted it to be over. Some were at their end. Next, our group were confronted with a steel double-axle box trailer full of tractor tires with huge ropes hanging off the front. Righto, dead shits. Drag this trailer up that mountain. The instructor grinned sadistically, pointing towards where he wanted us to go. Yes, staff, everyone replied, with forced enthusiasm, positioning ourselves on one of the ropes. I glanced up at the mountain. It was steep with a large, sharp-edged grey rocks everywhere and clumps of snow gums and taller tortured iron barks. As we took up the tension, the trailer began to move slightly. No, not that way, you bunch of retarded piss ants. Drag it up on your guts. What if someone was firing on you? Maybe I shouldn't give you help, he added in a condescending tone. We laid on our stomachs in the commando crawl position, trying to work out a way to do it. I pulled with everything I had. The trailer still didn't move. Should I just send you girl guides back to your mummies? What is this bullshit? The instructor taunted. I pulled harder. A couple of guys turned onto their backs and tried it that way. The wheels on the trailer creaked and began to move. The next 3 hours were spent like that, all the while being yelled at, just to increase the stress level. My elbows and knees were already bleeding. My bullet-resistant vest and helmet, although heavily, thankfully protected my chest and head. We then came to a fence. None of us knew what to do. The instructor stood quietly and watched us. Do you really think that we've finished for the day? He taunted us. No, staff, that's good to hear, because I've got a news flash for you, limp-wristed maggot. Get it over the effing fence now. This was one of many tests when the instructors assessed how we worked as a group, especially who the natural leaders and problem solvers were. A couple of guys offered suggestions. I also chipped in. With the group efforts, we managed to raise the trailer, but we just couldn't quite lift it high enough. When one of the guys cut himself on barbed wire, our group were forced to put it back down. If you useless F-tards don't get this trailer over that fence, then you can all bloody well go. Can we take the tires out of the trailer first off? Came a reluctant question from an anonymous recruit. Hallelujah, exclaimed the instructor. You're not all as sick as you look. We completed the task, barely. Righto, that was fun, wasn't it? Now get the trailer back over here and drag it down the hill. Finally, at the bottom, my fellow recruits looked the way I felt. Did we enjoy that? He continued. There's a near unanimous no staff, except for one recruit. Yes, staff. Sorry, the instructor replied. What was that? Did one of you say yes, staff? He stepped forward. Yes, staff, I did. It was the bloke who turned up too late to the parade on the first day. In his mind, I suppose this was a way of currying some favour, but we just thought he was a bit simple. So you enjoyed it, did you, shit for brains? Yes, staff. Righto, guys. Because of our little mountain goat here loved it so much, let's let it crawl back to the top of the mountain again. Together we made our way on Gray's elbows and knees over rocks, all the way to the summit and then back again. So did you enjoy it this time, recruits? No, staff, came the unanimous shouting reply. After an allocated 5 minutes to shovel food into our mouths, we commenced the next activity. The jerry can run. Righto, you bunch of gronks. Grab yourself some cans. I've already filled them with water for you. Good bloke, hey? Follow me, yelled one of the instructors before jogging off down a bush track. I took a hold of two as I shot Smithy a sideways glance, unable to stop myself after that last comment. I followed with the rest of the group. It didn't take long before the instructor was out of sight. I power walked as best as I could. My forearms felt like they were going to explode. I withdrew into myself and kept pushing on. Eventually, I wasn't given the choice and my muscles let go. I was devastated. Then I looked around and noticed that everyone else was in the same predicament. Years of motocross had gifted me forearm endurance and strength. I put my jerry cans down and walked back to help the others. This was immediately noticed by two of the instructional staff, and they descended on me like hungry vultures. Are you finding this too easy? Definitely not, staff. Then what the hell do you think you're doing? Chromosome deficient? No, staff, I'm helping one of my mates. Aren't you aware that you're competing against everyone else here? Yes, staff. So you're a simpleton then? No, staff, I'll give you a tip. It doesn't matter if you finish, you won't be selected. I don't like you. None of us do. Yes, staff, I replied, continuing to help my colleague. I was then abused for the entire exercise, but I also noticed the instructors talking privately and taking notes. I was starting to understand that selection went against everything I'd experienced in life. It didn't matter what you did, how hard you tried, or what you accomplished or achieved. Nothing was ever good enough. It was an alternative universe of humiliation and physical pain with only two possible outcomes, endure or withdraw. Night fell and the cold set in. My overalls were stained with mud and saturated with sweat. You guys look like the swamp people, yelled one of the instructors. Shower time, he announced, laughing. He then brought 2 buckets of water with small holes drilled in the bottom. We stood in our underpants, shaking with hypothermia, as the freezing cold water trickled over us in turn. I want you back here dressed in some sort of presentable condition in 2 minutes. Got it? Go. We were then told to conduct pickets, or guard duty, on a rotating roster throughout the night and count 2 barrels of spent bullet cartridges by morning. They also provided an old car disc brake and a blunt hacksaw blade. You got to completely saw through the steel disc by the end of the week, or no one passes the selection. Understood? Yes, staff. After dinner, we were exposed to seemingly endless burpees, push-ups, and squats, to the point where I was sure I was going to throw up the little, almost inedible food I'd smashed down. All while we were bombarded with unanswerable questions. This was designed around the idea of try, fail, never give up. Finally, well into the night and totally fatigued, the group were directed to bed. It was first picket. There's no way we can get through this bloody thing in a week, my fellow picket said, soaring ineffectively at the hardened steel with the spent hacksaw blade. All we can do is our best, I replied as cheerfully as I could. Yeah, you're right. But seriously, no one's going to pass. Just keep trying, man. Here, I'll have a good go. You can count the bullets. I'm at 12.93, I said, my bottom jaw chattering uncontrollably with the bitter cold. The two of us were relieved. I hobbled back to my stretcher, crawled into my sleeping bag, shut my eyes and fell asleep instantly. Then, bang! I jumped up. In shock, the dark shape of an instructor appeared at the entrance of the tent with a shotgun, smoke still wafting from the barrel. Righto, dipshits, our mates are under attack. You have 2 minutes to march your sorry asses out of here. I fumbled to get my full kit on and ran out of the tent, and was then marched deep into the bush in the dead of night. Everyone was ordered to take up covering positions, where we remained for the next couple of hours. It must have been well below 0 degrees centigrade as we returned. I saw the first light in the sky an hour before sunrise. Looking down the tent line, I noticed how many empty stretchers there were, vacated by guys who had pulled the pin, withdrawn or got injured. There was a special casualty access team of paramedics or SCAT available to monitor our condition and provide first aid. Everyone was paranoid of being honest with them, as they'd likely recommend that we be removed from course. One guy had massive bleeding blisters between his legs. He secretly put strap and paint directly on his wounds and refused to give up. After selection, he had to have multiple skin grafts. Another suffered heat stroke and spent 3 days in hospital on an intravenous drip. We also had a shrink lurking around to psychologically assess our injuries. Any pre-existing injuries were exposed. The TOU obviously didn't want to waste their time selecting someone who was going to break physically later on. I had both feet strapped and wore 2 pairs of socks to avoid blisters. My time in the Australian Army Reserve had taught me to take care of my feet. I did, however, step in a hole on a run and sprain my knee, which instantly started to swell. I didn't report it or let it slow me down, and anyway, everything else was hurt too. The rest of the week only got worse. There was one arduous task after another, including the dog run. This is a simulated operational job where our team had to chase an armed offender, an instructor dressed up in firing blanks, through the bush while providing protection to the police dog and his handler. We ran for 4 hours with our full kit and rifle, all the while wearing a respirator. A respirator only allows a limited amount of air in through the filter. In times of physical exertion, you sweat into the mask and the lenses fog up. Panic naturally sets in when you can't get enough oxygen. It was my moment of greatest challenge. I was struggling, and some of the instructional staff noticed. At one stage, I had 4 of them on me. They yelled and abused me constantly before realizing I was holding up. Then they changed their tactics. Come on, man. We can see that you're struggling. Seriously, just tap out, hey? It'll all be over. You can get a good feed. What about a nice juicy burger and chips? I'll even get you a cold beer. Seriously, this isn't for you. But that's fine, no shame. You've done well, and let's be honest. Even if you finish, you won't be picked up. This whole group is dog shit. Anyway, from what we've seen, honestly, no one here is anywhere near good enough to work with us, especially you. After that, there was no way I was going to give up. Even with tear gas sprayed on us as we crawled through a tunnel in one of the few instances where we could remove our masks, my lungs felt like they were going to explode. I just kept putting one foot in front of the other. I dug deep. I wanted this. One morning at 4 a.m., our group were thrown on a bus and taken to the public swimming pool. It had been a rough night, with one of the instructors throwing a sound and flash grenade, or stunny as we call them, into our tent while we slept. There was heavy frost on the side of the pool we were instructed to strip. Everyone lined up in nothing but our mandatory budgie smugglers, Speedo-style swimmers. Righto, you pansy asses, jump in, the instructor yelled, his voice echoing in the still clear morning. As I resurfaced, it felt as if my lungs had collapsed. You okay, princess? You look like you might be a little cold or something, the instructor taunted me. I'm fine, staff. Alrighty then, let's have a little fun, he sniggered. We were divided into pairs. Our challenge was to push a pig-iron weight across the bottom of the pool, with one person underwater at all times. I was teamed up with my mate from the Army Reserve, shorter and leaner than most, but very fit. He loved adventure, racing, mountain biking, and endurance, kayaking. The bloke did everything at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He had dirty blonde hair and the dark white-set eyes. Gus called him Luke Perry's inbred second cousin. Everyone called him Ats. We commenced holding our breath in the Arctic like cold water, while diving down before trying to stay on the bottom, pushing the heavy weight with our hands. It hardly budged. This was a competition, and I didn't want to finish last. At one stage, I couldn't recover enough breath in the short time above the water. I fought through oxygen deprivation and completed the task. The instructors let us jump out of the pool for a few seconds, not to recover us, but to observe for signs of panic. Then they lined us up so that they could directly highly individualized insults about our shrinkage. My entire body shook. How was that then? An instructor goaded us. Fun? Yes, staff. I can't hear you guys. Yes, staff. Oh, good, I'm glad. So then, seeing as you're enjoying it that much, you can all jump back in and you can do it again tomorrow and then the next day too. I never did work out which response the instructors wanted. Both answers resulted in further punishment. It was just another way that they were mind-effing us. After the first 4 days, the instructors were content that everybody was sufficiently fatigued. We were then exposed to a different sort of test. Our group was required to run to a rifle range where we were issued with an MP5 submachine gun with deliberately basic instructions on how to aim, fire, reload, and construct stoppage drills. Most of us had never seen one, let alone fired one. Our group were then taken for another exhausting run with our guns bust on. Before returning to the range, we were expected to apply a brief lesson, reload and fire, shooting targets at varying distances. This included handgun shooting with our police-issued gloves. I wasn't the best, but I wasn't the worst either. In between serials, we were ordered to do push-ups in a group. I heard one of the instructors explode with pure rage. What? Everyone froze. What did you just say to me, recruit? Nothing, staff, he answered. That's not what I heard. I heard you say F you under your breath. No, I didn't, staff. Are you calling me a liar? No, staff. So what's it going to be, recruit? Sorry, staff. From that moment, there are at least 4 instructors on the man, the entire team. If they sense a weakness or an attitude problem, they'd go after him until he cracked. Even after we ran back from the range, they were still relentlessly baiting him. So are you going to tell me to F off again? No, staff. I don't like you. You have an attitude problem. You're not a team player. I've been watching you. You only ever look after yourself. No, staff. Are you calling me a liar again? The recruit had had enough. It was his tipping point. He got to his feet. You guys can all go and get effed. This is bullshit. I'm too good for this and I'm too good for you losers. With that, he stormed off. It was the last we saw of him. He was, as one of the instructors said, an A-grade cop. I had copped it earlier too. A fellow recruit, the redhead, had fallen over and was pinned under a tractor tire during an exercise that involved rolling him through the bush. I pulled it off him before helping him up. Bloody hell, man. Stay on your feet, I said with an encouraging smile. But this wasn't the way the instructors interpret it. Oh no. Are you turning on your mates? No, staff. We've got eyes on you. A group of instructors then followed me for hours, abusing and baiting me until they were satisfied. It wasn't an issue. After controlled aggression exercise, where I had to slug it out in boxing gloves with a man-mountain Maori recruit, we were taken to the Kill House training facility. Our group were put through close quarters, room clearance scenarios using ammunition rounds, a normal cartridge with a plastic tip containing paint. There were both shoot and non-shoot targets. Pressure was applied, and under extreme fatigue, hitting a non-shoot target was an instant failure. Late one night, everyone was taken into a demountable building with the air conditioner turned up to maximum heat. A long, deliberately dull lecture was given on the chemical makeup of tear gas and its effects on the human body. As hard as I tried, I couldn't stay awake. None of us could. We were then instructed to write a 3-page essay on what we had just learned. Another test exposed us to heights. The activity began by scaling the side of a 3-story training facility using rock climbing holds. Once at the top, each recruit was attached to a rope and had to walk to the side of the building and lean out so we faced the ground. This was my introduction to Pero. He was from an Australian-Italian family, a big bloke, tanned, with a receding light brown shaved head, a distinctive Roman nose, tiny ears and beady eyes. Always the funniest man in the room, and happily the butt of the joke. Pero was born not to play poker. You could always tell exactly what he was thinking, incapable of hiding his emotion. Raised on Rambo, he could pretty much rattle off any line from the movie series, which, come to think of it, probably wasn't that difficult. He led us in marches because he was ex-regular army. As Pero was lowered forward, he was shaking at the knees, clearly petrified of eyes, and as he faced the ground, out it came, a man yelp. The instructors suspected incorrectly that Pero was a grey man. In all special forces and SWAT training, instructors are on the lookout for a recruit who doesn't excel but doesn't fail either. To identify this during selection, tests are designed to plumb the extremes of physical and psychological endurance. In one such assessment, a tent was filled with high concentration of tear gas. A group were taken on a hill run, causing profuse sweating. CS gas attacks your sweat glands. And as we went into the tent with our respirators on, the gas was so thick I couldn't see a thing. Righto, recruit, when I say so, remove your mask and run me through the alphabet before I say you take a breath. Then, and only once I've said, so reapply the mask and blow out clearing it. Do you understand? Yes, staff. Don't run out or panic. You must work through it or you can go home. Got it? Yes, staff. Let's go. I removed the mask and was instantly hit with severe pain in my eyes that were then forced shut. The exposed skin on my face was burning, and I recited the alphabet and got to the letter T before I needed to take a breath. My lungs felt as if they were on fire. A natural panic set in, but I fought through it. I had to. I slowly and methodically reapplied my respirator before blowing out with what little hair I had left in my lungs. Well, that was easy enough, wasn't it, recruit? I heard the instructor say. I just nodded. I still couldn't see him. Let's try and get all the way to Z, and then I'll let you walk out of here. Yes, staff. Remove the mask, recruit. The pain hit me again. I began reciting the alphabet. It was intense, but I kept forcing myself to continue. I made it through to Z, but then started coughing and choking and nearly threw up before being let out. Snot was streaming uncontrollably from my nose and saliva dribbling from my mouth. I held out my arms to ventilate as directed, and my burning eyes eventually opened. Other recruits vomited. Some couldn't handle it and ran out of the tent in a panic. An instant fail. On separate occasions during the week, each of us was pulled from the group, sat down with instructors and interviewed, an opportunity for them to play mind games with us. I found it impossible not to be affected by what they said. They repeatedly told me that I was arrogant. Throughout the week, instructors referred to personal information in my application, especially as what I identified as my strengths and attributes. Highly motivated, focused, works well in both in team environment and independently, served in the army, reserve, and so on. You turn on your mate, you dirty jack son of a bitch, and you think you're a team player, do you? Bullshit you are. Yes, staff. And at every opportunity, they reinforced that even if I finished the week, I wouldn't be selected because they didn't want to work with someone like me. Some of the guys had written huge reports promoting themselves, listing every weapon they'd fired in the military. This was also referred to by instructors. What you're telling us, recruit, is that you're competent enough to fire a rocket launcher in the army, but you can't even fire your Glock. Yes, staff. You know what you are, recruit? No, staff. You are effing Jason Bourne on paper and Dad's army in reality. Then they would test the loyalty. Each recruit was entrusted with certain information and told not to let anyone know. The instructors asked questions about your opinion of fellow recruits to see if you turned them. You were even asked if you liked them or if you thought they'd make a good operator. Throughout the week, instructors stood around with folders and notepads. Everything you did was watched and scrutinized and recorded. It was especially hard when they looked at you and started frantically writing something down. There were many times, day and night, when you were stood in front of your stretcher and assessed for the state of your equipment. The instructor's way of doing this was to throw all your belongings out of the tent screaming, I've seen homeless winos with more pride. It didn't matter how tidy you were, they'd find something and then you'd be berated for it. By this stage, we were completely exhausted and our numbers had diminished significantly. I noticed that most of the ripped guys with show muscles had pulled out. Their bodies obviously required constant energy replacement to perform. A lot of recruits also withdrew because of injury. Your time spent with paramedics was monitored, and that you weren't using it as a chance to take a break. I suspected some guys exaggerated their injuries, looking for a face saving out. I was also mindful that if you voluntarily removed yourself from the course, you wouldn't be asked back to attend selection again. We all lined up in our full kit. Righto, recruits. We've managed to get rid of you all yet, so I reckon this next exercise should do it. I have to say, I'm going to really enjoy this stretcher carry. There were 2 stretchers, both containing a life-size dummy to make it harder. Metal weights were added. Each took 4 recruits to carry. If you weren't carrying the stretcher, there were jerry cans full of water to lug or tires to roll, all with your 20-kilogram backpack on. It was already late afternoon, and we had been run for most of the day. I took up my position at the front. As the 4 of us lifted it above our chests in unison, I realized how heavy it was. My right shoulder hurt with every step. This test was a way of determining whether you were a team player and truly a person who would never give up. I tried to be on the stretcher as much as I could. I was told to rotate out, but I'd always get myself back on it. However, after the first hour, I noticed there were some recruits who avoided the stretcher for lighter activities. The instructors noticed too. We continued well into the night. I lost track of time. It was pitch black with silent glow sticks placed on the ground indicating a path. Together, each man pushed on. Hour after hours. The instructor didn't let up. I was so fatigued that I barely noticed their screams anymore. I've never been in such a state of pain and exhaustion. Then, the guy beside me on the stretcher stumbled and collapsed. He managed to roll out and was replaced by someone a lot shorter than me, which meant I had to carry the entire weight. I completely withdrew into my own mind, shutting out the pain and exhaustion. The instructor's comments kept repeating over and over in my mind. If you finish, you won't be picked. So what is the point? There were times when I did ask the questions, is this really what I want to do? It was impossible not to. After another guy collapsed, the instructors let us have a drink. I looked up into the blazing stars through clouds of coffee steam. As my hot breath hit the cold night air, I realized that this was just a moment in time and that I could and would get through it. Then I was back to it. Sometime after midnight, one of the instructors surprised us. Righto, limp dicks, listen up. As some of you soft serves keep falling over, we'll pull the pin for tonight. We'd been going for 7 hours. As I frantically loaded the equipment onto the truck, I noticed that the glow sticks were placed around the track. In my near-delirious state, I hadn't realized that for the last few hours, we'd been walking around in circles. At 6 a.m. the next morning, everyone was back at it, instructed to run around the killer house carrying dummies while wearing our gas masks. We were then ordered to lie on our backs, with our hands and feet moving around in the air like dying cockroaches. The ultimate dehumanizing ordeal. By this point in the course, I would have done anything the instructors told me to do. Regardless of how degrading or demoralizing, it was the last day and I was spent. Okay, you bunch of disgusting disease-spreading roaches, put your dummies down and grab your backpacks. No one was impressed by your piss-weak last efforts, so we'll do it again. Yes, staff. Night was setting in. We lined up. Righto, you pea-hearted girl blouses. Follow me at my pace, the instructor hollered, and we ran down the path after him. Yes, staff. Are you a bunch of human shit staying serious? You know it's the last day and you've already switched off. No, staff. I didn't hear you. No, staff. In my fatigued state of mind, I hadn't noticed that we'd looped back around before bursting into a clearing where the instructional staff were clapping us in. We'd finished selection. The instructors put on a big barbecue and he can supply cold beer. It was surreal. These men had been beating us all week, and now they were talking to us like human beings. In turn, each instructor congratulated me after finishing the course. It was overwhelming. At first, I couldn't believe that it was over. Then I felt a sheer relief, and later a sense of accomplishment. What we didn't know is that we were still being assessed, and that a final decision hadn't been made. They was observing us to see what sort of blokes we were when our guards were down. But then there was one last task to be completed, a confidential peer vote. This is common to all SF and SWAT selection courses, so that instructors can tell what we think of each other. 44 recruits had started, and only 14 finished. The following morning, I was the fourth person called. 2 guys before me returned absolutely devastated. The other recruit couldn't hide his excitement. I walked in the room. Every instructor looked up and stared at me at the same time, no emotion on their faces whatsoever. The inspector started. So, take a seat. How do you think you went on this selection course? Oh, there are things that I could have done better, I said reluctantly. Yes, true, one of the instructors replied. I could feel the palms of my hands beginning to sweat, and I was struggling to talk. My mouth was that dry. One of them leaned forward and looked me straight in the eye. Before we go on, I want to tell you that anything said or done to you in selection wasn't personal. We just needed you to understand that we have the right person for the job. Do you understand that? Yes, staff. Of course. Sticks and stones, I replied. Exactly, an instructor replied, nodding in agreement. The suspense was killing me. Well, I won't leave you waiting any longer. After watching you all week, our unanimous view is we're happy to welcome you to the TOU. Thank you so much, I said, nearly overwhelmed. Everyone at the table shook my hand. You did well, son. You should be proud of yourself. But don't forget, this is only the beginning. You have a year of hard courses ahead of you, and this is going to cost the taxpayer more than $1 million just to train you. I'm sure you won't let them down. I won't let you them down. Thank you, sir. Ants, Para, Robbie, Smithy, and Zed were selected too. After selection, we returned to our LACs and were instructed to wait until the training course was scheduled. There was no indication of when it would commence, making the wait even harder. It was back to the streets of Bankstown for me, trying to avoid any complaint that could complicate a transfer. I was regularly asked about selection by my police mates, and they struggled to respond with any real explanation. How do you describe something like what I'd just been through? Every time I spoke to Gus, I'd ask if he had an update. He warned me to be careful what you wish for, mate. Selection is just a taste of what's to come. I wrote him off as being overly dramatic. Months later, I received notification. My motivation to exercise quickly returned. A week out from the training course, I was on a late night pack march with my staffy Josie. Headlights from an oncoming vehicle momentarily blinded me. I trod in a deep pothole, rolling my ankle before I hit the asphalt. The car just drove on. What was I to do? Was the dream over before it even began? I arrived at the X, meeting up with other successful applicants. They all looked just as excited and nervous, although I still had to notify training staff of my injury and wait for an outcome. Finally, we were allowed in and marched through the office as TOU operators inspected us. Our group was told to go to the briefing room and wait for our uniforms. After a friendly introduction from the boss, the instructional staff spoke with us in a very different tone. They quickly filled us in on how things were going to be. We were officially new operator trainees, or not. We were not TOU, not to eat in the mealroom, and not to associate with trained operators. And I was even directed by a sergeant not to talk to Gus at work ever, as he was from the course before me and was already trained, even though I'd been his best mate for years. Righto, our first activity is to run the sand dunes at Cronulla. I can already see that some of you wannabes have let yourselves go, an instructor said, looking us up and down. I raised my hand sheepishly. Excuse me, staff. Yes, what the F do you want? He barked. Staff, I need to notify you that I rolled my ankle on a pack lunch. You're shitting me. What are you even doing here? He yelled, shaking his head before storming out of the room. A few of the boys looked over at me as they were about to say something, but they changed their minds. After a long wait, the instructor returned. The boss had obviously gone against instructional staff's wishes, and I was given a week to recover or else be booted out of the unit. I found out the instructor's incredibly creative in devising new ways to individually exercise me beyond exhaustion so that I didn't miss out. However, selection was only a taste. The next 12 months were to be the most grueling and challenging by far. The first 6 months consisted of SWAT courses, where we were under constant scrutiny. Any mistake could result in being cut from the advanced training and ultimately the TOU. The first weapons course was tactical handgun, effectively Glock retraining and combat shooting. This set the tone for the rest of the year. Our group was on the line of an underground shooting range conducting stoppage drills when I heard, "You've got to be kidding me. That's the second time you've done that. Don't do it again," the huge instructor yelled at one of the knots. The instructor was over 6 feet tall and nearly as wide, with a shaven head and the intense look of a seriously annoyed silverback gorilla. The knot was much smaller and slighter. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched the instructor whack the unfortunate man across the back of the head, sending him face first into the ground. We all stood silently, not daring to move. During my long train ride home in the evenings, despite being exhausted, I went over everything: weapons, nomenclature, cycle of operation, strip and assembly and firing positions. I knew the consequences of getting it wrong. As Knots, we had to know everything about the M16 and M4 assault rifles, the UMP-40 and the MP5 submachine guns, and the Remington 870 pump-action and Benelli semi-automatic shotguns. Each course had a hard qualification sheet and then a physical demonstration of weapon knowledge, followed by a written assessment. There was also stress sheets for each weapon platform. This involved being exposed to a series of intimate, lifelike gunfight scenarios. We were exercised to the point of physical exhaustion with our gas masks on before running onto a lights-out firing range to shoot designated targets, while instructors ceaselessly yelled at us to increase the stress level to tipping point. They discharged their rifles and shotguns over our heads, next to us, and even deployed sound and flash grenades, all to the sound of throbbing death metal music, strobing white lights, and even smoke on some shoots. At this point, each knot was ordered to complete the strip and assemble of his weapon, proving fine motor ability under duress. If we shot an incorrect target, it was an immediate fail. We needed to be level-headed in the most extreme situations between shooting a hostage and a terrorist. Part of our SWAT training also involves a vehicle operations course, effectively high speed, high risk vehicles stopped running that included ramming all vehicles off of the road. The most memorable part of the motorcade training, which is part of protecting high priority dignitaries and visiting heads of state, was one of the sergeants repeatedly rammed my car at high speed as I was reversing out of a simulated hostile situation. It really was next level. I loved it. Despite comprehensive training in the best ways and means to take a person's life, we were also trained in every option available to ensure that is the last resort. The less combat and the use of less than lethal tactics such as tasers, shotgun rounds, tear gas, and police dogs, being chased down by a snarling, determined German shepherd, hoping that it was going to latch onto my protective sleeve and not my groin, was quite an experience and a rite of passage. The ultimate test, man versus canine. There were also courses for the use of ballistic shields and armored vehicles, shooting and operating under night vision, reconnaissance, operational planning, and the critical method of entry course, or MOE. This involves advanced training in various ways of getting into any stronghold through manual means such as rams, entry tools, chainsaws, or other power tools, as well as specialized shotgun rounds for firing through the door locks, hinges of glass. And then there was explosive entry, where a device or charge is placed against the door, wall, or window, the closest thing to a guaranteed access on the completion of the course. We stood in our group as instructors, detonated a huge fuel-air explosion just behind us, making for a dramatic photo backdrop. A fuel-air explosion is used tactically as a very effective technique. All these courses led to the one big one, the Close Quarter Battle, or CQB course. Two knot operators had already been culled by this stage. CQB drew together all previous courses into one, featuring a live-fire, short-duration, high-intensity conflict characterized by sudden extreme violence at close range, decisive entry into a stronghold, searching for and engaging or killing the threats, and evacuating hostages. We quickly learned that we had to stick together. It was us against the best efforts of the instructors to break us. As a group facing almost continuous adversity, we became very close. Psychological abuse, exercise punishment, character beastings, and the ever-present threat of removal from the TOU constantly hung over us all. Each man struggled with separate courses or skill sets. However, one of the boys noticed Pereiro's terrified expression on the broken calls and called out, "Hang in there, mate. You'll get another $1.50 a day if you finish all your courses." Dangling off the side of the sandstone pylons of Sydney Harbour Bridge, Pero immediately called back, "I hate this course so much that when I get home, I'm going to stay awake as long as possible, so it feels longer before I have to be back up here again." Everyone laughed. We were all with mates. We'd do anything for each other without a hesitation, an entirely necessary trait for a TOU operator. And we even got to do the Harbour Bridge walk for free. We called ourselves the Wolfpack. The times away from the instructors were the best, especially the long drives on the bus to Special Forces training facility at Army Base. Pero was a big fan of the 1980s classic rock and regularly loaded up the PA system. His favourite was the soundtrack from The Karate Kid, "You're the Best Around." Belting out the words was something that made us feel normal, if only for a short time. The counter-terrorism courses went for another 6 months and extended beyond the professional standard of other international SWAT teams. This included the linear assault course on the buses and trains, the aircraft operation course involving assault onto large commercial aircraft, the tactical roping course involving abseiling down high-rise buildings, smashing through windows, swinging in and clearing rooms, the active threat course for urban terrain combat like streetscapes and large strongholds such as shopping malls, especially confronting multiple active shooters, the bushcraft course that honed remote navigation survival and rural combat skills, the helicopter operations course involving fast roping choppers, and the water operations course, or deployment from water or a vessel onto a passenger liner large commercial vessel, or land-based target before clearing the area and freeing hostages. There was one last test to prove ourselves, the survival swim. This was conducted at night, and based on the scenario of your chopper going down at sea, it entails swimming from Balmoral to Manly in Sydney Harbour, a breeding ground for bull sharks. What made it worse was that a Navy clearance driver had been attacked in the same area only days before. He lost an arm and a leg while wearing the same equipment as we were, a long black wetsuit and black fins. To all intents and purposes, a fur seal, a shark's favourite food. As we jumped from the wharf right on dusk, I was sure I'd be taken, although as exhaustion set in, the thought of being bitten in half seemed to disappear from my mind. We weren't allowed to slow down and release the cramps brought on by the cold water and constant finning, even for a few seconds. Swimming like this for 6-hour waves constantly crashed over us. This caused me to swallow gulps of seawater. All the while I fought through exhaustion with my cast iron replica rifle held fast to my chest. A Navy guy in the previous course took in so much salt water that his entire body blew up, like a Michelin man, and he had to be hospitalized. I momentarily turned my attention to the distant headland and the twinkle of lights from people's houses. They'd all be fast asleep in their warm posturepedic beds. Near the end, my legs kept buckling. I struggled through the waves and onto the beach. "What the hell do you wankers think you're doing?" barked the instructors. "Get back into that water. You thought this was over? Swim back, as in right now." I was nauseated with fatigue, but I wasn't going to give up. We finned out a couple hundred meters before finally being allowed to return to the beach, and that was that. I had completed my courses. What started with over 200 recruits was now just 6 fully trained operators, including my mates Ats, Pero, Robbo, Smithy, and Z. We now qualified for the prestigious black ceremony, where the boss of the TRU officially handed us our new uniforms, black, fire-retardant overalls, and issued the personal operator number. In my case, it was number X embroidered on a black uniform patch. As TRU operators, our identities are suppressed, and court appearances only require the use of our ID number. We're also entitled to have our addresses deleted from external police databases and allowed to remove our details from the electoral roll. We arrest the most dangerous criminals, including, of course, terrorists, so anonymity is important to alleviate the risk of reprisal. We were no longer knots, but now among the boys in black, with our names in gold lettering on the TRU honor board, proudly up there with past and present qualified operators. That night, I was celebrating in a pub in Surrey Hills with the other guys when I met Lisa. She was working in the local emergency department. We clicked immediately, and I was 29 years old. On the surface, Lisa and I seemed to be from parallel universes. She was from Ireland, and I wasn't. She was a tall, blonde, striking alternative, and completely at home in the city, surrounded by everything weird and wonderful that goes with that. I was from the country. I never really lived outside of the Hawkesbury or the neighbouring Hillshire, but we were both strong-willed, adventurous, and determined. And above all, Lisa was dedicated to her career in emergency nursing, as I was to mine in policing. As a young woman, Lisa travelled to Australia with nothing but the promise of a job through an agency. A recruitment representative met her at Sydney Airport before shouting at her for arriving alone. Her friend had been held up in customs in Dublin. Without as much as an explanation, Lisa was driven to the only available accommodation. The place was condemned a few years later. She was then shown to a small room in the nurses' quarters, containing nothing but a single bed. The next morning, after walking into her first giant flying cockroach and then an introduction to a red-bellied black snake in the garden, she made a commitment to herself to make it work no matter what. By the time we met in that Surrey Hills bar, Lisa was enjoying the life she'd created for herself, challenging me on so many levels. She loved music, especially Indian rock, and took me to festivals. Always the life of the party, Lisa was full of energy and addictive to be around. Then there were her friends. I thought SWAT operators were a unique bunch, but they pale in comparison to emergency doctors and nurses. They really knew how to party and have a good time. They were free with their opinions and had a dark sense of humour that rivaled that of most cops. A lot of her best friends were flamboyant gay men. They were really fun to be around. Lisa often told me that I was different to anyone she had ever dated. I noticed that she deliberately kept me at a distance because at the back of her mind she planned to return home to Ireland, and the last thing she wanted was to get stuck on the other side of the world. Our make or break moment came soon enough. I asked her to go on a holiday with me. My mother loaned us the motorhome. The plan was to drive from Sydney via the town of Glenrowan, where Ned Kelly made his last stand, to Port Melbourne, Victoria. We boarded the Spirit of Tasmania, a large roll-on, roll-off car ferry cruise ship, and explored our way around the Upper Isle together. It wasn't the sort of holiday Lisa would have chosen for herself, although she'd once backpacked with a friend up the east coast of Australia. It was just she and I for 3 weeks with no escape from each other. Soon after our return, we moved in together. We lived in the inner West Sydney suburbs of Surrey Hills and Redfern before finding a cute single-storey terrace in the inner city cultural hub of Newton. I'd lived in more places in those first 18 months with Lisa than I had in my entire life. Over 2 years, they were some of our happiest times. We travelled to Ireland to meet her family and friends and got engaged on a snowy Christmas morning. The two of us bought our first place together in Cronulla in Sydney South. Lisa wanted to stay in the city. It was a run-down red brick building with rising damp that needed to be completely gutted. The place was a renovator right on the beach. The truth was that she saw me as a renovation project as well. After I finished making the place livable, we brought our first baby girl home. It was a month later, and my first big job. I was excited, but striving my best to hide it. We rushed to our vehicles. Undercover officers reported that 3 men were on their way to commit an armed robbery. A high-risk vehicle stop was urgently requested. We scrambled into our equipment and gathered everything necessarily. I was allocated to the rear passenger seat and given the shotgun, a Remington 870 pump action with 12-gauge rounds. This is a specialized cartridge designed to impact with the glass and then release gas into the cabin. I was in an unmarked V8 Land Cruiser as part of a TOU convoy. The lights and sirens were activated as we attempted to catch up with the known criminals before they reached the next heist, a petrol station. The police chopper was in the air, and surveillance vehicles were in the field providing location intelligence. My team leader in the front seat spotted the offenders. Lights and sirens were cut. We needed the advantage of surprise. Ours was the blocking vehicle with another 4-wheel drive crew behind us and the fast car team in a Falcon XR6 Turbo backing up. We waited for the 3-word activation code. The target vehicle was travelling at over 100 kilometers an hour on the busy Great North Road. I checked my shotgun again. It was ready to go. I grabbed hold of the brakes handle and prepared for impact. This was it, the moment I had been trained for. Our driver sped up, and beside the offender's vehicle, a stolen dark blue turbocharged Subaru WRX, a heavy bull bar slammed into the front driver's side wheel, buckling it with precision and crashing the car at speed into the curb. I quickly recovered from the collision and jumped out. The other 4-wheel drive was positioned beside the target car with the fast car team at the rear. As I ran to the offender's car, I saw the driver glance towards me. His eyes were as dilated as dinner plates, with a terrified expression that said, "I'm about to be shot in the face." I racked the pump-action shotgun, chunk, chunk, and deliberately aimed it downwards into the rear passenger window. Boom! And then boom! Again. Another operator also fired from the rear. The front window was surgically smashed in before a taser was deployed. The same thing was happening on the other side of the car. The driver was screaming with fear, and I ripped the door open and instantly copped a face full of tear gas. I started choking, but fought through it, grabbing the driver in a headlock. As my partner cut a seatbelt with a hook knife, I ripped the man out before throwing him on the ground and into handcuffs. Another of the offenders literally wet himself on the front seat, and there were 2 loaded 9mm semi-automatic handguns, and in the back a sawed-off shotgun. It was a perfectly executed operation, seizing the initiative and overwhelming the threat through the violence and action, namely speed and strength and surprise, aggression to achieve total dominance. This put the armed and dangerous criminals instantly on the back foot, resulting in neither us nor them being injured. We were given the authority to do what we were trained to do, took the initiative, acted decisively, and prevailed. I smiled to myself. The barrier testing, selection, and a year of back-to-back cutting-edge courses were all worth it. I was where I wanted to be, a fully qualified operator, a state asset and one of the toughest and best-trained tactical operations units in the world. And then I reflected on the Chief Inspector's words at the information day and what seemed a lifetime ago. The TOU are looking for a person who will not be rattled or overwhelmed in any situation. The TOU require individuals who will overcome extreme adversity with the highest level of skill and resilience. However, there was something that was never explained in selection, in advanced training, or in the many thousands of operations that followed. There are actually two types of resilience: operational and psychological, because eventually every one of us would pay a personal price for our service. Suck it up was the unspoken rule. It's the Australian way. Near misses, close calls, and injuries. Near misses, close calls, and injuries are common in the TOU training and in our everyday operations. Taking on an individual basis, we learn from every one of them. Being able to manage potentially life-threatening risks in the line of duty is essential. It's what's expected of a highly trained state asset. It was what was required at Lint. However, over time, the physical and psychological damage accumulates. At first you laugh it off, then you just shrug your shoulders. At some point, you find you're not laughing as much anymore, and then you don't laugh at all. As part of our water operations course, we were required to undertake covert swim-up assaults on a decommissioned Royal Australian Navy ship. The method we use is to deploy a wire cabling ladder. This is a narrow steel cable device that's deployed. It requires several operations to hold in the water and then hook it over the side of the ship. The pole is then extracted, leaving the ladder in place. On this day, the task was completed effectively. It was my turn to pull up the ladder down as tightly as possible, securing it in place, allowing Pero to begin the long climb to the top. Pero was 25 meters above me. It was his first attempt. The ladder flipped and he was caught against the ship's steel hull. He tried to rectify the situation at the top and nearly managed it before he lost his footing. Then I heard it again. A man yelp. I looked up and saw him fall straight towards me, with no way for me to move in time, crashing only millimeters away from where I was treading water. The impact of a heavy man strapped with equipment landing on top of me from height would have broken my neck. Fortunately, I was unharmed. Pero, however, wasn't so lucky. His rifle, or rather a cast-fire training replica, hit him in the face. Bloody hell, man, that was a pearler of a stack. He nearly killed me. I laughed, not so much in relief for myself, but at how flustered my mate was. Sorry, mate, trust me, I didn't mean it. You know how freaked out I am with heights. I looked more closely. You're okay, aren't you? Yeah, what do you mean? Pero replied, clearly not understanding my question. Man, your top lip is pissing out blood. Yeah, I know. The gun smashed me square in the gob when I hit the water. Don't tell the instructors, he said. He wiped the blood away with the sleeve of his wetsuit. You sure it looks pretty bad? I continued, pressing out of concern. Yeah, seriously, she's cool. I'm already embarrassed about falling, Pero grinned strangely as he held up his weapon to show that he somehow still had it. He adjusted his overvest, checked that both his heat, emergency oxygen, and bottle compact personal flotation device were in place, spat out a splotch of blood, smiled again, as if nothing had happened. What are you two dumbasses talking about? Get up! That bloody ladder, came the barking response from one of the instructors. With a little shake of the head, Pero then muttered in his best John Rambo First Blood Part 2 impersonation. Do we get to win this time, sir? I've had plenty of close calls in TOU water operations training, especially in a ship underway vessel boarding. One such time, we were conducting the boarding of the Sydney Harbour Party as part of a counter-terrorism exercise. I was a member of an assault team on a rigid-hulled inflatable boat, or RIB. This is specialised fast craft operated by water police and the special forces all around the world. It can carry up to 8 operators, plus a driver and support officer. Another team was entering from the far side of the ferry, and the third crew were fast roping onto the roof from the police chopper. All were to conduct the assault simultaneously. As the most senior operator, I was assigned as first aboard the distinctive single-hulled commuter craft. Permission to engage was given. Go, go, go! As our rib approached, it bounced on the waves like a rodeo ball. We all held on. The sea swell was particularly powerful that day. The ferry was also moving at speed, creating its own wake. We needed to get aboard as quickly as possible. As the simulation involved a terrorist hijacking with hostages, I jumped up, readied my feet, and started running between the seats, and the inflatable hull, anticipating that as the rib made contact, I'd land on the deck of the ferry. Unfortunately, as I launched myself off the rubber bow, a swell interrupted our approach and under the rib violently bumped back, but it was too late for me. I was already committed. Airborne, I became acutely aware that there was no rib below me, just ocean and swell. Somehow, I managed to grab hold of the ferry's guardrail in the time to save myself, pulling up hard and fast, just high enough to miss being crushed between the rib and the ferry. And then there was the real threat. If I fell off being sucked under the water and cut to pieces by the ferry's massive bronze propeller, there had been incidents of this nature in the past. I shrugged it off. It might sound as if all we do in the TAU are water operations, when in fact most of our deployments are land-based and urban. We were conducting the method of entry course as part of my initial training on this occasion. It was to drive up assaults at a stronghold of the Australian Special Forces at Army Base in southwestern Sydney. This course is both brutal and dangerous and includes shooting out door handles and hinges, as well as windows with shotguns. It also included crashing through glass doors and windows at full sprint, and cutting through doors and garages with power tools, including chainsaws. Window entries are especially hazardous. A huge ladder is placed as quickly as possible below a windowsill, often at a second-story level. The first operator then smashes out the glass with a reamer, a long, hardened steel pole. Inevitably, shards fall onto the rest of the team. Then studies are lobbed through the window by other operators, effectively distracting anyone inside. At the top of the huge ladder on a small platform, you quickly set yourself, reaching your free arm through to the inside windowsill, while holding your rifle at the ready with the other arm before swinging through the opening. Many windows are tiny and banging off the bottom windowsill is unavoidable. My left butt cheek was bruised black and blue for weeks after the course. For some reason, all my injuries have been on my left side. However, the fastest and most effective way of entering a stronghold, or any secure area for that matter, is through the expert use of an explosive charge. Explosives can be fashioned into different shapes and sizes depending on the requirement. The TAU are well trained in this field. Some charges are designed for windows, some for doors or brick walls, and even steel roller doors. On this occasion, the breacher selected a fold-up charge, or as the Americans call it, a folding silhouette charge, placed against the door and stuck in place with dollops of axle grease. We now use stick-on toilet ducts that create a unique smell after an explosion, a mixture of gunpowder, smoke, and citrus. Once positioned at the breacher, returns to his place in the stack behind the front man holding a Perspex riot shield and protecting the entire group from blast residue. He then detonates a charge. A huge explosion shakes you to your core, even at a standoff distance. It blows a clean rectangular hole in whatever obstacle is targeted. Allowing operators to pass a breacher requires a special skill set. Breachers are experts in all types of access, especially explosive entry. There's a long-standing friendly rivalry between breachers and snipers, as there is, for instance, between Australians and New Zealanders in sport. We snipers say that all breachers are brain dead from traumatic injury caused by repeated exposure to explosions. Although we're all exposed to the same damage, and snipers have added the exposure from the repeated firing of large caliber rifles. I was allocated as a cover man. Our team approached quickly in our special purpose vehicle. This is a beast of a four-wheel drive with a steel platform on the back and sides that allow operators to hold onto the outside and then make a quick exit. I was at the back right driver's side with the breacher, in the middle of another cover man to my left. In this operation, the breacher faced backwards, holding the explosive charge. It was my job to physically secure him in place long enough for the other cover man. This can be very dangerous. It needs to be done precisely in a fast-moving and unpredictable live-fire operation. These skills can make the difference between life and death for hostages, and for us. We were directed to assault the building. I banged on the roof twice to let the driver know that I was ready. I stood with my right arm holding my rifle upwards, ready to engage. My left locked the breacher into position. Speed is essential to minimize vulnerable time in the open. However, on this occasion, the vehicle was going unusually fast. Suddenly and unexpectedly, the driver swerved to the left of an off-camber corner. I held on as tightly as I could with my left arm. I nearly managed the situation, but the breacher couldn't hold, and he bumped me. I fell from the back of the SPV at 60 kilometers per hour, smashing into the asphalt and tumbling over and over in a sort of controlled recovery. This falling technique, together with my bullet-resistant vest and my ballistic helmet, saved me from serious injury. Still, I'd whacked my head and was unsteady on my feet. I could see stars. Taking a knee, I looked up, saw the team near our entry point, and stumbled towards them. Stop, stop, end X. I repeat, end X. The senior instructor yelled, come over here. Yes, staff. Firstly, are you okay? Yes, of course, staff, I answered. I knew that I wasn't. Are you sure? So you're ready to continue? Definitely, staff. Take a look at your weapon. I looked down and saw that my MP5 submachine gun no longer had the magazine in the magazine run. Seriously, mate? Take a few seconds to set yourself, the instructor continued, now with a less confronting tone. That's when I noticed how painful my foot was. It was killing me, especially my toes. I gathered myself before fronting the instructors again. I have to say that you're a useless prick for falling off the SPV, but you somewhat redeemed yourself when you rejoined the fight, growled the instructor. Yes, staff. Go and see the medics. Seriously, staff, I'm fine. Do it. The specialist ambulance officers had a good look at me. They attended all our dangerous training involving firearms and explosives. You all right? I saw the whole thing. I was sure you wouldn't be getting back up, one of the paramedics commented. They checked my vital signs, heart rate, respiratory rate, and blood pressure, before shining a pen-like torch into both my pupils. They even had a look at the grazes on my arms and knees, but thankfully, they didn't make me take my boots off. Seriously, fellas, I feel fine. I reckon I just got the wind knocked out of me. I again reassured them. Right, you bunch of useless numpties. Get your heads in the game. That was a monumental clusterfuck. Let's switch the fuck on and not screw this one up. Yes, staff, we all responded. I was aware that if I pulled out because of injury, I'd have to abandon all my courses. This would mean waiting another 2 years to start with the next group. I wasn't going to let that happen. For the rest of the day, I was under the constant suspicious gaze of the instructors. They could see that I was limping, despite my very best efforts to cover it up. You going to be able to manage this? The instructor asked several times. All good, staff. I replied with the thumbs up signal. When I got home, I could barely manage to get my boot off. My left big toe and the one next to it were broken. As a kid, I'd broken the same toes in a motocross accident and I had to stay off my feet for weeks. The next morning, I strapped my broken toes together with electrical tape and forced my boot back on. I somehow finished the week in the course, but just as importantly, I gained a reputation for toughness, particularly under pressure. It was another training course exercise involving the water police, pole air, and the TAU. I wasn't scheduled to join, but found myself in the right place at the right time. The training was being conducted at North Cronulla, well away from the main beach. The exercise was called helo casting. This was part of our extensive helicopter-based training. Another TAU capability is fast roping. This is a dynamic method of deploying operators from a chopper to various locations, for instance, onto the top of buildings, large boats, or hard-to-reach locations. This dangerous activity requires complete focus with any lapse in concentration, potentially resulting in tragedy, like the famous scene in the Hollywood movie Black Hawk Down, where a special operations forces soldier falls to his death. After the chopper's rapid approach to the drop area, it conducts a quick stop maneuver by pulling up with a helicopter, nearly facing vertically, and then dropping its tail before leveling off. A long rope is thrown out over the tow and drop zone while you lean out to take hold. Pulsing bursts of wind and the roar from the rotors add to the overall experience. If you miss, you die. As you slide downwards, you must wrap your legs around it to help you slow down. Once on a course, the end of the rope had blown off the side of a 3-story building the two of us were fast roping onto. If I hadn't been aware of this and the operator above me hadn't noticed, I might have ended in catastrophe. With all my heavy tactical equipment on board, it was extremely difficult for me to stop completely and only slow down. But for the quick thinking of the helicopter crew directing the pilot back onto the top of the building, we both would have plummeted to the asphalt below. There are no safety harnesses or safety measures. Fast roping must be conducted at speed to minimize exposure time to potential threats. An instructor on our course repeatedly screamed the same comment. It's fast roping, you bunch of gumbies, not medium fucking pace roping. In contrast, helo casting essentially involves jumping from the high police chopper into the ocean. The TOU are responsible for high-risk vessel boarding and water operations for the state of New South Wales. The use of this tactical skill involves rapid deployment into the sea or any body of water. This allows operators to complete a covert swim-up assault onto a vessel or land-based target. We all readied our water operations equipment. A safety briefing was conducted with all the units involved. I ran through about the first way to occur. We were cast in the water about 300 meters offshore before being picked up by the water police. The chopper, a twin-engine Dahl 412 EPI, fired up and we were ready to go. I was on the second stick, or second group, after dropping the first stick, and the chopper looped back to get us. It flew with open doors. There was no need for straps or harnesses. We had to be ready to jump at short notice. I climbed out onto the chopper's skids as the back draft from the chopper's rotor was whipping my face. Far below, I could see white caps forming on the surface of the water. The only thing I had to hold on to was a small green nylon strap. It was a rush. A crew member, or crewie as we call them, gave us the signal. A downward chop of the hand, it was time to go. I jumped the 5 meters from the skids and into the ocean while the chopper was still flying forward. Not hovering, a perfect deployment. We completed a couple more jumps before we had to brake and let the chopper refuel. "You're taking it a bit easy out there, aren't you, mate?" one of the TOU boys unexpectedly said to the pilot. "Sorry, what do you mean?" he replied. "Would you go any lower?" the operator continued, sarcastically, clearly batting him. "Are you serious?" the pilot continued. I joined in. "Just bloody send it. What do you think we are, the riot squad or something?" Everyone laughed. It was a long-standing in-joke. "All right, but don't say I didn't warn you," the pilot replied, with an "I'll show you" expression on his face. The boys just couldn't help themselves. We wanted to go higher and faster. This wasn't just about cockiness. Often live-fire deployments required risks taken at a second notice. Hesitation can potentially jeopardize an operation or spell disaster in a hostage situation. The chopper fired up. As we got our gear back on, I noticed one of the straps that secured my vest containing the heave emergency oxygen bottle had broken. But as it was one of the two, I wasn't concerned. This, unfortunately, was an accident waiting to happen. We boarded the chopper. I waited in anticipation. The crew gave us the signal. I climbed down onto the skids, and this time we were a long way up, perhaps over 100 meters, and still flying at speed. I clung onto the strap as tightly as I could. For a TOU operator, this was challenging and dangerous, but also exciting. I thought to myself, I can't believe we're actually getting paid to do this. The chopper continued its descent, began easing in speed somewhat. We were about 15 meters above the water. It felt like over 20 knots, or about 35 kilometers per hour as the wind lashed my face. The crew gave me the drop signal. I looked at him and shook my head thinking, "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" No one had committed. He again gave me the signal. I didn't want to look soft in front of my senior operators, so I mustered up the courage, and without further hesitation, I jumped. I was in the air for a long time, toppling forward towards the water. I wouldn't have done this if it hadn't jumped from so high. And I felt a massive impact. Something was wrong. I resurfaced after a few seconds, but I was struggling to stay conscious. It took all my focus to not pass out because I knew the consequences. I spat out a large amount of blood. Even in my dazed state, I was concerned with sharks. Decided against doing it again. I just swallowed. The other boys in the water weren't aware of my injury. And like Perro and the caving ladder incident, I didn't want them to know either. The water police boat finally arrived and we were pulled on board as the speedboat was still moving. One of the water police guys looked at me. "Holy crap, you alright, man? You've got blood pissing down your chin." "Yeah, all good, I think. I just bit my tongue. Nothing to worry about." But he continued to stare at me, so I turned away, wiping my face with the arm of my wetsuit. The boat dropped us in the water just beyond the breakers so we could swim the short distance to shore. As I stood up in the shallows, I called out to one of my colleagues. He turned to face me and said, "I think I might have knocked out some teeth." 2 of my front teeth were projected out, landing in my hand. And as I looked down in shock, a wave knocked me over and washed my teeth away. This was too much for the other operator. He fell to the ground in a fit of nervous laughter and began rolling around in the sand. "I'm sorry, mate, but that was one of the funniest things I've ever seen." "I suppose you're right," I said with a newly developed lisp, which set him off again. As I walked up the beach, the other 2 operators came to find what my colleague found so funny. The sergeant changed his tune when I opened my mouth. "Shit, You've knocked out 2 teeth. Really? 2? And put all the others through your tongue. Ah, you okay? I'll live. The missus will be stoked with the new look, I said, attempting to be humorous. It didn't work, and I knew Lisa wouldn't find it funny either. We're going to need to get that checked out right away. I immediately replied, I need to get back on the horse, Sarge. I have to go up again. If I don't, I may never want to do it again. You can't be serious. You banged up pretty bad. Seriously, I need to do this. All right, but it's on you. Thanks. It's my decision. He just shook his head. We moved into a new position as the chopper touched down. I turned away so the crew couldn't see my face. I'm sure that they wouldn't have let me go again if they knew. We looped around. It was the last jump of the day. A clear blue sky and a soft sea breeze. It took a concerted effort to control my nerves as I made my way into the skids. We were high and coming in fast. I had to do this. I stared at the crew just waiting for the signal. There it was. Flexing every muscle in my body, I jumped without hesitation. This time I leant back, so I didn't topple forward. I braced for impact and hit the water. It was a lot better this time, but my mouth was still tender from the previous impact. I'd done it now. Now I felt confident enough to do it again in the future. Mission accomplished. The sergeant organized a lift for me to the emergency dentist. Oh my god, this is horrific. How did you say this happened again? The dentist asked me, looking a little unwell himself. Jumping out of a helicopter? Are you joking? Deadly serious. I don't see something like this walk in every day. I can imagine. You've lost 2 teeth at the top, and the next 2 of them are so badly damaged they'll need veneers. I can't see 11, 12, 13 piercings of your tongue. You're lucky you didn't bite it off entirely. He continued thinking out loud, making notes on a laptop. I'd have been luckier not to do it at all, I said with a pronounced lisp. The comment just went over his head. Challenging. The dentist mumbled again, obviously thinking out loud. He shook his head and rubbed his brow. How high did you jump from again? He questioned me. I replied, I hit the water from 15 meters, and on impact, my oxygen bottle slammed under my chin. Are you mad? He asked, in a way that was meant that he thought I was. The next morning, Lisa realised I wasn't quite right and struggling to remember who the Prime Minister was. Although, in Australia, that's a challenge for everyone. I've had so many of them lately. More importantly, however, I was having trouble recalling details about the previous day, Lisa took me straight to the emergency department at the Royal Prince Alfred Hospital, where I was admitted. Over the next 12 months, I had a ridiculous number of surgical procedures to fix my mouth. Every morning for 6 months, my routine was car keys, phone, wallet, teeth, from a glass of water beside the bed. It's like living with a pensioner, Lisa remarked, with more than a hint of Irish sarcasm. But Gus went one further. I got my new teeth. Mate, you now have Nicole Kidman's smile on Danny DeVito's head. It was an emergency call-out to a housing commission block in the inner Sydney suburb of Redfern. Tactics only, I inquired. Permission to use special weapons, and tactics needs to be approved by a regional commander. On this occasion, we were only given permission to use less lethal tactics, such as pepper spray and tear gas, shotguns and tasers. If a lethal option was required, we still had our sidearms, a clock, a 40 caliber semi-automatic pistol with a 15-round magazine. We kitted up in our black bullet-resistant vests, complete with ceramic plates front and back that will stop most rounds. There was helmets and personnel, followed by any extra equipment required for protection, from our knife attacks together with manual breaching equipment such as a tactical ram. I had the Perspex riot shield and the taser. The operation behind me had a CS fogger, a large canister of tear gas that can be deployed manually. It serves a similar purpose to the pepper spray GD's officers carried, but it's more effective with a far greater available volume. Another operator had selected a Remington 870 shotgun, a pump-action weapon that uses a special round when fired. It shoots a cartridge with an exterior material pouch filled with X, a very effective method of subduing violent offenders without killing them. We also have a round that can be deployed through a 40mm grenade launcher, but this was decided against because the person of interest was holed up in a confined space. One essential item for the knife jobs was a pair of chainmail gloves that extend on the shoulder as worn by the medieval knights. This is ideal for safely grabbing a blade from an offender. I held the riot shield up to my face and peered into the doorway, ratcheting, and the strap was secured to my left arm. I was positioned at the front of the stack, providing protection for the rest of the team, a common role for newly qualified operators eager to prove themselves to his seniors. At the far end of the poorly lit room was a large, muscular, shirtless, tattooed man who was pacing back and forth in a methamphetamine-induced rage. He was holding two large blades with blades facing downwards, the sharp edges towards the front, as a skilled knife fighter would. This allows for both downward stabbing and slashing. It was initially a domestic violence incident with a person of interest pulled the knives when duty's police arrived. The man pointed his blades menacingly at me. Get my fucking mate Jono down here, or I'll stab as many of you's mother F as I can before you kill me, he roared. He then feigned a lunge before withdrawing, becoming further enraged, swelling the knives acrobatically in a boxer stance. I had my taser drawn but not activated. The light source and laser pointer would have further aggravated him, and at that point we just wanted to de-escalate the situation. Righto boys, let's go get him, the team leader further back in the stack called out. I gritted my teeth. It was my time to shine. I felt my adrenaline level surge as I pulled the shield higher and activated the safety catch. I took a step into the room. The man's bulging, bloodshot eyes opened wider, and his nostrils flared like an angry bull. He charged towards me with both knives held up over his head so that he could stab me with the downward thrust. I took aim. Crack! The taser discharged with the barbs hitting home. A stream of tear gas deployed by another operator simultaneously passed over my head, hitting the person of interest in the face. It didn't slow him down in the least. He was already committed. I dropped my weight as low as I could, pushing my shoulder forward and flexing every muscle, bracing for impact. This was a technique I learned in junior rugby league, which was especially useful when our 120 kilogram, 6 foot tall, 14-year-old Pacific Islander kid was running straight at you. The man began to topple forward. I could see him coming right at me. I watched in what seemed to be slow motion as the knife blade struck the shield with mere millimeters of clear perspex between me and an urgent trip to a packed ED waiting room. Just as the man's full weight hit, I shoulder charged his forward momentum bumped me back. I felt the weight of the operator directly behind me, but the stack held firm. I pushed forward again, knocking him onto his back, landing on top of him. Die, you effing dog pig, he bellowed, and the air went of him like a deflating party balloon. I was still conscious of the blades, naturally hoping that they wouldn't pierce me, or him for that matter. The operator with chainmail gloves engaged, and after a violent struggle, we got the POI into handcuffs. In the job debrief, the sergeant commented, good work by the new bloke. To the nodding approval of other senior operators, I couldn't help smiling, and so began my love affair with the taser. From that day on, I seemed to be mentioned in most jobs as the operator deploying a taser. I still hold the record for the most tactical operation unit taser deployments, although my mates would be chasing it. There was another close call at an outlaw motorcycle clubhouse in Western Sydney. The war on bikies had been a big part of the New South Wales Police Force's war on organised crime. This was in response to the highly publicised brawl in Sydney's airport between two rival gangs, which resulted in a man being beaten to death with a steel bollard in front of terrified travellers. I was part of a 4-man squad, including Old Dig, short for Old Digger. At 52 years of age, he was the oldest operational SWAT cop in Australia, and maybe the world. The aim was for the bikies not to know that we'd entered. It was a particularly dark night. Our job was to escort specialist police so they could secretly install devices under the terms of the court-issued warrant. It was about 3 a.m. when we got the all clear to go in. The clubhouse was located inside a 3-story factory complex, framed with high fences and topped with razor wire. The only way we could enter without activating the CCTV and alarms was across the roof. We got onto the ridge with the large extendable ladders and carefully crossed the gaggle using night vision goggles. Old Dig and I were leading. The two of us walked slowly to avoid making noise on the corrugated iron sheeting. Suddenly, the roof below us creaked and buckled. We both froze and looked at each other. Our night vision goggles masked the terror in each other's eyes. The two of us had inadvertently trodden on a large, clear skylight panel. This was impossible to see with NVG equipment. After a brief pause and a tense whispered conversation, we slowly eased our feet half a step at a time. Somehow the panel stayed intact. A fall from that height, 3 stories on the concrete, would have been fatal. It was just hundreds of what-if moments I had in the TOU. Fortunately, we managed to gain early, undetected, and unharmed. While it was being installed, I had a good look around. The club had a seedy-looking, fully stocked, stale, alcohol-smelling bar area and a raised stage with a stripper pole for private shows. There was also an enormous Stars and Bars Confederate battle flag backdrop. It was a glimpse into the dark world of outlaw motorcycle gang crime, illicit drug dealing, illegal weapon sales, money laundering, people smuggling, sex trafficking. This was one of many operations where the TOU were at the center of a highly successful policing strategy that ultimately crushed what was a serious law and order issue, but also an operation that could have easily ended in tragedy. One morning, I was getting ready for work. I pulled my teeth from the glass on the bedside table and copped the usual eye roll from Lisa. You do know I can't help it, don't you? I said, returning the eye roll. Yes, of course, but you really have had some injuries from that beloved job of yours, haven't you? She responded, still in bed and secretly hoping for a sleep in, as was the cat. Yep, true comes with territory, I replied, considering the question. Lacey yawned and said, I think the answer is too many. Do you really want to know? I continue hoping she would. Yes, of course, she said, appearing to be interested in something we rarely talked about. Like most TAU operators, our work and our home lives are kept very separate. Most of the guys are family men with only daughters for some reason, and we want our partners and little princesses to be as sheltered from our violent professional world as possible. Well, I said to Lisa, been punched in the face plenty of times and then smacked over the head with an old man's walking stick in full-on community brawl while assisting detectives repossess a car used in an armed robbery. I've been bitten, kicked, and scratched, breaking up a fight outside a nightclub. By girls, mind you. I was set on by a drug house guard dog and a getaway car ran me against a fence. In the part-time riot squad, I was grabbed, punched, and strangled while arresting a radical university student during an APEC, that's Asia Pacific Economy Cooperation protest. Okay, interesting, Lisa said. Takes a lot to shock it as an ED nurse. This doesn't tell the full story. At the 2007 APEC summit, some hardcore anarchists, all wearing all black with their faces covered, held up a pink battle flag, and we knew it was on. A storm of darts was thrown at us. The only thing we could do was tilt the brim of my police cap to protect my eyes. I saw one dart lodge itself in the old school sergeant's head, right beside me. I said, Sarge, there's a dart hanging out of your head? Dirty effing hippie bastards, was his matter-of-fact reply, as he ripped the dart from his head. I still had Lisa's attention. One of my mates had his head split open to the skull, with a metal pole wrapped in cardboard to disguise it. Marbles were thrown under the hooves of police horses, forcing them to stumble, and the poor creatures that was then stabbed with ID pins ripped from our uniforms. It was very genuinely ugly. Poor horses, Lisa said, genuinely upset, as I confronted with my stories. I've been blown up, and I have permanent hearing loss and tinnitus. I've broken knuckles and fingers from smashing glass doors and windows. I cut my hands jumping fences, chasing home invader who turned out to be HIV and hepatitis C positive. He punched me in the face before I returned the favor, blood-to-blood contact. Then I had that stressful 6 months of testing to make sure I didn't have it. And of course, I've had teeth knocked out. Now I have no feeling in my bottom lip and chin. I drew a breath. I was enjoying the debriefing. Lisa had clearly given away to the idea of a sleep-in, and the cat was never really interested in what I had to say anyway. And then there's Gus. He got the same. TOU had back. That all of us eventually get with our bulging disc and early onset arthritis from the 25 kilogram vest and equipment crushing our spines. But did I tell you about the time that he had scalding hot water and boiling oil thrown on him and then was stabbed by a batshit crazy Cambodian ex-soldier? Luckily, his vest saved him. And then there was a time on a counter-terrorism search warrant when a brick wall fell on top of him, pinning him to the ground and knocking him out cold. I paused to see if Lisa was still awake. She was. Remember the Qantas meet on the bomb job? Lisa nodded. So I continued. Would you like me to tell you about the time I was shot by a man hanging himself? Okay, why not? You seem to be on a roll, Lisa replied. It was an urgent job on the north coast of New South Wales. A man had taken his wife and child hostage. He had a shotgun and was threatening to kill himself and his family. I was assigned to drive the armoured vehicle under lights and sirens all the way from our headquarters in X, a road trip of nearly 400 k's. My off-sider for the journey was Huso, a professional operator who looked more like a bricklayer than a police officer. He wore the badge of a long footy career, a nose broken so many times that it made your eyes water. Hauser was one of those blokes who could fall asleep anywhere, even with loud sirens, and after a jumbo can of Red Bull, I could hear him snoring within 5 minutes of leaving. We arrived on site, a single-story rundown five-row weatherboard home in an otherwise quiet country town. I picked up the rest of the operators and drove into position on the man's front lawn. The negotiators were then engaged. On jobs like this, there is always an alpha arrest team and perimeter teams, often with a tactical dog, who surround the property to prevent the offender escaping. The armored vehicle's headlights lit up the front of the house, and with the aid of the powerful spotlight mounted on top, we were able to see inside. The POI was now faced with the reality of TOU operators with assault rifles right outside his house. He agreed to release his wife and child. The wife painted a grim picture of her husband's disturbed mental state. From the driver's seat, I had a good view of him. He was wearing a black tracksuit pants and polo shirt with the top button done up. He was of average height and built with short dark hair and beard stubble. I immediately noticed his brand new white running shoes as they reflected the light. The rest of the team were positioned at the back of the armored vehicle, and a sniper was covering from the turret. The man facing back and forth was an old single-barrel shotgun in his right hand. There definitely were a few roos loose in his top paddock. Then he momentarily disappeared out of sight before returning with the dining room chair and a length of rope, positioning himself below a ceiling fan. He then climbed up on the chair, fashioned a knot around the fan, and made a hangman's noose with the other end of the rope. He's trying to rope off to the fan, Sarge, I said with trepidation. You sure it's a rope? Looks like it's a string from here. The sergeant replied, requesting clear confirmation. I'm positive. It's nylon parramatta rope, like the tradies use, 100%. Righto, boys, this isn't looking good. Ready yourselves? I jumped out of the driver's seat, took my position behind the stack of the operator, holding the ballistic shield. The sergeant relayed the development back to the command post over the police radio. I watched as the man took his time to finish tying the noose. He then placed it around his neck, stared straight at us, still holding the shotgun. He momentarily paused before jumping off the chair. He's hanging himself, I yelled. Okay, boys, go, go, go. We ran to the front door as operators. On another entry point, smashed a window with a reamer and positioned the ladder. The operator on the tactical ram bashed at the door. He gave away with one blow. I followed Hauser through the door, and the two of us ran towards the living room. On entry, I could see the man hanging, but even more alarming was that he leveled his shotgun at us. Bang! Smoke filled the air from the close quarters gunshot. My ears were ringing. I looked up. The man was violently thrashing and choking. His face was plum purple. It was a disturbing sight, even for us. Hauser grabbed his legs and lifted him slightly. I ripped my tactical knife from its scabbard and cut the rope above his head in one swift motion. He dropped into Hauser's arms. Both of us went to our hands and knees. The man's eyes were rolling back in his head, and his tongue was hanging out. Shit, the rope is still strangling him. I yelled to Hauser. The braided light, blue and yellow nylon, had dug deep into the flesh on his neck. His veins were ripping out, and his veins were bulging, and his eyes were bloodshot and protruding. I ripped off a glove, and with Hauser's help, managed to lever my fingers under the rope and slowly ease the tension. I felt for a pause. I watched for his chest to rise and listened for a breath. Nothing. The paramedics rushed in. I stayed to assist. The unconscious man was rushed to hospital. I took a deep breath, got back to my feet, and walked over to the chair the POI had used to hang himself. The old shotgun was on the floor and had blown itself in half. Bloody hell, Hauser, have you seen this? Yeah, which explains that, he said, pointing at a large hole in the wall right next to our entry point. I swallowed hard. Old mate managed to get a shot off at us, even though he was hanging himself, I said to Hauser, who had a shocked look on his face. That was next level crazy, he replied. All I could say was, bloody oath, that was a close call. It sure was. Lisa suddenly piped in, breaking the spell. Do you think you could make me a coffee now? The Hunt for Malcolm Naden, Australia's Most Wanted. Policing is essentially a war against crime that never ends. There is no peace and no truce. It's different from regular war. That's either won or lost. Of course, war and policing are very different, but one thing they have in common is that the violence associated with service is hardly ever talked about, at least not in public. One Anzac Day, I overheard a digger talking to his mate about killing an enemy soldier. His recollections were a brew of disgust, guilt, horror, revulsion, remorse, and self-loathing. Clearly, he paid a high price for his service. All who serve on the front line eventually do. Like soldiers in wartime, state assets trade for peacetime, like I do. You also pay a price when operations threaten to take a lethal turn, as they did in the hunt for Malcolm Naden, and then later, when they did become lethal at Lindon. Malcolm Naden was Australia's most wanted fugitive and the subject of a 7-year manhunt, one of the largest and longest in Australian history. He initially evaded police after the aggravated incident assault of a 12-year-old girl. Police attended his grandparents' house in Dubbo in northwestern New South Wales, where his cousin's girlfriend Christy Scholes, a young mother, had discovered a brutally strangled and repeatedly raped post-mortem while her children were in the next room. Her body was found when Naden had been living in hiding. Police also found peepholes drilled in the ceiling above the bathroom and bedrooms. Chillingly, Naden had left notes. I watched you getting dressed. I watched what you do. You and I could have sex together. Detectives then made the connection that this was the last known address of another young woman, Letitia Nola, Naden's cousin, who had disappeared 6 months earlier. An empty car was discovered on the bank of the Macquarie River, just south of Dubbo, where Naden later confessed to killing and dismembering her. Her remains are found by a bushwalker nearby Butler's Falls, 12 years after she was murdered. Because of saturation, media coverage, and a high degree of public paranoia, there are reported sightings of the former abattoir skinner and boner all over the country, from Sydney to Broome, from Adelaide to Darwin. There was even a report of Naden in disguise wearing a dress at Redfern, an inner city in a suburb of Sydney. Naden's first confirmed sighting was in Western Plains Zoo, Dubbo. He'd been living in the roost space above one of the animal enclosures, but despite a police lockdown, he somehow managed to evade capture. A bounty was issued for $50,000, and he was secured for $50,000. Strike Force Durkin was the first time since the days of the colonial bushranger Ned Kelly that such a reward had been offered for the capture of a wanted fugitive. Then, 4 months later, confirmation through fingerprint testing from the scene of a break-in at Stewart's Brook near Barrington Tops, New South Wales. But again, there was no sign of Malcolm Naden himself. Incredibly, Naden had trekked over 340 kilometres through the bush from Dubbo. The next sighting was in October 2008 at the Misty Mountain Wilderness Retreat, northwest of the town of Kempsey. Naden had been stalking a female caretaker there for weeks, secretly watching her through the bedroom window, and while she was swimming naked in a local creek. One night, Naden attempted to break in. The caretaker started to scream and he ran off. The next day, Naden left a handwritten note on her bedside table. Nice moles. That proved he'd been in her bedroom, but also confirmed that he'd been spying on her without clothes on, as he had Christy Scholes before strangling her. Naden's history of violent and predatory behaviour had police concerned, but he was planning to make the caretaker his next victim. Once again, he managed to escape, vanishing into the wilderness. Police later identified a trend, working out that Naden was constantly on the move, breaking into houses and stealing food and other items, including rifles and ammunition. In November 2011, police received reports of several break-ins at the Council Township of Newman Dock, north of Gloucester, New South Wales. Newman Dock is a 4.5-hour drive from Sydney. The area is made up of rural farms and uncleared bushland, bordering mountainous rainforest. Police devised a plan that hid their trackers in items they hoped Naden would eventually steal. There was evidence that he'd target remote farmhouses and sheds, including many that hadn't been occupied or used for a long time. And tracking devices had been stitched into a sleeping bag that was then stolen from a local farmstead. It was time to call the TOU. The TOU's initial response was for an inspector to run the operation, with 2 TOU operators and a specialist tactical dog. I knew also a small team would make less noise trekking through the bush than the usual 6 operators. The tracker was primitive compared to the equipment we use now. Our operator Brad held up the antenna connected to a headset, much like the ones used to locate animals in David Attenborough documentaries. Brad was shorter than most of us, but muscular, with a chiseled jawline and a close-cropped, flat-top haircut. He spoke with a slight lisp. He'd been a gymnast as a young man and once saw him walk the entire length of a basketball court on his hands. The tracker indicated that they were getting closer. The team located food scraps, the empty baked bean cans, a plastic wiper wrappers near a cold campfire site, a cache of high-powered weapons believed to belong to Ned was also found hidden in a PVC pipe. After days of stalking, right on the dust, the crew of 3 operators were getting close to the source of the activated tracker. However, given he was armed, it was deemed by the bosses too dangerous to continue in the dark, so they withdrew. Malcolm Naden was a tough man, surviving for years in the harsh Australian wilderness, evading police capture. But so was a tungsten-hardened career criminal I encountered around the same time, the block in Redfern, in the heart of Sydney. I veered onto the wrong side of the road and floored the accelerator. The unmarked Falcon XO8's engine roared as it accelerated aggressively. I quickly swerved back to the left, in behind the second of 2 TOU teams and their Toyota V8 Land Cruiser driving at maximum speed. Our vehicles were under lights and sirens as we raced through Kingsford and Sutton in Sydney's eastern suburbs, attempting to catch up with the BMW M3. 3 men had just committed an armed robbery on a jewelry store in the wealthy harborside suburb of Double Bay. They'd smashed their way through the display window using a chainsaw and a sledgehammer. Once inside, they terrorized employees before making off with over $600,000 worth of jewelry. The robbery and serious crime squad had already set up a task force targeting this gang, monitoring them for weeks. These men were career criminals and prone to extreme violence. Target vehicle sighted, kill the lights and sirens, inform attack, came the call from the sergeant in the lead car. Unexpectedly, the BMW pulled into the curb before we were in a position, and all 3 offenders jumped out and ran. TOU operators gave chase. Let's cut them off, yelled our team leader. I punched the accelerator and turned in the first side street. I sped down the alleyway, looking for somewhere to intercept them. 1 target in custody, 2 still outstanding, came the call over the police radio with 4 vague descriptions, were appearance wearing a black backpack, dark pants, and a hoodie. POI 2, male, average height and build, Aboriginal in appearance, wearing a light grey hoodie. The cops now used the term First Nation people, or FNPs. We hammered through the surrounding streets with the police chopper circling overhead, assisting in the search. Bullshit, that's him. My mate Bruiser in the back seat yelled, noticing someone in a dark hoodie casually walking up the road. As we got closer, the man spotted us and quickly disappeared over a wooden paling fence. My team leader was Brownie, one of my good mates. He was reliving in the role of sergeant. He was tall with dark hair and intense eyes that reflected his personality. He and Bruiser gave chase. I accelerated up an adjacent street before slamming on the brakes and screeching to a halt. Springing from the car, I jumped over a high metal barrier in the hope of cutting off the offender. After running through several backyards, I met up with Brownie, but there was no sign of the person of interest anywhere. He must have gone to ground, Brownie said, because he didn't get past me. Dog 45 on location. Where do you need me? The handler called over the police radio. I didn't know the handler or the dog, Odie, as it was a general purpose dog and not one tactically trained to work around TOU operators. Despite this, Odie performed well. A startled elderly man came rushing from the front of his house, waving his arms, signaling us for us to come quickly. A big guy just came running through my garden only 30 seconds ago, he reported. The dog then tracked the POI scent through a series of suburban backyards. First there was a concrete garden with white pebbles and an ornate alabaster, little boy urinating water fountain. Then there were shady grapevines, flourishing tomato plants and mismatched plastic tables and chairs, and a family of perhaps 20 people having lunch together. Then an unkempt property with a lawn, partially invaded by bamboo, a small clearing strewn with cigarette butts, next to a goldfish pond, an amazing vegetable patch, and finally, a teak-oiled wooden outdoor deck and gas barbecue area where men were drinking beer from stubby holders, sitting on a beanbag and watching the footy on an enormous flat-screen TV, while the kids ran wild under a garden hose. They were all equally startled by 3 balaclava-clad men suddenly appearing dressed in black with assault rifles and an enormous wolf-like German shepherd, Eventually, the dog pulled up in an open space before momentarily appearing to lose his scent. It was then I noticed a garden shed in the fat corner of the yard. I held my UMP submachine gun in the firing position, moved quickly and quietly to the corner of the green collarbone structure, and peered behind it. Then our gazes met. The man was staring straight at me, without a hint of fear in his piercing dark eyes. A pile of gardening tools was stacked in front of him. He reached for something. I dropped my submachine gun, letting it sling, and took a deliberate step towards him. We were face to face, standing between the shed and the fence. As he was menacingly lifted a large garden mattock, I swung my first right fist full force, hitting him in the left side of his face so hard that I broke one of my knuckles. But he stood and wouldn't release his grip. This came as a surprise to me, because during my boxing days, whenever I punched someone that hard, they went down. Rather, he gave his head a little shake and shot me a look that said, "Really? Is that the best you can do?" I took a step back and drew my taser. I switched the safety catch to fire, which activated the laser pointer and light source. I moved the small red dot onto his torso, ensuring a clean shot. As he lifted the mattock above his head, ready to strike, still looking at my eyes. Crack! The probes tracked towards him, before the steel barbs pierced his skin. He dropped to his knees as 50,000 bolts entered his body. Tick, 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 as the taser completed its 5-second cycle. I thought I was on my own, but unexpected, Oldie, the German Shepherd, appeared from the other side of the shed. The powerful canine lunged forward, attempting to grab the offender's flailing hands that still had the hold of the mattock handle, but glancing off the dog, bit down hard on the man's open mouth, pulling him to the ground, violently shaking the poor fellow's head. Oddie, the general-purpose dog, planted his feet and tried to drag the man backwards. It was hard to watch. Dog on, I yelled, and reminded me of my staffy at home playing tug-of-war with the knotted rope. The handler then put the dog in a headlock, inducing the choke reflex, the only way to get a determined animal off its prize. I reholstered my taser. Amazingly, the person of interest was still struggling. It took 3 of us to zip-tie his hands behind his back. As he was lifted to his feet, I got a better look at the extent of his injuries. I could see his teeth through a large gash in his cheek, and his tongue was protruding through a laceration under his skin. Bloody hell, are you okay? I said with genuine concern. Yous effing dirty effing pigs can all F off. He slurred and sputtered as he tried to spit blood in my face. I'd come across some genuinely tough criminals in my policing career. Bikies were mostly all show. A lot of them didn't even own a Harley or any sort of motorbike for that matter. Terrorists went to water as soon as we arrested them, but this man was bloody tough, old school. One of the boys called him. In the bush northwest of Kempsey, we were facing someone old school, and Malcolm Naden too. Due to the discovery of a high-powered weapons in the search for Malcolm Naden, the decision was made to send in a further 6 TOU operators, myself included. Our team arrived at the makeshift headquarters in the early evening. The boys were filthy and looked completely exhausted. We all shook hands. F me dead, fellas. You look stuffed. What have you been all up to out here in the bush? Mud wrestling, I said. Yeah, sure, man. Not quite. You've got no idea how thick the bush is out here. It's like a bloody jungle, said Hauser. He had his trousers down around his ankles and was adjusting his underwear in front of us. What's that on your legs, mate? You're bleeding, I said. Black leeches. The bastards. I thought I got them all. Leeches, once attached, pump an anticoagulant into your tissue to increase blood flow. They then feast. When removed, the wound continues to ooze for hours. Hauser was attempting to remove an engorged leech the size of a man's thumb from his groin using his razor-sharp combat knife. Christ, there's one of those buggers on my ballsack, Hauser exclaimed with a hint of genuine panic in his voice. Aren't you supposed to burn them off with a cigarette lighter or use salt? I said, more worried about him using a knife on his inner upper thigh than he appeared to be myself. Yeah, but you got any? Good point, I replied. And perhaps a lighter wasn't such a good idea down there after all. Takes too long anyway, Hauser continued. We've been getting smashed with them, and there's ticks. I'm covered in the little bastard. Everyone was up early. The other boys set off on the same path. For some unknown reason, they'd been told to leave before us, against previous operational orders. The plan was for our team of 4 to come in from the other side to prevent Naden's possible escape, with the remaining 2 operators in the chopper ready to respond. was no way to know if Nathan would be there, or if he ditched the sleeping bag with the sound device and moved on. We scrambled, grabbing our bush kit, jumping into the four-wheel drivers and speeding off along a series of remote fire trails. The area was beautiful, with wild creeks and rivers surrounded by steep, rugged mountains. All of us were kitted up in camouflage, army style, with bullet-resistant vests containing spare magazines, a first aid kit, a police radio, and camelbacks full of water. We had camouflage cream on our faces, light green, dark green, and brown, carried our M4 assault rifles at the ready, with our usual Glock sidearms secured in holsters at our side. A sniper oversaw navigation, a crew pushed on, and through the dense vegetation. Then, bang! The unmistakable sound of a rifle being fired in bushland echoed up through the gully. Everyone froze. Who had fired? Moments passed, we still hadn't heard anything. Brad, muffled but surprisingly comprised voice, overcame the police radio. Contact, contact, I've been hit. My heart sank. Our team leader Baboon, so named because of his Hulk-like physique and his ape-like thatch of hair, melon-sized head, got on the police radio. What's your location, current status? There was another long pause before Brad whispered over the police radio. I need urgent medical attention, require immediate evac. I've been shot in the neck. Your location, Baboon said, requesting clarification. He was a big silent type who never seemed to get flustered. This time was different. Offender's location unknown. We've taken cover not far from where we were yesterday. We'll be out the race up. Out. Shit just got real. Baboon gravely said. Everyone nodded. This is an expression used in the TOU for describing a potentially lethal situation. I looked around at my mates. Their faces told the same story. Deep concern for Brad and the boys. The circumstances were far from ideal. The bush was so thick that it was impossible to walk through it quietly. There was a gunman already ahead to shoot us, and he had the advantage of both cover and local knowledge. Our group was spread out, but this just created another problem. We were losing sight of each other. At one stage, it was just Robbo and I with the others to our right. The two of us had been on the same training courses. Robbo had played rugby league at a high level, and although as fit and as strong as other operators, he had the misfortune of carrying the unmistakable beer gut. Gus called him rhubarb, although no one seemed to know why. I heard a rustling in the bushes about 30 meters ahead. I took a knee and lifted my rifle to take a side picture. My peripheral vision told me that Robbo had done the same thing. Moments passed. My heart was pounding. I could hear the close-quarter sound of leaves and sticks crunching underfoot. I flicked the safety catch to fire. My finger was on the trigger. The sound was getting closer, moving right towards us. It had to be Nathan. A pulse was thumping in my ears. I strained my eyes, willing them to make out his shape. This was it. I eased slightly on the trigger, ready to release the shot. Then 3 meters in front of me, a wallaby burst out of a low water bush. It got just as much of a fright as I did. It took my finger off the trigger and engaged the safety catch. Click! Robbo and I walked towards each other. F me. I was sure that was him. Nearly had a heart attack, he whispered. Skippy's bloody lucky, that's all I can say. I smiled back. We regrouped. I pictured Brad bleeding to death with the other two covering him. They had no idea where the shot had come from, nor whether they would be engaged again. As quietly as he could, Baboon again got on the police radio. We think we're at your location, but don't have eyes on you. I can hear you, but we can't move. He has us pinned down, came the equally subdued reply. Bad situation, stable, but we've got to get him out. It was one of the most desperate and frustrating moments of my life. We continued searching, but just couldn't find them. It was later discovered that we'd been supplied with the wrong map, date and coordinates for our GPS, much like the fire brigade turning the water off as we were about to be incinerated during a later job in Sydney's East, and the frontline frustrations we experienced at Lindon. Then the rain came. It absolutely bucketed down. I was saturated within minutes before a rolling fog completely overwhelmed our vision. We could have walked on top of Brad and the boys without seeing them. Of course, that also went for Nathan. Baboon took charge and called us together. We were all shaking from the cold. This didn't concern me. I needed to get to my mates, and that was all I could focus on. The desperation on the faces of the other three told me they felt the same. Bravo 1, this is Bravo 2. We've located the boys. Suddenly came over the police radio. Brad's condition, replied a clearly relieved Baboon. Appears stable, bugging out. New coordinates were provided, and everyone regrouped. The Special Casualty Access Team or SCAT ambulance officers were on hand, and they rushed to Brad to hospital. Righto, let's go and get this prick, the sergeant from the chopper team said, with determination in his voice. The situation had changed. I was angry. This was personal. Lindon had shot my friend. I wanted him captured. We all did. Everyone headed back out with renewed purpose and quickly located the site where he had been hiding. It was only meters from where Bad was shot. There was a small blue tarpaulin in the shape of a basic tent. It was close to the ground and well hidden. I had a look around, ensuring not to disturb anything before sighting the sleeping bag. Naden had been living rough. The forensic unit later located a spent bullet cartridge that proved he had cocked the bolt-action weapon with the intention of firing again. There were two bush tracks leading away from a secret campsite, one down to the creek and one up out of the gully. We followed this until it opened into a clearing. Our team divided. I hoped at least to locate a footprint in the mud, but again, there was no sign of him. Our team continued like this for hours. Night fell. The freezing rain kept beating down. It was hopeless trying to navigate this dense bush like this, even with our night vision goggles on. There was a remote farmer's hut nearby, and the decision was made to place it under surveillance. I lay in position behind a fallen gum tree in the dark, willing Naden to appear. Then I became acutely aware of how cold it was. My lower jaw wouldn't stop shuddering. I also noticed patches of blood seeping through my battle fatigues. Bloody leeches. I hadn't eaten all day, but there was nothing to be done about it. I'd been so booped up in the moment, brimming with adrenaline, that food wasn't a consideration. I made an effort to take a sip of water. As I lay there, I reflected on my time in the Army Reserve. Our unit was deployed out bush for 2 weeks as part of the infantry training, and we were rained on continuously. The entire day was spent in defensive bunkers. The night was endured in a drenched sleeping bag and equally saturated clothing. Sleep was impossible. Our position was located on a downhill slope, and the water was running right through the army hoochie. This is a small camouflage tarpaulin erected just above the ground and used for basic shelter. Pickets or guard duty were required throughout the night, with our position constantly attacked at hourly intervals. When assaulted, everyone was required to sprint to a bunker and jump in behind the machine gun. The defensive pit was half full of water that came up to my waist, not unlike the state I was in now. A call from baboons snapped me out of my daydream. We were finally allowed to leave our positions and get to the vehicles before driving back to the command post. There were two blokes with Brad, and when he was shot, we were clearly rattled. We were all exhausted and lost in our individual thoughts. I broke the silence. So, boys, you all good? The dog handler Shawnee responded. That was bullshit, eh? He obviously wanted to talk. Hauser just nodded silently. Shawnee was a tall guy of average build with a dark Big M for Macca's receding hairline. A good-hearted Aussie bloke from the mountains who'd been working with us on jobs for over a decade. He was tough and reliable, and we all trusted him. Some years earlier, just before Christmas, his beloved German Shepherd Titan was stabbed to death on a TOU job by a drug-crazed methamphetamine user, brandished two large knives. He took it hard. We all did. Shawnee filled me in on how Brad was shot. Hauser had been in the lead cover man. Brad was next to his headset on holding the antenna. Shawnee followed with Ranger, his tactical dog, as they passed their position from their previous line. The signal grew stronger. Then Hauser noticed something ahead. He gave the hand signal, and they all took a knee. Brad peered through his aim point to get a better look, turning his head slightly to the left, whispering to Shawnee what had been discovered. That was when the shot rang out. Brad dropped to the ground, holding his neck, blood streaming from the wound. Hauser yelled, "Contact!" before moving in front of Brad. Malcolm, it's the police, don't shoot. Not that it's made a difference. Hauser and Shawnee located a slight undulation in the ground. Not cover, but the best they had under the circumstances, and dragged right into it. Ranger was kept low, with his leash pulled tight. They had no idea where the shot had come from, and they were in a deep gully, and the sound echoed up through the gorge and off the surrounding mountains. It was far from ideal, attempting to cover all angles from further attack, while putting the manual pressure on Brad's wound. The boys bravely positioned their bodies in front of Brad, shielding him from further gunfire. Hauser located the projectile that had, from further gunfire, passed through Brad's shoulder and neck. It was still lodged in the webbing of his vest. He stashed it safely away for later evidence. Brad's decision to turn his head was saved his life. As Brad looked through this holographic sight, Lindon had taken aim. The bullet's intended trajectory was more likely between Brad's eyes. Later, the surgeon said if the bullet had impacted his body 1 centimeter lower, he would have died. I needed to call Lisa and let her know that I was okay. We just moved into our rundown unit in Cronulla, and most of our things hadn't been unpacked. I had to drop everything to deploy urgently, leaving her to cope as best she could. Lisa hadn't heard the news until a friend called her asking if I was safe, as I was out bush with no mobile phone reception. There was no way for her to contact me. I called her late that evening from the command post. You heard the news? Yeah, so obviously it wasn't you, Lisa said in her typically broad Southern Irish accent. No. Were you worried? I was, but when I heard the officer was in a stable condition, I wasn't too concerned after that. Really? Yep. You really are a typical ED nurse, aren't you? Yes, I suppose I am, she replied. Nathan shooting a TOU operator was breaking news nationwide. Cameramen and reporters and helicopters descended on the small town like a plague of locusts. As I walked back to our makeshift base of operations, at the local town hall, a crime reporter from one of the news networks out from under an umbrella. Excuse me, hey officer, can you give us something? First I ignored her, but then a craving for nicotine made me look back. Tobacco was my occasional go-to when I was stressed, even though at that point I'd longed to give up. Tell your cameraman that filming isn't an option, I said in a serious tone with my balaclava pulled up high over my nose to disguise my identity. Okay, sure, of course, she replied, signaling this to her offsider with a dismissive swat of her hand. I've been out bush for days without a cigarette. Bring me back some smokes and I'll give you something to report on, I said. I'm onto it, she replied. I watched her trot off through the mud in her high heels like a roller in the wet season. Before returning in remarkably quick time, she handed me 5 individual cigarettes with a look that conveyed she'd met her end of the bargain. Thank you, I said, turning back, not entirely impressed as the cigarettes were menthol. Excuse me, officer. You said that, she persisted with a hint of desperation in her voice. Oh yes, that's right, I did, didn't I? I had her full attention. She looked like a seagull waiting for someone to throw a chip. The media are falsely reporting that the army are out here looking for Ned, and I said, okay, she replied, I'll sort that. Also, you guys always report this incorrectly. The reporter held out of a notepad, eagerly anticipating a scoop. We are the Tactical Operations Unit, the trained specialists in this type of police operation. We aren't the heavily armed riot squad. I'll see if the boss wants to come out and update the media with anything new in an organised press conference. You know how it works. I could feel her eyes boring into the back of my head, and I just kept walking. The New South Wales Police Force responded by launching a large-scale operation with the TOU at the centre of it. This required lots of manpower and involved working constant 7-day rotations, often patrolling in hazardous terrain. Most of the time the weather was horrendous, giving Nathan an even greater advantage. The creeks and rivers then flooded, leading to dramatic water crossings. We held our rifles above our heads as rain was accompanied by thick fog. This made everything slippery, invisibly a nightmare. I did, however, become an expert at removing leeches and ticks. Not all of it was bad, though. I loved being in the bush. There was plenty of off-road driving through all types of terrain, and many a ration pack was eaten on a car bonnet, or sitting around in a group having a good chat. There were constant interactions with wildlife, mostly snakes, but also a young koala that had fallen from a tree, which we reunited with its grateful mother. Another day, an emu followed us in line for hours, just like he was a member of the patrol. I even got a couple of days up in the chopper with the side door open, legs hanging out with my M4 aimed up at the ready, like a scene from a Vietnam War movie. We searched from the air for a small team of us, cleared farmsteads one at a time, and even searched an abandoned dairy before returning the air and resuming our quest. The terrain was perfect for someone to hide in, with over 10,000 square kilometres of dense, old-growth forest. Reports started to come in that some locals had sided with Nathan. One local fish and chip shop even advertised the Malcolm Burger, eat here or on the run. They had clearly fallen for the media's bullshit narrative that he was a modern-day bush ranger and a freakishly gifted master bushman, promoting the idea that the police would never find him. Some even left food out for him, possibly unaware of how dangerous he was, although his brutal crimes were widely known at the time. Like CCTV footage of a man fitting Aiden's description was captured on a home security camera and reported to police. Inexplicably, duty officers were dispatched by their bosses to investigate. Not immediately, but the following day, the TAU were deployed to another location nearly 100 kilometers in the opposite direction. Try explaining that one, I said to Gus. When duty officers arrived at the remote farmhouse, they saw a rifle resting against the front door. Aiden suddenly appeared. He reached for the weapon, but changed his mind. Perhaps it was because the police were pointing their firearms at him, and then he ran back into the bush. The GD police were only armed with handguns and not equipped to chase him. This was disheartening. We just couldn't understand why we hadn't been sent there in the first place. And neither did the public, who in frustration were calling for the army to be sent to him. It's the same old story for the TAU. If we had been given operational independence and allowed to do what we were trained for, then the manhunt would have been over far quicker. For the TAU to be deployed, permission must come from someone of the rank of assistant commissioner or above. Once deployed, were placed under the control of the superintendent of the local area in command. In this process, our inspector merely acts as a tactical advisor. Some operational decisions pass up to the assistant commissioner for consideration and approval. Unfortunately, the local superintendent is usually not tactically trained, and so he or she nearly always errs on the side of extreme caution. Superintendents know that decisions will be heavily scrutinized and that their careers will be on the line if things go pear-shaped. This produces management paralysis, when no decision is better than a wrong decision. The TAU are the trained experts in this field, but it is the pen pushers and the corridors creepers who make the decisions. This was later to play out at Lint, and then there are the cost-saving measures. Within weeks of the operation commencing, our shifts were cut back to save on overtime. The truth was that what we needed to be allowed to do was our job. As most SWAT units around the world are, one thing we knew for sure was that Malcolm Naden wasn't actively evading capture on a 9-to-5 timetable with sleep-ins and late starts on the weekend. However, there was some positive news as well. First, the rifle Naden left behind matched the one used to shoot Brad. Then, some intriguing intelligence. Naden had gained access to a computer. His entire online search history was related to pornography, including bestiality and incest. He hadn't attempted to search for his name or look for details about the operation to capture him. His priorities were obvious. No wonder poor bloody Skippy was a bit nervous. Robbo smiled. Having missed a clear opportunity, our search continued for months. Trail cameras were set up on bush tracks that he may have used. One managed to get a photograph of him. The image was confronting. It showed Nathan walking through the bush in a large khaki trimmed coat and a matching beanie, carrying a canvas bag with a rifle slung over his shoulder. It was a stark reminder that he was out there, armed and dangerous, and that we must be vigilant if our patrol were to come across him. In the bush, everyone expected that one of us would be shot before confirming his location, but this time we had the numbers on him. The bosses informed us that we were going to be joined in search for Malcolm Naden by somebody special. Command had engaged an expert bush tracker pulled away from the Northern Territory. I expected someone like Dave Gulpilil. Instead we got was a short, stumpy, sweaty, and red-haired white fella. The local superintendent proudly explained, "Gentlemen, this tracker will be of great assistance in our mission." "This is going to be interesting," Gus whispered in my direction. We headed out with our new man in the lead, kitted up in army camouflage, patrolling across the grassy field towards dense bushland. Then, unexpectedly, his right hand dramatically shot up into a fist, the freeze hand signal, before he waved us to get down. I immediately dropped and crawled into position of cover. The tracker then tapped the front of his forehead, with his open palm signaling the team leader to approach. I was close enough to hear the conversation. "Someone has been through here. Look, a broken stick. And over there, that phone's been bent over." "Yeah, okay," the team leader replied with a quizzical look. "Let's follow this trail here," he insisted. The tracker gave the signal to move on, but before long he found some grass that had been flattened again and stopped the patrol. I'd spent a lot of time in the bush by myself, and we'd all been out here for months. Clearly the path had been used by many people and not just a single man, conscious of not leaving tracks. But what would I know, I said to Gus. It was later confirmed that the other patrol of part-timers from the New South Wales State Protection Support Unit had passed through the area that morning. As it turned out, our specialist was in the Army Reserve and had only just completed a 2-week course in bush survival. I looked across, Gus, crossing my hands above my head with the signal for disregard previous command. We couldn't contain ourselves any longer and had a well overdue belly laugh. It was either that or cry. Everyone anticipated that Naden would never surrender and that the manhunt would end in a shootout. Motion detectors were being triggered repeatedly in a shelter known as Ken's Hut in the Moppy Valley. The boys kitted up. It was clear. Freezing cold winter's night without a cloud in the sky. The team advanced through the thick bush in the pitch black under night vision. In the distance, they could see a hut in an open space illuminated from within. Naden had the fire on and was completely unaware of TOU operators approaching. There was just one last obstacle to overcome. An enormous black bull suddenly appeared out of the darkness. It snorted, with clouds of steam pulsing from its nostrils, stomping its hooves and waving its massive horns. Then it charged. Fortunately, the bull deviated from its course just short of impact before crashing through a barbed wire fence and eventually coming to a stop. Being gored and trampled in the middle of nowhere would have had huge repercussions, but Gus knew the importance of the operation. He was well trained and kept his cool. Gus was one of those people who everyone loves from the moment they meet him. The bull, too, it seemed. My auntie and the old man only met him once, but still asked about him. The beast clearly had second thoughts as well, and just looked passively on as the boys slowly walked towards the hut. A 7-year operation to arrest Australia's most wanted fugitive was nearly compromised by an unforeseen threat in the form of an angry bovine. The boys regrouped. They managed to surround the hut quietly and without detection. On the team there was also a police dog squad officer with his German Shepherd, ensuring that there was no escape for Naden. Unfortunately, due to the immense workload on the dog squad officers, and the dogs for that matter, the boys only had the use of a non-tactically trained dog and a handler who was just filling in. Suddenly, the man himself appeared from the back door in the hut, peering out of the darkness, sensing that something was wrong. TOU operators were only 30 meters from him. "Police! Get on the ground!" Naden turned and ran straight back into the hut, and right out the front door to where our team were waiting for him. Luckily, he didn't pick up the rifle, or it might have well ended very differently. Naden frantically ran as operators lit him up with torches from their rifles. Smithy crash-tackled him to the ground with Gus and Zed coming to his assistance. In the heat of the moment, the police dog Chuck latched onto one of Naden's legs. Gus remembers that although Naden was struggling to get away, he showed no sign of pain as the dog ripped into his flesh. We've been involved in many arrests using a police dog, and there had never been an occasion that we could recall where an offender hadn't screamed in agony whilst being dogged. The surprised Gus, who was only just realizing how tough Naden was. Confirmation of his identity was required. "What's your name?" "Malcolm." "Malcolm who?" That's the team leader continued. "Malcolm Naden." The Daily Telegraph reported on their front page that after 7 years on the run, his first words were, "Yes, I'm Malcolm Naden." So ended the largest manhunt in modern Australian history. Zed got directly into his satellite phone and rang Brad, notifying him of the arrest. Naden squatted in silence on the freezing ground in handcuffs, wearing only light clothing. He looked disheveled and gaunt, sporting a huge full black beard. He'd obviously tried to shave his head in the hut, but had done a terrible job, a shadow of the man who had gone on the run 7 years earlier. Gus's teeth were chattering from the cold, even in his long-sleeved uniforms and an insulating bullet-resistant vest. Naden, on the other hand, appeared to be completely unfazed, as if he didn't feel the cold or the pain. The injuries that the police dog inflicted on his leg would have buckled the hardest of men. He didn't complain once. After ambulance treatment, Naden walked to the car as if nothing was wrong. During the hunt for Malcolm Naden, police had consulted a high-profile psychiatrist. His professional opinion was that because Naden had spent so many years in the bush on his own, he would have lost the ability to communicate. On the contrary, while Gus and Z waited for backup, they couldn't shut Naden up. On a positive note, the psychiatric profile did identify that Naden had changed the way he operated and was becoming sloppy in his efforts to evade us. In the back of the police vehicle, Australia's most wanted was securely seated between two tactical officers. Zed had his taser on Naden the entire time. He suddenly became concerned and said, "What the hell are you doing, mate?" Z replied, "It's a taser." "What the hell is a taser, bros?" Naden fired back. Naden had clearly been in the bush for a long time. "It's for," Then started to explain, but then gave the idea of a way. Guy was intrigued, wasn't just had to say, "So what did you actually live on out there?" "Wasn't that hard. I just seen a bird, shoot it, cook it, and eat the bastard. That's about it," Naden explained to Gus in a matter-of-fact tone. "Any animals?" Gus inquired. "Yeah, goannas, wallabies, grubs and worms, anything, mate." Little wonder Naden had earned the nickname the Bad Bush Tucker Man. There's also reports that he'd torn the head off a critically endangered giant Galapagos tortoise and eaten it raw whilst hiding out at Western Plains Zoo. He'd also stolen bananas from the Gibbons enclosure. "Where did you sleep?" Gus continued. "Anywhere, even in the rain in winter. I just got used to it," Naden said, looking down at the ground, avoiding eye contact. "Won't you freezing?" "No, not really. But one time I woke up with a snake biting my arm." "Holy shit, man, you're lucky you didn't cark it," Gus chimed in. "Yeah, I suppose so. It made me cook for a couple of days, but I just kept going," Naden replied. "Where'd you get your water?" Gus, the city boy, continued, captivated by Naden's explanation. "Creeks or rivers? Puddles if it were real dry. I got sick in the guts tons of times." "That's insane, man. When we were out there looking for you, I had to drink from the river. I got paranoid that I was going to catch Gertie or something." Naden just nodded with a vague expression on his face. Gertie would have been the least of his concerns. "Did you know that we were out there?" Gus continued. "Yeah, I knew you were after me. You never saw us?" "I saw you in a four-wheel drive, and I saw your chopper too. I figured that you were. I just walked under a tree and waited for you to go." Naden gave Gus a humorless grin before adding, "I was sure there was no way you fellas were going to take me alive," he said, looking Gus directly in the eyes. "That's not how we work, mate," Gus reassured him. Naden seemed to be relieved. It was all over. Gus and Z then filled him in on what was happening in the world since he'd removed himself from it. "You're shitting me. There's a black president?" "Yes. His name is Barack Obama." "Jesus, what, a Muslim?" "No, mate. F me, I didn't think that'd ever happen," Naden said, shaking his head in disbelief. "And we have a female prime minister now, too. Her name is Julia Gillard," Gus explained. Naden seemed remotely interested in that. "What happened to old mate Johnny Howard?" Naden continued. "Gone. Lost the election. Lost his seat too, the poor bugger, to some boring ABC chick. We found another one after him too. Kevin Rudd." Naden shook his head again. "F me. Who's Kevin Rudd anyway?" But before Gus could explain, Naden interrupted him. "A black president, eh? The world really has changed." Gus and Zed found Naden to be tough, but they were also aware that he'd brutally murdered two women and shot their mate. Detectives interviewed him following his arrest. For weeks, he refused to answer questions, but then suddenly, he wrote a 25-page handwritten confession, including details about his murders. He later led police to where he'd hacked up the body of his cousin by a riverbank. He also confessed to trying to kill Brad. Naden was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Brad survived his physical injuries but was never the same. He developed a twitch that got worse over time. I remember sitting beside him one day in the office, and his head was bumping up and down so badly that I just had to ask, "Are you okay, man?" "Yeah, no problem." "What do you mean?" "Man, I dead set thought your head was about to fall off." "I don't know what you're talking about." Brad had little idea of how much psychological damage he'd sustained in the heart from Malcolm Naden, and in the countless other high-risk TOU operations. Although he confided in me that he'd started to drink heavily, he retired from the police force shortly after that. And as for Chuck the Wonder Dog, the media flew him at their expense by helicopter, together with his police handler, into the ANZ Stadium in June 2012 to deliver the rugby league ball for the New South Wales versus Queensland State of Origin clash. Thornley. It was Good Friday morning. I was at home with our little girl, keeping her entertained. Lisa worked most weekends, so it was another daddy-daughter day. Our plan was to go to the local park. A picnic lunch was prepared and packed into her Peppa Pig backpack. We were just about to walk out the front door when my work phone rang. There was a situation in Thornley, an upper middle-class suburb on the north shore of Sydney. As part of my job, I was often on call, and this included weekends. All available operators were required. However, my immediate concern was what to do about my 18-month-old daughter. Fortunately, we had a great neighbour who offered to look after her until Lisa got home. I quickly got changed into my uniform, grabbed my kit bag, and took off with lights and sirens. My little girl waved and smiled as I sped away. When I arrived on site, after a long, high-speed drive, I felt a little exasperated, even with the warning devices activated. Some drivers couldn't move over in the traffic. When I did get to the location, I was led into the command post by a GD officer who had cordoned off the area with some blue and white police tape. Our inspector was already in discussions with the boss from the local precinct and the police negotiator coordinator. Another job came in, an armed robbery in progress, and I was tasked to pick up the armored vehicle. By the time I got back up to the office, the job up north had been resolved, so I hurried back to Thorn Lane. The inspector gave me a quick rundown. There was a man on the premise with a long history of psychiatric illness. A mental health team had attempted to check up on him, but he refused to speak to them. In fact, he threatened to shoot them if they didn't leave. There was also a woman inside, the person of interest's sister, and he was refusing to let her go as directed. In the approach to the Alpha team, they were stacked up at the front door. The team leader was my mate Brownie. The complex was made up of several large, well-maintained cookie-cutter townhouses. The split-level dwelling was locked up, with all the curtains drawn. The boys seemed happy to see me. The usual familiar heads were there, including Mad Dog Paulie. Paulie was a larrikin from country boy from Alice Springs in the Northern Territory. He was a bit older than me, about 6 feet tall, with a solid build and rough head, set off by contrasting short, neatly cropped light brown hair and unevenly matched footy player cauliflower ears. He especially loved to drink at the pub and a good time with his mates. Paulie specialised in being loud and inappropriate, but had a huge heart. We seemed to be involved in most of the big jobs together, although neither of us believed that Thornley would be anything more than a run-of-the-mill assignment. We were wrong. Brownie told me to stay with Alpha. They had been on site for 5 hours at that stage and had only just been given permission to smash in the rear glass door to gain entry, make observations, and place the loudhailer in a position so that negotiators could communicate. Brownie walked me around to where the other team was located. The Bravo team consisted of 3 operators, an experienced veteran in the Wildcat, with babyface Gusty and Little Mick, who was holding the ballistic shield. Little Mick was a CIA, a Chinese, Indonesian, Australian. Most of our guys were big burly blokes, over 6 feet tall. We towered over Little Mick in physical presence. Plus, English wasn't his first language, so sometimes he struggled with communicating over the police radio. Still, he had a lot of drive and completed the same grueling TAU training that all operators had. In fact, Little Mick worked harder than any of us because he had to. Still, I struggled with Little Mick's size, stature, and strength in the matter of our role. If I was injured, blown up or bludgeoned, shot or stabbed, I wanted to know that one of my fellow operators could drag me to safety. We also had to lug heavy equipment, sometimes for hours. This included polyethylene plate ballistic shield. As Bravo entered a small downstairs foyer, they reported being shot at with something. The boys showed me the small hole that the projectile made in the gyprock. The bosses devised a plan to enter the adjoining duplex. After getting the keys from evacuated occupants, Brownie's job, with my assistance, was to gain an understanding of the layout based on the floor plan of the neighbour's adjoining unit that we anticipated would be the same, but in reverse. At the front there was a double garage attached to each brick dwelling, with the front door to the far left or right. On entry, we observed a small hallway with a laundry off to the left. Walking forward, this opened into a double-height, floor-to-ceiling mezzanine with a staircase leading from the ground floor to our right. The main living areas were located downstairs with the bedrooms in front of us. It was a bizarre layout and hard to draw and report on. There were only 3 potential entry points: the front door, the bottom story back entrance where Bravo was positioned, and, potentially, the garage. Brownie returned to the command post to devise a plan. I went back to the boys and we continued with our usual banter. Everyone was in good spirits, especially as we were all on public holiday overtime pay rates. I had a friendly crack At hipster, a beanie wearing, scooter man, skateboarding, riding weekend sofa, with an upper class Sydney, Northern Beaches accent, blue eyes, and long blonde hair tied up for operations in a tight man bun, much to the fury of the old school operators and the ex military guys. The New South Wales Police Force's policy of surround, contain, and negotiate hadn't de-escalated the situation. The offender was still on the premises, with a hostage and refusing to speak with any of the negotiators. It was starting to get dark. After nearly an entire day, we were at stalemate and something had to be done. The decision was made to extract the POI and rescue the hostage. The plan was to go in using 2 entry teams, Bravo at the bottom, consisting of 3 members, and Alpha with the 8 being the main arrest team. Everything still appeared straightforward. I checked my equipment, including my X-26 taser, holstered on my ballistic vest. As I took hold of the black Bakelite handle, GD tasers are yellow. I smiled to myself and thought how I got the nickname Sparky. It was an extortion job. 2 reportedly armed men were returning to the suburban address, demanding money from the occupant. The Alpha team were positioned in an unmarked van close by. I was the driver of a 4-wheel drive cut-off team, propped in a back street. My team leader was Zed, and we had a dog squad police officer with his German Shepherd on the back seat as the POIs pulled up and they looked in the direction of the unmarked van containing Alpha. Paulie was in the driver's seat, dressed in civilian's clothes. One of the men screamed at him to move on, whilst giving him hand signals that he was about to shoot him. The decision was made for Alpha to leave. Paulie drove on. The 2 male POIs then walked to the front of the house and knocked on the door before they rang the occupant's phone. One was bearded and overweight. The other looked like he enjoyed a regular brew of steroids. Both wore a man bag. Both were of Middle Eastern appearance. The phone call was our cue to arrest them. The big V8 motor roared under full acceleration before I swerved onto the other side of the road and came to a screeching halt. Right next to them, the 2 men just stared at me in confusion. I jumped out and ran towards them. One appeared to reach behind his back for a gun. Crack! My taser was discharged with the probe striking him in the chest and stomach. The device ticked over with 50,000 volts of immobilizing electricity entering his body. The second POI turned and started running up the driveway. As he reached down the front of his pants after a short sprint, I grabbed his shirt with my left hand and in one motion forced the taser hard against his upper back, drive stunning him. As the device sparked over and over, he fell to the ground, screaming and moaning with me on top of him. I glanced to my left. The first POI, and now the second offender, was also being zapped. I was effectively tasering 2 men at the same time with the 1 taser. Zed came to my aid as the tactical dog barked furiously, desperately to get involved, and the handle struggled to hold him back. Paulie and the boys in the van backed us up. Both men were disarmed, searched, arrested, and handcuffed. I commented to Zed, "Some stand-over men. They screamed louder than some of the toddlers at my daughter's daycare." Later, Zed said, "I have to say, in all my years of policing, that's probably the coolest thing I've ever seen, mate. You're a bloody legend." Back at Thornley, our agreed entry point was the front door. A handheld battering ram was backed up. A petrol chainsaw was prepped for when we got the go-ahead. Our alternative entry point was through the laundry window, although this would be difficult, as it was high up and very small. The ladder was set and a reaming tool ready. A reamer is a meter-long hardened steel pole with a pointed end. It was a hand guard and is generally used with protective gloves. A team stacked up, waiting for initiation from the inspector. Our operator Jet was positioned with the ram, and Armies was ready with the chainsaw, as was his usual practice. Jet had perfectly shaven head to disguise his red hair and distract attention from his freckles. Army was so named by Gus because he loved to talk and talk all about his Army Reserve Commando unit and his tours of Afghanistan. I had my tasers drawn in position towards the end of the stack. We were ready. All teams, go, go, go. Jet swung the tactical ram, hitting the front door. Nothing. He swung at it again and again. The door barely budged. Brown instructed his armies to start the chainsaw, and the other boys readied themselves to smash out the window. Jet repeatedly swung the big ram, but it just kept bouncing off. I heard the chainsaw getting pulled over, it spluttering, but nothing would start. Things weren't going to plan. Paulie took over the ram as the window was smashed out as the alternative entry point. A washing machine and some cupboards were stacked against the window, so there was no way in. This was identified in our reconnaissance, and the glass was frosted. Then, the unmistakable sound of a stun grenade going off inside. Boom, boom, boom. The Bravo team had obviously encountered a problem. As the stunny deploys, it explodes 9 separate times. Each explosion is designed to debilitate the target through deafening explosions and blinding flashes of light. Browning was getting concerned and said so. Armies, get that effing saw going. He then tapped the other operator on the shoulder and yelled, "You have to go through the door." Browning attempted to raise Bravo on the police radio, but no response. As instructed, the other operator started smashing the door, this time with extreme prejudice. As our American SWAT counterparts like to say, something budged. The entire facade began to give away as another stun grenade went off inside, and then another quick boom, boom. We needed to get in there, and quickly. The door finally started to crumble under repeated blows, and then the entire jam collapsed, dislodging some of the bricks. The operator on the ram stepped aside, and I followed Hipster into the unit. It was dark and smelt of rotting wet carpet. Hipster peeled right towards the laundry. I continued forward with my taser drawn and light source on, activated, ready to deploy. That was when I noticed the smoke. The air was thick with it. The smell reminded me of a cracker night. The visibility was like driving in heavy fog. Gathering my thoughts, I tried to remember the layout from the next door. Coming to the end of the partition wall, I turned left into where the room opened up, navigating the smoke, and whack! Something hit me right in my shoulder. The force spun me around, knocking me backwards. Pain momentarily immobilized me. I took a deep breath as I retreated behind the partition to regroup. That's when I saw it, an arrow sticking out of the wall just behind me. I yelled, "He's firing at us! He's firing at us! Stay back!" "With what?" "I just copped an arrow! Stay behind cover!" I shouted. "Copy," someone yelled in return. "You can bring a wild boar down with a bow, while it takes a large caliber bullet to do the same thing." Thwack! Another arrow came flying past me, embedding deep into the plasterboard wall close to my head. Shit just got real. I rubbed my painful shoulder and attempted to self-diagnose my injury. The arrow had hit the braided nylon strap that connects the front and back plates of my bullet-resistant vest and deflected off. Bloody lucky, I thought to myself, but there was no time to count my blessings. Boom, boom, boom. More stun grenades were going off. The Bravo team were copping a sizzling. I momentarily paused to contain myself, glancing sideways at Hipster, who was advancing out of the laundry to my right. Another arrow suddenly appeared out of the smoke before lodging into the hardwood lintel just as he was about to come through the door. It missed him by centimeters. Hipster tried again, but thwack and thwack again. Another 2 arrows embedded in the wall right next to him. First one, this time perhaps millimeters away. He was pinned down. Our whole team were. I yelled, "Just stay there, maintain position. You're going to get effing shot." Thankfully, "Yeah, copy that," was Hipster's response after 3 close calls. I couldn't see 2 meters in front of me without the thick, acrid smoke, and had no idea how the offender was managing to shoot so quickly or accurately. But this guy was ready for us. He was clearly prepared, but I was too. This was one of those exact moments I'd been trained for. I put my taser away and pulled out my Glock. I stepped up to the corner of my partition, activated the weapon's light source, held my breath, and poked my head out from behind cover. I scanned as quickly as I could, right to left. Perhaps it was my subconscious, but without thinking, I ducked back behind the wall a mere second before another arrow flashed past my face. This time, right in front of me. Whack. That was close. Too close, I thought, shaking my head, regaining my posture. I called for the shield to come forward. Paulie backed up. "I'm covering you, Insano. Get that effing shield up to those blokes." Insano was actually a very smart person. Just like the way it sounded. Pushed forward to my right, Paulie was cover man with his M4 over Insano's right shoulder. Another arrow attack, this time glancing off the shield with near point blank force. Thwack again. Asimo, ex-army, great bloke, came forward and positioned himself behind Insano, next to Paulie. A shield was only 80 centimeters in height and 40 centimeters wide, which just covers an operator's torso, not including the head. 3 guys behind one is a stretch, let alone a whole team. Suddenly, out of my peripheral vision, I saw Remo's head violently jolt backwards. He looked stunned. An arrow had struck his Kevlar helmet just above the eyebrow ridge, also glancing off. He tactically withdrew behind me. We're going to have to push forward, Brownie said. We need to get to the offender, but this would leave us dangerously exposed. He had the better of us. For now. Then, another distinctive sound. Bang, bang, bang. This time, it wasn't stun grenade, but gunfire. Brownie tried to radio Bravo again, but no response. Paulie yelled out from behind the ballistic shield. Was that you guys firing? There was a moment's silence before the offender replied. Yep, that was off. I looked over and called out to Insano. I can't see shit. Can you see anything? Insano coughed, and I replied, nah, nothing. Too much smoke. There is a bullet-resistant glass viewing port in the ballistic shield, and I was hoping that he would be able to see something through it. I knew what I had to do. Pausing, I calmed myself and panned out. I scoured the room with my light source, again recalling the layout compared to the next wall. For the entire time I was exposed. I pictured a hardened steel-tipped hunting arrow appearing from the darkness and striking me in the face. I pulled myself behind cover, just as another arrow whizzed past my nose. All those years of motocross honing my reflexes didn't let me down. The arrow traveled through the open laundry door and smashed out a window. Again, it must have just missed Hipster, and it showed. He was now clearly content to stay where he is. I was confident that POI wasn't in the rooms across from us. He must be in the last room. At the very end, we needed confirmation. I told Insano that I'd light it up with my sidearm source. Here we go again, I thought. I set my feet and panned out with my Glock, shining the light in the direction of the end room. My finger was on the trigger, steady to take the man's life if it was the opportunity arose. I strained my eyes, willing him to appear. I saw the shadow outline of what might be the man, but I wasn't 100% sure. I applied gentle pressure on the trigger. I'd been vulnerable for some time, just waiting to be hit. Then, bang! The unmistakable sound of another gunshot. I ducked back behind cover. A man's voice groaned in agony. Little Nick was holding the shield in the stairwell, with the 2 other operators behind him. Bravo had copped a barrage of arrows in response, had been lobbing stun grenades to create a distraction, which explained all the smoke. One of the boys had been shot, taking a chunk out of his right cheek. He returned fire what he believed was the offender, but had managed to hit him. Little Nick had observed my torchlight above him. He pivoted, following the stream of light to see where I was pointing. As he swung back, he glanced up. The POI was right above him, leaning over the balustrade from the mezzanine, a natural sniper's nest, with the compound bow pulled right back, ready to shoot Little Nick in the face at point-blank range. Little Nick instinctively swung the heavy ballistic shield upwards, just as another arrow was released, striking the shield. Thwack! Calmly, he raised his Glock, drew a bead, and fired. Bang! Shooting the man in the hip. There was a slight pause in the barrage of arrows after the gunshot, followed by a loud groaning. At first I was worried it was one of our boys who was hit. Brownie managed to raise Bravo and police radio, who informed us that it was the person of interest who'd been shot. I hoped that this was going to be it. I started to think that was the case when whoosh! Another arrow flew past me and struck the shield. Thwack! Brownie again moved up and said, "We need to advance, boys. There's still a hostage in here." This was going to be risky. There were more arrows bouncing off the shield in rapid-fire succession. Thwack, thwack, thwack! And there were new holes appearing in Dip Rock. It was pure mayhem. I told Brownie I was confident our target was in the end room. The offender couldn't have planned it better. Brownie's plan was to push forward with the team behind the shield, and we did. I was to throw a stun grenade into the end of the room. At the same time, Jet's job was to run to the back of the house, lob another stunny, smashing it through the second-story window and also into the room. The plan was to distract the person of interest long enough to cross the landing, get down the stairs, face him. We stacked up behind the partition wall. Insano was Paulie next, then me. With the rest of the team behind us, Brownie drew a long audible breath in and out. And then coolly said, "Righto, boys, let's get this done." Insano stepped off. Convinced I was about to be shot, I could feel the unmistakable cold hand of fear at me. I could taste the adrenaline. I passed the petition to the point of no return. "Stunny!" I yelled, throwing a grenade as hard as I could towards the end of the room, but then it hit something and bounced away, deflected by the many of Home Alone-style barricades set up inside the house. Another operator tossed his onto a landing near the door. Boom! As Dak moved forward, I was again intensely aware of how exposed I was. My left side was completely vulnerable. If a barbed hunting arrow were to hit me, nothing would stop it. I flexed every muscle in my body, focusing on the left side of my abdomen. I held up my arm in an effort to shield my face. That wouldn't have stopped anything, let alone an arrow, but it steadied me. I grimaced, waited for impact. Then I noticed how slippery the floor was. Stumbling here at this moment would spell disaster. We continued our advance towards the stairs, before slowly and methodically making our way down under the constant threat of being shot. It felt like an entirety. I couldn't believe I hadn't been hit, and every second that I was exposed was an opportunity for the offender to kill me. I willed Paulie to speed up, but knew that he couldn't. Our stack reached the base of the stairs before turning left to face the offender. I took a breath and relaxed my now aching core. We were now, at least, behind the shield, although the visibility was still poor. The boys at the back of the stack cleared rooms as our main group pushed on. "Hostage secure, copy that," came the reply, echoing from several quarters. That was a relief. The man's sister was found hiding in the bathtub, petrified with fear, curled up in the fetal position, holding her hands over her ears, rocking and moaning. Armies put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "It's okay, you're safe now." I could just make out the room at the end of the hallway. Our stack moved towards it, slowly but deliberately navigating our way through barricades, traps, and trip ropes. Now, only meters away, I saw smoke billowing from the doorway. Jet's stun grenade had set a mattress alight. We pushed forward into the room as Paulie peeled left, leaving me behind, insano. I couldn't see a thing. The fire was well ablaze, and then, to our right, appearing out of the darkness and smoke, I saw a terrifying sight. The man suddenly emerged, swinging a large bladed tomahawk straight towards Insano's head. With the ferocity of a Viking berserker, swoosh! Insano swiveled, the shield just in time, blocking the blow. Smash! The force pushed him back and onto me, nearly knocking us both over. With a blood-curdling scream, the offender then pulled his arm back, winding up for another hammer blow. I pulled my taser, pointed it past Insano in the shield. Incredibly, the POI was wearing a face mask of sorts. I carefully aimed and fired an amazing shot. 50,000 volts now entered his body. He dropped the tomahawk, convulsing from the electric current, and Insano and I pushed forward. Together we wrestled him to the ground, with Paulie assisting. The taser continued ticking, tick, 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 over as we rolled him onto his front. Even after being shot, tasered and tackled, and now with two big men on top of him, the offender continued to fight like a Tassie devil. Emo and Hipster came to our assistance, and we managed to handcuff him. The fire was extinguished. Thornley was over. As the lights came on, I began to better appreciate the situation. I reached down and removed the barbed probe on the man's neck. He was an enormous, heavy-set giant, with large steel plates on his front and back, attached by leather straps, effectively creating a Ned Kelly-style suit of armor. He was also wearing a float-down industrial grinding mask. A large amount of blood was gushing from a gaping bullet wound in the man's side. We rolled him over so that Insano could apply manual pressure with a field bandage. A bullet had hardly slowed him down. His drive to kill us was overshadowed by his pain. He was one extremely determined individual. I scanned the room. There was a large camo-colored carbon fiber hunting bow on the floor with a stack of arrows. I counted 4 homemade rifles with custom-made bullets strewn across the bed, together with the wooden handle tomahawk. Some of the bullets had obviously been more effective than others. It also explained what else had been hitting the shield and punching through the gyprock. Armies escorted some ambulance officers in to care for the man. That entire house was now an active crime scene, so we were careful not to disturb anything. In the stairwell, where Bravo team had been hauled up, there were arrows sticking out of the wall and another embedded into the solid hardwood, timber balustrade, punching more than halfway through it. Remnants of furniture and white goods were also stacked across the hallway. Canola oil was poured over the floor and stairs, explaining why it had been so slippery underfoot. What sort of lunatic would think to do that? I said to Paulie. One like old mate, just over there, I reckon, came Paulie's not-so-philosophical reply. I found myself shaking my head as I examined the arrows sticking out of the wall where we'd been sheltering. There were more on the floor where Insano had been positioned with the right shield. I called to Brownie, "Take a look at this, man." The front door had been secured with scores of heavy jute and batten lugs. Brownie replied, "I know. He did the same with the internal garage door. It had also been fastened shut with huge industrial-strength screws. It wouldn't have mattered if we had used the same garage as our entry point. We would have faced the same issues. The place looked like a war zone, and we were lucky not to have lost somebody. This man had clearly been preparing for us, and his strategy was becoming obvious." All right, guys, that's another 5-minute break. Thank you so much. We've got 3 hours to go before we change the stream over. Cheers, everybody. Alright, I got 40 seconds here. 30 seconds. I'm going to try and open the window for this one. 20 seconds. Thanks, Black Sasquatch. I'm definitely going to get to Monday then, just for you, bro, at least, man. I'm going to break this bloody record. 5 seconds. The POI's intention was for police to make entry on the ground floor through an easily accessible sliding glass door. This would have funneled us into a narrow hallway before even attempting to navigate the steep flight of stairs from his elevated position. It would have been as easy as shooting fish in a barrel. Just ask the Bravo team. But he also made extensive contingency plans. If we managed to get through the front door, I was amazed at the lengths this seriously determined and motivated individual was willing to go to inflict maximum carnage. It also was sobering to think of the potential loss of life should everything have been allowed to go according to his plan. I exited through where the front door once was. I took back in the clear, still night air, finally free of smoke. I took a big deep breath and looked up at the stars. That was intense, I thought to myself, much like I did during selection. On the stretcher carry, everyone stood in a group before Brownie returned with the inspector. Well, that was a big one, eh, boys? There was unanimous nodding. No one was thinking about a public holiday penalty rates now. Paulie then continued, out in his typically loud and often inappropriate way. That fat-ass Ned Kelly must have swallowed Robin Hood, mad as a cut snake. He really had us going, eh, boys? I laughed out loud, as did the others. It was a nervous laugh that momentarily relieved the mood. The inspector directed us to head straight into Hornsby Police Station, where the critical incident team would speak with us. We arrived, sat in silence, each reflecting on the night's mayhem. I was lucky, bloody lucky. We all were. And I looked over in the direction of little Nick. Then I sat with him. He told me of the moment when he was nearly killed, before asking me if I thought he had done the right thing in shooting the man. Yes, mate, definitely. It was him or us. I put my arm around him, looked him in the eye and said, "You did a bloody good job, mate. You should be proud of yourself." This was the beginning of a long friendship. After that, I respected him for his abilities under extreme pressure. He'd held that heavy ballistic shield for hours, refusing to hand it over. I never had an issue with his size again. He was a tough little bastard, and he more than proved himself, and all the boys agreed. Thornley left its mark on everyone involved. One of the crew was so rattled that he accepted a promotion and left the TOU. Not long after that, another officer left the police force entirely. It changed me too, but for a different reason. It was the first time I'd faced death. Thanks to my training and the backup of great mates, I prevailed. Strangely, media attention was confined to very brief snippets of incorrect reporting across all the major news networks, as well as the local free newspaper. And stranger still today, there have never been bravery commendations awarded, not even a little Mick, who was the most deserving. Years later, his bravery was recognized as a mere commendation, essentially a certificate. The problem is, the K-Kiders on the upwards panel believe that's what we were trained for. But above all, Thornley taught me that I should never be complacent, and that in the TOU, there was no such thing as a straightforward job. I wouldn't make the same mistake again. Lent. The day started like many others. I had been on call for the weekend and had given my mate Stevie a Monday morning lift to work. Stevie would be lucky to be 5 feet 6 inches tall on a good day, made worse by other TOU operators pointing this out to him at every opportunity. As a result, he had spent a lot of time in the gym. He was nearly as wide as he was tall. He had shaved salt and pepper hair, with more salt these days than pepper. Gus reckoned it wasn't real hair at all, but still wool. He was best mates with Brownie, who was tall, and they fought constantly like brothers. Gus called this the Bert and Ernie show. Steve was a solid operator and an experienced sniper. The two of us burst through the front door of our office at 6:30 a.m., still chatting about politics. We call our headquarters building the bunker. The back of the building looks like reconstructed Stalingrad, bleak and functional. The front looks much the same, but with some huge plane trees and an excessively large, bold, and silver-coloured capital sign that reads X, a favourite media backdrop for television talking heads. After the usual exchange of g'day and how you going, I started stirring up some of the guys over the latest paleo or keto fad diets. One operator was eating a rare lean steak, another cold-braised chicken breast coated in peanut butter for breakfast. Briefing. Baboon, the sergeant called out. Everyone appeared to be in high spirits during roll call. I was notified that it was my turn to attend a well check. This is a mandatory interview with a police psychologist for officers who work in high-risk areas. Cop the usual barrage reserved for anyone unlucky enough to be nominated. Poor bloody shrinks. Imagine having to listen to you with all your head noises, one of the boys called out to me with a good-hearted laugh. Next on Baboon's morning agenda was a review of possible jobs in the pipeline. Although nothing appeared imminent, he then outlined the day's training activities before asking, "Has anyone got anything constructive to add?" Paulie jumped to his feet like a coiled spring. "Bloody oath I do, Sarge. Why do I even ask?" Baboon replied, rubbing his eyes and shaking his head with a low moan. Paulie excitedly gave us a rundown on the success of the TOU Christmas party held the previous Sunday night. He was El Presidente of the TOU Social Club, and exactly where he'd like to be, the center of attention. Everyone then headed downstairs for equipment checks before returning to the office. Then he was out to the cafe, senior officers first, with the junior staff looking after the shop. After 6 years, I was considered a senior operator. Morning coffee is a big deal in the TOU. It is a long-standing ritual, one of the unit's best bonding and informal debriefing times. My appointment with a psychologist couldn't be avoided any longer. Only this time, I didn't have to complete the 397 multiple-choice questions that all TOU operators must endure annually. The questionnaire was always much the same, so we knew how to answer it. Likewise, the quarterly one-on-one session included the usual vague questions, and so, like everyone else, I gave the usual vague answers. It was the worst sort of box-ticking, a token effort at best. To add to the pointlessness of it all, if I was struggling with a mental health issue, ironically, the well check wasn't the time or place to talk about it. In general, police psychologists must report anything they believe could potentially affect our capabilities. An adverse assessment usually results in an operator being taken offline, at least until further psychological testing is conducted. But on this day, if I did have an issue, this guy was going to brush it off. It was all just too much trouble. The psychologist was 40-something, overweight and balding, with a glowing red nose and pasty pale skin, contrasted by thick, black-rimmed glasses that clashed with his candy-striped, long-sleeved cotton shirt. The poor man was just so bored in his job that all he wanted was for me to tell him operational stories, and then he'd hang on my every word. "Any good jobs come in lately?" he eagerly asked. I could imagine him in some dimly lit, smoke-filled gaming dungeon, playing Counter-Strike, Global Offensive, or Left 4 Dead. I resisted the urge to play my own mind games with him. I didn't want the ordeal to last any longer than it had to. I walked back through the front door of the office and instantly felt that something was wrong. A police negotiator sprinted past me. I couldn't recall ever seeing a neg moving quickly, let alone running. He was followed by Lucky, a sergeant whose concerned expression told me more than words. "No duff. There's a counter-terrorism job at Mountain Place. Grab your gear. We're going now." Martin Place is a broad, open-air pedestrian mall that runs between George and Macquarie Streets on the Sydney CBD. "Ah, shit. So it's finally happened," I called back. Lucky just nodded. We all knew it was just a matter of time, especially since the 9/11 attacks in the US. After 2001, TOU were regularly briefed by the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team. This was made up of New South Wales Police, Australian Federal Police, the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, and the New South Wales Crime Commission. One of their many sources was the Al-Qaeda English language magazine Inspire, as well as ISIS social media propaganda outlets with their increasingly strident calls for lone bomb attacks. Only 3 months earlier, I'd been a part of the JCT-run Operation Appleby, the largest job of its type in Australian history. Simultaneous pre-dawn search warrants were conducted by over 800 police officers across New South Wales and Queensland, resulting in 15 suspects being detained on terrorism-related offences. A cell-compromising return of ISIS fighters and many others was planned attacks on the Australian Federal Police building in Sydney. Where we work, the Garden Island Naval Base and Parliament House in Canberra, orders issued directly from the ISIS leadership inspired advanced plans to kidnap random civilians off a Sydney street before beheading him or her and live streaming the brutal attack on social media. The Endeavour Hill stabbing was of 2 police officers by a terrorist in Melbourne only weeks before, but also was on our minds. For these reasons, the threat level at the time was critical, meaning there was another attack considered imminent. My direct involvement in Operation Appleby was a search warrant executed on an address in a rundown red brick public housing apartment block in Sydney's northwest. Our team approached under the cover of darkness and entered the internal staircase, undetected. Inside, there was a damp carpet smell and overwhelming stench of cigarettes. Paint was peeling off the walls and iron balustrades. The landing was on the top floor, was only tiny, making it hard to stack up outside the door. The operator on the ballistic shield was up front with me. Just behind him, the other operators positioned in a line down the narrow stairwell. The shield provided us with a limited cover in case we were fired on. Although, if there was a bomb, we were dangerously exposed. I advanced with the shield man covering me and banged on the front door. Police! Search warrant! It was only permission for a knock and identify operation, and far from ideal, a no-knock warrant would have allowed us to ram the door without notice. We had to adapt. The door was slowly opened by a woman hastily adjusting a burqa, which covered her entire face. It's the police. Come out now, our team leader in Zona yelled. Sorry, please, what have we done? The woman said. I was at least grateful she didn't fall to the ground feigning a heart attack. We're here to speak to your son, I continued. Yes, I tell my son he come, she replied anxiously. The figure of our suspect appeared. It's the police. Come out and you won't be harmed, I yelled. Unexpectedly, the man made a straight run for us, aggressively pushing his mother aside. The operator on the shield hit him with it. Whack. While I brought him down with a swinging arm, the offender hit the ground but continued to struggle. I rolled him over with assistance before searching for a weapon, or more concerningly, a suicide vest. All clear, a good result. The suspect was then handed over to the riot squad boys, so they could parade him like a trophy in front of reporters and television cameras and claim credit for the arrest. Our team was later interviewed by Internal Affairs, accused of using excessive force. I couldn't work out who the complainant was. During the interview, the investigating officer kept glancing down at a document that he was clearly shielding from me. I momentarily distracted him by asking for a glass of water. He was reading directly from an ABC News bulletin. There never was an official complaint. Internal Affairs obviously had so little to do that they were investigating anything and everything. Back at the station, I followed the sergeant into the lift. Nothing was said. We ran to the TOU secure storeroom where I quickly donned my full kit before jumping into the back of the Bearcat armored vehicle. My mate, Big Bernie, drove at speed under lights and sirens while I loaded my M4 assault rifle. The vehicle unexpectedly hit a speed bump, bouncing us around in the back. Because of this, I wasn't convinced that my rifle was loaded correctly, so I repeated the process, removing a round from the chamber, a TOU standard issue 5.56mm pointed soft point chosen by the police hierarchy for penetration, and placing it on my top pocket. Screeching to a halt in Elizabeth Street, I jumped from the back of the Bearcat and ran to the corner of Martin Place. There were cops everywhere, and even more television cameras. A large group of onlookers were already being moved on by duty officers. Ants, the team leader was talking to, with one of our inspectors and other operators. I received a brief version of events as more information was coming in by the second. Ants confirmed an unknown male has entered the Link Cafe with a shotgun and claiming to have a bomb. He's taken all the occupants hostage. The cafe was located on the ground floor of a 15-story landmark Art Deco building with its distinctive honey-coloured polished marble facade. The main double-glass panel entrance door was on the corner of Phillip Street and Martin Place. The other entrance into the cafe was through a foyer that straight into the row of coverman with Paulie on the shield. It was reassuring to have one of my best mates on the job. Despite Benny Boy, Paulie yelled so that everyone could hear At say, "You're going to be my cover man." "That I am, mate. Well, thank F for that." Paulie replied boisterously. I hoped that the nearby television cameras hadn't picked up his voice. I was especially wary of the ABC, as most police are. From our location in Martin Place, with Elizabeth Street behind us, I could see uphill towards the cafe, and beyond to the Centigraph of the Sandstone Sydney Hospital, the oldest in Australia. New South Wales Parliament House is right next door, on Macquarie Street. Earlier that year, I was on a job where a disgruntled taxi driver doused himself and the inside of his vehicle with petrol. He threatened to blow up Parliament if the Premier didn't agree to speak with him. Like Clint, all the major media networks had it on live feed. Ads had been my team leader on that job too. What was particularly concerning were numerous open containers of fuel in the back seat, more than enough to do the job. As negotiations broke down, the man tried to light himself up, clearly intending for the car to explode. As we engaged, sprinting towards the taxi from our positions of cover, he was flicking a cigarette lighter. It was tight. The operator in front of me smashed the vehicle's window with a remark before I filled the cabin with tear gas from a handheld fogger, while another operator sprayed the vehicle with a fire hose. The POI was ripped on the car, still flicking his lighter. No one was injured despite the obvious risks. Back at Lint, the highway patrol officer who responded to the initial 000 emergency call provided us with a clear description from his earlier observations. Through the glass foyer door, a man of Middle Eastern appearance in dark clothing, holding a shotgun and wearing a bulky black backpack with wires hanging out. The person of interest had chosen his location well. The Lint Cafe is in the heart of Sydney, with the Reserve Bank of Australia and the Channel 7 media building directly opposite. The city was shut down from the moment the siege was live-streamed around the world on all major national and international television networks. As reported, the person of interest ordered the manager of the cafe, a 34-year-old man, Tory Johnson, to contact emergency 000 and read out this message. Australia is under attack by Islamic State. There are 3 bombs in 3 different locations: Martin Place, Circular Quay, and George Street. Police should not come close to me or other bombers, otherwise they will explode the bombs. Some hostages have been taken. The inspector then added, our snipers have confirmed that there are hostages positioned across from 4 windows. 2 of them are holding black flags with white Arabic writing, blocking a clear view. There were 3 separate sniper teams embedded. The first was in the Channel 7 building opposite the Martin Place side of the cafe. The second was in the then Westpac building opposite the front entrance, door on the Bank of Australia building. My mate Stevie was Sierra 1, or lead sniper for the entire operation. He wasn't the so-called chief sniper that 60 minutes later carried on guard. At this point, my position was considered too far away to respond quickly, and so our team was relocated. We made our way through a series of fire escapes until we reached the neighbouring building on Phillip Street at the top of Martin Place. There was a truck loading dock behind us. That was an ideal base for frontline operations. It was only 30 metres away with a fire escape directly in front. Beyond that, there were 4 large windows that framed across to the main entrance door. I was part of the primary arrest, or Alpha team. Paulie was on the ballistic shield, and I was first cover man, with Ats behind me, and the remainder of the 8-man squad stacked up in a row. The colonial spire of St. James Church was behind us in the near distance, with the New South Wales Supreme Court just opposite. The entire area had been evacuated. An eerie silence ensued, with pieces of rubbish flowing past and along the otherwise bustling, but now empty streets past Martin's Place. Prominent faux sandstone bollards blocking vehicular access and onto the dark grey pedestrians promenade. Abandoned cars lined the asphalt walkway to the side of our position. The only sounds were the monotonously regular beeping of a nearby pedestrian crossing and the distant wail of police sirens echoing off the surrounding skyscrapers. Everyone was ordered to remain in position, and like a great many other TAU jobs, it was a case of hurry up and wait. The time was now 12:30. We'd been on site for nearly 3 hours. It was summer in southeastern Australia, and the weather was typically hot and humid. An update was broadcast over the police radio that the terrorist, or Tango, had taken 18 hostages, but was refusing to speak with negotiators. Beyond this, from our position on the front line, there was an immediate lack of operational intelligence on what was occurring inside the cafe. This was because every member of the TOU sniper team vision was obscured by a combination of human shields holding up flags against the cafe's windows and heavily stenciled festive signwriting proclaiming Lent Merry Christmas. I needed to know what was happening inside the cafe. Paulie and I discussed our concerns before I approached. There has been nothing come in for hours, Sarge. Do you reckon me and Paulie could push forward to that first window and have a look in? We were exasperated. We needed a plan. Righto. At surprisingly agreed. But keep your guns up and try not to be seen. Thanks, Sarge. I responded with relief. Paulie, let's go. I'll cover you. Paulie slowly eased forward with the shield held close to his face, peering through a distinctive, rectangular, bulletproof, resistant glass viewing port. I was on his left shoulder, with my rifle up, ready to respond. We pulled up to the first of 4 windows, and we peered in. The very first thing I noticed was an extravagant display of Lindt chocolate balls, of all colours and types. It reminded me of the brightly decorated Christmas tree that Lisa and I had set up at home that very weekend. I looked beyond one of the imposing green marble columns to where 2 female hostages were holding flags up to the window. Only 2 of the 4 windows were visible from our vantage point. This confirmed what had already been reported by our snipers. Some hostages were seated and visibly upset. No one was talking or looking at each other. I clearly observed one young woman in a Lindt cafe uniform, a black long-sleeve collared shirt, long trousers, and a maroon-coloured apron with gold lettering. She seemed to be on autopilot, oblivious to what was happening around her, serving drinks from a tray to the other hostages. It was surreal. Then the terrorist suddenly appeared, before ducking behind a hostage. He was wearing a black bandana with white Arabic writing on it, holding a pump-action shotgun, a Manufranche Lasalle, with both the stock and barrel crudely sawn off. What was more concerning, however, was the backpack he was wearing. I looked at it very closely. The black Camel Mountain bag was stretched out by its contents, and I could see 2 wires looping out of the bottom, one black and another red. Are you seeing what I'm seeing, Paulie? I asked. Yeah, that backpack definitely looks like a bomb. Can you see the wires too? Confirmed. Not good. Absolutely not. Only weeks before, a specialist from the Australian Army's Special Operations and Engineering Regiment had shown us how to identify improvised explosive devices. So this was fresh in our minds. The tutorial included the types of bombs terrorists were currently using around the world: pipe bombs, shoe bombs, underpants bombs, suicide vests, and the sort of backpack bombs that started to appear in early 2005. The operator also showed us some physical examples. I had a sinking feeling at the pit of my stomach. What I was observing looked just like the CCTV images of the backpack bombs that detonated in 3 London Underground stations and on a double-decker bus in Tavistock Square, killing over 50 people. I knew that a bomb comprising a backpack full of easily obtained explosive material could vaporize everyone in the immediate vicinity, including us, and potentially bring the entire building down. For this reason, every floor above the cafe had been evacuated, as well as surrounding buildings. Was it the terrorist's intention to draw us all in and then detonate this device? In the April of 2013 Boston Marathon bombing, the second explosive device, packed with ball bearings and rusted carpenter's nails, although detonating prematurely, was intended to kill first responders such as police and ambulance officers. The same strategy also caused unbelievable carnage in the 2002 and 2005 Bali bombings. I put the thought out of my mind. I reported my intelligence precisely to Ats in person, who then related to senior officers in the command post, set up in the New South Wales Leagues Club on Phillip Street. After consideration, the bosses requested further details. Paulie and I took turns staring through the ballistic shield viewing port at the terrorists prowling around the cafe for some 25 minutes undetected, paying careful attention to both the shotgun and the backpack. We also counted how many hostages were in the room and then recorded both of their descriptions and locations so that they could be individually identified. Ats came forward. The 3 of us agreed that the shotgun was a pump-action 12-gauge and likely to have a 4 to 5 round rapid-fire capacity, a formidable close-quarters killing machine. Ats looked at me with his eyes wide open and then nodded in silent agreement. He also confirmed seeing the backpack and the wires. I looked closer at the women, holding the black banner with white Arabic script, the jihadist flag used by Islamic groups like ISIS. There is no God but Allah. Muhammad is the messenger of God. One of the women was shaking and sobbing. The tango continued to pace around the cafe, shouting at hostages. We noticed that whenever he left his base at the far corner of the cafe, he always had a hostage in front of him, with the shotgun pushed into their backs. He was clearly conscious of being exposed to any of the windows, and he ducked when walking past them. Bloody hell, Benny. Old mate seems to have a bit of tactical nous about him, eh? Paulie noted. I agree. Looks like he has some situational awareness and an idea of what he's doing. And not just walking around thinking he's John Rambo with a big-ass gun pulling at him. Yeah, he sure likes that far corner. He's put some planning into this, I continued. The terrorist appeared to be directing most of his abuse towards a male hostage, dressed in a sharp, black long-sleeved shirt, long black pants, and black polished boots. Contrasted by styled blonde hair, the man clearly displayed a sense of calm, dignified composure. I know him to be the cafe manager, Tori Johnson. The tango's human shield of choice, however, was a middle-aged, heavy-set, kindly-looking woman with fair skin, short, light brown hair, who I now know to be Louisa Hope. All we could do was watch as he frog-marched her around the cafe. Though visibly upset, her self-control seemed to enrage him. My determination was to protect the hostages and neutralize the threat which was growing by the second. I then observed a young man with a fop of dark hair, who I later knew to be 19-year-old Jared Morton Hoffman. He was walking on a mobile phone with the terrorist standing over him, yelling instructions. The poor guy seemed to be visibly shaking. When it was Paulie's turn to observe the situation, the young man bravely pointed out where the terrorist was, even using a hand signal to confirm that the tango had a gun. This impressed us. The terrorists unfortunately noticed Jared and turned towards us. Our eyes met, and the realization of just who was looking at him hit. 2 heavily armed and determined trained assets. He immediately crouched low, pointing his weapons in our direction, before lunging towards Louisa Hope and grabbing her by her blouse. violently manhandling her back to her feet and pushing the barrel of the shotgun back into the back of her head. I could see that the finger was on the trigger. The expressions on the face of every hostage screamed, "Why won't you help us?" The truth was that we were just as desperate to go in at that moment. The terrorists became incensed. Louisa Hope was in grave danger. Suddenly, a hand appeared, placing a rough handwritten note against the window in front of us. An action obviously dictated under duress. "Police, move away now, or a hostage will be executed." Polly and I immediately withdrew from the window. Everyone stood in formation in our full-length black uniforms and 25-kilogram kits with polyester mesh balaclavas rolled up to conceal our identities from the nearby scrum of loitering angry journalists, and beyond them a forest of television cameras. The midday sun was starting to take a toll on us. I felt beads of sweat running down my spine under a bullet-resistant vest, all the way to my underpants. We'd been in the position for hours, with no further updates since Paulie, and I had taken the initiative earlier. Then suddenly, an elderly hostage burst through the front door of the cafe. Clearly driven by raw self-preservation, the man turned to his right and stared in our direction like a ravening spotlight. A younger man dressed in smart suit pants and a perfectly pressed long-sleeved white linen shirt followed, closely behind him, clapping his hands in the air hysterically. The stack pushed forward to provide cover. "It's the police. Come over here." They both had a look of blind terror in their eyes. A stack regrouped the fire door directly in front of us, suddenly swung open, this time with a loud crash. A middle-aged man with a dark receding hairline and manicured eyebrows, wearing a linked cafe uniform, abruptly appeared. He immediately tripped and stumbled before we pulled him to safety as well. The man seemed even more overwhelmed than the others, barely able to understand basic instructions, repeatedly shouting, "You need to get in there! You need to get in there! He's going to kill everyone!" In over 12 years of frontline policing, I'd never seen human beings in such a state of distress, panic, or shock. Ats tried to calm the situation by engaging in the three in conversation. Good intelligence was desperately needed on what was actually happening inside the cafe, but most of what he got was panicked garble. "No point," Paulie said. "They've lost it." We returned to our position as the men were laid away for medical attention, debriefing, and questioning. Our focus remained on the cafe. No water had been brought to us since our deployment, and our position had been in the full summer sun for most of the day. Paulie was relieved from the shield by one of the younger operators and disappeared into the darkness of the loading bay. He was only gone a few minutes before returning. "Here you go, fellas. Look at what your good mate Paulie has got for you." He held up an armful of water bottles and some individually wrapped cafe-style chocolate chip biscuits. Paulie was like a natural-born larrikin, Anzac trench scavenger, looked out for his mates, just like the Aussie soldiers my grandpa told me about in the Great War. I remember Grandpa was fond of saying, on the Western Front, if the British generals ever wanted an Australian division to capture a German position, all they had to do was declare it out of bounds. "Where the bloody hell did you get all that from, man?" I said to Paulie with genuine admiration. "An empty cafe back through there," he grinned, pointing into the cave-like loading dock. "What you reckon, fellas? Bloody legend, eh? Yeah, good work, mate. The cafe owners of Sydney doing their bit to help. New South Wales finest." Paulie grinned, obviously pleased with himself. "Mate, you're nothing if not resourceful," I shot back with a smile. "I'll be sure to notify the corridor's creepers so the cafe owners get reimbursed." "Good work, Paulie," Pat said, giving my mate a slap on the back. Pat was managing our fatigue by allowing half the team to rest in the shade of the loading bay, although we were all ready to respond at a moment's notice. As I enjoyed the cold water, I checked my phone and saw the missed calls, messages from family and friends. I browsed quickly over some of them. Despite wearing a tactical helmet and balaclava, a lot of people had recognized my eyes from the close-up television footage. The reason I wasn't wearing work sunglasses was that our 2-year-old daughter had broken them. Lisa later told me that our little girl had also recognized me from the live stream footage. "That's my daddy," she said, giggling, pointing at the flat-screen television. That was enough for Lisa. She turned it off straight away. More TAU operators were called in. Gus's distinctive voice came over the radar. It was the first good news I'd received all day. Although assigned to the other entry team, it was reassuring to have my best mate around, and Gus was a competent operator who wouldn't hesitate to run in once the order was given. At different times throughout the day, the situation ramped up to the point where I believed we were about to go in, but before being ordered to stand down again. It must have been what it was like for the diggers waiting to go over the top in Gallipoli or France. In those moments of downtime we talked. You guys realize that when we storm in there, we're all going to be worm-proof, don't you? Paulie blurted out. Mate, but can you imagine the TV ratings added? At least there'll be cold beers and medals for the families all round. Paulie continued in his typically unfiltered way. You've got a big rough head there, mate. I'll just stand behind you and I'll be just fine. I replied, getting one up on him. Says you, Benny boy, with one of the biggest heads in the TOU. Everyone smiled. Mate, come on, seriously. It's nothing in comparison to Baboon's oversized melon, I replied. Fair enough. Paulie grinned. The exchange had lightened the mood momentarily. I suppose that's what we're training for anyway, isn't it? I said with deadly seriousness. That's why I'm sending you two dickheads in front of me. Atz replied with a forceful half smile. I'll be sure to give you a left hook as I'm flying back out of fire, Sarge, I said, only half jokingly. But the brutal reality, as we saw it, was that as soon as we entered the cafe, everyone was going to die in a massive IED explosion. In that moment, the inevitability hit us all like the proverbial Mack truck. Our training had incorporated strategies for deliberately putting away distracted feelings about being killed, but now in death almost seemed a certainty. No one spoke. We just stood there, our rifles at the ready, shoulder to shoulder, ready to go, waiting for the whistle to blow, deep in our own thoughts. A bomb meant that there was only a slim chance of getting any of the hostages out alive, and every frontline TOU operator would die too. Paulie first, and then me and Atz, followed by the rest of our stack, and of course, the boys and Bravo team, including Gus. I momentarily imagined the ghastly spectacle of over eviscerated, dismembered, and mutilated bodies in pools of blood, live streamed in full color to hundreds of millions of people around the world and into my home as well. I texted Lisa, trying not to let her know what I was asking her to send me some recent photos of our little girl. I showed Paulie, who reciprocated by scrolling through the photos of him playing with his boys. Meanwhile, Gus texted his wife Jodie, don't forget to put the bins out. As I glazed over my pictures, a feeling of deep sorrow washed over me. I was resigned to the idea that I was never going to see my wife and daughter again, and I wasn't ever going to hold the unborn baby that Lisa was carrying, let alone see the rest of my family and good friends again. I said my goodbyes through text messages, as best I could, without revealing our exact predicament, but I'm sure Lisa knew exactly what was going on. I encountered many brave women that day, but none braver than the woman I loved. Later I found out that she was both angry and disappointed that I seemed so willing to sacrifice myself and sentence her and the girls to a life of heartache and struggle. Then one of the TOU guys in the stack suddenly went white. He obviously couldn't handle it. I could see it in his eyes. The harsh reality of the situation had clearly overwhelmed him. I watched and didn't say a thing. Everyone had done the same selection and training courses, but the truth is, no one really knows how they will hold up until their big test comes. I heard Stevie's voice come over the police radio, requesting another sniper. Even before he checked with us, the operator accepted the request via radio. Sorry guys, they need me. And with that, he walked off. We all just looked at each other. The terrorist was finally identified. Atz was sent an intelligence brief on a smartphone. The man was a self-proclaimed Islamic cleric, Man Harun Monas, a 50-year-old Iranian-born refugee, currently on bail as an ancestry to murder of his ex-wife by stabbing, together with 43 outstanding charges, including 22 counts of aggravated sexual assault and 14 counts of aggravated indecent assault. In April 2001, the Interpol contact point in Canberra had alerted the Immigration Department that Monas was also wanted by the Iranian authorities. Locally, he had obtained notoriety in the media by sending hate mail to the families of Australian soldiers who had died serving their country in the war in Afghanistan. Only a month earlier, he pledged allegiance to the Islamic State on his website and then again on social media. That's him, right, boys? That's question, holding up his phone to show Paulie and me a photograph. Yeah, man, that's the grub, I confirmed. Paulie just nodded in disgust. Shit. What's he doing out on bail? Someone has seriously effed this one up, Paulie added, stating the obvious. We soon discovered that senior police had consulted a psychiatrist to provide a subject profile on the terrorist and advise him accordingly. His identity was suppressed at the coronial inquest. I had a negative take on this, as did the other boys. I still hadn't been able to move on from my psychiatrist predicting that after years in the bush, Malcolm Naden would have evolved into an animal-like state, that he probably would only be able to communicate in grunts. It became immediately apparent to us that the senior command was taking this peanuts advice seriously. But at that stage, maybe the bosses were just grateful for anyone putting their hand up to give any old opinion. And in fairness, it was up to them to accept his advice or not. It was later revealed that the shrink believed the terrorist was merely a grandstander, and that he wasn't really a terrorist at all, but rather just someone with a narcissistic antisocial personality disorder undertaking a grandiose act, and that he didn't really want to hurt anyone once he got what he wanted. He even doubted that Monis represented ISIS because he didn't have the correct flag. Experts in Islamic terrorism later confirmed that the flag Monis was using frequently was used by ISIS, but it seemed to us that he missed that point, probably because he wasn't qualified to comment. This all came out in the coronial inquest. Although some of the terrorist actions didn't fit the methodology, he was clearly capable of terrible violence and certainly had the hostages terrorized. Based on close observation, our view was that he was operating in a controlled, planned, and methodical way. I wondered how much more evidence senior management needed. Paulie summed it up so precisely. What the F, I thought to myself. The terrorists had taken hostages as a weapon and a backpack bomb. Do the bosses really believe this man is going to come out with his hands up when he gets what he wants, whatever that was, and then spend the rest of his life in solitary confinement in a supermax prison? At a tactical level, this just didn't make sense. The terrorists must have known that he was going to prison, even before ever entering the cafe. From the front line, there was still a disturbing lack of operational intelligence. There were, however, some details sent to Rat's phone that he immediately relayed to us. As individual hostages were identified, we received basic profile information, including photographs. I still remember Katrina Dawson's image and description, a 38-year-old barrister and a mother of 3 children. The terrorist was still refusing to speak with the police negotiators and only ever communicated through hostages, demanding via the media that police and politicians acknowledge that his action was an attack by IS. He even forced a hostage to call the broadcaster Ray Hadley, who, to his credit, wouldn't allow him to talk on air. A report then came in that he was demanding an actual IS flag. He was also insisting to talk to Prime Minister Tony Abbott. Persistent postponing of his demand was clearly increasing his emotional temperature, or at least that was obvious to us. Then 2 more female hostages suddenly escaped. They'd snuck out through the foyer. I had a growing concern that a humiliated terrorist would be forced into a decision, and then, according to what we believed at the time, execute his final act, an internationally televised extravaganza of death and mayhem that would have energized IS lone wolves all over the world for a generation. Senior commanders were, however, sticking to the long-standing contain and negotiate strategy that had served them well up to this point. It must have seemed to them that almost all the hostages were eventually going to escape by their own means, and that time was on their side. But it was not on our side. It was not what was needed, not what we wanted, and not what we were trying to do, which was to aggressively seize the initiative at an exact time and manner of our choosing, and in doing so, save the hostages. Paulie said, "What the F is happening in there? Why would the effing cake eaters let us go in? Why has this gone on for so effing long? If this were back home in the Alice, mate, some big effing tradie would have said, enough of this, and knocked him the F out inside of 5 effing minutes. And then this black fella, mate, would have finished the effing bastard off. We both knew that this same conversation, minus the expletives, would be playing out that night in almost every office and pub, worksite, and private home across Australia. Have a look around, mate. This isn't Alice Springs, and it sure isn't where I come from either," I said to Paulie. "It's Martin's place, and it might as well be on another planet." Paulie replied in the most philosophical way he knew. "F, This isn't going to end well, is it, Benny? No, mate, it's going to get messy. A deliberate action plan, or DA, was drawn up by the sergeant on the other entry team and was submitted for approval. It was a well thought out plan for entry using intelligence provided by the lead sniper Stevie, combined with operational experience of the entire unit right up to the tactical commander. Our inspectors pushed for it, but approval was never given. However, even if the big bosses had agreed to its implementation at the time, the final decision rested with them and not with us. The linked DA remains confidential to public interest immunity. This is because it reveals restricted tactical methodology currently used by the TOU in dealing with terrorism incidents. Without mentioning specifics in the linked DA, all options were on the table. This included entry, explosions, effectively a huge controlled outside the cafe to create, as well as the 40mm grenade launcher deployments utilizing something devices. The well-considered DA allowed for a surgical entry and was able to execute hostages or to detonate the bomb in close quarters battle speak, the use of speed, strength, surprise, and aggression to achieve total dominance against your enemy. There had been Australian Army Special Forces liaison officers in the Police Operations Centre the entire day. All were combat veterans who had fought in Afghanistan, professionals who had proven that they were among the best in the world. However, the counter-terrorism response for the state is New South Wales as the TOU, tasked with providing the first and main response. The Australian Army's Tactical Assault Group, TAG, Army Commandos, are the military's response. There's a close working relationship between the TOU and the ADF, and great mutual respect. If our resources are stretched, they are deployed, a decision made by the Prime Minister. This decision involves the declaration of martial law, and it isn't taken lightly. If commanders are called in for, say, a situation like this, the Mumbai massacre involving multiple active shooters, they don't necessarily take over our response, but rather work with us by bolstering our capacity. That's why we train together in large-scale counter-terrorism training exercises. The TAG guys had constructed a mock-up of the cafe at their base and trialed LDA. They agreed it was a good time to plan and confirmed that they would likely do it the same way. Tactical teams from other states were also primed to practice in preparation for replacing us. But the plan was still knocked on the back. The bosses were clearly going to wait this one out. They were obviously under pressure. In the absence of a DA, there was the existing Emergency Action Plan, or EA. This was proposed by us and approved by the bosses not long after we arrived on the scene. On the other hand, the triggers that would initiate the EA were the death or serious injury, or the imminent death or serious injury of a hostage. Under the EAA, explosive entry wouldn't be used. However, once initiated, we had to get in as quickly as possible through the front glass panel doors. That would be breached with a shotgun, using specialized rounds. Our only distraction option was for the two guys at the back to shoot the first window with the other operator throwing sunnies. Inside, we both rushed forward. Both the DA and the EA incorporated similar tactical methodology in terms of simple teams, assaulting simultaneously using different entry points. This plan was adopted to ensure that the internal cafe floor plan was covered as quickly as possible, minimizing an opportunity for the terrorists to shoot hostages. Still, overall, going in under an EA wasn't what any of us wanted. Just as this was starting to sink in, Big Bernie, who had driven me to Martin Place in the Bearcat, turned up to bolster our numbers. Bernie was a good bloke and a mate half Lebanese, half Irish, affectionately known to us by one of Gus's brilliant nickname creations, the Leprechaun. He was a solid unit, tall in stature, with thatched, short black hair and a fair complexion. He was an interesting character, as many TOU operators are. He has since completed his law degree, but at the same time, he's a keen practitioner of mixed martial arts. "Hey boys, have a look at this," he said, bending over to reveal where his overalls had burst open all the way up the seam. "Bloody hell, that's a good effort." "I can see your jock," said one of the boys. It's lucky I didn't do it at false prints or being filmed with big every television camera on Earth. Oh no, wait, that's right. I did, he said. Hey, where have you guys been? Pissing and busting. He continued, changing the subject to something much more urgent. If I don't go, I'm going to wet myself. We all knew how he felt. Just up there in the chocolate bay, towards where the dogs rot go and the negs are. See the red bin over there? Its side propped up on its lid, I said, pointing to a place out of view from the prying television cameras. Oh yeah, got it. You're a good mate, Benny, he replied with gritted teeth. Just go in the bin. There's nowhere else, I reassured him. Suddenly I noticed a strong smell of urine. I looked down at my feet. Are you serious? I meant in the bin, dumbass. That bloody stinks. The loading bay was on an incline, so Big Bernie stored up rancid urine, just meandered in a little river, and ran all the way down to our position, forming a smelly yellow pool at our feet. Jesus, man. I don't know what you're thinking. I'll tell you what, though. You need some water. Badly, mate. That's some serious stink. Sorry, guys. I had to go. You know how it is. Hey, got anything to drink? I do, but I'll tell you what I could really do with the feed, I answered in, handing a bottle of cold water. I probably shouldn't tell you what I just saw on the big way over here, then, should I? Big Bernie continued with a smirk. No, probably not, but you're going to tell us anyway. I had to come through the police forward command post, where there are bosses absolutely everywhere doing sweet FA. And, honestly, there were foot-long subways stacked up this high on their desks. Every boss within 100 miles wanted to be there so that they could have it on their CVs. Even so, there wasn't one of them who could organise a bloody drink of water for the boys on the front line. You were shitting me. We'd been here all day in the hot sun, actually doing something, and all we've had is one skanky 6-inch. Yeah, I know, us too, he said with a look of famished disgust. But what can you do, eh? Some things never change, do they? An announcement over police radio alerted us to prepare to initiate the EA. Negotiators were about to notify the terrorist who were hostage that his demands for an IS flag and a telephone audience with the Prime Minister would be refused. Everybody braced up in their positions. I felt the adrenaline surge through my body. This could be the moment. The message is being delivered to the Tango. Then nothing, not a sound. No updates or observations from our snipers. Nothing changed. About an hour later, some specialist police came to our location to install and listening secretly within the cafe. I attempted to insert them through the fire escape directly in front of us. We were required to provide cover. They were there for a long time, but it didn't seem like they'd been too successful. Although we did hear later that the device picked up the terrorist saying that he would kill any hostage that would try to escape. Other states had flown in operators from their equivalent counter-terrorism units to back us up. The Special Operations Group guys had come from Melbourne, some of the Special Emergency Response Team from Queensland, and the Special Response Group from Canberra as well. There was a plan unfolding for us to stand down for a couple of hours to have a rest, before being raced out to a training facility to practice the DA and the mock-up. Our units trained together on an annual police tactical group course with every state, sending operators, team leaders and snipers in. The purpose was to ensure interoperability, especially in a situation like this. For this reason, I was a special constable in both Queensland and Victoria when we had completed counter-terrorism jobs in both states together. I said to Ats, "Don't you let anyone take my position as cover man. No risk of that. It's all yours. No one else wants the job." Ats replied to my relief. Paulie then boisterously said he would punch on with anyone who tried to relieve him. Darkness fell, and the situation became increasingly frustrating for us, and dire. For the hostages, streetlights came on, casting their shadows across the concrete jungle. The night air suddenly assumed an unreasonable chill. As I was fixing my NVG to my helmet, I noticed a slight breeze meandering up through the Martin Place, urban canyon, rustling the tops of the palms along the street behind us. There was an unsettling feeling that the events are moving towards a final climax. This was far from a usual job under so-called normal hostage-taking circumstances. If negotiators hadn't made contact, then a DA would be put in place as it had in Thornley. From the front line, we had no idea there hadn't been direct contact with the terrorists. It never would be. At the time, police negotiators received little, if any, specialist training in how to deal with such events. All we knew was this had gone on too long. Still, I wasn't concerned about the terrorist and his shotgun. I was confident in our abilities to deal with that threat. The big issue was always the bomb. Command, like us, believed that if we did anything to provoke the terrorist, such as make entry or have our sniper take a shot, then he would more than likely detonate the device and every one of the remaining hostages in the cafe would die. Despite many in Australia having an opinion on the matter, a sniper shot would have had huge repercussions. The terrorist was very careful not to expose himself to windows, but if he had to, he would always hold a shotgun to a hostage's head. When shot, the body's natural reaction is to spasm in a jerking reflex contraction. I was a trained sniper myself and aware of this happening in both hostage rescue and battlefield situations. The only way to counteract this is to shoot the apricot, but the medulla oblongata or brainstem, which immediately results in total nervous incapacitation. Under the circumstances, it was a near impossible shot, and then of course we later found out that the linked cafe glass windows were bullet resistant. It was, however, the threat of a dead man switch that was foremost in my mind. This had become common practice with suicide bombers, who often had manual detonation, control of wired into the bomb. If he or she, and as was often the case in the Middle East and Sri Lanka, was shot and wounded or killed, then the dead hand automatically released the switch, detonating the device. Our boys in Afghanistan encountered this, and we had veterans with direct experience of it in our unit. Talking about this amongst the group, we realized that under the circumstances, it would take a lot for the bosses to approve a DA entry. Like us, they only saw two probable outcomes: that everyone would perish in a massive IED explosion, or as many as a third of the hostages would die in a close quarters firefight. The so-called 1-to-3 survival ratio, the cold, calculated but unofficial guide special forces all over the world use to measure the success or failure of a hostage rescue mission. I again found myself thinking about the far-reaching impact my death would have. Lisa would suffer emotionally and financially, and my children would struggle for the rest of their lives. But despite the way the bosses were running the operation, I was ready to sacrifice my life, even for the slim chance of saving some of the hostages, a group of people that I'd never met. But I was just as willing to die for my mates, the boys next to me in the stack, men with nicknames like Big Tits, the bodybuilder, Carrot, the redhead, Big Hands, the breacher, Big Bernie, the leprechaun, Hats, the sergeant, and Mad Dog Paulie, holding the heavy shield, trusting me to engage a terrorist without hesitation. And of course there was Gus, and all my other mates, including Baboon, Babyface Guesty, and Lucky, running in with the Bravo team. I put these thoughts out of my mind and concentrated on the job at hand as I was trained to do. Around 8 p.m, the lights inside the cafe were unexpectedly switched off from the inside. This created greater visibility issues for our snipers, and it immediately put us at a disadvantage. The cafe was in darkness, and our position outside was well lit. A terrorist would clearly see our team in silhouette, especially if we attempted an entry. At 10:15, the terrorist forced a hostage to contact police negotiators. He demanded that the street lights in Phillip Street and Christmas lights in Martin Place be turned off. This would obviously be to our advantage, but an hour passed and they were still on. How effing hard can it be to turn off some effing lights? He wants it done and so do we. I said in an exasperated tone. Shit happens. Not when you want it to, Paulie cryptically replied. God knows what he meant, but I somehow felt reassured by him saying it. I need to see this one out, Benny, don't you, man? Paulie continued with a determined look. Bloody oath I do. You've been here nearly 15 hours. I could do another 15 if I had to. I clearly developed a protective attachment towards the hostages, especially after observing them so closely earlier in the day. This was personal. It was just past 1 a.m. on December the 16th, and the streetlights were still on. How could the terrorist interpret this? He must be infuriated, and just another of his demands not being met, just another direct challenge to his epic control of the situation, just another humiliation. At 2 a.m. approached, something came in over the police radio. It was senior command assuring us that things were settling down for the night. Settling down for the night. I said it out loud twice because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Myself said it was the first time. What the F do they think is happening in there? That he's slung an effing hammock and is having a little effing nap or something? Paulie said with genuine confusion in his eyes. How can they think that? So he's just going to wake up all fresh in the morning and clock back on to his day job? As an effing terrorist, I said, shaking my head. Our entire frontline team was frustrated beyond words. There was also a general feeling that we'd soon be swapped out with the standby operators or the out-of-state boys, and the battery in Michael East radio went flat. This added considerably to my frustrations. I couldn't see inside the cafe, and now I wouldn't be receiving radio updates. But I thought to myself, it didn't matter anyway, because Senior Command believed that the situation was settling down for the night. Then, boom! What the fuck was that? Yelled one of the other operators behind me in the stack. Paulie called out, shot fired, shot fired. That was a shotgun going off inside the cafe. Oh, the hostages, I yelled. Tiger, tiger, tiger. Alpha team prepared to initiate the EA, that's yelled. The lives of the hostages were now in the hands of the TOU alone. Ready yourselves, boys. We're about to go in. And then the unexpected. Bloody hell, take a look at that, fellas. Paulie gasped, pointing ahead of us. A male hostage was sprinting down Phillip Street, wildly flailing his arms in the air, all the way to the police barricade. He then threw himself face down on the road in front of duty officers and battalions of mass television cameras. God damn, fellas, you don't see that every day, Paulie added. All the boys nodded in agreement. Then, relaying a frantic police radio message, Ats called out, 6 hostages have escaped from the elevator foyer. Tango fired them. I felt a surge of adrenaline. I allowed it to fill my body without resistance. This was it. It had to happen. I began to rehearse the entry over in my mind, just like I did in motocross, waiting for the gate to drop, powering the line and maneuvering to be the first into the corner. And only hope was getting quickly and shooting before he set off the bomb. Picture postcards images flashed before my eyes in a kaleidoscope of hugs, laughs, and kisses. Our daughter's first steps, her first truth, and the day she first called me daddy. But then, an imaginary blinding pulse of hot light invaded my brain like a tormenting spectre. The blast rolled like a crashing wave, leaving a shadow world of charred and dismembered bodies in its wake. Gus, Paulie, Ats, me, and the rest of my mates in both entry teams, I forced it out. I braced, ready to go. We just needed to hear those 3 words, and we charged in without hesitation. But nothing happened. Sarge, why hasn't the EA been initiated? I asked in complete disbelief. Paulie just looked at me. The situation was beyond the need for him to respond with mere words. Things would escalate rapidly. It was just a matter of time. There was no question in my mind of that. But then, minutes went by in excruciating slow motion, like the drip of a tap. Boom! Another shotgun round went off inside the cafe. What the hell is happening in there? I said aloud. Is he executing hostages? I took every ounce of my strength and discipline, not to break rank and just run in. I was like an overwound watch spring. Just give us the order for Christ's sake, one of the younger boys in the stack yelled. Hold, Ats roared. Another hostage burst from the cafe. A young woman wearing a Lint cafe uniform. I recognized her as the one serving drinks earlier. She sprinted out onto the street before heading straight towards us. We pulled her to safety and again refocused on the front door. Paulie was rocking on the balls of his feet, and then I noticed that I was too. You've definitely got my back, don't you, Benny? Paulie said, turning directly at me. You know I do. I've got your 6, man. Mate, I just needed to hear it from you before. It's been great knowing you, Paulie, you mad bastard. I love you, bro. Paulie replied, pulling the ballistic shield into his chest. Me too, mate. Boom. A 3rd shot went off inside the cafe. I felt the blood pulsing over my ears. Over At's police radio, I could hear hostage down, white window 2. Repeat, hostage down, white window 2. I checked my laser point and the light source one final time. With a single sharp slap of my left palm, I confirmed that the magazine was firmly seated in my M4. I was completely focused. My breathing slowed. I stared at the entrance door and just waited for the code word. Then it came. Tiger, tiger, tiger. Paulie stepped off with me right behind him. He moved surprisingly quick considering the weight of the shield. We sprinted as a team along the dimly lit, weather concrete footpath towards the cafe front doors. Boom, boom, boom. 3 rapid-fire shotgun blasts cracked the still night air and echoed off the surrounding tall building. It was the boys shooting out of the window closest to the loading bay. as they prepared to create a diversion with their stun grenades. We came to the end of the wall, but for a slight left turn, now facing the double glass entrance door. Paulie had the shield up to his face, peering through the viewing port. I stepped off the footpath and onto the entrance, landing to Paulie's left. I activated my light source and laser before I staring into the cafe. At first it was pitch black and silent. I struggled to see the glare bouncing back off the glass door. I strained, my eyes scanning the room with my light source in deliberate sweeping arcs. And then in the far back corner, in his favourite position, I spotted him, his white shirt catching the light. I flicked the safety catch to fire. The terrorist, still wearing his backpack, was looking across the cafe towards where the boys had unsuccessfully attempted to shoot out the first display window. The building manager wasn't aware. The cafe had once been a bank, and the external windows were all bullet resistant. Noticing my light source, he turned to face me, and our eyes met for a second time. The driven tap of time slowed to an almost complete stop. I was ready to take his life. He swiveled his shotgun at the hip and angled the large ball barrel straight towards my face. Louisa Hope and her mother Robin were positioned on either side of him as human shields. At that precise moment, I saw the red dot from my laser pointer on the upper left of his chest, just where I wanted to place my first 5.56mm round. I paused, calculating restrained. In my peripheral view, big hands and the breacher carefully aimed a shotgun downwards towards the glass entrance door. I pushed myself up against Paulie's back and behind the shield to lessen the expected blast to impact both of us. The ballistic shield would afford little protection from a confined explosion. I knew that, and so did Paulie. I applied gentle pressure on the trigger, and taking up the final millimeter of slack, boom! The breacher's specialized round shattered the safety glass into a million tiny pieces, cascading downwards in front of me like a slow-motion waterfall. I could now see without the glare, as my rifle's light source beam deflected in, darting and dancing shafts around the room, refracting off the cafe's chandeliers. At that point, the terrorist was a mere 15 meters away, but in the dark it felt a lot further. He had lured us in, but I was ready for him. Without looking away, we locked eyes for a third time. I squeezed the trigger, bang. As my rifle restabilized, I could see the laser on him again. I squeezed the trigger, bang. Then incredibly, with 2 rounds in his chest, boom, a huge muzzle flash appeared as he fired on our position. Remarkably, I wasn't hit. Someone yelled, "Man down, man down." Where was Paulie? He wasn't in front of me anymore. Was he dead? I had to block this out and focus entirely on the target. I continued my deliberate advance on the terrorist, and a fast walking, now on my own, while rapid firing on the move. Bang! Forward then, bang, and bang again. He was the only threat. Bang, bang, bang. And controlled trigger squeezes, reassessing as I was trained to do between every shot. Then my foot hit something. I stopped moving forward. It was the entrance barrier counter, but I couldn't take my eyes off the target. Otherwise, I'd have continued to walk right up to him. I knew I was hitting home because I allowed my rifle to stabilize between every shot, and I clearly saw the laser pointer on his upper chest before pulling the trigger again. I couldn't see blood at that distance. His position hadn't changed. The bastard wasn't going down. Suddenly again, somehow, boom! Another huge muzzle flash from his end. In that split second, I became acutely aware of being alone, completely exposed. I flexed every muscle in my body and squinted in anticipation of the maelstrom of lead that I fully expected would tear me apart. I knew it was hard to miss with a shotgun at such close range. In an instant, I'd gone from adrenaline-soaked flight mode to being convinced I was about to have my face blown off. Somehow he missed again, hitting the wall just above me. But where was Paulie? Where was our sergeant? Were they hit? Who was the man down? There was no time. I needed the threat neutralized. I needed him dead. I couldn't allow him to detonate the bomb. I saw my laser on his upper sternum and squeezed the trigger again. Bang. Incredibly, he still didn't stop. I reassessed, tracking up with my laser pointer to his neck, then banged the middle of his head, right between his black eyes. Bang, bang. His legs appeared to buckle beneath him. Or was he just taking a knee to keep firing? I couldn't be sure. From just inside 10 meters, I followed him down with my laser pointer and continued to fire. Bang. assessed the threat. Bang! He collapsed onto the large square floor and lay motionless. I stared closely at his body, waiting for any movement. A groan, jerk, a wriggling, the slightest switch, anything that resembled a final attempt to detonate the bomb. My finger was still on the trigger, ready to fire. Was the dead man switch about to activate? Was this the last moment of my life? A single drip of the tap was suspended, motionless, hanging in the air. Then I heard stun grenades going off, and behind me, kaboom, boom, boom. One jumped off the ground and detonated right next to my left ear. My head spun and my ears were ringing. But the pain also snapped me out of my stare trance. Time resumed. Stop throwing the effing stunnies. The tango was down. The tango was down. Explosion stopped. My full attention returned to the target. Someone entering my peripheral vision. Thank God it was Paulie. His shield had been struck by a shotgun blast on entry. The impact forcing him back, and with that, the other full-length glass door panel exploded, momentarily forcing my mate to crouch under the sheer weight of the heavy glass shards that rained down on top of him. Still reluctant to take my eyes off the threat, even for a second, I turned quickly and moved to the left. There was a cash register and some furniture in my way. I hadn't noticed them before. I looked up behind Paulie, who no longer had the shield. He yelled with me, using the acknowledged tactical term that verbally confirms backup. Without taking your eyes off the threat, squeezing Paulie's shoulder, I replied, "With you." My light source and laser were still activated, and now Paulie had his Glock torch on as well. I lit up the target as Paulie and I advanced in the remaining meters past the second marble column towards him. Aggressively, decisively, deliberately, I was fully prepared to fire again. I stood over the terrorist. He was lying on his side, his entire body in a pool of blood. Part of his head was missing, with brain tissue splattered in an arc across the tile floor. My mind was racing. How were we still alive? I hadn't expected to take more than 2 steps into the cafe before the whole place convulsed in a white-hot fireball. Mere seconds before this, man and I were engaged in a life-and-death firefight. His bullet-riddled body now lay at my feet. He was dead, and I wasn't. If the 16 hours before the EA activated felt like weeks, then the past 30 seconds seemed like a lifetime. I flicked the safety catch back to safe, and now fixed my eyes on the backpack. It was still intact, and so were the wires. In that moment, it looked even more like a bomb. Then Paulie yelled, "You have been saved." I refocused. The hostages were now our priority. We needed to get them out as many as possible before the bomb went off. I quickly placed a joined Paulie, who was on his knees next to the hostage. It was Louisa Hope. She was slumped on the floor with her back up against the leather-covered bench that ran the length of the cafe. "You have been saved," I reassured her, using Paulie's word. The poor woman appeared to be in deep shock, struggling to comprehend our efforts to get her back to her feet. I put her arm around my neck as Paulie and I lifted her together, dragging her towards the exit. I could see she was struggling. I glanced down, her foot was only attached by some exposed white tendons, leaving behind a thick smudge of blood across the tile floor. "Ah, shit, your foot, are you okay?" I asked as calmly as I could. Paulie asked if she could help. She obviously could not. Without so much as a whimper, Louisa Hope just nodded. We lifted her into a 2-person seat carrier and moved towards the front door and onto the street where paramedics were ready to commence emergency treatment. I took a couple of deep breaths, collected myself before heading back toward the cafe. I was still expecting a blast at any moment. To the left of the doorway, paramedics were attempting to resuscitate someone. There was a man dressed entirely in black, and I came flooding back. Man down, man down. I felt like vomiting. I clamped my hand over my mouth, but it wasn't ants, as I expected. It was the cafe manager, Tory Johnson, who was the hostage down in White Window 2, murdered in cold blood by the terrorist. He was clearly already dead. Feelings of horror and regret started to overwhelm me. Then came anger. It instantly cleared my mind as the shocking reality hit home. I hadn't been allowed to do my job, and I was trying to do, and save him. If only we'd been allowed to go in earlier when the terrorist first fired on the hostages. A TOU operator assisting a distraught hostage out of the cafe bumped into me as he passed, forcing me to refocus before I returned to the chaos. The air was thick with smoke. A fire alarm was blaring. The lights had been switched on, and the cafe felt like a completely different place. Much smaller, with the harsh light of the interior ceiling, globes revealing the full horror of the scene. It was like a war zone, with crying, moaning, screaming hostages being hauled out by operatives. There were spent bullet cartridges, stun grenade canisters, and shattered glass littering the floor and blood everywhere. I returned to the back corner, where the terrorist was still bleeding out, close to where I had found the injured Louisa Hope. The sergeant from the other team called out, "Hurry, boys, wrap it up. We need to get out of here. The bomb could go off at any second. Check everywhere." I searched methodically. No one could be left behind. I panned the room of jumbled cafe-style tables were stacked up against the back wall. I looked down, and in the darkness, I saw the top of someone's head. "Oh no, there's another hostage. Help me, help me." I shouted to my mate Stubbsy, who was on my right. As we frantically began throwing the heavy solid wood top tables out of the way, the figure of a young woman appeared. She was fair-skinned with blonde hair, tied back in a neat ponytail. The young woman was lying face down into her hands. I reached more tables out of the way before taking a knee. A puddle X was on the floor. I looked closer. There were small rips in her black, well-fitted jacket. Were there entry wounds? Was I responsible? That dismissed the idea. The young woman's immediate welfare was my priority. I needed to urgently assess her physical condition. Carefully, I took hold of her left shoulder and gently pulled her over onto her back. Her head was now resting on my forearm. I recognized her from the profile photograph sent to ATS. It was 38-year-old Katrina Dawson, barrister and the mother of three. Gus was now next to me, but I couldn't look away. Her eyes were open and she was gasping for air. With each forced breath, her head lifted slightly, before resting back down again. She then turned her head towards me. I looked intensely into her blue eyes. They were filled with confusion and desperation, the very same look she would have seen in mine. She was desperate to live, and I was desperate to save her. "Medic! Medic!" Big Bernie screamed from behind me. This young woman stared upwards and towards the high, ornate Art Deco plaster ceiling. I felt completely hopeless. All I could do was will her to force in another breath. Paulie was ready with trauma pads, but the situation was beyond that. Then I noticed each breath was getting weaker and weaker and further apart. She continued to struggle, but the situation appeared beyond help. The young woman again turned to face me. The look of fear had completely left her, and she just gazed peacefully into my eyes. Neither of us looked away. She then strained to get one tiny last bit of breath into her lungs before her head finally came to rest on my arm. The pressure was unbearable. It was the weight of an entire world. It was crushing me. My heart was being ripped out. "Please, please take a breath," I whispered. "Please don't die." Move over, it's the airboat," said someone behind me, as I felt a firm touch on my right shoulder. I slid to my left before carefully placing her head down. I fought against a deep protective urge to return to her side as I watched the CPR commence. I stared down into her face as a wave of intense emotion nearly overwhelmed me, and the grim reality of the situation sank in. I prayed that the paramedics could perform a miracle, but deep down inside I knew that the Katrina Dawson had taken her last breath in my arms. The sergeant from Bravo screamed out the evacuation code word 3 times. Volcano, volcano, volcano. This was instantly repeated by all operators. We needed to get out. I stepped forward, calling to the paramedics. "Sorry guys, but we have to go." But they were completely focused on the task at hand and either ignored me or didn't hear. "We need to go now." I repeated this time more forcibly. Katrina Dawson was carefully placed on a white plastic spinal board. Gus and Stubbsy assisted in lifting her while the ambulance kept working. I turned and walked out front, clearing a path. "Move, hostage coming through," I shouted. We burst from the front door of the cafe into a scene of utter chaos. There were people everywhere. TOU operators, negotiators, bomb disposal specialists, and the police rescue squad, frantic yet controlled in their efforts. Ambulance officers swarmed around Katrina Dawson, continuing CPR, setting up intravenous lines. I watched helplessly as she was lifted onto a stretcher and carefully moved down Martin Place into a waiting intensive care ambulance. I felt claustrophobic. I couldn't breathe. I ripped off my tactical helmet and balaclava. I just stood staring at the ground. The evacuation code was called out again, but I couldn't manage to acknowledge it or even take notice. Then I felt someone shake me by both shoulders. It was Gus. "You all right, man? You've got to go, Ben. Ben, come with me." And with that, he directed me away from the blast zone. At a safe distance, we all stood together in a huddle. "Seriously, you all good, man?" Gus continued, clearly concerned. "Yeah, all good," I lied, slowly nodding to reassure him. Then I remembered someone yelled, "Man down, man down." Who was it? An operator behind me answered. That's Copson buckshot in the face. Got his hand too. He'll live, but he got thrown on his ass. Oh, shit. As long as he'll make it, I replied. Yeah, mate, he'll live. He's a tough bastard like you. It was horrific in there, Gussie. I continued, rubbing my forehead with both hands. Tell me about it. I nearly slipped us up in the F-head's brains. I can't think of anything else, but the hostage, man. It isn't looking good for her, is it? I said, fighting back tears. It was something I'd never experienced before in the line of duty. To be honest, no. Gus replied he was struggling too. How many times did you shoot him, you reckon? Sergeant from the snipers cut in, breaking the spell. Couldn't tell you how many exactly, but enough to make sure he couldn't detonate the bomb. Good work. Righto, fellas. We've all got to go back to the holding area and wait for the critical incident investigators, the sergeant from Barsborough advised us. Every operator on the Alpha team then had their equipment and weapons taken from them. The entire group was directed not to speak to each other about the operation. I sat at a table, lost in my own mind, reliving every detail. I needed a cigarette. I hadn't smoked in 4 years, but I needed one now. I saw a girl from police meeting who I knew smoked. You got a dart? I'm so sorry I quit, but I can see you really need one. I'll get you a pack. The poor girl then had to sprint 6 blocks to a 7-Eleven and back again. You're the best, I said, lining it up with the trembling hands, only dropping the lighter. I dragged the hot, heavenly smoke into the farthest reaches of my lungs, and then I called Lisa. Hello, Lisa said cautiously, clearly hoping to hear my voice, but equally bracing herself for bad news. Hey, was all I could get out. So you're alive then? To be honest, I didn't expect to be making this call. Yeah, but you're alright, thank God. And that's what matters most, Lisa said reassuringly. Yep, I'm alive, but not everyone made it. Phoebe came around to support me, and we've been watching the whole thing on TV. It was so bad in there, Lisa, I said, close to breaking point. Just come home. I'll be here waiting for you, and so will our little girl. And then I found myself in a parallel universe. Within 24 hours, I'd gone from the Lint Cafe human slaughterhouse to my 2-year-old daughter's daycare Christmas pageant. The local hall was brimming with festive decorations made by the children. I could see a Christmas tree in the far corner, bursting with presents, on the promise that Santa would soon arrive. The uncomplicated, beaming pride I saw in the eyes of the parents immediately contrasted with the events in Martin Place. Tori Johnson murdered Katrina Dawson, dying in my arms. Louisa's Hope's foot almost amputated. Other deeply traumatized acts shot in the face, and my mate shell-shocked by the extreme violence of the operation. The children were seated in a semicircle around the teacher. She told stories about their individual exploits during the school year. Bernie loves to do the hokey pokey, and Christelle always helps. I was getting the most appallingly gruesome flashbacks. I pictured the terrorist's black eyes locked with my own, and then suddenly, his head exploding. I was losing the battle. Justine is very good at counting to 10, and Andre always shares his little red ball. I tried focusing on our little girl. She was the epitome of cuteness, sitting with her best friend, holding each other's hands. She was in a frilly white dress with the big gold star, silver sparkly studded shoes, and angel wings on her back. Her blonde curls held in place with silver butterfly hair clips. By the time it came around for her dance, I was hopelessly lost in my own head. Hostage down, white window 2, man down, and tiger, tiger, tiger. I felt a gentle tugging at my sleeve. A little girl was too scared to stand at the front with the other kids. I took a knee and held her close. It's okay, princess. You can stay at the back with mommy and daddy and dance here with us. The strain on her innocent little face was instantly replaced with a huge grin. I smiled back at her, looking into her big blue eyes. The Christmas carol started, and she began to dance without a care in the world. I glanced around the room with the other parents. One man was becoming increasingly frustrated that he couldn't get a good position to film his son. The young mother was complaining about the lack of parking and that she had to walk 5 minutes to get to the hall. Then the music stopped. As the 3 of us were returning to the car, I overheard the conversation. A group of parents just ahead of us were having. They were all talking about the terrorist attack at the Link Cafe. One of the men started to say, "If I was there, I would have... dot dot dot. The human fireball, man down, man down, man down." It was 18 months after the Lynx, another emergency job. Much like many other call-outs, the war and outlaw motorcycle gangs, the siege, they were surviving days of previous high-risk search warrants, sometimes inside methamphetamine labs, full breathing apparatus or drug busts, especially where firearms are involved, and increasingly counter-terrorism operations. But on this day, our assignment was a suicide intervention. The TOU were urgently requested to attend a multi-story apartment block in suburban Botany. A suicidal, knife-wielding male had locked himself inside his camper van in an underground garage. The area had been doused with the petrol, and the PIO was refusing to follow police directions. Her resources were stretched because of other operational commitments. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was visiting, and the TOU were needed to provide dignitary protection. Thankfully, we had some SPSU officers backing us up. The SPSU are part-time based in-country in regional areas outside of Sydney. They can be GDs, police, highway patrol officers, and even detectives in their everyday jobs, but they have all completed tactical training. When called on, they respond, as they did in the hunt for Malcolm Nayman. It was my responsibility to instruct at SPSU training camps as part of my rank. Over the years, I also got to know a lot of them through operational deployments. I drove our emergency response vehicle, an imposing black Fiat Ram, under lights and siren, with Zed, who was our sergeant, Paulie, and a new bloke in the back. When we arrived there was already police cars, ambulances, and fire brigade trucks clustered around. This incident had clearly been running for a while before our services were requested. As usual, there seemed to be a sense of relief from the local bosses when we arrived. Suicide interventions are on the lower end of the scale in terms of risk to us, and for that reason, we weren't too concerned. The team had done many jobs like this before, but the operational circumstance was considered too dangerous for duty officers. The TOU's role in these types of situations was to save lives, because we have capabilities advanced, training and specialized equipment that regular police officers don't possess. In fact, most suicide interventions where the TOU are deployed end with no injury to the offender, the hostages, civilian, bystander, or police, and that's what the taxpayer gets for all the dollars they invest in training us. We casually got our kit bags out as Zed gave us a brief rundown on the job. He was a competent and reliable operator, an experienced team leader, as well as a good friend. Righto, boys. We've got old mate downstairs in the camper van. He's locked himself in someone else's garage and is refusing to leave. He's armed with a knife and there's a strong smell of petrol in the vicinity. The negotiators have been talking to him for a while, but nothing appears to have been happening. Tactics only, then, I asked. Yep, he replied in his typically matter-of-fact way. Let's get this done quickly and get back to the gym. I smiled. Some GD's officers were keeping crowd of onlookers as well back as we followed Zed into the underground car park. I gave our instructor a nod as I passed him. The garage was positioned about 50 meters to the right of the front entrance. The driveway was a lot darker than I'd anticipated. Police negotiators were standing with the front riot squad guys about 5 meters from the door, from the closed seal frame and the security mesh garage door. We took over their positions. The riot squad have limited capacity to deal with incidents like this. Instead, the training equips them to expertly manage antisocial behavior. They seem to be in the press a lot, whereas the TOU avoid it. Although the TOU manage high-risk jobs, the media insist on calling us the heavily armed riot squad. I suspect they do this to be patronizing, as the riot squad's main piece of equipment is a perspex Roald shield, that and a baton. The camper van was parked in the first of 3 linked parking bays. There was a concrete block wall to the left, and the spaces were divided by steel mesh with another block wall to the right. The sliding door of an old white camper van was open, and a man was sitting with his legs hanging out, talking with one of the negotiators. The smell of petrol was thick in the air, with a large blanket soaked in fuel in front of the van staining the concrete. The man was smoking, but as there hadn't been an ignition, I wasn't too worried. A more immediate concern of mine was a 20 centimeter long kitchen knife he was holding in his hand. I positioned myself out of view to the left of the garage with the SPSU operators and the new guy. Dad and Paulie went over to the negs. Paulie placed himself in front of them, holding the right shield. It's the TOU's job to provide negotiators with protection. I recognized them immediately. One was Sash, a friend of mine, attached to our unit as a full-time negotiator. A permanent unit was established in the wake of the coronial inquest. Significantly, they're now not only better trained, but also skilled in counterterrorism. This was her first operational deployment as a lead negotiator. Sash was a country girl in her mid-40s, with light brown hair pulled back in a ponytail and a bubbly, friendly personality. Sash was unusual for an egg in that she trained regularly at the gym and was physically fit. The other negotiator assisting her was my mate Matt from the New South Wales Police Association, who was also a cop. He was wearing the NEG's standard uniform, comprising of the infamous oversized plain-coloured polo shirt with the strange operational logo, denim jeans and work boots. They were both wearing their bulky bullet-resistant vests. This was made even more ridiculous looking by their oversized and ill-fitting ballistic helmets. You look a little nervous, I said to Sash, breaking out. Get lost. I'm all over it, she smiled. I'm sure you are, I replied, attempting to be supportive. She and Matt worked together. Their boss, a negotiator coordinator, was in the field command and post set up on the ramp, about 50 metres from the garage. Together with our inspector and the local area commander, at this point, the negs were stacked up behind Paulie and Z, who were about 10 metres from the point of person of interest. Come on, mate, come out of there and we can talk about it, Sash said in a calm, reassuring voice. Nah, stuff off. You don't care. No one cares. You're wrong. I care. All the police here care. We just don't want to hurt you. Please come out. Bullshit. The boys in black just want to whack me. You effing dirty effing bastards. And you don't care, you skanky B-word. There's no effing point in living anymore. Don't be silly, Sash continued. We're all concerned about you. That's why we are here. Please just open the garage door for us and come out. We'll get you the help that you need. I don't want any help. I'm not leaving, so go and F yourself, you mole. You can't stay here, Sash continued patiently. It's not your garage, and the owners want you to leave. We can help you, but you need to work with us by coming out. I'm not going back to jail or the nut house. No effing way. So you might as well just F off and die, or I'll end it all. The conversation continued like that for a while. This is the way most suicide interventions go, normally just mouthing off, back and forth for hours. And then the standoff usually ends peacefully. I began to reflect on other times we'd been short-staffed and we got SPSU backup. The TOU are responsible for a wide and diverse range of jobs, on average between 250 to 300 a year. An essential requirement of a successful mission is to work closely with other units. Aside from our main roles, the TOU are responsible for conveying high-risk and protected witnesses to and from court, escorting the large amounts of drugs to be destroyed, and even cash escorts from the Sydney airport to the Reserve Bank of Australia. These cash runs often involve hundreds of millions of dollars and sometimes billions of dollars. Dignitary protection for high-risk heads of state is another role, with the degree of our involvement dictated by the threat level placed on the foreign VIP or diplomat. A US president or vice president always requires a large-scale response. The TOU provide armed protection for the motorcade through the counter-assault teams, which are heavily armed, rapid response units operating out of armoured vehicle. Sniper cover is also essential, with a substantial number of embedded buildings, rooftops and choppers, and on occasions on top of the iconic Sydney Opera House. If dignitaries venture out into Sydney Harbour, captains in water police ribs and sniper support are provided. A motorcade can comprise of 40 to 50 vehicles. This requires an immense amount of organisation and cooperation. The visit is planned down to the second. On the VIP's arrival to the airport, police dignitary protection officers dressed in grey suits can be seen chalking into their cuff sleeves with highway patrol motorcycles blocking intersections and providing traffic control and Transport New South Wales traffic light operators ensuring a green light corridor for the entire journey. The riot squad controls the crowds with bomb and rescue officers, explosive detection dogs and specialist paramedics all playing a role. Then there are the VIP protection squads. I was assigned to a counter-assault team, not sniper duty on this occasion, riding in our V8 Chevy armored vehicle, and an ex-American Special Forces soldier, now a Secret Service agent, was along for the ride as a liaison officer. Our conversations were jovial, and we enjoyed stirring up the good-spirited Yank. He was using chewing tobacco, also known as dip, something all their agents seemed to get into, and he was spitting into a cup. He told us it was a way to help them stay awake. He filled us in on seemingly endless catalogue of off-the-record stories about US presidents, past and present. At the time, Australia's terrorist threat level was probable, and as such, we were on high alert. Our intelligence briefing detailed that 15 rocket launchers had recently been stolen from the army and sold on the black market. The concern was that they might have found their way into the hands of terrorists. As our motorcade was en route to the dignitaries' hotel, a report was broadcast over a police radio. An unidentified man with a backpack carrying a long dark item was pacing back and forth across an overpass directly into the motorcade's path. The president said I may be able to take a direct hit from a fighter jet missile, boys, but I don't like our chances against a rocket launcher and this old thing, the team leader joked. Trying to make light of the situation. This could be interesting, I thought to myself. Our snipers in the chopper reacted, flying ahead to assess the threat. More police were urgently dispatched to the area. All we could do was sit and wait for an update. Some poor silly walking up and down the overpass with an umbrella over his shoulder. Come the response from the helo snipers. We all just smiled at each other. Bye, boss. For another operation requiring collaboration between units. Firstly, detectives compile evidence on the drug dealers or weapons suppliers, usually over a period of months or years. Our involvement begins when it's known that offenders are armed, and most high-end dealers are. Our role is to protect the life of undercover officers, UCOs, and then arrest the offenders. An embedded sniper unit provides extra insurance. The operation involves high-risk vehicle stops, sometimes ramming cars off the road. Street arrests by our teams being physically embedded in a location. One such bite bust involving a Chinese triad gang still sticks out of my memory. After this successful arrest, I observed $2.4 million in cash stacked on the table in $150 notes. The location for the buy was a McDonald's car park. It was far from an ideal location, but we had to work with it. It was part of a 6-man arrest team secreted in the back of an undercover van. It was a tiny, dark space, and we couldn't move or talk. It was summer, and there was no air conditioning. Beads of sweat were running down the groove of my back. My overalls and balaclava was soaked with sweat. I desperately needed a toilet break. The drug dealers had been especially cagey and kept missing the undercover cops around, much to our blood-stained disapproval. Finally, it looked as if the deal was about to go down. New South Wales state surveillance officers had successfully followed the offenders to the car park, providing a running commentary. The police chopper was overheard. As I quietly prepared myself, I got the usual rush of adrenaline that I loved and lived for. An operating, peering through the peephole, whispered his observations to us. The armed drug dealers were in a black Holden Commodore ute, driving slowly through the car park and approaching the undercover's cop car. I gripped my Remington 870 pump-action shotgun, loaded with something ammunition. The ute slowed to a stop, pulling up next to the UCO's vehicle. I took a deep breath and waited. Suddenly, the passenger threw a bag into the UCO's car and accelerated. Oh shit, he's bailing out, came the call from the operator on the peephole. Go, 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 called the team leader. The allocated opener cracked the sliding door before aggressively ripping it open. I was stirred out. After 5 hours of being in the same position, as my legs hit the ground, they just wobbled slightly under me as my eyes squinted. Adjusted to the sunlight, I sprinted to the ute with two operators out the front and to my right. One was Brownie. I focused on the tiny back window behind the driver's cabin. A small target. I didn't hesitate. I racked the shotgun, chambering her around as fast as I could. Took a side picture. It was at least 20 meters in front of me, speeding away. I couldn't stop running to fire it. It was now or ever. Bang! Chug, 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 bang! Both rounds hit their marks and pierced the small back window. Gas instantly filled the cabin, and the car driver crashed into the brick barricade at the end of the car park. Brownie glanced sideways at me with a look of surprise and disbelief. One of our four-wheel drive cut-off teams with the police tactical dog on board blocked any potential escape. Confused and startled onlookers were ducking for cover. Some cheeseburgers and fries didn't make it that day. I ran forward and with the assistance of another operator, ripped the driver's side door. A cloud of gas instantly hit me, and I felt the immediate effects. I pushed through it, ripping the driver from the car and arresting him. Special operations team paramedics quickly assessed the drug dealers for injuries before they were handled over to the detectives. All units had played their part. The job hadn't gone exactly to plan, but with quick thinking and ability to adapt and overcome, the mission was a success. Back at Botany, I made a quick assessment and set to sea. I reckon that garage door will pop open easily, eh? With the, yeah, good, he agreed. A tool is a bit like a builder's jimmy bar, only more medieval looking. It's just that lock and some metal close he hanged wedged in, I replied, continuing to position myself. It was going to be my responsibility to get the door open when we got the order. The smell of petrol fumes instantly took me back to so many other jobs, like the time an overseas Chinese student doused himself in fuel and then lit himself up in front of us. My quick-thinking partner grabbed a blanket and smothered him in it. But even so, the poor guy sustained serious burns in an instant. I recalled how his hair had melted and the skin on his arms and chest peeled away in fleshy chunks as he was gently hosed down by the fire brigade. And I momentarily recalled the job we did with the taxi driver who wanted to set himself alight and blow up his car, with it the New South Wales Parliament. Sash continued to patiently engage the POI in the camper van, but it appeared he wasn't making any progress, although he strangely insisted on making comments about the shape and size of her breast. She looked over and pointed her finger in my direction, and with a wry smile, non-verbally conveyed a clear message: "Don't you dare say anything." A couple of rescue and bomb disposal staff, one female and one male, arrived to see if they could help. If I knew one of them, "You going to need any of our gear to get that open?" she asked. "Nah, looks pretty straightforward, but thanks. You can't use power tools anyway." Agreed. Good man, she added. Z ran over to the EA to see what I thought. Like Clint, our EA at Botany include triggers that were ticked off in advance by the bosses. These were effectively our rules of engagement. I reckon we were going to get permission to go in soon. "You got that door sorted?" Z in his typically understated day. "Yeah, I'm all over it." The Botany EA triggers were to be activated if either man started to hurt himself, or he directly endangered our lives. In both cases, we had authority to use our initiative to save his life, or ours, without the normal complex decision-making considerations from above. I liked the plan. It was how we should operate it, and Zed appreciated my input. After hours of negotiations, with no result, we finally got the go-ahead. Permission for a breach and hold was approved. A specific order to breach the garage door, but not to move in. Situations like this often provoked a response from the offender. Normally, they give up and come out. We stacked up in our positions to the left side of the garage, mostly out of view, only about 5 meters from the person of interest. "You good?" "Yeah, mate." "Paulie?" "Yeah, bro. How about you?" Zed continued, tapping the SPSU operator on the shoulder. "Yep, I'm ready. Copy that," he confirmed enthusiastically. The new guy didn't say anything. I think it might have been his first operation. "Righto, let's do it." I quickly moved forward to the right with my tool while Paulie went to the left. I smashed the locks levered the door open until it popped. During the bar, I grabbed hold of the door and began to reef it up. Paulie immediately came to my assistance. Unfortunately, that triggered the worst possible reaction from the person of interest, who jumped back into the van and slammed the door. Then I heard a horrifying splashing sound and saw a jerry can suddenly appear through the curtains, dividing the front cabin from the back. The man was splashing fuel all over the dashboard. This was not as expected. There had been no indication that he had any more petrol. He's dousing the van. That's not good. No, not good at all. Shit. The SPSU guy was out the front on the riot shield, Paulie next, with me third in the stack, holding the tactical bar. An SPSU operator was standing in the parallel garage at the ready, with a hose connected to a fire brigade truck. Another SPSU operator was behind me, with his knife gloves on. The plan was a good one, but discovering that the person of interest had a full 20-litre jerry can of fuel was a critical development. If we'd known, we would have had our breathing apparatuses on, the same as the fire brigade used, but now there was no time. Get ready, boys, we're about to do this, Ed said calmly. My thinking had completely changed with the additional update. I had been relaxed, but now I faced the very real possibility of being seriously injured or worse, incinerated to death. I momentarily thought about Lisa and my girls at home. As I did at length, I readied putting the other out of my mind, rehearsing what steps I need to take next. I tightened my grips on the tactical bar. Righto, boys, is everyone set? Ready, we answered. Cobra, Cobra, Cobra. The SPU bloke ran forward with Perspex right shield, turning to face the door, providing Paulie with cover. Paulie reefed on the van, door handled a couple of times, without success. Before smashing forward, I lined up the window from my position. Smash! I got through. It was laminated safety glass, so it needed a couple more hard swings. I paused momentarily, anticipating a burst of water from the fire hose to my right. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light and a massive explosion. Woof! And I found myself flying through the air, hitting someone or something behind me. I landed on my back, a long way from the blast zone, entire length of under the garage. I got to my knees, shaking my head, stunned. Then I saw it, a huge ball of fire, floor to ceiling. Everything else was black with thick, choking smoke. I could no longer make out where the van was or where any of my team were. Zed was the first to react, appearing from my left, carrying an industrial fire extinguisher. I jumped to my feet, and we pushed forward together. The fire was so intense, so hot, it was burning the exposed parts of my face. I grabbed hold of Zed's belt with both hands as he sprayed the fire extinguisher ahead of our position in sweeping protective arcs. We were both being ragdolled by the intensity of the fire, hitting us in powerful pulsating waves. Momentarily, I was again able to make out the vague shape of the camper van. Zed started yelling, "Get that fire hose going." The SPSU guy moved back into position. I needed the hose to activate to save our lives. He pulled on the lever, but hardly a trickle came out. Not even as much as a garden hose, just a dribble. "Bugger," Zed yelled, and I looked up again at the wall of fire. There was no way we were going to get through it. I pulled my balaclava up as high as I could, but it did nothing to stop the skin on my face from scorching. I could smell my own hair burning. The man in the back of the van was being burnt alive, and soon I would be too. "Oh shit," I yelled. "Paulie's in there." Zed started again with the fire extinguisher, but our situation was deteriorating rapidly. I again plunged into the wall of flames, desperate to get to my mate. The pain was excruciating. There was no oxygen in the air, and my body was on fire. I just couldn't push through. The man in the back of the van shrieked. I could hear his blood-curdling scream over and over, in what must have been a hellfire nightmare. It was horrendous, but at that moment, there was no way I could get to him, and my priority was to find Paulie and the SPSU bloke. As I collected my thoughts and mustered for a final push, there was another massive explosion. Woof! Then boom! A powerful blast erupted from the van, blowing me back again. The person of interest had managed to open the sliding door, and the rush of air instantly ignited the remaining fuel. Then I saw it. A huge rolling fireball appeared from within the van before rushing straight for us. The immense fireball clipped my right arm on its way past, swinging me around on impact. Zed was knocked to the ground as well, but quickly recovered. I watched in shock as the figure of the man from the camper van emerged, laying face down, screaming and writhing in agony. Zed covered him with white powder from the extinguisher. Then the whole world turned black. It was overwhelmingly me. I pictured Paulie being burnt alive as I desperately pushed forward into the flames. With each step, I fought against every instinct of self-preservation. I put my right arm in front of my face and pushed into the searing blizzard. A figure appeared. It was Paulie, staggering towards me with his hands held out ablaze. We locked eyes. Flames were lapping up his body and onto his face, burning his helmet. He reached out his hand in desperation. "I'm on fire, Ben. Help me." I grabbed his hand in desperation, hauled off Paulie, and pulled him backwards out of the inferno. Then, horror struck. I saw the life go out of him as he collapsed on the ground. At that moment, the past came crashing back. Those critical seconds between life and death at the Lent Cafe, where time stood still and the world turned into a slow sepia shadow. It was just Paulie, my shield man and me, facing death all over again. I'm looking for help, desperation crashing over me, like a tsunami. Z must have dragged the man to safety, and who knows where the others were. I looked down again at Paulie. There were no signs of life. I slapped the flames out of his hand and body with my gloved hands and grabbed hold of his vest. With all my strength, I dragged him in the direction of where I hoped the exit was. The only light was from the fire. Everything else was black. Paulie was a big lump of a man, and now a dead weight. Adrenaline was still surging through my body. I couldn't get him out quickly enough. I needed help now. I bellowed as loudly as I could while continuing to drag him. "Man down, man down, man down." Then, out of the toxic smoke that appeared, he stopped beside me, looked at Paulie before glancing back. He was shocked too. Zed took hold of the other shoulder strap, and we dragged Paulie together. As we did, I saw my mate's head bouncing face down along the concrete. I shouted to Zed, "Paulie's gone." Rays of sunlight started to appear from the exit. I pulled harder. Suddenly, we were free of the smoke into a scene of utter chaos as Lent had been. I looked around, my singed eyes adjusting. I saw a group of ambulance officers working on the person of interest. I walked over and let rip. "Hey, come over here and help my mate." "Not that person. I mean right now." Two of them immediately attended to Paulie. I didn't want my worst fear realized, so I turned away and tried to take in some fresh air. That was when I felt my lungs. They were burning with every breath in and out, but that was of little concern to me now. I blinked, in total disbelief, like waking from a nightmare. Paulie was up, well, sort of. He was on his hands and knees with the fire brigade officer, gently hosing his face. How could this be? I walked back and knelt, placing my arm around him. Chunks of skin were falling from his face. Our inspector looked down too. A TOU were a tight-knit group who cared for each other as good mates. I'm not a man who often shows emotion, but I was nearly overwhelmed with relief. Paulie looked up at me. "Benny, that was hectic. Tell me about it, bud. That was totally stuffed up." He turned to look at me. "Be honest with me, mate. Is Dahl going to be alright?" Parts of his face still had skin attached, other parts were flapping loosely. "Yeah, man, she'll be right," I said in my most unconvincing, reassuring voice. It was an emotional roller coaster. At first I was sure Paulie was dead, and then he was alive, but with his face badly damaged. Paulie was rushed to hospital. I waited with Z as the ambulance sped off. We just stood there, silently, until the fire brigade officers broke the spell, running their hoses into the garage in full breathing apparatus. "That would have been nice to have on," I said as they ran by at him. "Looks like you've got your fire hose working now, hey fellas." "Shit happens," Ed added philosophically. I started to repeat something Paulie had said of me, but then stopped myself. But not when you wanted to. Then, out of the darkness came the new bloke. The fire hadn't even been extinguished, and toxic black smoke was still billowing out of the entrance highway. He was attempting to carry all the equipment by himself. Dee and I just looked at each other and laughed. God knows where this new bloke had been. Paulie and the SPSU operator had been in the front of the van, trapped on the other side of the wall in flame. Paulie bravely rallied the two of them, run through the towering furnace, as they did, was smashed by the second blast. Thankfully, the SPSU guy was safe, sheltering behind the shield. Sash was okay too. Matt too. Matt had helped Zed drag the person of interest to safety. Your lungs sore? I asked Zed, who was coughing violently. Mine are killing me. Yeah, mine too. We better get checked out, he replied. You finished lighting up and got a lift to the hospital with the inspector. Boys, when that explosion happened, I thought that was the last time I'd see any of you, for sure. It nearly knocked us over, and we were more than 15 meters away. Yeah, I thought we were all buggered, I said, agreeing with the boss, but being a bit more technical. After the explosion, there was nothing but smoke. I couldn't see anything. There was no ways of us to get into you, the inspector added apologetically. Then, there was that second explosion. What was that? That was when old mate got his van door open. That was the one that got Paulie, I reckon, Sue replied. The inspector continued. Big day at the office there, boys. You all good? I looked at Z. We'll be alright. Better than Paulie anyway. The acting inspector was one of the boys. He'd been working in the teams with us for years. I could tell that he was rattled as well. I'd never been in his position, seeing something happen to your mates at a distance and not being able to do anything about it. And I never wanted to be. The snipers must have felt the same way at Lynn as we made entry. We arrived at St. George Hospital Emergency Department. The triage nurse was expecting us and ushered Zed and me into separate treatment rooms. I was frustrated because I thought I was fine and I just wanted to check on my mate's welfare. As I sat on the trolley waiting for the doctor, I couldn't stop seeing flashbacks. The explosion, the wall of fire, Paulie suddenly appearing with desperation in his eyes, and then the flashbacks to Lent, again and again and again. With the seemingly perpetual memory loop of Katrina Dawson dying in my arms, I tried to block it out, but it just wouldn't leave me. The doctor walking into the room, momentarily snapping me out of my dark daydream. He began by asking me details about the incident. I answered his questions, but insisted I was okay, and just wanted to go and see how Paulie was. We need to check you out here first. My lungs hurt when I breathe in. It might be the smoke inhalation or something, but I'll be fine, I said. Were you close to the flames? Yeah, I was in the fire numerous times. You need to be very careful. If you breathe in the flames, blisters can form on your lungs and burst during the night, and then you'll choke to death on your own blood. He now had my complete attention. The doctor wouldn't let me go until he knew that I'd have someone closely monitoring me during the night. When I told him that my wife was an emergency nurse, he was reassured I could leave to see Paulie. Conveniently, Z left his medical assessment at the same time, and we were escorted to where my mate was. I heard him before I could see him. Paulie was always loud. Two of the boys from work, Robbo and Emma, were there with him. His face was wrapped up like an Egyptian mummy, but it didn't stop him from yelling and being inappropriate. Perhaps it was the morphine. Then again, perhaps not. That you, Benny? Yeah, mate, I'm here. What the hell was that, hey? Never experienced anything like it. You know they put that dickhead 2 beds up for me? Seriously? I tried telling them that if they didn't move him, I was going to kill him. You know you're yelling, don't you, mate? It's a wonder you can talk at all bandaged up like that. Some people might call my mate a bit rough, but Paulie was a loyal friend, a skilled tactical operator, and a brave man, and that was what mattered to me. We stayed by Paulie's hospital bed. He was the center of attention, just the way he liked it. We subconsciously formed a protective perimeter around his bed. And then Paulie's wife arrived. I felt for her immediately. She had been through a lot as a partner of a TAU operator, just as Lisa had. I said my farewells. Cheers, Benny. You've always got my back. Love you, bro. I'll always be for you. There for you. You know that, Paulie. See you, big fella. Look after yourself. I knew he was getting the best care, and there was nothing further I could do, but it was hard leaving him up to what he'd just been through. I finally found Lisa. Ben, are you okay? Yep. Is Paulie okay? Yep. He'll live. His face is burned up pretty bad. We'll just have to see, I said in a low voice. Poor Lisa kept trying to get me to talk, but I just couldn't. I looked out the car window for the entire way home. I was trying to bottle it up, as I had done with everything in the past, but I knew my emotional cup was about to overflow. That night, I lay on the couch at home in my own disturbed shadow world. Lisa and the two girls were asleep. I was watching something on television in the dark, trying to distract myself from my racing thoughts, but it just wasn't working. My phone buzzed. It was a long text message from Paulie's wife. Ben, I appreciate you always being there, looking out for my Paulie, but I'd really like it if you two didn't work with each other ever again. You and Paulie are always in such massive shit fights, and I don't think I can take it anymore. I was a shit magnet. I knew that, and the truth was, I loved it. I had been on most big jobs the TRU were involved in. I was always the operator who pushed forward to be right amongst the action. Paulie and Gus were the same. I had a reputation as the bloke you wanted to be around when shit hit the fan. I could handle myself well under pressure, and then do whatever was needed to be done. I was the man who could be depended on to pull the trigger, but suddenly I was aware of the cost of this to everyone around me. I understood. I read the text again. She was deadly serious. Paulie and I really had been involved in too much together. There had been hundreds of situations where we put our lives on the line, linked of course, and now this, I replied. I know where you're coming from. You're right. Unfortunately, I can't say there won't be more, but I promise to always be there for him. Ben, I suppose that's the best that I can ask for. Thank you, she texted back. She then innocently signed off with a smiley face. I just stared at the screen. The job had hit home. Even with all my training and experience and confidence, I was now painfully aware that eventually there was always a price to be paid, and not just by me. Paulie was wrapped up for weeks, but amazingly, it barely seemed to affect him. Admittedly, my mate had a rough head to begin with. Like my childhood pony Tarago, the sturdy creature with a good temperament, I had my limits too. I never let anyone know about the flashbacks, the nightmares, my racing heart, and the constant pains in my chest that started after Link. I was a highly trained state SI and an experienced and reliable professional. I denied it to myself as best as I could. Physical injuries were one thing, like when I was a kid, but this was very different. One day at work, one of the junior guys asked me about botany, and I nearly broke down. I had to get up and walk away. The only time this had happened to me before was at Lent. I was tough, too tough for emotions, or so I thought. I went on like this for another 4 years. More thorn leaves, more botanies, more dangers, more trauma, more human suffering, with Lent always hanging over me. We just moved to our little piece of paradise south of Sydney. It was my youngest daughter's Peppa Pig's themed pool party. Many of my TOU mates and their families came too. We might have been tough SWAT cops, but what we were also skilled in is changing nappies and tying ponytails. A lady in her pink and red Valia costume had my 2-year-old convinced that she was in fact the real Peppa Pig, but not my oldest daughter, who whispered in my ear, Daddy, I think there's a person inside. I got talking to my father. He'd been in excavation most of his working life, and I asked for his advice. Near the back boundary of a new property, there was a full-length retaining wall made of treated pine and sleepers. It was head-high at one end, the wall was collapsing, and the area was completely wasted, with the Death Valley like scorched garden bed and an ugly, spiky date palm. I went to pull this wall down and dig all the dirt so I can make an entertaining area next to the pool. I said to my dad, okay, I replied. Looking at the area, up and down, I continued, but I've got a little problem. I can't figure out how to get all the dirt out of the street so it can be taken away. I said again, as he walked around evaluating the project. To be honest, young fella, there's really no way to do it, unless you want to crane it out. He reflected, shaking his head. Early the next morning, I started to dig over the next 6 months, every day of work. I was back out there from first light until after dark. I even took a month's annual leave to light until after dark to get it done, and went through 3 shovels. A man came to the front with an excavator and dump truck, building away 67 tons of dirt and clay. He shook his head when he found out how I got it all out by wheelbarrow. What do you think of my progress? I asked Lisa one day. To be honest, Ben, I feel like a single mother with you out there digging all the time. Do you think you might have a problem? Lisa said to me. annoyed, but genuinely concerned at the same time. She was, of course, right. I did, but I was nowhere near admitting that to myself. The digging was only the start of the project, which took over 2 years to complete, with facing the multiple challenges of excavation to laying foundations to reconstruction using the best materials and methods available. I mostly worked on my own, although I did have occasional moral support from my old pensioner mate Bill. Bill had a sad story. He was an ex-heroin user who had spent most of his life in jail. When we were in The Odd Couple, friends, the cops, and ex-crimmed, a genuine school of hard knocks character who was trying to make up for bad decisions and lost time through good deeds. The truth was that I had to stay busy to distract myself from the constant flashbacks and not just the usual head noises from meat. Constant exposure to violence, the suffering had taken its toll on me. Seeing a dead body is one thing, but experiencing the brutality of someone inflicting extreme violence on themselves or others, or dying in front of you, is many times more traumatic. The theatre of my imagination now featured hundreds of horror scenes that all played over and over at the moment my focus on physical activity waned. It was around this time that Lisa and I got married on the sand at our local beach under a huge arch decorated with wildflowers. Our two girls were dressed like little angels, frilly white dresses. Our families and close friends gathered to celebrate. My best man, Gus, had his fractured leg in a plaster cast. Paulie was more than happy to throw him over his shoulder and carry him, much to the amusement of my other TOU mates. Festivities kicked off straight afterwards in the surf club. Lisa, with her love of music, had hired 3 separate live bands that played into the night. It was so much fun and a reminder of the way I used to be. It took another work-related injury to my left knee, requiring a 3rd round of reconstruction surgery, to force me into facing some hard truths. As difficult as this may be for you to hear, Ben, you're going to have to find a new career. I break the same bad news to professional rugby league players all the time, the orthopedic surgeon told me, with a hint of genuine concern in his voice. A career like what, exactly? I questioned him. One like mine, where you mostly have to sit behind a desk. No disrespect, Doc, but you obviously don't know me very well. That just wouldn't work, I said, shaking my head. If you weren't so young, Ben, I'd be putting a knee replacement into you right now, the doctor continued, speaking in a more serious tone. I wasn't even 40 years old. I took this advice in my usual way, as a challenge. I had proven wrong and get back to the operational duty in no time. I'd done it before. After the surgery, there was a long period where I couldn't distract myself with physical activity. The knee just wasn't getting any better, and I had too much time to think. An ex-police rescue mate of mine who had struggled with PTSD believed I had it too. I denied it. I immediately telling him he was dreaming. He didn't give up. I casually mentioned our conversation to Lisa. We can't go on like this any longer, Ben. You need to do something, she said with urgency in her voice I'd never heard before. You're serious, aren't you? I said, knitting my eyebrows in a concerned frown. Very, she said, staring intensely at me. Lisa had had enough, and I knew she was right. I'd shut her out. I was emotionally numb. Nothing made me happy. I was always on edge, ready to explode. I just thought, or at least hoped, that I might have managed to hide it better. I really didn't have any time for shrinks. This was a result of the off-target prediction about Malcolm Naden and the Lint terrorist, of course, the box-ticking well checks. I struggled to see how they could relate to me and my operational experience. How could they offer me any real advice, especially from something they had only ever read in books? After Lint, I agreed to see someone under the Employment Assistance Program, but it wasn't a good experience at the time. I outlined to the blonde, fair 30-something psychologist how much Lint's operation had disturbed me and described my worsening symptoms, chest pains, extreme hypervigilance, flashbacks, and nightmares. I also confided in her that every time I saw a blonde, fair 30-something woman on the street or anywhere, I started instantly convinced it was Katrina Dawson, and then my heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. There was a woman fitting this description working downstairs. and that I saw daily for years, and every time I did, I had a well-concealed panic attack. I'd also constantly picture random strangers being shot and bleeding out in front of me. As a result, I'd always have my hand resting on the grip of my Glock, ready for the next firefight. After a few sessions, which all the police normally provided funding for, the psychologist said, "Okay, I think we're pretty much done here. I'll give you a call in a week and see how you're going." The police would have approved more sessions, I'm sure of that, but nothing happened. It seemed the psychologist couldn't be bothered filling out the paperwork, so I didn't return her call, and that was that. This time, however, I decided to consider the option. The reason I gave myself were to please Lisa and to get my man off my back. I took a phone call from a new psychologist who explained that there was no pressure and that I could come in and see her any time. I put it off for another 2 weeks before I booked an appointment. I was greeted in the waiting room by a kindly-looking woman, chestnut-haired, middle-aged Italian Australian woman. Her name was Angela. She was tall and lean and was wearing a modest ankle-length, dark dress, complemented with makeup and jewellery. I was surprised by the contrast with her consulting room. The carpet was a weird blue colour, clashing with 2 dark green single-leathered couches. There were no pictures on the plain white walls, just hangers, and no natural lighting. Instead, the room was overly lit by naked fluorescent ceiling tubes that were reflected off a harsh glass-topped computer desk. Next to one of the chairs was another glass side table with an extra bright crane, light that would have looked more at home in a dental surgery or a torture chamber. There was a black, steel-framed fake timber bookshelf on the back wall with some mindfulness books randomly strewn across it, a stack of moist-matching pillows and blankets, and 2 artificial plants jammed side by side, one in Fanta-coloured plastic pot, the other in a ceramic jar. I felt like running away. "So, Ben, can I call you Ben?" Angela began. "Sure, why not?" I replied, adjusting my position in the green chair, searching for a window in the windowless room to look out of. "I've been speaking to your friend, the one who recommended that we meet," she continued in a caring, quiet voice. "Oh yeah? Did he? So you think that everything is fine, do you?" she persisted. "Yeah, all good. I've got some issues, but who doesn't in my line of work? Just man up and get on with it. That's the way I was raised." "Could you tell me about your line of work and some of the things you're talking about?" She masterfully engaged me. I pulled up abruptly when I realized what she was doing. "Look, to be honest, I haven't had a good experience with shrinks. Sorry, slikes," I added, correcting myself mid-sentence. She laughed and smiled. "That's okay, Ben. I honestly don't mind." Somewhat surprised, I continued. "So, Angela, can I call you that? Before I go telling you everything about myself, I need you to tell me a little bit about you." "Yeah, sure, no problem," she replied. I didn't expect that. It was all very personal. I agreed to see her again as the first few sessions came and went. We developed a rapport that involved a lot of banter. The state of her office was always the icebreaker. We both knew what I was doing, but she went along with it. After some weeks, my level of trust increased, and I began to open up. I'd managed to bottle it all up, especially Lint. Most people wouldn't have noticed. I could see the concern on the psychologist's face grow as I gained the confidence to rattle off descriptions of operational traumas. It was as if my emotional floodgates had opened, at first a trickle, and then a torrent. At times I felt overwhelmed. There was still no way I could go anywhere near Lint. "Ben, this is going to be hard for you to hear, but I want you to consider going into the psychiatric hospital to do a PTSD awareness program," Angela said in a serious tone. "The nut house? Seriously? I honestly can't think of anything worse. So you think I'm insane, do you?" I responded in a patronizing tone. "Definitely not. But my professional diagnosis from our very first session is that you have PTSD. Ben, you understand that PTSD is a mental illness and the result of your long-term exposure to extreme violence. Seriously? No, I reckon I'm all good. I've just seen some bad shit," I shot back. "Yes, you've experienced a lot of terrible things, Ben," she continued, before letting me fill the awkward silence with my next reply. "Not that I've got any interest in doing it, but what is exactly involved in the program? Well, you'll have to stay in hospital for 3 weeks and be placed in a small group with 5 other people who have similar issues. I really think it'll benefit you and your family. Look, Angela, to put it bluntly, I can't think of anything I'd prefer to do less than sitting around and listening to a bunch of people talking about their feelings. I don't do sympathy well, and I don't do victim. It's just not going to happen, I insisted. Ben, I'm asking you to trust me. It's not like that at all, she butted in, taking over the top of me. From then on, every session, she brought it up, and I gave her the same response. One day, some months later, I was chatting to Lisa, who is now on maternity leave with our new baby. My psychologist keeps harassing. She's telling me I need to go into the psych hospital and do some sort of PTSD program. I'd rather torture myself with Gilmore Girls rerun, I said, trying to make light of it. Ben, you need to do this. If you don't, you're going to lose your family, she replied unexpectedly. This shocked me. My first thought that what I must be worse than I realized for her to say something like that, because her family was everything. But we've just had our third baby. We couldn't possibly do it. Ben, it's going to be really hard for both of us, but it needs to happen, she said bluntly. I never told you this before. Remember when I was in labor and the anaesthetist tried to get the second epidural in after messing the first one up? I knew something was wrong because I had flushes through my entire body, she explained with a strained look. Of course, how could I forget? I replied, shaking my head. When the doctors came running into the room, you were pacing up and down. In that moment, I thought I might die, but I was more concerned that you were about to go off. I had to call my friend the midwife to calm you down. I know you can't handle incompetence, and said, and since then, you've got a very short fuse. What Lisa said was true. I was happy and easygoing when we first met, never stressed about anything. Now, almost everything irritated me, and so I was better off staying home, just avoiding people. And Lisa, the life of the party, was going down the rabbit hole with me. I could see the look of trapped desperation in her eyes. After a sleepless night and a restless drive-in, we arrived. I glanced up at the sign, Psychiatric Hospital. As a police officer, I'd only ever put people in the loony bin, but now I was about to be a patient there myself. I looked at my 3 girls. They all adored me, and I did them. After giving my 6-week-old a final cuddle, I took a deep breath, much like I would have done in a dangerous operation. I got out of the car and paced towards the entrance there. Had only ever been one door harder for me to walk through, to a certain cafe in Martin Place 6 years ago. I was only one step inside the psych hospital before being subjected to a temperature check, mandatory COVID-19 testing and paperwork. I didn't have my Medicare card. Apparently, this was a big issue, and I was made to wait out for what seemed to be like hours. Stuff this for a joke. I shouldn't even be here. I reacted out loud. My patience was finally at an end, and I was about to walk out before realizing that this was something I would never considered in a TOU operation. I was trying to move deliberately towards danger, not away from it, but before I had time to spit the dummy again, a clerk miraculously resolved the issue. A patient identification band was clipped onto my left wrist. I was now officially crazy. A nurse escorted me up to the level reserved for emergency service and military personnel. After exiting the lift, I followed her past the nurse's station and through the common room. I just looked at the ground, although I did notice exercise bikes strategically placed in each hallway. At the end of a long corridor was my room. The nurse sat at a small desk, and I took a seat on the end of the bed. She handed me the standard care package in a white plastic bag, which included a stack of forms and pamphlets, a coffee cup, and a water bottle with the name of the hospital displayed all over it. It wasn't something I planned on using after my discharge. The nurse was in her 40s, heavy-set, serious glasses, dressed in no-nonsense, dark blue hospital scrubs. She asked me to give her a brief outline of traumas I'd been exposed to, and to describe any physical symptoms I was experiencing. She paused in response, looking up at me over the top of her glasses. "Oh dear, you have seen quite a lot," she said with genuine concern. I just nodded, pursing my lips. "You'll need to hand over any sharp objects such as razors and scissors and nail clippers." "Sorry, what?" "Your razors, anything sharp," she repeated. "Seriously? And what do you think I might—" I stopped mid-sentence as the reality of being in a psychiatric hospital hit me. "And you'll need to give us any cords or leads or belts you have to." Putting on the inpatient identification band, checking in was one thing, but preventative self-harm measures was entirely another. "I think we should finish this later," the nurse said, placing the folder down. "What, this questionnaire?" I said, confused. "Yes, You appear to be getting agitated. I can see that you can't stop fidgeting. I looked down. My right knee was jiggling, and I was clasping my sweaty hands together in a tight ball. Now, seriously, let's get this done, I said, unconvincingly. Sure, she replied, looking doubtfully. Bloody oath. Finally, I was left in my room. I glanced around. It would be my home for the next 3 weeks. It was a tidy space, a double bed with a television. It's also a small balcony. I pushed the glass-sided door open before trying the security door, but it was welded shut. At least I had some fresh air, because without that, I wouldn't have lasted 10 minutes. The ensuite bathroom had a shower, sink, toilet with all the handles replaced, with rounded knobs, eliminating hanging points. I lay back on the bed, closed my eyes, hoping that when I reopened them, I'd be somewhere else. I had my first appointment with a hospital psychiatrist. She was a middle-aged Korean-Australian woman with a kind of face and gentle disposition. After an extensive interview, she appeared concerned. I need to issue you with medication, she advised me. Nah, I hate this stuff. I don't even like to take Panadol, I said, refusing. Her tone completely changed and her expression hardened. Listen here, Ben. You said that you were willing to commit yourself to trying everything in this program. Medication is necessary. I realized that although caring in nature, she was to be obeyed. Okay then, I said, making a necessary tactical retreat. Back in my room, as I was sitting with my head in my hands, trying to gather my thoughts, there was a knock at the door. A male nurse entered and greeted me with a cheeky grin. Would you like a tour, mate? He was a short, round, eccentric, Maltese Australian, but much more than your average, scruffy Harry Highpants. Rather, he turned out to be a surprisingly free spirit. I liked him immediately, and just seeing him around the hospital made me feel more at ease. The hospital wasn't that large, with only 4 levels, but he kept getting lost. The male nurse, or is that nurse, did however manage to show me the tiny gym, which I was grateful for, as well as the art and creative space, which looked as if no one had ever used. It was at that point I became distracted by some of the other patients, many of whom appeared heavily sedated. Some were visibly shaking. Zombie apocalypse might be unkind, but for me, this was a confronting experience. I didn't need to be shown that the outdoor smoking section, because the penetrating toxic stink was oozing through an open double door. I was, after all, a reformed smoker. And the only other outdoor section, a full-size mural of a cliché tropical beach scene, was put across one of the claustrophobic prison-like walls, a jumble of mismatched white plastic chairs. It made the space feel chaotic. The suffering outdoor plants were clearly neglected. If the area was designed to make you feel more relaxed, then it failed. It made me think, how far gone would you have to be for this to make you feel better? Laying on my bed, going over the timetable of treatment, I realized it was dinner time. As I walked into the dining room, I searched for a chair at the back, but apparently I wasn't the only one who suffered from hypervigilance. Settling for a position down the front on a single table, as far away as the other patients as possible, I was quickly losing my appetite. A kindly Pacific Islander kitchen lady appeared behind me. Do you want some soup, dear? She said. Yes, please, I nodded, looking down, keeping completely to myself. Still, I couldn't help but notice a heavily medicated, heavy-set woman dressed entirely in black, except for a small Aboriginal flag on a hoodie. She had short cropped hair and wore a rainbow lanyard and was being led by 2 nurses to the next table. As I sat awkwardly, sipping on my soup, I glanced sideways at her out of the corner of my eye, just as she collapsed forward into her mashed potato and gravy, falling asleep, snoring and sputtering. I'm done. I'm out, I said out loud, as I pushed my plate away, jumping to my feet and heading for the lift. As the doors closed, I was confronted by the overbearing stench of beer and cigarettes. Clearly, the drug and alcohol detoxification courses weren't going too well. Are you okay? The nurse inquired as I exited on level 4. Can't complain, I lied, still holding my breath as I quickly walked to the sanctuary of my room. I just started to calm down again when an early 20-something, pre-bleached blonde unexpectedly appeared in the doorway. Just doing the rounds, the nurse announced, forcing a smile through her heavily collagen-filled pillow-faced lips. Oh, okay, I said, trying to work out what was going on and also why someone would willingly do something like that to themselves. Have you had your meds yet? She continued in a matter-of-fact way. No, but I'll be there soon, for sure. 100%, I said, hoping she'd forget about it. But it couldn't be put off any longer, and as cliche as it sounds, it was medication time. I was shown to the waiting area and directed to sit in one of 4 single couches set out, facing each other over a coffee table. It was very strange. I just couldn't see the sense of it. A flush of embarrassment washed over me. Although the 2 other patients waiting for their sedation seemed to be enjoying the experience, even excited about it, which totally confused me. In fact, some patients appeared to be in competition, like it was a badge of honor for how many pills they were taking. It was like saying, I'm more damaged than you because I'm on more medication. With only 3 pills in my cup, the young mothers must have thought that I was in place under false pretenses. The staff were locked in a heavily fortified room with steel bars. A tiny toughened glass window slid open. My files was checked, and a nurse looked up at me. Oh, you're an easy one. You don't have much at all, she smiled, signing off on the medication chart. I suppose I should say thank you, I said sort of sarcastically, forcing back a smile in return. I noticed that the 2 in line before me were served a plastic cup, full to the brim with tablets, capsules, and wafers of every colour and shape. They looked happy. I was sitting on my bed in silence, sipping tea from a white polystyrene cup, when I noticed how drowsy I was feeling. It was a medication. Since Lent, I struggled with sleep. But this was an entirely new experience. Even the constant, high-pitched buzzing from my tinnitus wasn't bothering me so much. I lay back on the bed and looked up, immediately noticing that the smoke detector appeared to be moving around the ceiling. A gentle breeze blew through the security screen as my eyes closed and I drifted off. Suddenly, a nurse burst in, shining a torch directly into my face. I jumped up, out of bed, my heart pounding, my eyes struggling to focus. You all good? The nurse inquired, again in a strangely matter-of-fact tone. Yeah, of course, why? I said, confused. Okay, thank you, she responded, and with that, she was gone. I lay still again, staring at the ceiling as my heart rate slowly returned to normal. I desperately wanted to go home, but I knew I needed to see it through. It's an alternative universe, like TOU selection, I told myself, but this time it was for my family. As I slowly began to doze off again, I discovered the hard way that the nerves showing tick and flick patient checks were going to happen every 2 hours. Then, at around 4 a.m., I was awoken by a man down the hall, shrieking in terror. The nurses were checking on him more frequently. After the 4th and final check of the night, I didn't jump out of bed. Instead, I felt groggy from the medication and the restless night. The sun was up, and I forced myself into the shower, twisting the weird little knob, only to find that the water was lukewarm. Yet another measure to prevent me from hurting myself. How'd you sleep? A nurse asked me, and then the same question every morning after that, the exact time. It was like Groundhog Day. Then I remembered something. It was different. It was my birthday. The lifts were like snow, slow and small, and stopped on every level. An old, pasty-skinned, alien-like, completely bald man with blackened teeth and yellow tobacco stained fingers, wearing a worn-out purple suit, walked in. G'day, how's it going? He said, in a chirpy, high-pitched voice. Not bad, I deflected, trying to shut the conversation down before it began. He just stared at me, his entire body shaking. I looked away. There were large Where's Wally posters plastered on all the walls in every lift, obviously for awkward interactions in a confined space such as this, and to distract you from your own thoughts. I got right into it. I walked into the room for my first group session. Several people were already seated in an L shape along the walls, with the psychologist and her assistant at the front. There was a small, struggling plant in the corner, a poster-sized photograph of yet another breathscape, a portable whiteboard on wheels. Making her introductions, the psychologist and her assistant both seemed pleasant. The other patients just sat quietly, not saying a word. Although small in stature, the psychologist clearly commanded respect. At first session, she raved on about being into CrossFit and Muay Thai. Her dark, wild, frizzy hair, tanned and early 40-something stocky, looked contrast with the appearance of her assistant, who was fair blonde, thinned, in her early 30s. She had just finished her degree and was there to observe group sessions. We were told that as everyone was there to get better, everyone must participate. No one was to go into their personal traumas, but rather only talk about their feelings and associated physical effects. Angela had reassured me that this wouldn't happen. She was going to hear about it when I got out. The psychologist then proceeded to lay out the rules. This included writing a list of banned words and expressions on the whiteboard, such as all good, can't complain, fine, I'm okay, no dramas, and sweet as bro for the New Zealanders. We then went around the room, introduced ourselves. There was a dog squad operator, a veteran GD cop who had worked almost the entire spectrum of policing, an army warrant officer, a Navy leading seaman, and random civilians who continually played with a string of stress beads. His constant fidgeting seemed to consume her. I never did find out why she was in the group. I was the only patient who hadn't attended a similar course before. The others were all overweight. Most had had a marriage breakdown. I was still clinging on to mine. There were no smiles, and the vibe was flat and sad, with others seemingly caught up in their own private ordeals. I noticed how rugged up the psychologist and her assistants were. They explained that PTSD sufferers felt hot most of the time, and for that reason, she always turned the air conditioning down for courses, and I always thought that Lisa was the one with the problem. Late that same afternoon, I was allowed to see Lisa and the girls for my birthday. They had parked around the corner from the hospital so that my 7-year-old didn't see me walk out and start asking questions. I was nearly overwhelmed when I saw 4 of them. The weather was cold and windy. We drove to a nearby wharf in the harbour and sat in the car, looking at the view. Lisa had baked a cake with the girls' help. It was sitting in the middle of the console between the front seats. My oldest girls had made me a card each. I sat awkwardly as everyone sang happy birthday. We couldn't stay in the car any longer, so we braved the howling gale and walked along the pier to watch the sunset. Over the ocean, I held our rugged up, 6-week-old baby girls close to my chest. Our 2 older daughters ran around chasing seagulls. Lisa and I watched as a large wave crashed nearby, washing a fisherman off the rocks. A pelican stalked its way over the man's bait bucket as he floundered in the whitewash, helping itself to a fish before the fisherman finally regained his composure and chased the bird away. That night, after another awkward elevator and dinner experience, I gave Lisa a call. Ben, I think I may have done something silly, I said to me straight up. Oh, really? I need you to check your bag with your presents in it, she continued. For what? Well, you know, that knife we used to cut your birthday cake with it. I can't find it. You're kidding me, I said. I wish I was. She continued. I looked and there it was, hidden in the bottom of my bag. They'd absolutely lose their minds if they knew I had a large bladed knife in there. I reckon the whole floor would go into lockdown, I replied, imagining the scene. They might call the TOU, Lisa teased me. Imagine Gus and Paulie turning up, I answered, seriously thinking what this might be on the cards. Oh God, what are you going to do? Lisa continued, now in a more serious tone. I might try to smuggle it out, although if they find it on me, then all hell will break loose. I'm sorry, the baby, I'm not sleeping. That must be it. I wouldn't worry about it. I'll sort it. I'd just smuggled a kitchen knife into a psychiatric hospital where the staff panic if they find a pair of nail clips there. I considered admitting a mistake, but I knew it wouldn't go down well. They'd either freak out and blame themselves or think that I'd done it intentionally. I decided to hide it. I really didn't want to have my room check increased to every 5 minutes. With each session, I was becoming increasingly frustrated by 2 patients in the group. Although I did become friends with the ex-dog squad officer, he was a good-hearted, knockabout bloke from the country, and we clicked straight away. On the other hand, the GD's guy was just a sad sack reveling in his own misery, and the warrant officer obviously loved attention. He was doing his best to make the sessions all about him, constantly reflected on what he'd learned in the Army's PTSD course, one-upping the psychologist about we were about to learn ourselves. I was at least aware that my symptoms include angry outbursts, and this group was about to provoke one in me. But despite myself, I was learning about PTSD. I found that I suffered from just about every one of the symptoms, which in addition to everything else, included feeling emotional and numb, self-blame, lack of interest in life, struggling to ever have a happy thought, negative beliefs about myself, avoiding social interaction, feeling cut off from others, hypervigilance, insomnia, and increasing alcohol consumption. The list went on and on. However, it was my cognitive decline that was really concerning me. Feeling exhausted all the time, memory loss, not being able to focus on the most basic tasks. The senior psychologist could obviously sense my denial, so I was targeted in group sessions and specifically asked to talk about how I felt. She was clever and determined, but I just couldn't let an opportunity slide to get one back at her. In one session, she earnestly asked me, "So Ben, tell me what would it be like if we made all of our decisions in life based entirely on our emotions?" I paused for dramatic effect, and with a cheeky grin, then answered, "Then I suppose we'd all be female." She gasped, speechless. It was the first time I'd heard the other group members laugh. They all obviously appreciated that silencing her was a major accomplishment. She gathered herself and with pursed lips replied, "I have to say, Ben, I am absolutely using all of my professionalism to not respond to that comment." As the session ended, the psychologist asked each of us to share one thing that we learned. "Well, I've learned how to trigger you," I said, to the high-spirited, universal approval of the entire group. It was gold. The psychologist paused herself before responding. "Oh, really?" raising her dark eyebrows. Without I hoped was a hint of a smile. As we got to the list, I said to some others, "Bloody hell, she's really going to come after me tomorrow." The dog squad guy just smiled and said, "You're braver than me, mate." Each of us were appointed our own psychologist for individual sessions. That was partially to determine our eligibility to be placed in the 10-week PTSD prolonged exposure therapy course, although I wasn't aware of that at the time. I was assigned the assistants who always wore a black well-fitted business suit, fashionable knee-high leather boots. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a tight-knit ponytail. She asked me to compile a list of traumas and speak about them, as I'd done when I first met Angela. I struck first. "So before we start, could I just ask you a little bit about yourself before I reveal everything about me?" "I'm not sure that's how it works." She smiled. "Okay, then cool. I'm pretty sure I know enough about you anyway." "Yeah, like what?" "I'd say that you're from the inner west of Sydney, you like indie rock bands, and I reckon you only go to hipster cafes," I grinned. "You're observant, aren't you?" She smiled back. I was right on the money, and we both knew it. "I really can't talk about things. I'm just not ready for that," I said, returning to her question. "That's okay. What about other traumas you've been exposed to?" "I'm sure there had been some," she replied in a caring but naive way. "Yeah, a few," I said, nodding. "I jotted some down as you asked, so I'll start there." I inquired. "Yes, please," she said innocently, completely unaware of what I was about to deliberately inflict on her. Where to start? A man stabbing himself over and over in the stomach before we ran forward to stop him, his intestines now protruding through deep gashes. Another man shoving a knife into his neck before repeatedly smashing his head and the handle against a table to get in deeper. A young woman with schizophrenia forcing a butcher's knife into her mouth and down her throat. A methamphetamine crazed man in his early 20s holding his girlfriend and baby hostage, barricading the doors and refusing to let anyone in or out. And then something very strange happened. I found myself in a dream, not in the room with the psychologist at all, but back in time, like my grandfather had done all those years ago when he was telling the story about his mate in the bomber. In my waking nightmare playlist, the young man shields behind his terrified partner, pressing the point of a carved knife into her upper chest while she desperately tries to hold onto the screaming baby. As our stack advances, he drags his partner backwards into an old couch, holds a stainless steel blade up against the baby's throat. "Use pigs, come one step further, and I'll cut the baby's head off." We've been called to a job in the inner western Sydney suburb of Enmore. Police have cornered a Russian nationalist who shot his wife in the leg as she tried to get away from him. As we arrived, the man walks towards us holding a loaded revolver. Looks to be in his early 50s, with salt and pepper dark hair, hard face. I have my UMP-40 machine gun trained on him, ready to engage. The man is going to jail for the rest of his life. He obviously doesn't know the Australian legal system as well as I do. Police negotiators were trying to speak with him from their position behind us. The person of interest, only 5 meters away, waving the gun around wildly. I'm never going to prison, he yelled. With that, he puts a gun to his right temple, pulls the trigger. Bang! He drops to the ground, hard and fast like a puppet with his strings cut. Our team rushes forward before I kick the gun away. There is blood pulsing and squirting out of a still smoking hole in the side of his head. Armies place a trauma bandage over the wound to stem the flow of blood, with Gus's commencing chest compressions, bright, frothy bloodstream from the man's mouth and nose. I look down at the dead man's face and wonder how much longer the resuscitation attempt will continue. The boys were really hooking in. He's brown bread, I say to Gus. Not good, my confirms, mincing as he continues CPR. Then, suddenly, the man's eyes blink. His head lifts off the ground. His mouth gasps open. Out comes a mummy-like silent scream as he gulps down a final squelch of air and blood. In Bankstown, I'd seen scores of bullet-riddled bodies as a result of Romeo and Juliet war between local Lebanese crime families, although this was different. The horror movie, like Resurrection, really was next-level gruesome. At a printing warehouse in southwestern Sydney, there's a biker dispute over money. 3 men return with handguns, although they weren't expecting the owner to breed them, and SKS assault rifle, which is very similar to the better-known AK-47. On arrival, I observe a man lying dead on the ground in a pool of blood. GD's police report that a person of interest with the SKS is holed up in an office on mezzanine level with employees still on the factory floor, hiding behind pallets, too terrified to move. After hours of unsuccessful trying to raise the shooter, we push forward. Our team takes cover behind the armored vehicle, which is driven forward as far as possible. I'm on the ballistic shield with Gus as my cover man. The small shield appears even smaller that day. The only access to the second story is even up an internal flight of steel stairs. We request the use of tear gas deployed by a 40mm launcher, but this is declined by the bosses. The risk of the office catching fire and the cost of the cleanup apparently must take priority. The bosses did, however, allow the use of manually deployed CS gas grenades, and for that reason, we had our respirators on. As Gus and I cautiously stepped up each serrated steel tray with the stack right behind us, our masks inevitably began to fog up. I braced for a volley of heavy caliber shots. If SKS 7.62mm rounds were fired on us, the shields would have done little to protect me, let alone our entire team, and many of the apparatus would fall. Noticing that the office door was open, I peered through the rectangular bullet-resistant glass viewing port. Draw a deep breath and take another step. As I round the crest of the stairs, I can see a heavily tattooed man dead on the ground in a pool of his own congealed blood, with the weapon lying in front of him. He's down, I yell. Part of his head is missing. He shot himself under the chin. There were brains splashed across the ceilings and walls. Gus and I do our own on-the-spot CSI investigation, working out that he'd been wearing a baseball cap at the time he shot himself. It's been blown off his head, flipping over and over through the air before coming to rest right side up on a nearby table with a perfectly round, finger-sized bullet hole in the top. I'm still reminded of this each time I put on my cap. The job is a 2-day siege in the Blue Mountains, west of Sydney. All we're given to eat is one soggy 3-inch Subway each. I didn't know you could get one that small, half the size of that miserable 6-inch subs we were given at Lynn. The government and police hierarchy threw money at the TOU after Lynn. Rather, it was our Kim Jong-un style dictator boss who's behind the cost-cutting, catering outrage. A man has taken his elderly mother hostage, menacing her with a high-powered hunting rifle. But his intention is clearly to provoke us into shooting him, a suicide by cop scenario. He's an intravenous drug user with hepatitis C and terminal liver cancer. The person of interest is pointing his weapon at our armored vehicle and screaming threats. All the windows have heavy curtains drawn. Darkness falls, and we need to know his exact location. Approval is finally given to move forward in the armored vehicle and use a hydraulic ramming pole to smash out a bedroom window. However, this doesn't reveal his location, so we work our way across the front of the building, smashing out every window, one by one. The only thing left is the ornate wooden front door. We smash that down too. A large portion of the house is now visible, but we still can't locate him. I'm wary of a similar job. I was on in Kerndale, in Sydney South. Also armed with a rifle, another man intentionally fires numerous times over the top of our armored vehicle, attempting to provoke a suicide by cop. He then shoots at a TOU operator, who carelessly steps out from behind cover. Two operators return fire by hitting the man in both hands on the shoulder. Back in the Blue Mountains, police negotiators receive a phone call from the person of interest informing them that he shot himself in the head. In his strategy to draw us in, I grab the ballistic shield, hold it close to my chest, and draw my Glock. I activate the light source now with its unique green laser pointer. The different color laser distinguishes a pistol and a firearm fight from a rifle, which uses a red laser pointer. All operators have been issued with new rifles, a Sig Sauer MCX with a suppressor. The rifle uses a larger, non-fragmenting 7.62mm blackout round that helps bring a target down sooner with the danger of uncontrolled shrapnel. These were some of the many New South Wales coroner's recommendations that the TOU adopted after Lent. I have two cover men on either side of me. One was translucent, or ice bubble, so named by Gus because of his unnaturally pale, paper-thin, vampire-like skin. The other operator was Hightower, so named due to his heights taken from Police Academy movies. Our team will ease out and slowly move towards the ruined front door. The plan is to deploy a remote-controlled throwbot, one of the many specialized devices the TOU use. At any moment, I expect the man to fire on us. Pulling up on the front balcony, I peer through the large hole where the front door used to be, in a dimly lit room. Unexpectedly, a man's blood-soaked arm emerged out of the darkness, clawing itself along the ground towards us, like a damaged Terminator. We push in quickly and secure the rifle. The man is bleeding heavily from a wound to the middle of his forehead, but incredibly, he's still alive, and still conscious, and still talking. I have a bastard of a headache, the man groans in pain. Of course you do, old mate. You shot yourself in the head, and you look what you've made us do to your mum's house. The bullet penetrated the man's forehead and travelled anti-clockwise around the inside of his skull before coming to the rest of the top of his spinal cord. And it was at that point that I shook myself out of a daydream, much like I do every night around 4 a.m., from whatever savage nightmare is tormenting me, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. The figure of the psychologist again filled the room, but now I was suddenly and painfully aware of her youth and lack of experience. She looked pale. All of her professional confidence had evaporated as she took refuge in the safe harbour of stock standard cliché questions. She readjusted herself in the chair a couple of times, trying to compose herself. So Ben, why do you feel this way? And do you think it's okay to think like that? At that very moment I began to question myself. What the hell was I doing? Was I being like the guy in my PTSD group who irritated me so much, always trying to one-up everyone, like it was a badge of honour, to prove how damaged he was? Surely my situation was different. I hated the idea of being a victim. I just wanted to show her the trauma I'd been exposed to, and explain that why I was here. Is there anything wrong with that? And then it hit me. I was doing exactly the same thing. Gus and Paulie had arranged to visit me. They meant well and were just being concerned friends, but I was still anxious about it. The three of us met in a cafe around the corner because I couldn't bear for them to see me in the funny farm. They were already waiting. We sat down together before looking awkwardly at each other across the table. So who's the mad dog now, eh, Benny boy? Paulie said, breaking the ice with his usual lack of social filter. I reckon you still got me covered, mate, I said, smiling. Glad that he was being himself with me, but I'll tell you boys, I continued, some people in there even make you look normal. Yeah, like what? Paulie said intrigued. Well, there was this one joint group session where a young bird at another table stood up, looked around, and the next thing you know, her eyes were rolling in the back of her head, and then she hit the ground hard, had this mad fit. The poor thing, the weirdo shrink just kept talking. My fellow Looney Tunes barely seemed to notice. Bloody hell, was she okay? Gus asked in a concerned tone. Yes, mate. The next thing, a lady in the group helped her. I reassured him. So were the shrinks just as mad as the patient? Gus added, fishing for another story. I told them about the one psychiatrist who wore a brown velvet suit jacket with brown leather patches on the elbows and a matching brown vest, and what looked like urine-stained brown suede loafers, topped off with Albert Einstein, mad scientist, curly hair. I explained that he even wore tortoise-shell-framed reading glasses. I was unsure of his eye colour, but I imagined they were brown too. That's one brown bastard, Paulie exclaimed. Mad as a meat axe, I smiled. Looks like they're feeding you well in here, eh? Gus said, looking me up and down, changing the subject. Say, Chris Hemsworth, I shot back. For a moment, it was like the old days. The boys filled me in on the latest office gossip, and I told them the stories about some of the other things I'd seen in the lonely bin. Any decent jobs, I inquired, as the copies were delivered to the stable. No, not really. Not since the official TOU shit maggot flew the coop, Gus said with a cheeky grin. We spoke together about past jobs, even touching on Lynn before Gus, looking concerned, unexpectedly turned and asked me, who's going to be protecting us the next time there's a shit fight? I was speechless. It was another issue that I hadn't allowed myself to consider. Paulie was obviously thinking the same thing. I guess you'd be no good to anyone without that Roseanne Barney of yours, Gus continued, attempting to rectify the awkward silence. He'd inadvertently created one of his offbeat descriptions. I still prefer it over your knock-knees, I replied. We all laughed. As I walked up the busy street, back towards the hospital, a car horn beeped repeatedly. I turned to see Paulie hanging out of the window, yelling, See you, Benny, you mad unit. Love you, bro. That night, I lay in my bed with the lights on, staring at the ceiling. Despite medication, Gus's words ran over in my head. The realization had hit me. I wasn't going to be there for the boys ever again, and I'd even made a promise to Paulie's wife Botany that I couldn't keep. The chest pains that I had since then got increasingly worse before it turned into a deep, throbbing ache. I felt a rush of adrenaline surge through my entire body as I began to hyperventilate, then sweat. My heart was pounding like a sledgehammer to the point where I was sure it would beat out of my chest. I was stricken with panic. I tried changing television channels to distract myself, but it just got worse. I jumped to my feet and thought to ring Lisa, but I wasn't sure I could dial the number, let alone talk. My face was so hot it felt like it would catch fire. After previous panic attacks, I was told I should try vigorous exercise to stop myself out of it. So I dropped to the floor and did push-up after push-up. Nothing. I became irrational, no longer in control. Suicidal thoughts washed over me. I couldn't take a second of it. It was as if killing myself was the only solution. I needed to get out of my room before I acted. I dragged myself down the dimly lit hallway towards the nurse's station, convinced that the walls were collapsing in on top of me. No one was there. They must have been doing their rounds. With nowhere to go, I returned to my room. I grabbed 2 pillows and pulled them into my chest as hard as I could to try and stop the pain. I forced my face into them, screaming and rocking back and forth. Thoughts of killing myself almost overwhelmed me. 2 of my former colleagues had committed. I must have been like that for at least an hour. If I had a rope, I would have made a noose. Thankfully, I didn't think of the birthday cake knife. I fell to the floor and started doing burpees. I'd never had so much energy. Yelling out loud, I completed repetition after repetition, raging against the idea of taking my own life. Then I began to feel my heart rate slow, even as I frantically continued to push myself beyond my physical limits. It was my lowest point. There was only one time that compared. It was the day after the Lint Cafe siege. I was at work. An assistant commissioner and the homicide squad inspector running the coroner's investigation summoned the Alpha team into the situation room. The assistant commissioner stood up. So, gents, I won't beat around the bush. I want to debrief you before this hits the media. An autopsy of Katrina Dawson's body has been conducted. It's been identified that cause of death was a result of wounds sustained from a police bullet. In that second, my entire body flushed with horror, panic, and revulsion. I wanted to vomit. Some of the boys came over and put their arms around me. I knew my mates were talking to me, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. My worst nightmare had been realized. I killed Katrina Dawson. An inspector and Paulie walked me to a nearby cafe in an effort to console me. I felt just as I did on the night of Lent, when Gus had to physically assist me up the street. I later went to the outside smoking area, withdrew from the world and chain-smoked cigarette after cigarette. The image of Katrina Dawson dying in my arms played over and over. Some hours later, Paulie interrupted me. "You've got to get back to the office, man. The big boss and the inspector from homicide are back again." The assistant commissioner again addressed our group. "I have an update for you, gentlemen. Further testing has now revealed that Katrina wasn't killed by a complete police round, but bullet fragments." Paulie and the boys swarmed around me again. "Those fragments could have come from anywhere," Paulie said with conviction. "You saved heaps of us, bro. And after executing the manager, the bastard was just going to keep shooting hostages. I knew that I should have been somewhat relieved by this, but I couldn't stop blaming myself." The assistant commissioner's words were obviously no consolation to the Dawson family. It was at that precise moment that the idea I deserved to suffer for what I did started to grow deep roots within me. Back in the room, there was a knock on my door. "You okay in there?" I asked the nurse. "Yeah, I am now." Every night during the PTSD course, I fought through panic attacks, but I was determined to throw myself into everything with an open mind, and that even included yoga. As I waited nervously for the class to start, I overheard two female patients speaking to each other. The hippie lady instructor from the last class was telling all the girls to breathe through their vaginas. This was obviously beyond my biological capacity and mental comprehension, but one day on the beach, I did try a mindfulness exercise, although I was constantly distracted by the thought, what would Gus and Paulie think of me? I made a concerted effort to apply myself to the group sessions, but when I became emotionally triggered, the blonde assistant psychologist appeared to me as Katrina Dawson. The head psychologist noticed that. When I looked at her assistants, I squinted my eyes for a few seconds before reopening them. I was given the challenge to stare at the assistant in class, and over time, I stopped wincing. We developed a good rapport, the head psychologist and me, and eventually I even got used to the constant checks throughout the night, as well as waking up to other people screaming night terrors. I never did get used to the elevator. Walking towards the front door on my way out of 3 weeks in treatment, I reflected on what I had achieved. Exiting, I looked up and noticed a blue sky for the first time in a very long time, and I thought to myself, I definitely have PTSD, closely followed by, I miss my family. "Katrina, I'm sorry." "First things first, Angela," I said with a smile. "You promised me that I wouldn't have to sit around and listen to a bunch of people talking about their emotions and feeling sorry for themselves." "Oh my gosh, I know, Ben. Sorry about that. I wish I could have been a fly on the wall in that first session," she smiled, and then chuckled, barely able to contain herself. "I nearly rang you, you know. I got in trouble for rolling my eyes at one of the guys in the group who just kept talking about himself. They made me watch and listen to him intently for the whole session after that." "Was that a good or a bad thing?" Angela questioned. "It was a full-on punishment," I added, smiling. "You're a classic, Ben, but admit, you got something out of it, didn't you?" She said hopefully. "Well, yes, I suppose I did. I did. I never wanted to go back in there again, and I admit it, I do have PTSD. Finally," she replied with a huge grin. "Glad that I can make you happy, Angela," I said with an exaggerated eye roll, "but seriously, they want me to go back for another 10-week program." "The program is called Prolonged Exposure Therapy, and that just ain't gonna happen," I added, shaking my head. Angela explained that as my traumas were so deeply buried, this was necessary if I wanted to learn how to live with PTSD. Thankfully, she came up with a compromise in consultation with my psychiatrist. This involved 2-hour-long appointments with Angela, twice a week, every other day. I had to listen to audio recordings of these sessions, and that was essentially exposure therapy. The idea was to repeatedly relive the experience until I could process it as a memory, not just as locked away emotion. This, however, came with a caution from Angela. Prolonged exposure therapy makes you constantly revisit your traumatic experiences. Symptoms are likely to increase at first, but with time and repetition, hopefully you'll be able to recall the memory without the same distress you feel now. But in your case, there is also the other stresses of day-to-day life that can compound feelings of being overwhelmed. I know that you and your wife have a new baby. For this reason, it is not advised, she said, but I was determined, so that was that. To begin, Angela and I started talking about the botany job. As I closed my eyes and recalled every harrowing detail, I was literally there, reliving every part of the experience. The petrol fumes, the explosion, the wall of flame, the pain of my burning flesh, and all the emotions that went with it. After weeks of what felt like torture in one session, I made an important connection. At Lint, I was certain that Pauline and I were running into certain death from a huge explosion. Then, a year and a half later at Botany, both of us were enveloped by an enormous blast, where I was convinced my mate had died, just like Katrina Dawson had in my arms. The explosion-themed nightmares didn't stop, but from that day onwards, they didn't seem as horrific either. I fought on with exposure therapy, my new challenge. Between sessions with Angela, I also had regular appointments with my psychiatrist, Angela, and I even managed to start talking about Lent. Lisa had hoped that I might have shown some improvement by this stage, but it appeared to be the opposite. As Angela predicted, my symptoms immediately got worse, especially the threat of a constant panic attack. As a result, I became very anxious about social interaction. One day, Lisa pushed me into a meeting up with some non-TAU friends at a local burger bar, and I felt one coming on. It hit me like a freight train, so I escaped to the toilet just in time. When I rejoined the group a long time, I offered a feeble excuse of having an upset stomach. Lisa put on a brave face, but it really did ruin what was now a rare outing for the both of us. Okay, guys, we're going to swap streams now to the third one. Cheers, guys.